Chapter 1. 3 years have passed. The Golden Finger has activated. On the continent of Jiuzhou, in the ghostly realm of Guizhou, atop Feishan Mountain, at the summit, there stands a dilapidated temple, overrun with weeds, before which lies a withered and dying Bodhi tree. In the center of the temple, a towering stone statue with indistinct facial features looms. Beneath the statue sits a beggar, clad in tattered garments, with unkempt hair and a grimy visage. He rubs his belly and gazes forlornly into the vast, encroaching darkness outside the temple, his expression devoid of hope. "Old man, if you don't return soon, your precious disciple will starve to death." The beggar is named Qin Chang'an. 3 years ago, he traversed from Earth to the Jiuzhou continent, becoming a disciple of the Changxing sect. The old man he refers to as the sect leader, his master. A month prior, the Changxing sect faced annihilation, and with his body being the coveted Changxing physique, he became the target of countless malevolent beings. In a desperate bid, his master shattered the void, brought him to this crumbling temple, inscribed a protective barrier, and left in haste. And that departure has stretched into a month. He wonders if the old man is alive or dead. Qin Chang'an sighs, "If only I didn't possess the Changxing physique." In this Jiuzhou continent, there exists a legend. The Changxing physique nurtures the flesh of immortality. Whosoever consumes this flesh shall ascend to become an immortal. Upon learning of this legend, Qin Chang'an was thrown into a frenzy, nearly spitting blood in frustration. This was nothing short of a reimagining of the flesh of Tang Sung from Journey to the West. Moreover, despite the prowess of the Changxing physique, it proved utterly useless to Qin Chang'an, offering no assistance whatsoever. Though he possessed this extraordinary physique, he was incapable of cultivation. Numerous attempts alongside his master yielded no results. This meant that for 3 years on the Jiuzhou continent, he remained an ordinary person, easily crushed by the hand of others like a mere ant. Thus, throughout this month, Qin Chang'an had been holed up in the temple, afraid to venture outside. After all, this place is protected by the old man's barrier. Unless the old man perished, the malevolent spirits and demons outside could not breach the temple's sanctity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a chilling wind swept into the temple, causing Qin Chang'an to shiver and draw his tattered clothing closer around him. Another day of idleness has ended. I hope to awaken tomorrow to find the old man. Qin Chang'an yawned, curling up beneath the statue, closing his eyes and preparing to sleep as he had before. But just then, a sudden chill enveloped his back, as if something terrifying were approaching. His previously drowsy mind was instantly awakened. He turned to look. Unbeknownst to him, a white figure stood not far behind. Dressed in white, her feet hovering above the ground, with disheveled hair and a ghastly pale face, she exuded an aura of malevolence, her sunken eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Through her hair, her blood-red eyes fixated on him, seemingly on the verge of bursting. "Let me devour you." She spoke softly, her voice chilling and eerie. Upon seeing her, Qin Chang'an's pupils dilated in horror. A wave of icy dread washed over him, sending shivers down his spine, his hair standing on end, cold sweat pouring forth. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Qin Chang'an's heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from his chest. What the hell? A ghost! A ghost! Wasn't the old man supposed to have set a barrier in this decrepit temple? How did this female specter get in? Qin Chang'an yearned to flee, yet he found himself frozen in place, as if turned to stone, unable to move even a finger. His heart ached with despair, tears streaming down his face. Why couldn't he move? Paralyzed by fear, his body no longer obeyed him, and hunger drained his strength. How could he escape? "Be a good little meal, and let me consume your soul and flesh." The female ghost bared her fangs, grinning menacingly, inching closer to Qin Chang'an. His face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. He was utterly paralyzed by terror. As he watched the ghost approach, his mind went blank, with only one thought racing through his head. Was today the day he would perish? Just as despair consumed Qin Chang'an, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host detected encountering a vengeful spirit initiating the Invincible Domain system. Invincible Domain range, a circular area 2 meters in diameter, centered around the current stone statue. Upon hearing the frigid voice in his mind, Qin Chang'an was momentarily stunned, followed by a peculiar sensation. At that moment, he stood beneath the statue, firmly within that 2-meter range. Everything within this domain instantaneously became intricately connected to him. He harbored but one thought. Within this 2-meter radius, he was invincible. He was a god. Tears streamed down Qin Chang'an's face. He had long suspected that traversing to another world would surely come with a golden finger. After 3 years, his golden finger had finally activated. Chapter 2: A single punch splits the sky. The short and feeble 2 meters. The female ghost grinned menacingly, slowly advancing. Her hollow eyes glimmered with an eerie cold light, completely unaware of the transformation Qin Chang'an was undergoing. Soon, she stood before Qin Chang'an, her sharp teeth poised to bite off his head. But at that moment, Qin Chang'an lifted his gaze to meet the ghost's eyes, fear vanishing entirely. A smile graced his lips as a thought flickered in his mind. In an instant, the ghost froze in place, utterly unable to move. The ghost was taken aback. What is happening? Why can't I move suddenly? What? What have you done? The ghost cried out, her voice sharp with accusation, towards Qin Chang'an. Before her stood Qin Chang'an, an ordinary man, devoid of any visible magical energy emanating from him. Yet, the ghost was acutely aware that her immobility was somehow connected to him. Qin Chang'an smiled. This invincible domain was indeed extraordinary. He murmured to himself, his right hand clenched into a fist. Now let me witness just how powerful this invincible domain truly is. Though the ghost was filled with trepidation, she still regarded Qin Chang'an with disdain, scoffing. With you being merely an ordinary person, your attacks are useless against me. That may not be the case. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Chang'an summoned all his strength and delivered a mighty punch towards the ghost. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike landed upon her. The ghost, initially brimming with arrogance, suddenly paled as her body met his fist. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Within a heartbeat, she was obliterated by Qin Chang'an's punch, leaving not a trace behind. Qin Chang'an blinked in surprise at his fist. Wow, the invincible domain truly lives up to its name. This punch seemed so ordinary, yet managed to slay that ghost. Simultaneously, high above the temple, a colossal fist shadow emerged, vast as a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a raging tempest. The earth trembled beneath its might. It struck the heavens, creating a massive rift that reached into the upper realm. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared, and torrential rain suddenly poured from the sky. From the gaping rift, celestial light cascaded down, illuminating the 9 heavens. A celestial sword soared from the chasm, slicing directly towards the fist shadow. The sword light surged like a vast ocean, its celestial might reverberating across the lands, awakening countless powerful cultivators. In particular, the demons and monsters rampant in the 10,000 great mountains cowered in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In Yuzhou, at the Jujin sect, a man clad in blue robes was meditating, his energy surging forth like a mountain torrent. Suddenly, he sensed something, abruptly opening his eyes. He dashed out of the sect's confines, gazing intently towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, his expression filled with shock. What terrifying celestial might? Could it be that a celestial treasure has fallen to the mortal realm? In Guizhou, high above the Ghost Skull sect, a black-clad elder stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, his eyes dark and foreboding. Such a celestial phenomenon must indicate the descent of a celestial treasure. At that moment, many powerful beings turned their gazes towards the 10,000 great mountains. Above Feishan Mountain, the celestial sword cleaved through the sky, striking the fist shadow. Like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, the night was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Yet, at the moment of collision between the celestial sword and the fist shadow, a sound echoed through the air. Crack, crack, crack! The celestial sword shattered beneath the fist shadow, its radiance dimming as if it had lost all power, plummeting from the heavens to the mortal realm. As for the terrifying celestial might that had erupted from the sword, it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed at all. The fist shadow dissipated, the rift in the heavens slowly mending, and darkness once again enveloped the land, restoring tranquility to the 10,000 great mountains. Almost simultaneously, as the 10,000 great mountains returned to their former calm, numerous powerful factions dispatched their strongest members towards the epicenter of the celestial phenomenon. Everyone understood that this was a sign of a celestial treasure's descent. Their sole purpose was to seize the celestial treasure at all costs. Within the celestial temple, Qin Chang'an remained unaware that his seemingly inconsequential punch had shattered a rift in the heavens. He had unwittingly brought forth a celestial treasure from the upper realm. He was still immersed in the joy of having slain the ghost with a single punch, tears streaming down his cheeks. 3 years had passed, 3 years had passed. His golden opportunity has finally arrived. He always knew that the heavens would not forsake him. In a world fraught with peril, the emergence of the invincible domain system has liberated him from his fears. System notification. Host has eradicated a Qi Refinement Realm female ghost, earning 10 domain points. Domain points were those. Qin Chang'an was taken aback and could not help but inquire about the system. The system responded, every 100 domain points can expand the radius of your invincible domain by 1 meter. Currently, the host's invincible domain spans 2 meters. Qin Chang'an's eyes sparkled with understanding. So that was it. His invincible domain measured only 2 meters. To be candid, although it is formidable and impressive, it is undeniably limited in scope. Having witnessed the system's immense potential, Qin Chang'an now harbors a singular ambition: to expand his invincible domain, to grow larger and stronger, becoming robust and powerful. Chapter 3. The 12 Celestial Generals descend to the mortal realm. In the celestial realm of Xuanwu, a voice of fury reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to the tumultuous roar of the raging sea, instilling terror in countless beings within a radius of 1,000 miles. Within a resplendent palace, a man clad in golden robes wore a grim expression, his eyes fierce and filled with wrath, exuding an overwhelming celestial might that distorted the very fabric of space around him. 12 Celestial Generals, come forth, he bellowed. Instantly, 12 radiant celestial rainbows descended into the palace, transforming into 12 towering figures who knelt on one knee in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the celestial sovereign." The golden-robed man cast a cold gaze over the assembly and commanded, "Celestial generals, heed my orders. My cherished celestial weapon, forged over 10 millennia, has fallen to the mortal realm. Spare no effort to retrieve it. Should any mere insects obstruct our path, show them no mercy. Understood." In the next moment, the 12 celestial generals transformed into arcs of celestial light and departed the palace, venturing into the mortal realm. Meanwhile, in the celestial temple, Qin Chang'an inquired of the system, "Are there any methods to acquire domain points apart from slaying demons and monsters?" "The methods to obtain domain points must be explored by the host," came the reply. Receiving no answer, Qin Chang'an shrugged slightly. Very well. He remained undeterred, for he had already discovered one avenue to acquire domain points, and considering the abundance of demons and monsters in this world, he was confident in his ability to amass them. He then surveyed his surroundings within the temple, which was enveloped in a chilling silence. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Is there anyone here?" Yet, no response came. It seemed that the only specter present was the female ghost from earlier, which was somewhat regrettable. Reflecting on the ghostly encounter, a sense of unease crept into Qin Chang'an's heart. The old man had assured him that the temple was warded against intrusions by demons and monsters. Yet tonight, a mere spirit had breached its sanctum. Coupled with the fact that the old man had not returned for over a month, an ominous premonition settled over him. Could something have befallen the old man? "Oh dear, he must not perish out there," Qin Chang'an murmured, feeling utterly powerless. His only reliance was on the invincible domain, but once he stepped outside its protective boundaries, he would be rendered vulnerable. Venturing out would undoubtedly be a death sentence. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. Qin Chang'an's face contorted in dismay as he rubbed his belly. The rations left by the old man had been consumed 2 days prior, and now he was ravenous. Glancing outside the temple, he saw torrential rain and impenetrable darkness, accompanied by howling winds. It was as if a savage beast awaited his emergence, ready to devour him whole. This thought dissuaded him from seeking food outside. Shaking his head, he slumped against the stone statue, squinting his eyes as he muttered, "Fine. I'll endure tonight and search for food tomorrow." With that, Chun Chang'an closed his eyes, enduring the pangs of hunger as he drifted into slumber. Approximately half an hour later, he awoke, his hands anxiously tugging at his hair, his face reflecting despair. "I'm so hungry. I can't take it anymore." Having gone 2 days without sustenance, his stomach protested vehemently, causing him considerable distress. Although he possessed the invincible domain, it could not alleviate his current predicament of starvation. Would he truly starve to death? That would be an utterly lamentable fate. Rising to his feet, Chun Chang'an approached the edge of his invincible domain. Hesitating briefly before extending his hand beyond its protective barrier, instantly, a chilling aura swept over him, causing his outstretched hand to feel icy, sending shivers down his spine. He quickly retracted it within the invincible domain. He felt no trace of coldness, basking instead in a warmth akin to spring. However, the moment he extended his hand beyond its bounds, he experienced a stark contrast to the comfort of his domain. Is it truly this frigid? Could there be malevolent spirits lurking within the temple? Exiting would certainly spell doom for him. Gritting his teeth, Chun Chang'an quelled his hunger pangs. Leaving the domain would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Better to starve slowly than to face immediate peril. Finally, he slumped against the statue, a picture of despair. How he longed for a visitor, be it a person or a spirit, to bring him a morsel of food. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, thunder roared, deafening and relentless, as the rain intensified. Yet within the celestial temple, despite his gnawing hunger, Chun Chang'an ultimately succumbed to sleep, wrapped in thin garments, snoring and drooling, blissfully dreaming of hot pot, skewers, spicy soup, and barbecue delights. Muttering, "They're all mine." As Chun Chang'an reveled in his gastronomic dreams, 2 figures appeared outside the temple. One was a burly middle-aged man with a scarred face, exuding a terrifying aura, while behind him trailed a young girl, barefoot and looking no older than 13 or 14. She wore a violet dress, her large, bright eyes sparkling, though her demeanor appeared somewhat disheveled, pouting as she reluctantly followed the scarred man into the temple. Upon entering, the scarred man spotted Chun Chang'an sleeping beneath the statue and was momentarily taken aback that a beggar in this decrepit temple. Chapter 4. You can kill me, but kneel and sing conquer for me. The girl stood at the temple's entrance, observing the scarred man enter, her dark, glistening eyes darting about. She crouched low, attempting to sneak away. At that moment, the scarred man let out a cold snort, unleashing his magical power, which enveloped him in a terrifying pull. The girl gasped, and before she could react, her petite frame was yanked into the temple, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. Spirit Bower, behave yourself. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. If you anger me, even your father, the sect leader of the 9-Sword sect, won't save you from my wrath. Well then, if you kill me, just wait and see how my father will obliterate you with a mere finger. Spirit Bower, undeterred, stared defiantly at the scarred man. Fuming with rage, the scarred man stepped forward to discipline the insolent girl. Simultaneously, their bickering roused Chun Chang'an from his slumber, prompting him to shout, "My hot pot!" Frustrated, Chun Chang'an realized he had been startled awake by the commotion in the temple just as he was about to indulge in his dream feast. Observing the 2 new arrivals, he was struck by the scarred man's intimidating appearance. Instinctively, he decided to flee, but then halted, reconsidering. Wait a moment. He possessed the invincible domain. Why should he fear this man as long as he remained within its confines? It seemed he had been too groggy from sleep. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he focused his gaze on the scarred man, pondering whether this fellow might possess something edible. If so, he could finally satiate his hunger. Hey, scarred man. This temple is my territory. You cannot enter without my permission, and because of you, I couldn't enjoy my hot pot. If you don't compensate me with some food, you shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Spirit Bower blinked, casting a sympathetic glance toward Chun Chang'an. This beggar was quite audacious, but alas, he was merely an ordinary person provoking the scarred man. Given the scarred man's temperament, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Indeed, the scarred man scoffed, "Compensate? You seek death." He had no intention of wasting words on a beggar. With a flick of his finger, a swirling mass of darkness emerged, transforming into a grotesque skull, poised to devour Chen Chang'an. However, as the skull entered the confines of the invincible domain, it disintegrated into nothingness. Once the skull dissipated, Chen Chang'an finally grasped the situation and erupted in fury. "How dare you attempt to kill me before I've even considered harming you? Do you think I'm still the soft target I once was? Easily manipulated?" Recalling the 3 years of fear and anxiety due to his longevity, during which he had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Now, equipped with the invincible domain, he refused to return to a life of constant trepidation. As for the scarred man, he was momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Logically, his attack should have annihilated Chen Chang'an. Yet, it had inexplicably crumbled before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. But this beggar was clearly an ordinary person. He had not even attempted to defend himself. What was happening? Spirit Bauer was equally astonished. She had assumed that Chen Chang'an was doomed. Yet he had somehow withstood the attack. To know that this scarred man is named Li Xiao, he is indeed the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, possessing formidable cultivation at the Gold Core stage. His strength is terrifying. Logically speaking, he could crush Chen Chang'an to death with a mere finger. The sudden turn of events caught both Li Xiao and Ling Bauer off guard. Chen Chang'an, furious to the point of laughter, said to Li Xiao, "Scarred man, you are not even qualified to kill me. I stand here. Come over, and if you can slay me, I shall kneel and sing your praises." Boom! A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Li Xiao, and a blood-red curved blade appeared in his hand, radiating murderous intent. "And no matter who you are, you shall die, and I will grant you that." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao charged towards Chen Chang'an, swinging the blood-red blade directly at his head. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained unafraid, even smiling more broadly, for Li Xiao had already entered his realm of invincibility. He had no intention of seeking trouble, but since Li Xiao sought to kill him, courting his own demise, Chen Chang'an would not hold back. Now that Li Xiao had stepped into his invincible territory, life and death lay firmly within his control. Li Xiao sneered as the blood-red blade descended towards Chen Chang'an's head. Soon, this beggar would be drenched in blood, and then his head would roll. However, at that moment, Chen Chang'an surprisingly extended his right hand to grasp the blood-red blade. What was he doing? Both Li Xiao and Ling Bauer were perplexed. This blood-red blade was a third-grade magical treasure, incredibly sharp. This beggar was seeking death by attempting to catch it with his bare flesh. But the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chen Chang'an's index and middle fingers managed to pinch the descending blood-red blade. This spectacle was utterly unbelievable. Heavens! Chen Chang'an emitted no aura of cultivation. He appeared to be an ordinary person. How on earth was he able to accomplish this? Li Xiao's pupils contracted, unable to comprehend. Ling Bauer, not far away, was also stunned. She had initially thought Chen Chang'an would perish, yet he not only survived but effortlessly caught Li Xiao's strike with just 2 fingers. "You," Li Xiao attempted to say something, but Chen Chang'an interrupted him, earnestly advising, "In your next life, be more low-key. Must you always shout and kill? Isn't it better to make a fortune through harmony?" With that, he exerted force with his fingers. And with a crack, the seemingly indestructible blood-red blade was shattered between his fingers. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, the blade fragments shot forth, piercing directly through Li Xiao's brow, killing him instantly. System notification. The host has slain a Gold Core 3rd layer cultivator, earning 500 domain points. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, realizing that in addition to slaying evil spirits, killing cultivators also yielded domain points. Coupled with the points obtained from defeating ghosts, his domain points had now reached 510. With 100 points expanding his domain by 1 meter, these 510 points would sufficiently extend it by 5 meters. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an expanded his invincible domain by 5 meters. As his domain grew, it nearly enveloped the entire immortal temple. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily, feeling invigorated. 3 words, absolutely delightful. It seemed that besides vanquishing monsters and demons, even slaying cultivators could provide domain points, with higher cultivation yielding greater rewards. Chapter 5. Taking a disciple? A perfect tool. Ling Bao stared wide-eyed, her youthful face filled with disbelief as she gazed at Li Zhao's corpse, her mind blank. This was the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, a terrifying powerhouse of the Gold Core stage. He just died like that? Chen Chang'an did not glance at Ling Bao but rummaged through Li Zhao's corpse. Soon, he discovered a storage ring. Darn, I have no cultivation. I can't open this storage ring. Chen Chang'an turned his gaze toward Ling Bao. Unable to open the ring himself, he had to rely on her at the same time. He finally noticed Ling Bao's appearance, and his eyes lit up. What a beautiful young girl. Could she possibly be the daughter of that scarred man? What is your relationship with this scarred man? Chen Chang'an's inquiry snapped the astonished Ling Bao back to reality. She blinked and pouted, saying, how could he be related to me with such ugliness? His name is Li Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, and I am Ling Bao, a disciple of the Nine Sword Sect. Tonight, in the 10,000 Great Mountains, a celestial phenomenon erupted, and our sect suspected a divine treasure had descended, but unexpectedly, we were ambushed by Li Xiao. All the disciples sent by the Nine Sword Sect, except for me, perished at his hands. As she spoke, the sparkle in Ling Bao's eyes dimmed momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Chen Chang'an. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. If it weren't for your assistance, I would have surely been captured and taken to the Evil Dragon Cave. She looked at Chen Chang'an curiously. Despite his disheveled appearance, she had witnessed everything that transpired. And now, Chen Chang'an's image in her mind was that of a transcendent figure. To think that even Li Xiao, at the Gold Core stage, could fall so easily to him. Ling Bao could hardly fathom Chen Chang'an's strength. Could he be a terrifying powerhouse at the nascent soul stage? The thought sent a chill down her spine. In Yuzhou, it was said that there hadn't been a nascent soul powerhouse for centuries. Even her father, Ling Qingshan, the current sect master of the Nine Sword Sect, had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Gold Core 9th layer for hundreds of years, with no indication of when he might break through. Who would have thought that at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, she would encounter a nascent soul powerhouse? Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, Ling Bao was lost in her thoughts as he handed her Li Zhao's ring. Now that the scarred man is dead, can this storage ring be opened? Ling Bao, still somewhat dazed, looked puzzled, unsure of Chen Chang'an's meaning, but nonetheless replied, once Li Xiao dies, the imprint dissipates, and this storage ring becomes unowned. So it can indeed be opened. Chen Chang'an sighed in relief. Then can we find something to eat from this storage ring? Nascent soul powerhouses are known for their unpredictable temperaments. Ling Bao didn't dwell on it much. Nodding slightly, of course, before long, Ling Bao found food within the storage ring. The sight of the magical treasures and elixirs piled up inside left her utterly astonished. The wealth contained within this storage ring, belonging to Li Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, was truly dazzling. Naturally, Ling Bao felt no greed. She understood that all these treasures rightfully belonged to the senior before her. As Chen Chang'an munched on the rations retrieved from the storage ring, Ling Bao stared at him. What are you looking at me for? Just then, with a thud, Ling Bao unexpectedly knelt before Chen Chang'an. What are you doing? Chen Chang'an was taken aback by her sudden kneeling. Utterly bewildered, his food suddenly losing its appeal, Ling Bao earnestly declared, Senior, you saved me, which signifies something. What is that? That is, it shows that Senior and I are destined to be together. Chen Chang'an took a bite of his food. Incredulous, is this truly what you call destiny? Ling Bao nodded seriously. Of course. In the vast sea of people, to meet you and be saved by you, is that not destiny? Chen Chang'an pondered. You seem to have a point. Senior, since we are so fated, would you take me as your disciple? You wish to become my disciple? Chen Chang'an was genuinely dumbfounded, never expecting Ling Bao would utter such words. Senior, you saved my life. Even if you do not take me as your disciple, please allow me to stay by your side. I will certainly take good care of you. Ling Bao spoke earnestly. She understood that nascent soul powerhouses rarely walked among mortals. They were the most terrifying beings in the Jiuzhou continent. If she could become his disciple, it would be an extraordinary fortune. Therefore, she was determined to seize this opportunity. Chen Chang'an scratched the back of his head, unable to believe Ling Bao would want him as her master. To be honest, staying alone in this dilapidated temple was indeed quite dull. Having someone around would be pleasant, especially a cute little girl like her. He was certainly inclined to take Ling Bao as his disciple. However, Chen Chang inside he wanted to, but his strength was predicated on his invincible domain. Once he stepped outside that domain, even if Ling Bao possessed the weakest strength, she could still teach him a lesson with just a few punches or kicks. What could he possibly teach her as a disciple? Chen Chang'an could not help but recall his past life. Alas, what a failure! At over 20 years old, aside from staying at home playing games, fiddling with his phone, engaging in online poker, and playing mahjong, it seemed he had no other skills. Noticing Chen Chang'an's furrowed brow and serious expression, Ling Bao felt a pang of nervousness. Did the senior not wish to take her as his disciple? Indeed, the senior is an unparalleled master. How could he so easily take her as a disciple? Chen Chang'an had never intended to accept an apprentice. After all, he felt he had little to impart. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself confronted with a rather troublesome dilemma. Although he resided in an invincible domain, he still had to worry about sustenance. The outside world was fraught with danger. What if he ventured out in search of food and met with disaster? Chapter 6. My dear disciple, do you understand? He would have to remain like a turtle, tucked away within his own invincible realm. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, encountering another individual was no simple feat. Why not take her as a disciple, allowing this spiritual treasure to serve as a tool to procure food and drink for him? Upon consideration, accepting her as a disciple seemed to pose no loss to him at all. If she truly sought to learn something, he could always teach her how to play mahjong or engage in a game of landlord. Should any blame arise, it would hardly concern him, for she was the one who had proactively sought to become his disciple. Having made up his mind, Chen Chang'an cleared his throat twice, adopting an expression of inscrutable profundity. Young lady, I have traversed the immortal realm for countless years. Those who wish to become my disciples have crossed through the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualifications do you possess that would allow me to accept you as my apprentice? As Chen Chang'an scrutinized her, Ling Bao felt her cheeks flush, rendered speechless. The notion of traversing countless years and the 6 paths of reincarnation was utterly beyond her imagination. Alas, she was merely an ordinary cultivator of mediocre talent among the masses. It was only natural for the senior to decline her request. How foolish she had been to entertain such thoughts. Just as Ling Bao was about to abandon her hopes, Chen Chang'an spoke again. However, Ling Bao's eyes instantly brightened, an involuntary spark of anticipation igniting within her. Senior, however, what? You have mentioned that we are fated. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will reluctantly accept you as a nominal disciple. And upon your successful completion of a trial, I will formally accept you as my apprentice, Chen Chang'an declared, his voice deep and laden with a sense of profound weariness. Ling Bao was elated, her eyes shining brightly. Disciple Bao pays respect to the master. With her successful apprenticeship, she believed that under her master's guidance, her strength would surely soar to new heights. Very well, rise, Chen Chang'an replied slowly, his expression neutral, though inwardly he reveled in joy. Having a beautiful young disciple by his side was indeed a delightful prospect. If only he had a smartphone, he would take a picture of Ling Bao and flaunt it on social media. System prompt. The host has established a master-disciple bond with Ling Bao, rewarding 100 domain points. To his surprise, accepting a disciple also yielded domain points. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. He now possessed 110 domain points, allowing him to expand his invincible domain by 1 meter. Without hesitation, he expended 100 domain points to extend his invincible realm by that measure. Indeed, his invincible domain had grown larger, further elevating Chen Chang'an's spirits. He harbored grand ambitions, believing that one day he would expand his invincible domain to encompass the entire world. Seeing Chen Chang'an suddenly burst into laughter left Ling Bao perplexed. Master, what is so amusing? Disciple, do you see the large jar beside us? Ling Bao turned to see an old, dilapidated jar nearby. Should I take this jar outside the temple? It's pouring rain. It should fill up nicely. Yes, my disciple, Chen Chang'an replied, not disclosing his intentions. Cradling the hefty jar, she tiptoed towards the temple's entrance. Although she was young, as a cultivator, moving a jar weighing nearly 100 pounds was a trivial task for her. Watching Ling Bao's petite figure carry the jar, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of having a disciple, a perfect tool at his disposal. After spending a month in the decrepit temple, he was nearly at his wits' end with the stale air. Once the jar was filled with water, he could enjoy a refreshing bath. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, drumming against the dying leaves of the Bodhi tree, creating a rhythmic pata-pata sound. Ling Bao hummed a tune as she moved the jar into the downpour, preparing to return. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the darkness ahead, a malevolent aura surging forth like a tidal wave. Ling Bao turned to see a pair of vicious green eyes fixated on her from within the shadows. The overwhelming presence of the beast sent a jolt of danger through her senses. Roar! The sound of a tigress roar reverberated through the mountains, causing her very soul to tremble. A massive black tiger, standing 3 meters tall, burst forth from the darkness, lunging towards Ling Bao. Its gaping maw, terrifying and monstrous, could easily consume her whole. It was a tiger demon. Ling Bao's expression shifted dramatically as she turned and fled back into the temple. Master, Master, this is bad. A tiger demon has appeared outside. She hurriedly informed Qin Chang'an of the menacing presence. The aura emanating from the tiger demon was palpable, undoubtedly a fearsome creature that had survived the third heavenly tribulation and reached the golden core stage. Much like Li Xiao. Yet her own cultivation was only at the 6th level of foundation establishment. She was no match for it. Qin Chang'an heard the tiger's roar from outside, however, remaining within his invincible domain. He felt no fear whatsoever. Disciple, come to my side, he instructed calmly. Ling Bao dared not hesitate and rushed to stand beside Qin Chang'an. She blinked, her petite nose picking up on a rather pungent scent emanating from him, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in quite some time. Naturally, Ling Bao paid little heed to it, but what astonished her was that standing so close to her master, she still felt no fluctuations of power radiating from him. As if he were an ordinary person who had never practiced cultivation. If she hadn't witnessed him in action, how could she ever have known that Qin Chang'an was a hidden master of great renown? A formidable Yuan Ying practitioner? Ling Bao's expression was keenly observed by Qin Chang'an, causing him a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he maintained a stoic faade, stating softly, to step into the mortal realm and experience the myriad facets of life is to comprehend the supreme Tao. My dear disciple, do you understand? His words instilled in Ling Bao a profound respect. Such is the wisdom of a master. Every utterance is imbued with depth. Master, I shall strive to grasp and understand your teachings. Qin Chang'an nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Chapter 7. Slay the Tiger Demon. For tigers are indeed fine creatures. Within the temple, a malevolent wind swept in, and a fearsome, burly black tiger strode confidently inside. Ling Bao was astonished to discover that, while standing beside her master, she was no longer subjected to the terrifying aura that the tiger had previously exuded. Little tiger, this is not a place for you, Qin Chang'an addressed the demon. The tiger demon's ferocious eyes locked onto Qin Chang'an, and Ling Bao, glinting with a bloodthirsty hunger, had ventured from the depths of the vast mountains, drawn by the prospect of celestial treasures. However, after scouring the mountains, it had found no trace of such treasures. The flesh of beggars is sour and unpalatable. The flesh of cultivators, however, is sweet and delectable, the tiger demon grumbled, approaching with heavy steps. Qin Chang'an scoffed internally, dismissing the creature's ignorance. This simpleton truly knows nothing. I possess the flesh of immortality. In this dilapidated temple, there were but 2 beings. One, a beggar devoid of any aura of cultivation. Merely an ant. The other, a young female cultivator of insignificant power, easily squashed with a single palm. The tiger licked its lips, having not tasted human flesh in quite some time. Qin Chang'an smiled, unperturbed. This tiger demon was a fortuitous opportunity. Providing both domain points and sustenance, he had yet to experience the flavor of tiger meat. With that thought, Qin Chang'an also licked his lips and beckoned provocatively with his right hand. Little tiger, come here, roar. The tiger demon glared at Qin Chang'an, enraged. How dare a filthy beggar provoke it? Seeing the demon's fury, Qin Chang'an chuckled. This was precisely the reaction he desired. The tiger demon lunged, claws outstretched, transforming into a massive shadow that descended upon both Qin Chang'an and Ling Bao. Qin Chang'an remained still, a smile gracing his lips, while Ling Bao paled, summoning her limited magical energy, ready to confront the tiger demon. That moment, as the tiger demon entered Qin Chang'an's invincible domain, it was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming force, like an insurmountable mountain pressing down upon Ian Chen Chang'an's presence. The creature felt as feeble as an ant, as if a mere finger from him could crush it entirely. The once arrogant tiger demon was now paralyzed with fear, realizing a horrifying truth. It could not move. Disciple. Master. Ling Bao'er observed the tiger demon frozen in place, her expression one of astonishment. She had not witnessed Chen Chang'an make a single move. What was happening? The tiger demon, once fierce, was now unable to budge. The unfathomable power emanating from Chen Chang'an was directed solely at the tiger, leaving Ling Bao'er entirely unaware of its presence. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Chang'an assumed a demeanor befitting a master. Go forth and dispatch this little tiger. Ling Bao'er nodded, her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, becoming a disciple was the right choice. Such a formidable tiger demon had been subdued effortlessly. Her master was truly powerful. Eagerly, she retrieved a brand new sword from her storage ring, her small face alight with excitement as she slashed at the tiger demon. This was a great demon of the Golden Core realm, a foe she had never slain before. She vowed to cling tightly to her master's leg. The tiger demon, gripped by fear, was rendered speechless as the sword struck. It emitted a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. However, Ling Bao'er's strike did not slay the tiger demon, nor did it leave any visible wounds upon it. Instead, the sword bore a noticeable crack. Ling Bao'er's face flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson. How could she feel so humiliated in front of her master? Unable to even kill a single demon? Master, this tiger demon's cultivation far exceeds mine. Its physical defenses are astounding. I cannot slay it. Chen Chang'an sighed, realizing that his disciple seemed rather weak. Hand me the sword. Ling Bao'er promptly passed the sword to Chen Chang'an. The tiger demon, utterly exhausted, remained motionless, its heart filled with dread and despair. Heavens, who is this beggar? Such terrifying power. Chen Chang'an glanced at the tiger demon and casually swung the sword. The strike seemed to embody the might of creation itself, terrifying in its intensity. At that moment, a single thought consumed him. It's over. Subsequently, darkness enveloped his world. With a single stroke, Chen Chang'an dispatched the tiger demon and tossed the sword back to Ling Bao'er. She caught it clumsily, resembling a naive child, alternating her gaze between the sword in her hand and the now bisected demon tiger. Do you think that such a fearsome demon of the Golden Core realm could be slain by her master with a single blow? Chen Chang'an yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued after the events of the night. Disciple, do you know how to butcher a pig? Ling Bao'er nodded eagerly. Yes, master. Your master is tired, so you shall take care of this tiger demon's corpse. Remember, treat it as you would when butchering a pig, and prepare the meat properly. Ling Bao'er's eyes lit up. This tiger demon, with its golden core cultivation, harbored an abundance of potent essence in its flesh, which would greatly benefit any cultivator who consumed it. Particularly, this great demon had survived 3 heavenly tribulations, such a rare delicacy. Even as the daughter of the 9-sword sect's leader, she had only consumed such meat once in the past 20 years, as golden core demons were exceedingly difficult to slay. All right, Master Dado, and don't forget the tiger whip, that is a valuable item. Make sure to keep it safe and don't lose it. Ling Bao'er's face flushed even more, and she lowered her head, murmuring, Yes, master. Stealing a furtive glance at Chen Chang'an, she dared not inquire what he intended to do with the tiger whip. Chapter 8. The profound master of all living beings. Chen Chang'an paid no mind to Ling Bao'er's thoughts. He reclined against a stone statue, the system's prompt resonating in his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. After slaying the Golden Core 8th-layer tiger demon, he had surprisingly acquired 800 domain points. He had initially planned to expand his invincible domain, but the system prompted him that he had enough points to upgrade it instead. Chen Chang'an was astonished. It turned out the system could be upgraded. System prompt. The current invincible domain system is version 1.0. Functionality. Unmatched Power.it has detected that the host possesses sufficient domain points. Consuming 800 domain points will upgrade the invincible domain system to version 2.0, unlocking a new feature, All Living Beings. The system did not elaborate on the new feature All Living Beings, merely informing Chen Chang'an that he would comprehend its functionality upon upgrading the system to version 2.0. Currently, after expending 600 domain points to expand his invincible domain by 6 meters, he had 810 domain points remaining. Without further thought, Chen Chang'an opted to forego the expansion in favor of upgrading to version 2. 0. Curious about the new features of the Invincible Domain version 2.0, he proceeded. System prompt. The host has consumed 800 domain points. The system is upgrading. Please wait. After a few breaths, the system's prompt echoed again. System prompt. System upgrade successful. The current Invincible Domain system is now version 2.0, unlocking new functionality. All living beings. The system's voice invigorated Chen Chang'an. Information regarding the new feature all living beings flooded his mind, granting him full comprehension. As the name implies, it could awaken the life force of all things, granting them sentience. Additionally, it allowed for the most subtle control over everything within the Invincible Domain. For instance, how uncomfortable it was to sleep on the ground. As an invincible being, he deserved better. With a thought, the earth undulated and, under Chen Chang'an's manipulation, swiftly transformed into a stone bed. Beside him, Ling Bao'er, with excitement painted across her face, was diligently butchering the tiger meat. However, the demon's tough hide and sinewy flesh demanded considerable effort. Yet, Ling Bao'er expressed no complaints. Rather, she reveled in the task, pondering how best to prepare the tiger meat for a delicious feast. Observing Ling Bao'er, Chen Chang'an contemplated before speaking. Disciple. Ling Bao'er, clutching a massive piece of tiger leg meat, looked up at him. Master, what is it? Go outside and fetch a couple of small grasses. Oh, right away. Ling Bao'er obediently set down the tiger leg meat. She did not encounter any danger outside the temple, returning with 2 small grasses, which she handed to Chen Chang'an. Uncertain of his intentions, she did not dwell on it and continued her earnest task of cutting the tiger meat. This was far more enjoyable than her cultivation at the Nine-Sword Sect. After all, a great demon of the Golden Core realm was something even her father, Ling Qingshan, could not defeat. Her master was truly remarkable. With the 2 grasses in hand, Chen Chang'an began to use the new feature all living beings on them. Chen Chang'an murmured to himself, curious to see if this feature was indeed as powerful as it seemed. As he activated all living beings, a surge of vibrant life essence erupted from the small grasses in his hand. The intensity of this life force was astonishing. The 2 ordinary grasses, in an instant, transformed into existence worthy of being classified as spiritual herbs in Chen Chang'an's grasp. How fragrant! Ling Bao'er, diligently working on the tiger meat, could not help but look up upon sensing the alluring aroma emanating from the grasses. She saw them glowing with a radiant sheen, pulsating with rich life essence. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Master, are these the 2 grasses from earlier? Chen Chang'an smiled and nodded. Good disciple, watch closely. Your master will perform a magic trick. Focusing on one of the grasses, a dogtail grass, he once more employed the new feature all living beings. The grass shimmered with green light, suddenly coming to life. Swaying as if it possessed sentience, resembling a wagging dog's tail, Ling Bao'er was left speechless, gasping in disbelief. Master, that dog-tail grass appears to be moving. And this was the true marvel of all living beings, an ordinary blade of grass. Imbued with consciousness, it was no longer just a common plant, but had transformed into a spirit, and it would not be long before it became a demon itself. The dog-tail grass gently swayed, playfully tickling Chen Chang'an's palm, but he smiled, choosing not to respond. Instead, he squeezed the remaining grass, which instantly morphed into a spiritual pill. With a flick of his finger, this spiritual pill landed in Ling Bao'er's hands. This pill, infused with life essence, shall serve as a gift for your apprenticeship. Ling Bao'er, overflowing with joy, regarded Chen Chang'an with boundless admiration. Thank you, master, for the pill. Chen Chang'an waved his hand, speaking earnestly, good disciple, strive diligently. Do not let your master's expectations down. Yes, master. Ling Bao'er nodded earnestly. I will not disappoint you. Overwhelmed with emotion, she consumed the spiritual pill, which dissolved instantly, flooding her body with immense life essence. A tremor coursed through her. Igniting her magical energy, Ling Bao'er gasped. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Not daring to be careless, she quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her cultivation technique. After a couple of breaths, Ling Bao'er advanced from the 6th layer of foundation establishment to the 7th. She was utterly astounded. To think that a mere common weed could be transformed into a spiritual pill in Chen Chang'an's hands. and the overwhelming life essence within it had propelled her to break through a realm. This was even more shocking than when Chen Chang'an had slain that Li Xiao. In Ling Bao's heart, Chen Chang'an's image became even more enigmatic and profound. Chapter 9. Celestial Treasure? The holy celestial sword descends from the sky. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, who stood nearby, Ling Bao was lost in her thoughts. A glimmer shone in his eyes, for he had just received a remarkable reward of 50 domain points from the system. Following Ling Bao's recent breakthrough into a new realm, this astonishing turn of events left him utterly speechless. Such fortune is possible, the system explained, due to the master-apprentice bond between the host and Ling Bao. Any breakthrough she achieves will yield a portion of domain points as a reward for the host. The higher her cultivation, the greater the reward. Chen Chang'an was elated, realizing the potential for such a boon. Henceforth, if he were to take on more disciples, his invincible domain would expand correspondingly with their continuous growth and cultivation. On the following day, as dawn broke, Chen Chang'an awoke feeling rejuvenated. After 3 years, he had finally enjoyed a restful slumber. The temple was tranquil, with freshly cut tiger meat prepared. Ling Bao lay curled up beside him, covered by a tiger skin, sound asleep. A smile graced Chen Chang'an's face. Indeed, the events of the previous night were no mere dream. His invincible domain was a tangible reality. Unbeknownst to him, overnight, he had not only vanquished 2 formidable golden core cultivators, but had also acquired a clever and lively little disciple. Nearby, a tuft of foxtail grass swayed as if greeting Chen Chang'an. This was a weed he had casually refined the previous night, naming it Little Tail. Stretching lazily, Chen Chang'an rose, choosing not to disturb the slumbering Ling Bao. His invincible domain, now expanded from an initial 2 meters to 8, encompassed the temple's modest 5-meter size, indicating an extension of 3 meters into the outside world. Stepping out of the temple, he paused at the edge of his domain, gazing across the vast mountain ranges, lush and verdant, as the sun rose and birds soared. Thus began a beautiful day. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, descending into the flying, immortal mountain. With a resounding boom, the light plunged into the earth before Chen Chang'an. His eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for this unexpected spectacle. The deafening noise roused Ling Bao from her deep slumber within the temple. With sleepy eyes, she emerged, inquiring, "Master, what has happened?" Chen Chang'an stared at the spot where the light had vanished. As the brilliance faded, a broken copper sword was revealed embedded in the ground, a celestial sword that had fallen from the heavens. Chen Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling. Fortunately, he had not strayed beyond his invincible domain. Had he ventured just a few more meters, this fallen sword could have claimed his life. Truly, the outside world was perilous. A sword? Ling Bao, now fully awake, marveled at the sudden arrival of the weapon. "Master, could this be the celestial treasure that descended last night?" "What celestial treasure?" Chen Chang'an replied, bemused. "Do you not know?" "Master, let me explain." Ling Bao nodded and recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing her tale, Chen Chang'an expressed his astonishment. Terrifying fist shadows had shattered the heavens, leading to the fall of a celestial sword. He had not anticipated such a shocking occurrence in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Regrettably, he had missed it while in the temple, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Little did he realize that this entire incident was the consequence of his own uncontrolled power during the slaying of the female ghost. The 10,000 Great Mountains were indeed shrouded in mystery and danger. Aside from the formidable Chen Chang'an, other powerful beings surely lurked in the shadows. "Dear disciple," he admonished, "you speak wisely. Though I am strong, there are always stronger beings beyond. One must avoid arrogance and remain humble." As long as Ling Bao remained within his invincible domain, he would not worry for her safety. However, should she step outside, he could not guarantee her protection. "Master, I shall remain humble," she vowed. Gazing at the broken copper sword, Chen Chang'an remarked, "You claim this is a celestial treasure, yet it hardly appears so." Before he could finish, Ling Bao had already leaped forth, leaving the invincible domain to approach the broken sword. Chen Chang'an gasped in alarm. "Bao, return." If that broken sword harbored any danger, he would be unable to shield her. He had just acquired this little disciple and could not bear to lose her so soon. "Master, what is it?" Seeing that the sword remained inert and posed no threat to her, Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Just as he spoke, Ling Baoer had already grasped the sword and waved it about. Master, this sword does not seem to be the celestial treasure from last night. It appears quite ordinary and lacks any potent energy. Chen Chang'an's tension eased. Bring it here for me to examine. Ling Baoer returned to the invincible domain, presenting the sword to Chen Chang'an. Although she felt no extraordinary quality emanating from the broken copper sword, Chen Chang'an could distinctly sense the power it contained. However, this power was feeble. With a mere exertion, he could snap the sword in two. What do you think, Master? Employing the second function of his invincible domain, all living beings, Chen Chang'an watched as the broken sword began to mend itself at a visible rate. In no time, it transformed into a pristine copper sword, radiating a brilliant light. How beautiful! Exclaimed Ling Baoer, her eyes sparkling with joy. The copper sword, now rejuvenated, bore a striking contrast to its former broken state. Its bronze sheen shimmered, one side adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and flora, infused with celestial essence, truly remarkable. Upon the hilt were inscribed the words Holy Immortal, henceforth known as the Holy Immortal Sword. After employing all living beings to restore the sword, its latent power was significantly enhanced, and of course, should Chen Chang'an wish to break the sword, he could do so with minimal effort. It held no value for him, and he had little desire for it. If this were indeed a celestial treasure, it was rather unimpressive. If you like it, then it is yours, he declared, tossing the Holy Immortal Sword to Ling Baoer. She caught the restored sword, her face alight with joy. Master, you are truly kind. Thank you. Chapter 10. The Bodhi Blossoms, two forces arrive. However, as Ling Baoer grasped the restored Holy Immortal Sword, she was utterly taken aback. Such terrifying power! This sword is far from what Master described. Master, this must be the celestial treasure that descended last night. Chen Chang'an shook his head, insisting, this power is too weak. It cannot possibly be a celestial treasure. Listening to her master's words while sensing the immense energy within the Holy Immortal Sword, Ling Baoer appeared bewildered. Is this power truly so weak? Chen Chang'an waved a hand, instructing, the water jar outside is full. Bring it inside the temple, then prepare breakfast. Ling Baoer secured the Holy Immortal Sword and, not wishing to dwell on her master's words, accepted that it was not the celestial treasure from the previous night. Master, what would you like for breakfast? Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. Let us do a tiger leg from that demon tiger we encountered last night, and do not forget to add the tiger whip as well. And Master, do we really need to include the tiger whip? Ling Baoer asked, timidly. Of course. I have been laboring tirelessly and need a proper feast. Noting the flush on Ling Baoer's cheeks, Chen Chang'an playfully tapped her head. Ouch, Master, why do you strike Baoer? She pouted, cradling her head. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry and prepare the meal. All right. Ling Baoer scampered barefoot back to the temple. Chen Chang'an shook his head, harboring no such thoughts about Ling Baoer. She was merely a child of a tender age, and though she was charmingly pretty, she was not to his taste. Voluptuous figures and earthly delights. Now that is what I crave. Shaking off such thoughts, Chen Chang'an surveyed his surroundings. Outside the temple, weeds flourished amidst the rubble, while a gnarled, dying Bodhi tree stood sentinel. This environment was hardly to Chen Chang'an's liking. With a flick of his wrist, he once again invoked all living beings. Beyond the 3-meter boundary of his invincible domain, verdant light flickered, transforming all the weeds into spiritual herbs, effectively turning the temple into a sacred oasis. Next, he approached the decrepit Bodhi tree, positioned precisely at the 3-meter mark outside the temple. Placing his hand upon it, he infused the withered wood with life. The Bodhi tree blossomed anew, bursting with vitality, its leaves rustling with a cheerful sound as fragrant blossoms filled the air, permeating the entire temple. Chen Chang'an smiled in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Such an environment is truly befitting a reclusive sage like myself. Just as Ling Baoer was about to emerge to fetch the water jar, she beheld the transformation outside. Her bright eyes widened in astonishment, and she stood frozen, as if turned to stone, once again engulfed in shock. Is this an illusion? How could the outside world change so drastically in a mere moment? At the foot of Feishan Mountain, a sinister wind arose, and as it dissipated, a group of riders emerged. Clad in black robes and adorned with ghostly masks, they exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. At the forefront stood a figure wearing a golden ghost mask, gazing up at the mountain's peak. Through the mask, his eyes glinted with a cold, ominous light. The earlier flash of light surely indicated the descent of a celestial treasure, and he was determined to seize it. With a sweeping gesture, he prepared to ascend the mountain. Just then, 3 ethereal rainbows sliced through the sky from a distance, swiftly approaching. As the rainbows faded, 3 burly men appeared, their rugged faces marred by scars, their expressions fierce and menacing. They too were drawn to the majestic Facian Mountain. The leader of this group, brimming with potent magical power and at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, was none other than Li Batian, the lord of the Evil Dragon Cave. Following him were 2 esteemed elders of the cave, both formidable Golden Core cultivators. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Batian's eyes widened in surprise, and he halted, bellowing, "Is that you, Qiu Qiantu, the master of the Ghost Skull sect?" The black-robed figure with the golden mask let out a cold chuckle. "Li Batian of the Evil Dragon Cave. It seems you two have come to contest for the celestial treasure that manifested last night." "Indeed, Master Qiu, if you can come, why can't I?" Qiu Qiantu replied nonchalantly. "I presume the Nine Swords sect has also arrived." Li Batian erupted into hearty laughter. "Those fellows from the Nine Swords sect are no longer able to come." "What do you mean by that?" Qiu Qiantu inquired, puzzled. "Last night, the group sent by the Nine Swords sect was ambushed and slaughtered by my elder. As such, they have no claim to the celestial treasure." "I see," Qiu Qiantu responded. "Master Li, have you found any trace of the treasure?" Li Batian, understanding the significance of the treasure's descent upon this mountain, felt no need for further words. It was clear that the outcome of this contest for the treasure would depend on their respective fates. "Ha ha ha, Master Qiu speaks wisely." Li Batian laughed thrice, but suddenly clapped his hands, unleashing a torrent of magical power. A colossal seal materialized as he shouted, "Go!" The seal surged forward, radiating blood-red light, transforming into a massive crimson mountain that bore down upon the members of the Ghost Skull sect. "Master Qiu, this celestial treasure is mine by right. I apologize for the offense." With that, Li Batian charged into the mountain. Qiu Qiantu braced himself against the oncoming blood-red mountain, his teeth clenched in fury as he shouted, "You wretched scoundrel!" Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Qiantu and his followers surged into the mountain as well. The 2 factions ventured into Facian Mountain, searching from the base to the summit for the celestial treasure. Before long, they reached the peak, discovering a dilapidated temple before them. Li Batian was the first to arrive, closely followed by Qiu Qiantu. They had scoured the entire Facian Mountain but had yet to locate the treasure. There was no doubt that it resided within this crumbling temple. Chapter 11. Obedient Disciple. As dawn broke and the sun rose in the east, Chen Chang'an hummed a light tune while enjoying a hot bath in the temple. Outside, Ling Bauer sat before a makeshift stove, diligently fanning the flames as she stewed a tiger's leg. The wood crackled and popped, while nearby, a tuft of foxtail grass swayed in the breeze. The pot bubbled with a symphony of sounds, releasing a rich aroma of meat that wafted through the air, making Ling Bauer's eyes sparkle with delight as she swallowed hard. She turned to the foxtail grass beside her and exclaimed, "Little Tail, the meat of this demon tiger is simply delectable." Little Tail nodded in understanding. "What a pity, though. You haven't transformed yet, so you cannot partake of the meat from a Golden Core demon." Ling Bauer chuckled mischievously, reveling in the situation. "Why are you here? Where is Li Xiao and the others?" Suddenly, a cold voice questioned. 3 ethereal rainbows arrived at the Immortal Temple, revealing the trio that had arrived first, Li Batian and his companions. Li Batian's expression darkened further upon seeing Ling Bauer, the daughter of the Nine Swords sect's master, who was believed to have been captured by the elder Li Xiao and brought back to the Evil Dragon Cave to be used as leverage against the Nine Swords sect's leader. Ling Qingshan. Why was she here? The sudden appearance of Li Batian's group startled Ling Bauer, and upon catching sight of their fierce countenances, her face turned pale. She exclaimed, and darted back into the temple, shouting, "Master, Master! Trouble, trouble! The people from the Evil Dragon Cave have come for revenge." Moments later, her panicked cries echoed from within the temple, followed by 2 hands covering her eyes as she bolted out in her haste. She tripped over the threshold. Bang! The blindfolded Ling Bauer fell backward, her back hitting the ground. Li Batian and his companions exchanged glances, speechless. "Woo woo woo, that hurts," Ling Bauer whined as she got up, her face a picture of grievance. Yet, recalling the scene within the temple, her cheeks flushed bright red. "Bring out Li Xiao from within the temple," Li Batian demanded, his face dark and stormy. With Li Xiao's strength, Ling Bao'er could never have escaped. He suspected that Li Xiao had brought her here and even doubted whether the celestial treasure had been seized by Li Xiao. Ling Bao'er pouted, remaining silent. She recognized Li Batian, the lord of the evil dragon cave, whose cultivation was on par with her father's. While formidable, he was certainly no match for her master. "Master, are you dressed yet? The people from the evil dragon cave have come for revenge." Ling Bao'er called out into the temple. Li Batian frowned. Could it be that Li Xiao was not inside the temple? Meanwhile, Qiu Qiantu and his followers also arrived at the scene. Ling Bao'er felt a twinge of fear. "Master, please come out. The evil dragon cave has brought reinforcements." This was a situation that Ling Bao'er felt ill-equipped to handle. Her heart raced with anxiety. As Qiu Qiantu and his men arrived, they immediately sensed the transformation of the immortal temple, causing their pupils to constrict in surprise. Outside the temple, spiritual herbs flourished, particularly a Bodhi tree radiating vitality and infused with spiritual essence. An extraordinary sight, a natural treasure. Unbeknownst to them, such a place existed within Feishan Mountain. Leaving Qiu Qiantu astonished, that is spiritual grass materializing. Suddenly, Qiu Qiantu gasped as he spotted the foxtail grass, which, intimidated by the powerful presence of the cultivators, scurried behind Ling Bao'er for safety. Qiu Qiantu's eyes gleamed with determination. This land of spiritual herbs must be of at least 5th-tier quality. He resolved to transport the entire Feishan Mountain back to the Ghost Skull sect. Beside him, Li Batian unleashed his magical power. Brimming with murderous intent, "This treasure belongs to me. I was here first. It is all mine, so get lost." Qiu Qiantu refused to back down, his own magical force surging like a tempest, radiating an air of authority as he coldly retorted, "Who this land belongs to is not for you to decide." Just as the two factions stood poised for a confrontation, a languorous voice drifted from within the temple. "Whose land is this? And are you not going to inquire of its true master?" Both factions turned their gaze toward the immortal temple, eager to see who would claim this coveted land. Ling Bao'er breathed a sigh of relief. Her master had finally emerged, dressed in a flowing Taoist robe unique to the disciples of the Chongsheng sect. Qin Chang'an stepped out from the temple. This robe was something he typically did not dare to wear, but circumstances had changed. With his unbeatable domain system, he had no need for concern. "Master, you've come out," Ling Bao'er exclaimed, rushing to hide behind Qin Chang'an. Qin Chang'an placed a hand on her head, admonishing, "Stay outside quietly." "Who allowed you to come in?" Ling Bao'er's face reddened as she timidly replied, "Master, I forgot." He flicked her forehead lightly. "Next time you disobey, I won't want you anymore." She nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Chapter 12. Suppressing cultivation, everyone stunned. "I thought it was some grand figure, only to find it's an ordinary person," Li Batian scoffed. Qiu Qiantu shot him a glance, confirming Qin Chang'an's ordinary appearance. Ling Bao'er, indignant, retorted, "Humph! My master is not an ordinary person." Li Xiao perished at his hands. "I advise you all to flee while you can." Unfortunately, as soon as she finished speaking, she received another tap on the head from Qin Chang'an. "Ouch, master, you hit me again." Qin Chang'an sighed in exasperation. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." "Oops, these are all living domain values. What if they get scared away?" Qiu Qiantu frowned, scrutinizing Qin Chang'an. Unremarkable. He appeared to be an ordinary person. How could someone like him have killed the golden core Li Xiao? He found it hard to believe. Qin Chang'an chuckled lightly. "You're quite right, esteemed one. How could I possibly slay that Li Xiao? It was just a child's foolish talk." Ling Bao'er rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a child, master, big liar, speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Where's Li Xiao?" Qin Chang'an inquired. "Can the celestial treasure be in his hands?" Li Batian disdainfully ceased his conversation with Qin Chang'an and inquired of Ling Bao'er. Ling Bao'er blinked. Yet before she could respond, Qin Chang'an interjected, "Li Xiao is currently resting in the temple. And naturally, the celestial treasure is also in his possession." Upon hearing this, Ling Bao'er pouted, "Master, you deceitful rogue. Li Xiao is clearly dead. His corpse has become nourishment for the flowers and plants outside the temple." Li Batian laughed heartily, oblivious to the truth. He could not fathom that Qin Chang'an would dare to deceive him. Li Xiao was indeed a competent individual. Upon hearing this, Qiu Qianto's expression darkened. Damn it. I have arrived too late. Qiu Zhengzhu, it would be best for you to return to your Ghost Skull sect, Li Batian boomed, waving his hand as he led two elders into the temple. Chen Chang'an glanced at Qiu Qiantu and his companions, who were merely a few meters away from his invincible domain. Aren't you curious about the celestial treasure? Qiu Qianto's face was grim, and he remained silent. He had not anticipated that the evil dragon cave would send Li Xiao first. With Li Xiao among them, the evil dragon cave now boasted 4 Golden Dan cultivators, while he could only muster 3. With the rest being Foundation establishment cultivators, the celestial treasure had already fallen into the hands of the evil dragon cave. Seizing it from Li Batian would not be an easy feat. Yet, Qiu Qiantu felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. The treasure was within reach, and if taken back to the evil dragon cave, reclaiming it would be utterly impossible. Would he simply relinquish his hopes? Chen Chang'an lamented the situation. If the members of the Ghost Skull sect did not step into his invincible domain, he would be powerless against them. Suddenly, Qiu Qiantu issued a command, at all costs. Seize the celestial treasure. With a surge of magical power, he transformed into a black wind, leading his men into the temple. A smile appeared on Chen Chang'an's lips. The bait had been taken. Master, what bait? Ling Bao'er asked, puzzled. Isn't this group of people the bait? She shook her head, still not comprehending. With both Li Batian and Qiu Qianto's factions entering his invincible domain, Chen Chang'an was free from worry. He approached the stove, inhaling the savory aroma wafting from the pot, swallowing his saliva. Bao'er, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Ling Bao'er giggled, clinging to one of Chen Chang'an's arms affectionately. Master, my skills are surely exceptional. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of awkwardness, staring at Ling Bao'er. Flattery without reason is often a sign of ulterior motives. What are you up to? Master, you're so formidable. Could you help your dear disciple take revenge? Last night, Ling Bao'er had accompanied disciples from the Nine Sword sect to seek the celestial treasure, but apart from her, all the other disciples had perished at Li Xiao's hands. Although Li Xiao was dead, Li Batian was the true mastermind. Ling Bao'er longed to avenge her fallen comrades, but her strength was insufficient. She could only place her hopes on Chen Chang'an. Revenge was a task best undertaken by one's own hand. Ah, Ling Bao'er said timidly, Master, but he is a Golden Dan powerhouse. I don't know how long it would take me to exact revenge. Just then, Li Batian and Qiu Qiantu emerged from the celestial temple, their faces dark and filled with murderous intent. They had scoured the temple but found neither Li Xiao nor the celestial treasure. It was evident that Chen Chang'an had deceived them. Damn it. How dare a mere mortal trick us? Li Batian growled, intent on taking Chen Chang'an's head. Though Qiu Qiantu was displeased with Chen Chang'an, he felt a sense of relief. As long as the celestial treasure did not fall into Li Batian's hands, there was still a chance to contend for it. Li Batian glared at Chen Chang'an, bellowing, You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? I will twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Ling Bao'er was frightened and quickly hid behind Chen Chang'an, only to be gently pulled back by him. Bao'er, didn't you want to take revenge? Oh dear, master, I do wish to, but it seems impossible, Ling Bao'er lamented. Nearly in tears, to confront them head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Not necessarily. Do you not trust your dashing master? Ling Bao'er pouted, Master, but you're merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. A trivial matter. If you are a Foundation establishment cultivator, then they are merely qi refining cultivators. Chen Chang'an chuckled, snapping his fingers with a resounding pop. Ah, my cultivation level. Li Batian's anguished wail echoed as he, along with the 2 elders from the evil dragon cave, suddenly found their cultivation suppressed from Golden Dan to qi refining. Li Batian and his companions were left dumbfounded. Qiu Qianto's group was equally astonished. Ling Bao'er was also left in shock. Chapter 13. Revenge? The powerful holy immortal sword. Qiu Qiantu trembled, gripped by fear. He was well aware of Li Batian's strength, a Golden Dan 9th layer cultivator, a top-tier powerhouse in Ghost State. Without the emergence of a nascent soul monster, Li Batian could easily dominate Ghost State with his Golden Dan 9th layer prowess. Yet, in an instant, Li Batian's cultivation had been suppressed to qi refining. He looked at the smiling Chen Chang'an in terror. This man seemed unremarkable, devoid of any cultivation. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Unless Qiu Qiantu suddenly realized something, his face paling as he gasped, involuntarily stumbling backward. Zhongzhu, what is the matter? A ghost skull sect elder quickly supported him. Noticing his trembling form, impossible, impossible, Qiu Qiantu muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If this young man before him was not an ordinary person and could suppress Li Beixian's cultivation in an instant, then the only explanation was that Chen Chang'an's cultivation had surpassed both his and Li Beixian's. He must be a nascent soul powerhouse. Heavens! A mere flying immortal mountain harbored a nascent soul powerhouse. He had hoped to seize the treasure from him. Was he not courting death? He realized then that Li Batian was finished. In contrast, Li Beixian's face was twisted with rage, a fierce countenance clouded by fury. What have you done to me? How does it feel? Chen Chang'an smiled at Ling Bao'er de Bao'er. Now that their cultivation has been suppressed to qi refining, surely you have more than enough strength for revenge. He, master. You are truly remarkable. Their cultivation is a whole realm weaker than mine. If I cannot take revenge now, I might as well find a block of tofu to throw myself against. As a cold gleam flashed, the holy immortal sword appeared in Ling Bao'er's hand. She pointed the sword at Li Batian. Your evil dragon cave has slain so many disciples of the Nine Sword sect. Today, I shall avenge my fallen brothers and sisters. Li Batian sneered, dismissively retorting, your father couldn't kill me. What makes you think you can? As the master of the evil dragon cave, he possessed numerous defensive treasures. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he was not someone Ling Bao'er could contend with. Ling Bao'er snorted in defiance, opting for action over words. With a swift command, she lunged forward with her sword. I will stand right here for you to strike. And you will learn just how vast the gap between us is, Li Batian proclaimed confidently, summoning a radiant golden light that enveloped him, revealing a suit of golden-scaled armor. This was a fourth-tier defensive treasure, capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a Golden Dan 9th-layer cultivator. In his mind, with the golden-scaled armor in place, even if Ling Bao'er exerted her utmost effort, she could not harm him in the slightest. However, when Ling Bao'er swung the holy immortal sword at him, its power erupted like a raging river, overwhelming the fourth-tier treasure golden-scaled armor, which crumbled effortlessly. Li Beixian's expression shifted dramatically. My golden scales. Before he could finish his sentence, the holy immortal sword cleaved his body in two. Blood erupted, splattering onto the 2 elders from the evil dragon cave, leaving them stunned and speechless. Ling Bao'er had slain Li Batian in one strike. Leaving Qiu Qiantu equally astonished, he stared wide-eyed at the sword in Ling Bao'er's hand, sensing the terrifying celestial aura emanating from it. If it had been an ordinary sword, it could never have destroyed Li Beixian's 4th-tier defensive treasure. More importantly, even though Li Beixian's cultivation had been suppressed, his physical strength remained intact, comparable to a magical treasure. Yet, he had still been severed in half. Ling Bao'er, with her current cultivation, could not have achieved such a feat. The sword in her hand, could it truly be the celestial treasure they had tirelessly sought? To his dismay, the celestial treasure had fallen into Ling Bao'er's hands. Damn it. He even contemplated snatching the holy immortal sword from her. But the enigmatic Chen Chang'an beside her held him back. If Li Batian, an adversary stronger than himself, had been so easily defeated, what fate awaited him in his quest for the celestial treasure? Ling Bao'er, elated at having slain Li Batian, was overwhelmed with joy. Though she had aimed to avenge him, she had not truly believed she could succeed. Then, Ling Bao'er's eyes glimmered with fierce determination as she gazed upon the 2 elder members of the evil dragon cave. Both were at the golden core stage, yet they too were suppressed to the qi refinement realm. Even Li Batian had fallen to her sword. How much less could these 2 elders withstand her onslaught? Under Ling Bao'er's piercing gaze, the 2 elders turned pale, their hearts quaking in fear, and they fled without a second thought. Do not escape, Ling Bao'er cried as she charged towards them with her sword. Soon, 2 agonizing screams echoed through the air, and the 2 golden core elders lay lifeless, mercilessly slain beneath the holy immortal sword. Chapter 14. Escape. Chen Chang'an's objective, system notification. The host's disciple, Ling Bao'er, has slain 3 golden core cultivators, earning 1,500 domain points. Chen Chang'an, with a flicker of thought, consumed these 1,500 points to expand the invincible domain by an additional 15 meters. Master, How should we deal with the members of the Ghost Skull sect? Ling Bao's voice echoed in Chen Chang'an's ears. Having avenged herself by killing the 3 golden core cultivators, she radiated uncontainable joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Thanks to Master, without whom she could never have achieved her vengeance. Ling Bao silently vowed to serve her master diligently, preparing delectable meals for him each day as a means of gratitude. In summary, with the addition of Li Xiao, who perished at Chen Chang'an's hands last night, the evil dragon cave had now suffered the loss of 4 golden core cultivators, a catastrophic blow indeed. Once this news spread, it wouldn't be long before the evil dragon cave faced annihilation from other forces. Ling Bao's words reached Qiu Qian-tu and the others, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's gaze turned towards them, and they felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Their souls trembling in an instant. Suppressing golden core cultivators was a feat only a nascent soul expert could achieve. At this juncture, their very lives rested in Chen Chang'an's hands. Qiu Qian-tu was gripped by fear, trepidation, and profound regret. Had he known such a formidable being resided within the flying immortal mountain, he would never have dared to ascend in search of treasures, kneel and apologize to the senior. Despite his terror, Qiu Qian-tu acted swiftly, chastising the elders beside him, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Senior, we were blind and failed to recognize your greatness, provoking your sacred domain. Please spare our lives. As the leader of the Ghost Skull sect, Qiu Qian-tu held a high station, yet now he knelt before Chen Chang'an in abject fear. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. But Qiu Qian-tu understood all too well the capricious nature of a nascent soul expert, whose whims could be deadly, though kneel and seek forgiveness might offer a glimmer of hope. But fleeing before a nascent soul expert was utterly inconceivable. What a pitiful display of cowardice. The members of the Ghost Skull sect suddenly adopted a subservient demeanor, pleading for mercy, a turn of events Chen Chang'an had not anticipated. Initially, he had planned to eradicate these Ghost Skull sect members to harvest domain points. Now, he found himself hesitating. Ling Bao blinked her large eyes. Master, this holy immortal sword must be the celestial treasure that descended last night. This matter is of great significance. We cannot allow outsiders to learn of it. We should simply eliminate them. After all, the Ghost Skull sect members were notorious for turning the living into ghostly slaves. A wicked sect not worthy of mercy. Upon hearing Ling Bao's words, Qiu Qian-tu spat blood in fury. Ling Bao, do not speak such slander. The Ghost Skull sect is entirely legitimate. We have never descended into villainy. Ling Bao scoffed. So, you dare deceive my master? You're doomed. Qiu Qian-tu's face turned ashen, unable to refute a single word. Ling Bao spoke the truth. It was common knowledge in Ghost State that the Ghost Skull sect was indeed a malevolent sect. Known for its bloodshed and ghostly practices, with nearly every disciple stained by the blood of the innocent. Given Chen Chang'an's immense power, he would undoubtedly be aware of this, though deceive him would lead to certain death. Despair washed over Qiu Qian-tu. As Chen Chang'an observed the shifting expressions of Qiu Qian-tu and the others, he realized Ling Bao was indeed correct. He snorted coldly. Bao, you are right. The wicked must be eliminated. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, filling the air. The sheer force of this murderous intent sent shivers through the members of the Ghost Skull sect. Their fear reaching its zenith, Qiu Qian-tu, kneeling and begging for mercy, gritted his teeth, aware that Chen Chang'an had set his sights on slaughter. No amount of pleading would save him now. That damned Ling Bao. If I am to die, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. With a roar, Qiu Qian-tu commanded the nearby elders, I refuse to believe he is a nascent soul expert. Let us strike together and eliminate him. Channeling his immense power, Qiu Qian-tu unleashed all his might, charging towards Chen Chang'an alongside the elders. Just as he was about to reach Chen Chang'an, he exhaled sharply, summoning a torrent of black mist to envelop himself completely. Chen Chang'an waved his hand, dispersing the black mist, yet Qiu Qian-tu had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of Ghost Skull sect elders. Where is the sect master? Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly. It seems he has abandoned you to flee. The Ghost Skull sect disciples were engulfed by despair, no longer daring to confront Chen Chang'an. Chaos ensued as they scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Chen Chang'an would not let this band of Ghost Skull disciples escape. With a mere thought, the spiritual herbs sprouting from the ground radiated with ethereal light, and the Bodhi tree at the temple swayed as if transformed into a weapon. The branches of the Bodhi tree lashed out, unleashing a terrifying force that turned the fleeing Ghost Skull disciples into a crimson mist. The brilliant spiritual herbs morphed into a colossal dragon, devouring those who attempted to escape. Within this invincible domain, aside from Qiu Qian-tu, not a single soul managed to flee in no time. All the disciples of the Ghost Skull sect lay lifeless. Without surprise, he gained another 450 domain points. Meanwhile, Ling Bao'er grasped the hem of her dress, her expression one of concern. "Master, the sect master of the Ghost Skull has escaped. What should we do?" Chen Chang'an chuckled. "Let him flee. What else can we do?" Ling Bao'er sighed, her gaze fixed on the holy immortal sword in her hand. "Master, his escape is minor, but the leakage of the treasure's existence is a grave concern. Once he escapes, he will surely inform others that the celestial treasure is in our possession. I worry about the multitude of people who will come to seize it. Indeed, I wonder how many will come for the celestial treasure. Let us not be let down." Chen Chang'an spoke, yet his tone bore no trace of fear or concern. Rather, it was filled with anticipation. Ling Bao'er's beautiful eyes widened as she grasped the implication. Could it be that Chen Chang'an had intentionally allowed Qiu Qian-tu to escape? "Master, you—" Chen Chang'an interrupted her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What nonsense are you conjuring? I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare a bowl of tiger's paw soup for me." Chapter 15. Master, I do not wish to die. Outside Flying Immortal Mountain, a black mist swirled like a tempest, revealing Qiu Qian-tu's figure. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with terror, gasping for breath. He cast a glance back towards Flying Immortal Mountain, his gaze brimming with dread. Even Qiu Qian-tu himself felt as though he were in a dream. He had actually managed to escape from the clutches of a nascent soul expert. As for the elders of the Ghost Skull sect, he surmised that they had likely perished at Chen Chang'an's hands. Never had he anticipated that such a powerful nascent soul expert would reside within the confines of this small, flying immortal mountain. Yet he would not abandon his pursuit of the celestial treasure. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, he withdrew his gaze, blending back into the black mist as he retreated into the distance. Within the immortal temple, Chen Chang'an savored the delicious tiger's paw soup, while Ling Bao'er diligently massaged his back with her tiny fists. "Master, is it tasty?" "Quite good, but a tad bland. Remember to add a pinch of salt next time." "Understood, I will remember." Chen Chang'an squinted, gazing into the distance. He had deliberately allowed Qiu Qian-tu to escape so that the news of the celestial treasure would spread. This way, he could seize the opportunity to amass more domain points. Which was his true objective. He eagerly anticipated the outcome. The invincible domain had already expanded by over 20 meters, and this was merely from slaying golden core cultivators. Thus, he was curious. How many domain points would he gain after defeating a nascent soul cultivator? Although Bao'er was obedient and compliant, her power was still somewhat lacking. Chen Chang'an pondered within himself, realizing that Ling Bao'er's cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. She was too weak. Within the invincible domain, he could still protect her, but once they ventured outside, he might not be able to safeguard her well. He feared that one day, while she was carrying out tasks for him, she might fall victim to an enemy without him even knowing. If only he could elevate her cultivation. As Chen Chang'an contemplated, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. If all living beings could imbue vitality into all things, advancing ordinary grass into spiritual herbs and even granting them sentience, perhaps it could also enhance Ling Bao'er's cultivation. Unsure of the outcome, Chen Chang'an resolved to give it a try, his heart filled with anticipation. If he could indeed use all living beings to elevate Ling Bao'er's cultivation, how many realms could she potentially break through? Could she leap to the golden core, the nascent soul, or even beyond? "Bao'er, come to the courtyard with me." Chen Chang'an summoned Ling Bao'er to the courtyard. Ling Bao'er wore a puzzled expression as she followed him out of the temple. Within the small courtyard, spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. The fragrance of Bodhi flowers wafted gently, creating a naturally blessed environment saturated with an aura of spiritual energy far denser than in the outside world. Here, cultivators could practice their arts with remarkable efficiency. Chen Chang'an remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back, simply observing her. Feeling his gaze upon her, Ling Bao'er grew somewhat bashful, twisting her body slightly. "Master, what is it?" Suddenly, Chen Chang'an appeared before Ling Bao'er, his right hand extended, resting gently upon her head as he invoked the technique all living beings. A radiant golden light flowed from his palm, enveloping Ling Bao'er entirely. "How do you feel, Bao'er?" Ling Bao'er blinked, responding, "Master, I feel warm all over." "It's quite comfortable. Do you feel anything else?" "Nothing else." Could it be that this ability does not enhance cultivation? Chen Chang'an, undeterred, intensified the golden light, making it shine even more brilliantly, surrounding Ling Bao'er like a blazing sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon at that moment. The sky above Flying Immortal Mountain darkened, and a fierce wind began to howl, tousling the hair of both Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er as their garments fluttered violently. Chen Chang'an observed Ling Bao'er closely. However, he noticed no signs of improvement in her cultivation. Instead, he realized that her physical form was undergoing a profound transformation, her innate talent being enhanced. Chen Chang'an understood the significance of innate talent, which was categorized into 9 ranks. For instance, despite possessing a longevity body, his own talent was entirely unremarkable, rendering him incapable of cultivation throughout his life. The higher one's talent, the faster they advanced in their practices. Various martial arts and magical techniques could be comprehended and mastered swiftly. Thus, by enhancing Ling Bao'er's talent, he could facilitate her substantial progress in cultivation, enabling her to break through to the golden core stage in due time. "Master, it hurts so much." Ling Bao'er bit her lip, her face contorted in pain. The enhancement of her physique was no trivial matter. It was an arduous process that could even threaten her life if she could not endure it. Chen Chang'an, sensing her life force beginning to wane, grew increasingly grave. He had to ensure that he did not inadvertently cause harm to his beloved disciple Bao'er. "I am enhancing your innate talent. You must endure this transformation and emerge as an unparalleled prodigy." "Master, but it hurts so much." Ling Bao'er felt as if her very organs and sinews were being shattered. Chen Chang'an's voice turned stern. "If you cannot endure, then death is your only fate." Ling Bao'er was frightened, tears welling in her eyes. "Master, I don't want to die." "Then endure. This pain is but a trifling matter." Chapter 16. The 3 Great Demon Kings, the Thunder Tribulation Refinement. The sky was thick with dark clouds, heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning descended in torrents, transforming into colossal thunder dragons that obliterated everything in their path. The terrifying aura caused even the most stalwart of souls to tremble in fear. From the direction of the 10,000 mountains, numerous demons and monsters gazed in awe at Flying Immortal Mountain, their expressions a mixture of shock and trepidation. What had transpired within the mountain? Following the terrifying fist shadows from the celestial treasure's descent last night and the cataclysmic thunder tribulation today? "Master, I will endure." In the small courtyard before the immortal temple, Ling Bao'er's complexion was pale as she exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the agony of her physical enhancement. Golden light coursed through her entire being. She was still young and had yet to experience the beauty of this world. She was not ready to die. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, releasing a destructive force. Yet, as the thunder entered Chen Chang'an's invincible domain, it was instantly annihilated. Within his invincible realm, the thunder tribulation invoked by Ling Bao'er's enhancement posed no threat to her. Gradually, Ling Bao'er's breathing steadied, her aura deep and profound, her body shimmering with a resplendent glow. From within, she was undergoing a revolutionary transformation. Chen Chang'an withdrew his hand and stepped back, curious to see to what extent Ling Bao'er's physique would be enhanced through all living beings. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder tribulation descended, seemingly drawn forth by Ling Bao'er's enhancement, intent on erasing her from existence. The successive lightning strikes were relentless, annihilating everything in their wake. This terrifying thunder tribulation sent shivers down the spines of the demons and monsters in the 10,000 mountains, causing them to flee in fear. From deep within the 10,000 mountains, 3 formidable demonic auras suddenly erupted. Shortly thereafter, 3 beams of demonic light shot forth towards Flying Immortal Mountain. Half an hour later, the 3 beams of light arrived at the foot of Flying Immortal Mountain. As the light dissipated, it revealed 2 men and 1 woman. They gazed at the mountain ahead. One of the men, a burly figure with horns on his head and red hair cascading down his back, exuded a potent demonic aura. His expression was grave as he spoke. The thunder tribulation is attacking this mountain. Could it be that it was summoned by the celestial treasure from last night? Another man chuckled. Tuoba, the celestial treasure must be within this mountain. Why not hurry in and seize it? Hemph! The power of this thunder tribulation is terrifying. Although I am at the third level of the nascent soul stage, I can sense the danger within. To enter would be akin to seeking death. The woman, dressed in red, stood elegantly by their side. With her stunning beauty, fox ears, and long hair cascading down to her waist, she captivated all who beheld her. A delicate yellow tail swayed gently behind her. She smiled. Shizi and I. Tuoba wants that celestial treasure. Surely you feel the same. As the two great demon kings of the 10,000 mountains, are you truly afraid of this mere thunder tribulation? Why not join forces and claim the celestial treasure together? Shizi and I, slender and wiry with snake-like vertical pupils, grinned ominously at the woman. Hong Yi, you are also a demon king. Let us unite and effortlessly seize that treasure. Hong Yi giggled, her voice melodious. Shizi and I am merely here to enjoy the spectacle. I have no interest in the celestial treasure. Shizi and I scoffed, clearly disbelieving her words. At that moment, Tuoba sensed something, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Retreat!" The three demon kings hastily withdrew. Just as they had moved back 1,000 feet, the sky above flying Immortal Mountain erupted in a deluge of thunder. It appeared as though a celestial river had ruptured, pouring forth, transforming the entire mountain into a sea of thunder. Such a terrifying scene of the thunder tribulation left even these powerful beings trembling in fear. Shizi and I swallowed hard. What kind of fearsome thunder tribulation is this? Tuoba and Hong Yi remained silent, their expressions grave. They had no doubt that if struck by that thunder, they would meet a certain demise. They feared that the next moment, flying Immortal Mountain would be reduced to ashes. Just as they believed the mountain was destined for destruction, a figure appeared. What is that? Shizi and I inquired, puzzled. Hong Yi replied. It looks like a human figure. The figure stood atop the mountain, radiant with flowing golden light, dazzling like a sun, drawing forth the boundless sea of thunder. The endless thunder that surrounded the figure seemed to transform into the gentlest of forces, no longer violent or destructive, but refining the figure instead. Meanwhile, the entire flying Immortal Mountain remained untouched by the terrifying thunder tribulation, not a trace of it turning to ash as the three demon kings had anticipated. Time passed, and at last, the thunder dissipated, the dark clouds receded, and the ominous spectacle vanished, as if it had never transpired. It was a young girl. Tuoba's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the figure on the mountaintop. Filled with both shock and surprise, he never could have imagined that such a formidable thunder tribulation had been summoned by a mere girl. Could it be that the girl was the manifestation of the celestial treasure? With the thunder having subsided, let us go and explore the mountain. The three of them transformed into beams of demonic light and swiftly entered flying Immortal Mountain. Chapter 17. Setting a small goal for oneself. Chen Chang'an gnawed on a piece of tiger paw meat. His curiosity piqued as he observed Ling Bao'er. After undergoing the thunder tribulation refinement, Ling Bao'er's physique gleamed like jade, her body reformed, especially with the magical energy coursing through her meridians like a rushing ocean. Feeling the transformation within her body brought Ling Bao'er immense joy. Master, I feel so light. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. While he was uncertain to which rank Ling Bao'er's innate talent had risen through all living beings, it seemed to be quite promising. Shall we try the sensation of cultivation? Yes, Ling Bao'er nodded, settling into a meditative posture on the ground, channeling her energy. In an instant, it was as if Ling Bao'er's body had transformed into an abyss, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Foundation establishment, 8th level. Foundation establishment, 9th level. Golden core, 1st level. Golden core, 2nd level. The terrifying constitution, combined with this extraordinary land, has led Ling Bao'er to undergo a complete transformation. As spiritual energy floods her body and her cultivation ascends, ultimately, her cultivation reaches the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Who could have imagined that merely a moment of practice would enable Ling Bao'er to instantaneously leap across 5 realms and break through to the Golden Core? To Ling Bao'er now, this breakthrough in cultivation presents no obstacles whatsoever. It is as effortless as eating or drinking. Ling Bao'er is utterly astonished. My heavens! I have actually broken through to the Golden Core. It is worth noting that in the Nine Sword sect, the Golden Core realm is already at the level of elders. Her father, Ling Qingshan, stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Now, she is merely 6 small realms away from him. Perhaps she could even surpass her father one day. Ling Bao beams with joy, pondering to herself. My esteemed master is truly remarkable, elevating my talents to such an astonishing level. Now, my cultivation is incomparably easier than before. Is such an ability something that a nascent soul cultivator can possess? At this moment, Ling Bao feels a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that her master's realm exceeds that of the nascent soul? Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an, unaware of Ling Bao's thoughts, witnesses her rapid advancement to the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, instantly earning him several hundred domain points. He cannot help but feel elated and marvel at the fact that this is what constitutes an extraordinary prodigy, breaking through as effortlessly as drinking water. Chen Chang'an is quite satisfied and feels a sense of accomplishment, especially since this unparalleled prodigy is one he has personally nurtured. Unfortunately, the all living being's function cannot be applied to himself, preventing him from experiencing the essence of being an extraordinary prodigy. My esteemed master, you are truly incredible. Overjoyed, Ling Bao rushes into Chen Chang'an's embrace. He smiles and gently ruffles her hair, thinking, now she truly deserves to be called my disciple. Ling Bao gazes up at Chen Chang'an, her eyes shining like a sky full of stars. He, esteemed master, does this mean I have passed the test? Chen Chang'an shrugs slightly, saying, what other reason could there be for enhancing your talents? By the way, Bao, what level is your talent now? Ling Bao shakes her head, replying, esteemed master, my previous talent was at the 4th level. I am uncertain of my current level. I only feel that it is an entirely different realm compared to before. She is confident that even if her talent is not at the 9th level now, it must certainly be at the 8th level. Presently, Ling Bao is filled with boundless gratitude and admiration for Chen Chang'an. Bao, cultivate diligently. Although your talents have improved and you have become an extraordinary prodigy, do not grow arrogant. Remember that there are always those more capable than oneself, and one must act with humility. Esteemed master, I shall remember your words. All right, continue your cultivation and strive to break through to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. With that, Chen Chang'an tosses the storage rings obtained from Li Shao and others to Ling Bao. The contents within should be useful for your cultivation. Take them. Esteemed master, are these all for me? Ling Bao is somewhat taken aback. It is worth noting that these several storage rings belong to the Golden Core elders of the Evil Dragon Cave, including that of Li Batian, the master of the Evil Dragon Cave. The wealth and cultivation resources within are immense, nearly comparable to half of the Nine Sword sect. Surprisingly, her esteemed master casually hands them over to her. Chen Chang'an waves his hand dismissively, stating, this little bit of wealth is of no interest to me. Since he cannot cultivate himself, as long as he remains in the invincible domain, he is akin to a deity. Invincible. The vast accumulation of wealth and cultivation resources within these rings is utterly useless to him. Why not pass them on to Ling Bao, allowing them to realize their true value? He is also quite curious to see how long it will take Ling Bao to break through to the nascent soul stage, and he eagerly anticipates the domain points she will provide him after her breakthrough. At this moment, Chen Chang'an has set a modest goal for himself. For the time being, he will not rush to expand his invincible domain across the entire continent of Jiuzhou. First, he will focus on expanding it over the entirety of Feishan Mountain. Chapter 18. Assaulted Fish Without Dreams. Fair competition. Upon returning to the Immortal Temple, Chen Chang'an continues to savor the tiger's paw meat. Surprisingly, the meat is quite delicious, with tender and fragrant skin, rich yet not greasy, and the tendons inside provide a satisfying chew without getting stuck in the teeth. Truly a delicacy. At this moment, the dogtail grass, pitifully leaning against the wall, catches Chen Chang'an's eye. He chuckles, little tail. What's this? Even a plant wishes to indulge. The little tail shakes and points towards Ling Bao, seemingly expressing, boss, I also wish to enhance my talents. Chen Chang'an laughs, noting the little tail's ambition. It has just gained sentience last night and already desires to elevate its abilities. Quite the ambitious little creature. After all, this dogtail grass is merely an ordinary plant. If it weren't for Chen Chang'an's intervention, who knows how long it would have taken to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to attain sentience. Chen Chang'an flicks his finger, sending a beam of golden light into the dogtail grass, He is curious to see if the dogtail grass will also grant him domain points once it successfully cultivates after enhancing its talents. If so, he wouldn't mind fully enlightening the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, even that Bodhi tree. The dogtail grass merges with the golden light, transforming into a golden cocoon that envelopes it, entering a state of slumber during the process of talent enhancement. Chen Chang'an pays no further attention to the little tail and continues to enjoy his meal, while Ling Bao'er practices diligently in the courtyard. Chen Chang'an has a small goal, but Ling Bao'er has a grand aspiration, to break through to the nascent soul stage. Since her esteemed master has urged her to expedite her breakthrough, she cannot disappoint him. Not long after Chen Chang'an has been indulging in his meal, he suddenly feels a twitch in his eyelids. He senses a change in Ling Bao'er's aura. She has actually broken through from the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage to the 4th level. A notification from the system reverberates in his mind, granting him another 100 domain points. A smile spreads across his lips. Taking on a disciple is indeed a shortcut to expanding his invincible domain. If one disciple yields such benefits, then what about 10? 100? Even 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 disciples? How many domain points would they provide upon their breakthroughs? This is a thought Chen Chang'an cannot fathom. However, he soon dismisses the notion. After all, he already possesses the invincible domain and is invincible. Why should he be so greedy? Taking on disciples requires rigorous testing before they qualify to become his students. Chen Chang'an remains calm and unhurried. He harbors no grand aspirations, nor is he in a rush to expand his invincible domain across the entire Jiuzhou continent. After all, he is merely a salted fish without dreams. Meanwhile, the 3 great demon kings from the 10,000 Great Mountains, Tuoba Yi, Shizi and Hongyi, have stealthily arrived outside the Immortal Temple. They conceal their auras and hide in the shadows, gazing at the temple. Instantly, all 3 demon kings are struck with awe. The spiritual herbs are abundant. And this land is truly a treasure. In the courtyard stands the girl undergoing the Thunder Tribulation body refinement. Tuoba Yi whispers, "Is that girl a celestial treasure?" Shizi replies, "I don't think so." Hongyi observes intently, her beautiful eyes flowing with mysterious power as if attempting to see through the girl. The faint red fox tail behind her sways gently, and her brow furrows slightly. She senses that the girl is not a celestial treasure. Rather, she possesses a flesh and blood body, especially given the waves of magical energy emanating from her. It should be that of a human golden core cultivator. At that moment, Ling Bao'er, immersed in her training, keenly perceives something amiss and glances towards the hiding place of the 3 demon kings. Oh no, this girl has an exceptionally keen perception. She has detected my scrutiny. Hongyi is taken aback, her expression shifting as she hastily withdraws her gaze. Ling Bao'er shakes her head, puzzled. Why do I feel as though someone is watching me? Could it be my imagination? She is not a celestial treasure. I observe that her root bones are exceptional, and her cultivation is already at the Golden Core stage. This girl possesses extraordinary talent and must be an unparalleled prodigy of the human race. Hongyi's gaze ignites with fervor. I shall not contend for the celestial treasure, but I must have this girl for myself. Beside her, Tuoba Yi snorts coldly. This girl has a concealed aura and a flawless physique. Surviving such a terrifying thunder calamity, she undoubtedly qualifies as a top-tier prodigy in the ghost and demon realms. How could I let you take such a significant advantage? I want her too. The celestial treasure can be disregarded. Hongyi scoffs, "You, a brutish bull demon, what could you possibly teach her? I am a python, not a mere snake. Besides, are you not a fox?" Hongyi rolls her eyes at him. The 2 demon kings exchange banter, their dialogue dripping with casualness. Tuoba Yi spoke in a deep voice. "Hongyi, Shizi it has been several centuries since the 3 of us have engaged in combat. Since that is the case, let us compete fairly. Whoever proves stronger shall have the right to take this girl as their disciple. What do you think?" "Very well. Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion." Hongyi and Shizi concurred. Chapter 19. Curvaceous and Enchanting. This time, Hongyi, Shizi and Tuoba Yi did not restrain their auras, allowing Ling Bao'er, who was in the midst of her cultivation, to perceive them. She lifted her head and beheld the 3 great demon kings standing in the distant void. Confronting each other, a terrifying aura and boundless magical power emanated, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. "They are demons," Ling Bao'er exclaimed in shock. With a resounding moo, a pair of horns pierced the heavens as Tuoba Yi transformed into a colossal demon bull. The demon bull was immense, resembling a towering black mountain, as it charged towards Hong Yi and Shizi and I. Naturally, Hong Yi and Shizi and I were not willing to back down. With a flash of golden light, Shizi and I transformed into a golden giant python. Hong Yi's beautiful eyes glowed with a red light, and then she morphed into a nine-tailed demon fox. The three demon kings were all formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Their strength unfathomable, and they immediately clashed, creating tremors that shook the very earth. The entire flying immortal mountain quaked under the force of their battle. I in the immortal temple, Chen Chang'an, who was savoring tiger paw meat, felt the tremors and thought an earthquake had occurred. He hurriedly exited the temple, only to witness the three colossal beings engaged in combat within the mountain. By the heavens, three great demon monsters. One demon bull, a giant python, and a demon fox stood before him, their massive forms resembling three small mountains. Chen Chang'an had never encountered such overwhelming demons before, leaving him utterly astonished. Master, three great demon monsters have appeared in Flying Immortal Mountain. Ling Bao'er rushed to Chen Chang'an's side. Even though her cultivation had already surpassed the golden core stage, the terrifying magical fluctuations unleashed in the battle of the three demon monsters still made her heart race. She was acutely aware that even now, she would not stand a chance against those three demon kings. Chen Chang'an composed himself, trying to maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Do not panic. They are merely three little demon monsters. Indeed, Ling Bao'er was astonished to hear such terrifying magical fluctuations referred to as mere little demon monsters by her master. She looked up to him with admiration. In her heart, Chen Chang'an had unknowingly become an invincible figure. Staying by Chen Chang'an's side, she felt utterly at ease, her fears dissipating then, noticing the grease smeared on Chen Chang'an's mouth after he had eaten the tiger paw meat. She quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean for him. However, being shorter than him, she had to tiptoe to reach his mouth. After wiping it clean, the lingering fragrance remained. Chen Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed about his appearance, yet he was quite satisfied with Ling Bao'er. Though she was still young, she was remarkably considerate, cooking and taking care of him. He had chosen a fine disciple. Master, what are those three great demon monsters doing? Chen Chang'an, unfazed, replied, What do I care what they do? As long as they do not seek trouble with us, it has nothing to do with us. And if those three great demon monsters were to seek trouble with us, snake soup, beef hot pot, and roasted fox should suffice. Chen Chang'an licked his lips. Master, I can make snake soup and roasted fox, but what's beef hot pot? I don't know. Beef hot pot is fragrant and spicy, quite delightful. Point one of these days. I shall personally prepare it for you. Chen Chang'an smiled. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of her master cooking for her. Are you hungry? Chen Chang'an asked. Yes, then let us eat together. All right. From that moment on, Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er paid no heed to the fierce battle of the three demon kings, instead gathering around the earthen stove in the courtyard to enjoy the stewed tiger paw meat. The battle among the demon kings was incredibly intense. Sand and stones flew, the earth shook, countless boulders crumbled, and rows of trees fell, rendering the entire Flying Immortal Mountain a scene of devastation. However, the disparity in strength among the three demon kings was not vast. And thus, despite sustaining injuries, they could not determine a victor and were compelled to transform back to their human forms, halting the battle. Shizi and I remarked, this way of fighting is not a solution. We cannot determine a victor in such a short time. What do you propose? Tuoba Yi responded in a deep voice. Hong Yi smiled, saying, It is rare to encounter such an extraordinary talent. We do not want to miss out. Yet we have not consulted her opinion. Why not see how she chooses? With whom does she wish to go? Shizi and I and Tuoba Yi pondered for a moment and then nodded. Very well, since we cannot determine the strength between us, let us allow her to choose whom she wishes to follow and whom she wishes to take as her master. The three demon kings descended from the sky, arriving outside the immortal temple. Although they had been fighting moments ago, they had been closely observing Ling Bao'er and the figure of Chen Chang'an emerging from the temple. However, they paid little attention to Chen Chang'an, as they sensed no fluctuations of cultivation from him. He appeared to be an ordinary person. Faced with such fierce combat among the three great demon kings, any other demon or cultivator would have likely been terrified, fleeing in fear. Yet, Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er were calmly enjoying their meal in the courtyard, something the three demon kings could never have anticipated. "Master, that demon king is coming over," Ling Baoer exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with tiger paw meat, making her words somewhat unclear. After chewing a few bites and swallowing, Chen Chang'an wondered if the three demon monsters had come for the immortal treasure. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Hong Yi among the three demon kings, he could not help but be captivated. This woman, so curvaceous and alluring. Chapter 20. No need, I already have my master. The three demon kings approached the immortal temple, observing Ling Baoer and Chen Chang'an feasting in the courtyard, their brows furrowing. After all, they were demon kings. Did these two not fear them? Hong Yi smiled slightly. Looking at the two, "What curious little creatures you are, esteemed ones. What brings you to my humble abode?" Chen Chang'an inquired, patting his full belly and letting out a satisfied burp, maintaining his composure. Ling Baoer also gazed curiously at the three demon kings. Such profound magical fluctuations could not possibly belong to mere golden core demons. Could they be nascent soul stage demon kings? Unfortunately, in response to Chen Chang'an's inquiry, the three demon kings remained silent. Their gazes fixated on Ling Baoer instead. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Chang'an rubbed his nose. Facing the unwavering gazes of the three demon kings, Ling Baoer, despite having her master present, felt a bit timid and hid behind Chen Chang'an. "Master, why are they staring at me?" Chen Chang'an shot her a glance. "How would I know?" At that moment, Tuoba Yi could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "My dear girl, would you be willing to take me as your master?" As soon as he finished speaking, a jade box appeared in his hand. Upon opening the box, 3 golden pills lay quietly inside, shimmering with golden light. "These are 3 golden pills, the essence of great demons condensed within. If you are willing to take me as your master, consider these 3 golden pills as your initiation gift." Shizi and I snorted, surprised that Tuoba Yi was so generous, offering 3 golden pills right off the bat. Of course, he was not one to be outdone. With a flash of purple light in his palm, a crimson fruit appeared, radiating a glowing red light. This is the youth-enhancing immortal fruit, blooming after 1,000 years and bearing fruit after 10,000 years. Consuming one will grant you everlasting youth and beauty. It can be said that such a fruit no longer exists in the 9 provinces continent, making this fruit unique. Hee, if you take me as your master, I shall gift you this fruit. One must admit, Shi Zini's idea was quite clever. People seek longevity but cannot escape aging, especially for female cultivators, who value their beauty above all. Even those exalted saintesses in the 9 provinces continent would be unable to resist the allure of the youth-enhancing immortal fruit. In Shi Zini's view, Ling Baoer would certainly not be able to refuse such a fruit. Hong Yi cast a glance at Shizi and I, surprised by his cunning. "I didn't expect you to have such a precious item hidden away." Shizi and I chuckled. "Hong Yi, I had originally planned to gift this youth-enhancing immortal fruit to you, but alas, I have encountered this remarkable young lady. It seems you are not destined to have it." Hong Yi lightly laughed and shook her head. To exchange a youth-enhancing immortal fruit for an extraordinary disciple is a worthy trade indeed. She turned her gaze towards Ling Baoer, smiling. "I have no grand initiation gifts to offer you, but I can give you a promise. As long as you are willing to take me as your master, my clan, the ancient Fox clan, shall spare no effort in nurturing you. With your aptitude, you shall undoubtedly have the prospect of becoming an immortal in this lifetime." Upon hearing the words of the crimson-clad figure, both Shizi and I and Tuoba Yi could not help but draw a sharp breath. Their astonishment palpable. It is known that the ancient celestial fox, Tianyao, boasts a legacy spanning millennia, rich in depth, having produced several formidable beings who ascended to immortality. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that such a powerful entity would devote itself to nurturing a mere human girl. This grand gesture was beyond what either Shizi and I or Tuoba Yi could have anticipated. It seems that the promise made by Hong Yi regarding Ling Baoer exceeded their imagination. "How do you feel about taking me as your master and seizing the opportunity for ascension?" Hong Yi inquired with a smile. Faced with a series of maneuvers from the 3 great demon kings, Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer were left utterly bewildered. Chen Chang'an? Ling Baoer? To Chen Chang'an's astonishment, the 3 demon kings were not there for the celestial treasure. Rather, they sought Ling Baoer herself. What infuriated him further was their audacity to undermine him in his presence. Did they not realize that Ling Baoer was his newly accepted disciple? Ling Baoer was equally perplexed. She never imagined that the three demon kings would wish to take her as their apprentice. The prospect of 3 demon cores, rejuvenating celestial fruits, and even the chance for ascension felt surreal to her. As though she were caught in a dream. Such treasures were beyond the reach of even the Nine-Sword sect. When Shizi and I and Tuoba Yi heard Hongyi's promise of mentorship, their expressions soured. The opportunity for ascension made their offerings seem inadequate. As long as Lingbao Heir was not foolish, she would surely choose to apprentice under Hongyi. Hongyi smiled, exuding beauty and confidence. However, in the next moment, to the astonishment of the 3 demon kings, Lingbao Heir rejected the immense temptation without a moment's hesitation. She shook her head, declaring, "No, I already have a master." Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, no longer feeling angry. It was no surprise that his obedient disciple had resisted temptation, proving herself worthy of his expectations. This was indeed an opportunity for ascension, and if it were genuine, he believed few would dare to refuse it. Chapter 21. Is it that the master is too strong, or the demons too weak? Indeed, as a prodigy of heaven, how could Lingbao Heir lack a master? Hongyi inquired. The 3 demon kings were eager to discover the identity of her master, who could so effectively shield Lingbao Heir from the allure of immortality. Could her master also be a Yuan Ying-level powerhouse? Chen Chang'an chuckled. He wondered how those 3 would react upon learning that he was Lingbao Heir's master. Lingbao Heir, grinning, hid behind Chen Chang'an. "The person before you is my esteemed master," I said him. Tuoba Yi, Shizi and Hongyi were momentarily taken aback by Lingbao Heir's declaration that an ordinary person, completely disregarded by them, was revealed to be the master of this heavenly prodigy who had endured a terrifying lightning tribulation. This revelation was beyond the comprehension of the 3 demon kings. Their gazes turned towards Chen Chang'an, filled with skepticism. How could he possibly be worthy of being Lingbao Heir's master? Hongyi shook her head. How could an ordinary person be qualified to be your master? Tuoba Yi grunted in agreement, deeming it a waste of talent. Shizi and I glared at Chen Chang'an, her eyes icy and threatening. She thought perhaps the young girl had been deceived by this man and contemplated eliminating him. Lingbao Heir stood up for her master, indignantly stating, "My master is certainly not an ordinary person. Without him, I would not be who I am today." Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "I believe I am quite qualified to be her master." "Very well. If you believe you are worthy, let us see if you possess such capability. Watch as I suppress you with a single hand." Tuoba Yi's internal energy surged like a raging river, overwhelming the space with its ferocity. "You think you can suppress me with just one hand?" Chen Chang'an replied with a light chuckle, dismissing Tuoba Yi entirely. Tuoba Yi did not waste words. With a cold snort, he transformed into a spectral figure, rushing into the courtyard in an instant. He entered Chen Chang'an's invincible domain. "You think you can suppress me with one hand? You should see if you can withstand even a single finger of mine." Tuoba Yi sneered, perceiving Chen Chang'an as arrogant and presumptuous. He had never encountered anyone so brazen in his presence, especially not an ordinary person. Hongyi and Shizi and I watched from the sidelines, and upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, they deemed him excessively arrogant. However, what intrigued Hongyi and Shizi and I was the calm demeanor of Chen Chang'an, who displayed no signs of fear or anxiety, but rather a serene indifference, as though he did not regard Tuoba Yi at all. This impression left them profoundly unsettled. Tuoba Yi was a great demon king at the Yuaning stage, ruling over vast territories. Could it be that Chen Chang'an truly had the ability to contend with him? That seemed implausible. At this moment, Tuoba Yi charged before Chen Chang'an. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, imbued with terrifying force that, if it were to land on Chen Chang'an, would surely reduce him to a mist of blood. A single strike from a Yuaning powerhouse could not be withstood by a mere golden core cultivator, much less an unremarkable ordinary person like Chen Chang'an. Naturally, Tuoba Yi had no concern for Chen Chang'an's life. His arrogance warranted a price to be paid for daring to deceive a prodigy of heaven. Quickly, the palm descended upon Chen Chang'an. Tuoba Yi expected Chen Chang'an to be obliterated into a blood mist, a belief shared by Hongyi and Shizi and I. Yet, to their utter astonishment, Chen Chang'an emerged unscathed. The blow had inflicted no harm whatsoever, and the thought of him being reduced to a bloody haze was utterly impossible. It appeared to be an entirely mundane strike. Tuoba Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Chun Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking that strike felt quite lackluster. Did you skip breakfast? Before Tuoba Yi could retort, Chun Chang'an flicked his right index finger lightly. The seemingly gentle motion concealed the world's most formidable force. When Tuoba Ye's chest was struck, his formidable demonic form burst forth with a gaping wound. With a shriek, he flew backwards for several dozen meters, on the verge of exiting the invincible domain, only to be halted by an unseen force, since this great demon king had entered his invincible domain. Leaving in such a manner was utterly impossible. Crashing to the ground, Tuoba Yi gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. As for Shizi and I and Hong Yi, they stood wide-eyed, as though petrified, utterly shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. Rendered speechless, Ling Bao'er blinked in curiosity at the gravely injured Tuoba Yi, pondering, is my master truly that strong? Or is this great demon too weak? In that moment, the air was thick with an eerie silence. Chun Chang'an smirked, gazing at the astonished, petrified faces of Shizi and I and Hong Yi. It appears he truly could not withstand even a single finger of mine. I wonder if you two can fare any better? At his words, the faces of Shizi and I and Hong Yi drained of color. Though the three demons were of comparable strength, Tuoba Yi boasted the mightiest physique. To think that he had been grievously wounded by a mere flick of Chun Chang'an's finger was unfathomable. What fate awaited them? The thought of Chun Chang'an's finger potentially ending their lives filled them with dread, leaving them paralyzed with fear. It seemed they had encountered an immovable obstacle today. Do you now believe I am worthy to be her master? Shizi and I and Hong Yi exchanged glances, remaining silent, with beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Faced with the seemingly unremarkable Chun Chang'an, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their thoughts were in utter disarray. How powerful must Chun Chang'an be to inflict such harm upon Tuoba Yi with a mere finger? In the Jiuzhou continent, the hierarchy of cultivation was rigidly defined, with drastic disparities in strength across each stage. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuan-ing, and transformation god. Typically, a Yuan-ing powerhouse ruled over a domain, regarded as a king, with combat prowess that was undoubtedly among the elite. As for those who surpassed Yuan-ing to reach the transformation god stage, they were exceptionally rare. Naturally, as demon kings, they had encountered transformation god beings. Could it be that the seemingly inconspicuous Chun Chang'an was a transformation god himself? Observing the dumbfounded expressions of Hong Yi and Shizi and I, Chun Chang'an chuckled. Would you like to follow your companion's lead and attempt to suppress me? Hong Yi and Shizi and I dared not emulate Tuoba Ye's actions, their sole thought now being to flee. Yet, for reasons unknown, their bodies were frozen, unable to move. Even such formidable demon kings found themselves intimidated by Chun Chang'an, fearing that should they attempt to escape, he would take their lives. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of Chun Chang'an, they harbored no doubts. Even though they were demon kings with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, a mere thought from Chun Chang'an could obliterate them. They were somewhat aware of the dreadfulness of a transformation stage expert. And now they finally comprehended why that celestial prodigy had chosen to be Chun Chang'an's disciple. How enlightening! They had foolishly considered taking Ling Bao'er as a disciple, but it was not that Chun Chang'an lacked qualifications. Rather, it was they who were unworthy. Chapter 22. Digging a pit, planting an immortal tree. Hong Yi and Shizi and I were filled with trepidation. Unfortunately, they were unaware that although Chun Chang'an was formidable, he currently had no means to deal with them. After all, Shizi and I and Hong Yi had yet to step into Chun Chang'an's realm of invincibility. Chun Chang'an mused that he needed to devise a way to draw these two great demons into his realm of invincibility, especially the rejuvenating immortal fruit in Shizi Ni's possession. It was a coveted treasure that Chun Chang'an desired. He chuckled to himself, thinking that Hong Yi was a beautiful woman, both enchanting and captivating. Keeping her by his side as a maid would be quite pleasant. Cough, cough, what am I thinking? How lewd. Hey, why have you both fallen silent? Shizi and I and Hong Yi snapped back to reality. Panic etched across their faces, unsure of what to say. Patting Ling Bao'er's little head, Chun Chang'an inquired, do you still wish to take her as a disciple? Shizi and I and Hong Yi quickly shook their heads. And no, we wouldn't dare. For her to apprentice under such a venerable master is an immense honor. How could we possibly qualify to take her as a disciple? Shizi and I offered a sheepish smile. While Hong Yi was visibly anxious, cautious not to offend Chun Chang'an, It seems you have come to realize the truth, Chen Chang'an suddenly directed at Shi Ziyanai. So, do you wish to die? Shi Ziyanai's smile froze, a shiver coursing through her, filled with fright. If you remain silent, does that mean you wish to die? Shi Ziyanai was so terrified that her soul almost left her body. Hastily replying, Forgive me, I do not wish to die. Oh, I had thought you were seeking death. Ling Bao'er couldn't help but giggle. How could such a powerful demon king appear so timid before her master? It was quite amusing to behold. Shi Ziyanai's complexion turned pale, bending over, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Meanwhile, Hong Yi found no humor in the situation. If Chen Chang'an were to slay Shi Ziyanai, she feared she would be next. Despite her beauty, she knew Chen Chang'an was not one to spare lovely flowers. What if he were to ruthlessly destroy her? To avoid death, relinquish the rejuvenating immortal fruit in your possession. Chen Chang'an commanded. Senior, please take it. Shi Ziyanai, not daring to hesitate, quickly handed over the rejuvenating immortal fruit. Chen Chang'an examined the fruit, which exuded a fragrant aroma and gleamed a vibrant red. So, this is the rejuvenating immortal fruit? Indeed it is, revered senior, Shi Ziyanai replied, her forehead glistening with sweat as she spoke respectfully. Beside them, Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled, drawn to the enticing fragrance of the fruit, her mouth watering in anticipation. Is it true that this rejuvenating immortal fruit is unique? Chen Chang'an had heard tales of the rejuvenating immortal tree from his master. It was said to have descended from the upper realm. And the rejuvenating immortal fruit not only preserved youth and beauty, but also purportedly aided cultivators in their metamorphosis, transforming their mortal forms into that of a celestial being. That, of course, this was merely hearsay, and Chen Chang'an could not ascertain its veracity. However, possessing this rejuvenating immortal fruit, he might just take a chance. If it truly facilitated the transformation into a celestial body, it would be splendid news. Allow me to report, revered senior, that this rejuvenating immortal fruit was obtained by my ancestor from the Golden Python clan 3,000 years ago, in the Bronze Ancient Mountain. On that day, a celestial from the upper realm descended and took the tree, leaving behind this singular fruit. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He knew that the Bronze Ancient Mountain was located in Fengzhou, where the longevity sect also resided. It was a place fraught with danger, a life-threatening zone where even nascent soul cultivators faced certain death. It was astonishing that Shi Ziyanai's ancestor could venture into such peril. This implied that the ancestor of the Golden Python clan possessed profound cultivation, likely surpassing the nascent soul stage, perhaps even a transformation stage expert. By stating this, Shi Ziyanai aimed to convey to Chen Chang'an that he should not feel overly proud simply because he was a transformation stage expert. The Golden Python clan also had their own. Of course, Chen Chang'an discerned the underlying message in Shi Ziyanai's words, but chose not to dwell on it. He noticed Ling Bao'er swallowing hard, fixated on the rejuvenating immortal fruit in his hand. With a smile, he asked, Do you wish to eat it? Master, may I partake? Ling Bao'er inquired, her mouth watering. Go ahead, but leave the seed for me. This rejuvenating immortal fruit was indeed a precious item. He wondered if he could cultivate a rejuvenating immortal tree from the seed using all living things. If that were possible, then the rejuvenating immortal fruit would no longer be unique in his possession. He chuckled to himself, pondering how many female cultivators across the Jiuzhou continent would go mad over the rejuvenating immortal fruit in his hands. Thus, he had no qualms about letting Ling Bao'er consume it. Yet, Ling Bao'er was unaware of the gravity of the situation. She felt immensely touched, her smile radiant like a crescent moon. Master, you are truly kind. Are you going to eat, Master? Chen Chang'an shook his head. I shall not partake. His lips curled into a smile. If he could cultivate a rejuvenating immortal tree, he could enjoy the fruit aplenty. Very well then. Ling Bao'er beamed, not holding back as she began to devour the fruit. Nom, nom. Beside them, Hong Yi gazed enviously at Ling Bao'er, wishing to savor the rejuvenating immortal fruit herself. Master, this rejuvenating immortal fruit is so sweet. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled with delight. Before long, Ling Bao'er finished the rejuvenating immortal fruit, her body radiating a shimmering glow and even emanating a delightful fragrance. Her appearance rejuvenated. Chen Chang'an observed intently. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He keenly perceived a transformation occurring within Ling Bao'er's physical form, a subtle, arcane glow emanating from her flesh. Previously, There had been none of this. This suggested that perhaps the rumors his master spoke of were indeed true. The rejuvenating immortal fruit could genuinely transform an ordinary body into that of a celestial being. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure from the upper realm. Ling Bao had devoured the rejuvenating immortal fruit in just a few bites, her appearance noticeably altered. Hong Yi, witnessing this, could not help but sigh in envy. Master, here is the seed from the rejuvenating immortal fruit. Ling Bao offered the remaining seed to Chen Chang'an. As for Shi Zianai and Hong Yi, they were oblivious to Chen Chang'an's intentions with the seed. Not far away, Tua Ba Yi had already risen. He was severely injured, his chest a bloody mess, and recovery would not be easy. Having witnessed Chen Chang'an's might, which loomed like a majestic mountain, even his earlier display of strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, he dared not act arrogant. He was now docile, curled up in a corner, not daring to make a sound. Chen Chang'an held the seed, pondering the faint vitality it contained. There must be potential within. Without hesitation, he activated the All Living Things feature of the Invincible Domain System 2.0. With a flash of green light, a mysterious and profound power flowed from Chen Chang'an's palm into the seed. Finding a spot in the yard, Chen Chang'an buried the seed. Ling Bao blinked, his master trying to grow the rejuvenating immortal tree from this seed. Although Shi Zianai felt a twinge of fear, she weakly cautioned, "Revered senior, the rejuvenating immortal tree is from the upper realm. Its growth environment is crucial. Even if this is a blessed land, it may not be suitable for the rejuvenating immortal tree." Tua Ba Yi and Hong Yi concurred with Shi Zianai's words. After all, this was a celestial tree. One could not simply dig a hole and expect it to flourish. Such thoughts were rather delusional. However, as soon as Shi Zianai finished speaking, the soil where Chen Chang'an had buried the rejuvenating immortal fruit began to change. Soon, tiny sprouts broke through the soil, emerging into the light. Tua Ba Yi? Shi Zianai? Hong Yi? Nanny? Chapter 23. The Growing Rejuvenating Immortal Tree. 01 expected that the rejuvenating immortal fruit Chen Chang'an had just planted would actually sprout. This was utterly unbelievable, far beyond their understanding. It felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Ling Bao, of course, was unaware of how difficult it was for the seed of the rejuvenating immortal fruit to germinate. So she felt no shock, merely curious about how quickly it seemed to bloom. Master just planted it, and it has already flowered in mere moments. Master truly is incredible. Only the three demon kings understood how insane and astonishing it was for the rejuvenating immortal fruit to sprout. They were utterly unable to fathom Chen Chang'an. How on earth had he accomplished this? In this blessed land, plant a seed, and you shall reap the fruit. Plant this rejuvenating immortal fruit, and naturally, you will yield the rejuvenating immortal tree. As soon as the words were spoken, the tender shoots that had just sprouted began to flourish, quickly reaching a length of 2 inches. The delicate sprouts lazily unfurled, brimming with vitality. The eyes of the three great demon kings widened in disbelief. Could it be that they were growing at such an astonishing pace? They couldn't help but rub their eyes, convinced they were seeing things, yet alas, it was no mere illusion, but the undeniable truth. In the blink of an eye, the miraculous fruit of youth had grown another inch, and judging by its current state, it showed no signs of ceasing its growth. In silence, the three demon kings stood transfixed, watching the tender sapling thrive before their eyes. Radiant with celestial light, the shoots of the miraculous youth tree soon transformed into a small serpentine tree. This small tree, with its tender branches and leaves, was already half the height of Ling Bao. Observing the growth of the miraculous youth tree, the three demon kings were rendered numb, staring blankly. For what lay before them utterly surpassed their understanding. The enigmatic and powerful Chen Chang'an had truly managed to cultivate the miraculous youth tree. Ling Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, does this mean that once the miraculous youth tree matures, we will have plenty of miraculous youth fruits to eat? Chen Chang'an nodded, assuring her that she could have as many as she desired. The taste of the miraculous youth fruit was delightful, and consuming it left her feeling invigorated, as though her spirit soared like an immortal. She had thought she would never have the chance to taste a second miraculous youth fruit, but given the current circumstances, perhaps hope still lingered. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the miraculous youth fruit had indeed matured, standing over 3 meters tall, its branches lush and radiant. Particularly striking were the trunk and branches, which shimmered with faint, mysterious celestial patterns. Among the leaves, several flower buds, 7 or 8 in total, were in the process of blooming. Seeing this, Shizi and I couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Did our ancestor not say that the miraculous youth tree blooms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 10,000? The miraculous youth tree that grew in the forbidden zone of life was already exceedingly difficult to nurture. Logically, it should have been impossible for one to grow in the 9 provinces continent. Yet here, in mere moments, it had progressed from a seed to sprouting, and now it appeared fully matured, seemingly on the verge of flowering. Hong Yi's enchanting eyes glittered with anticipation. The miraculous youth tree about to bloom? For her, the blossoming of the miraculous youth tree was splendid news. Perhaps she too might have a chance to obtain the miraculous youth fruit. This was the hope she clung to. Chen Chang'an observed everything with calm detachment. Indeed, it had not escaped his expectations that through the vitality of all beings, the seed had truly transformed into the miraculous youth tree. Now that the tree had flowered, it would not be long before it bore fruit. The harvest of miraculous youth fruits was assured. What on earth is happening here? Shizi and I murmured, utterly stunned and numbed by the spectacle. At this moment, having resolved the matter of the miraculous youth tree, Chen Chang'an turned his gaze back to the 3 great demon kings. His gaze, though ordinary, felt to them like a sharp blade, piercing and unyielding, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. A bull, a python, and a fox. Chen Chang'an's lips curled into a slight smile. He had previously contemplated eradicating these 3 demon kings to claim their domain points. However, his thoughts had since shifted. These were 3 formidable demon kings at the nascent soul stage. Killing them would be a waste. The 3 demon kings trembled restlessly. If there had been a corner nearby, they might have curled up in fear. The youth in the Taoist robe was inscrutable, exuding an aura that was unfathomable. Though they had encountered powerful beings before, none had instilled such a profound sense of terror in them. From their very souls to their flesh, seeing the 3 demon kings so thoroughly frightened amused Chen Chang'an. Had it been yesterday, he would have been the one terrified in the presence of these 3. This was the might of his invincible domain system. You have desecrated my sacred place of meditation, even turning flying immortal mountain into this desolate state. What do you think should be done about it? Shizi and I spoke, his voice respectful yet laced with apprehension. Senior, this is entirely our fault. We had no idea this was your sacred place. We are willing to accept your punishment, even if you wish to slay us. We harbor no grievances. Please forgive our ignorance. Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi were taken aback, never expecting Shizi and I to voice such sentiments. What if Chen Chang'an truly decided to kill them? What would they do then? Chen Chang'an turned his gaze to Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi, who felt a shiver run through their souls, daring not to contradict Shizi and I. Senior, please show us mercy. We implore you to grant us an opportunity for redemption. Chen Chang'an nodded, acknowledging their sincere attitude. I shall spare your lives and offer you a chance for redemption. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the 3 demon kings felt as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. They had feared that Chen Chang'an might take a disliking to them and execute them on the spot. Hong Yi timidly asked, Senior, what does this opportunity for redemption entail? Ling Bao'er was equally curious. After all, these were 3 demon kings, renowned throughout the 9 provinces continent for their cultivation and status. Even her father could not compare to the 3 before her. To be a disciple of her master was a stroke of incredible fortune. Surely, she must have amassed great blessings over several lifetimes. As for Hong Yi's inquiry regarding the nature of the opportunity Chen Chang'an offered, he did not respond immediately but instead approached Tuoba Yi. The latter trembled with trepidation, his heart racing. Senior, he truly feared that Chen Chang'an might point at him again, and this time, a mere finger could spell his demise. Chapter 24. Submission, the astonished 3 demons. Chen Chang'an glanced at the injuries on Tuoba Yi's body and plucked a spirit herb from the ground in his hands. The herb transformed into a spirit pill. Consume this. The ability to convert a spirit herb into a spirit pill was nothing short of miraculous. Leaving the 3 demon kings in awe, Tuoba Yi accepted the spirit pill, feeling the immense vitality within. He did not hesitate to consume it. After all, if Chen Chang'an intended to kill them, he needn't go to such lengths. Yet, he wondered why the senior wanted him to ingest the pill. However, upon swallowing it, He soon understood. The spirit pill transformed into the purest essence of life, merging seamlessly with Tuoba Ye's severely injured body. Before their very eyes, Tuoba Ye's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Soon, the grotesque blood hole in his chest, inflicted by Chen Chang'an's finger, was entirely mended. It was as if the severe injury had never occurred, but was merely a figment of his imagination. Not only were Tuoba Ye's wounds fully healed, but his aura also grew considerably stronger. Suddenly, as the overwhelming essence of life from the spirit pill coursed through his body, Tuoba Ye's flesh quaked, and an explosive surge of energy erupted from him. He had broken through. It was known that Tuoba Ye had been at the peak of the nascent soul third heaven for 300 years without any sign of advancement. He had believed that it would take him at least another 200 to 300 years to break through to the fourth heaven. Yet, unexpectedly, after consuming the spirit pill given by the senior, he achieved his breakthrough. This was no mere spirit pill. It was akin to an elixir of immortality. As for Hong Yi and Shizi and I, they distinctly felt the shift in Tuoba Ye's aura. This was a breakthrough. They were all at the nascent soul third heaven. Particularly at higher levels of cultivation, breakthroughs became increasingly arduous. Even the smallest advancement in rank was akin to climbing a mountain. They understood just how difficult it was for Tuoba Ye to elevate from the peak of the nascent soul third heaven to the fourth heaven. Thank you, esteemed senior, for bestowing this elixir. Tuoba Ye exclaimed, deeply grateful. Having completed all of this, Chen Chang'an finally spoke. The opportunity for redemption I offer you is to submit to me. His words were calm and unruffled, yet internally, he felt anything but tranquil. After all, these were 3 great demon kings at the nascent soul stage. Subduing them would not only elevate his status, but also facilitate his dealings beyond the invincible domain. He had long been preoccupied with his master, who had been gone for a month. The restrictions he had set had dissipated. He had no idea whether his master was alive or dead. At that time, the 3 demon kings could inquire about the whereabouts of their master, whether he is alive or dead, which would provide clarity. Chen Chang'an's gaze swept over Tuoba Ye, Shizi and I, and Hong Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Ye replied, I am willing to serve you. Esteemed elder, I shall toil as your loyal servant. As a demon king who had lived for millennia, witnessing the formidable prowess of Chen Chang'an, who could heal even the gravest of injuries with merely a spirit herb and even break through the shackles of cultivation, left Tuoba Ye in awe. Never had he encountered anyone with such extraordinary methods, not even among the transcendent beings of the divine transformation realm. He sensed that the opportunity presented before him might very well alter the course of his demon life. Therefore, Tuoba Ye knew he must seize this chance with unwavering determination. It is worth noting that Tuoba Ye is a descendant of the Mischief Demon clan, possessing a noble lineage. While he may appear unremarkable at first glance, he is, in truth, exceedingly proud. However, both Hong Yi and Shizi and I could scarcely fathom that such an arrogant Tuoba Ye would willingly submit to Chen Chang'an. Was it due to that spirit pill, with one demon already having pledged allegiance? What about the 2 of you? Chen Chang'an inquired. Submitting to him was their only chance of survival. Otherwise, he would surely eliminate them. If they could not be of use to him, their fate would be sealed. Hong Yi, catching a glimpse of the soon-to-bloom immortal beauty tree, spoke resolutely, Esteemed elder, I too wish to submit. I shall dedicate my future demon life to you. Upon witnessing Tuoba Ye and Hong Yi's submissions, Shizi and I dared not hesitate any longer and quickly concurred, even flattering Chen Chang'an in the process. Thus, even before entering Chen Chang'an's invincible domain, Shizi and I and Hong Yi had already pledged their allegiance. Capturing 3 primordial infant realm demon kings was indeed an unexpected delight. Since you have all submitted to me, refrain from calling me esteemed elder. From now on, refer to me as master, Chen Chang'an commanded. The 3 demon kings replied respectfully, Master. However, being great demon kings of lofty status, they never anticipated that one day they would bow to another, nor did they foresee themselves addressing Chen Chang'an as their master. Thus, they felt somewhat uncomfortable with the new titles. Chen Chang'an was well aware of this sentiment. Although the 3 demon kings expressed their allegiance, it was more a result of his overwhelming power. He did not wish for their submission to stem from intimidation. Otherwise, once they departed, he would be rendered powerless against them. The optimal approach was to inspire genuine submission from the depths of their hearts. Chen Chang'an had already formulated a plan in his mind. Since you have all submitted to me, I shall not treat you unjustly. With that, he employed the all living things ability on the three demon kings. Indeed, having learned from the example of Ling Baoer, Chen Chang'an intended to grant these three demon kings a modest enhancement in their innate qualities. It is known that every being, including demons and spirits, has fixed innate qualities that are unalterable. Although these three demon kings were formidable, they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation due to their innate limitations. Once their qualities were elevated, they would no longer be hindered by such bottlenecks. This was precisely why the three demon kings were willing to pay a hefty price to recruit Chen Chang'an as their master upon witnessing Ling Baoer. For they understood that she possessed extraordinarily high innate qualities, being a paragon of talent with immense potential. At merely 11 years of age, she had already attained the Golden Core realm, and breaking through to the primordial infant stage was merely a matter of time. In fact, achieving the divine transformation realm in the future was well within the realm of possibility. After employing the all-living things ability, the three demon kings clearly felt a profound transformation occurring within them. They experienced a distinct sensation. Their innate qualities were indeed ascending. As they perceived this elevation, the three demon kings were utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Their qualities had been fixed. How could they be enhanced? Chapter 25. Elevation. 3 8-rank qualities. The enhancement of their innate qualities brought about monumental changes for the three demon kings. Terrifying magical powers surged forth from within them like an endless torrent. Particularly, Hongyi and Shizi and I, having remained at the peak of the primordial infant third heaven for an extended period, had established a solid foundation and rich heritage. Consequently, with their qualities enhanced, the bottlenecks in their cultivation dissipated. Two streams of overwhelming demonic energy erupted into the heavens. At nearly the same moment, Hongyi and Shizi and I both broke through to the primordial infant fourth heaven. Simultaneously, the heavens turned dark, fierce winds arose, and ominous clouds gathered, heralding a terrifying thunder tribulation. As the three demon kings experienced the elevation of their qualities, they, like Ling Baoer before them, attracted the wrath of the heavens, especially for Hongyi, Shizi and I. And Tuoba Yi, being primordial infant powerhouses, the thunder tribulation they summoned was far more fearsome than that which Ling Baoer had encountered. The heavens shattered, and thunder raged. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation could easily reduce the flying immortal mountain, or even the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains, to ashes. Fortunately, this dreadful thunder tribulation was directed solely at Hongyi, Shizi and I, and Tuoba Yi. However, even so, they could not hope to withstand it. They doubted whether even a divine transformation powerhouse could endure such fury. The three demon kings' faces turned pale, filled with a sense of impending doom. Focus. I shall handle the thunder tribulation. There is no need for concern. Ling Baoer has already weathered this tribulation and fears it not. Rest assured, with your master here, all shall be well. Hongyi, Tuoba Yi, and Shizi and I were taken aback, caught between surprise and dread. They were elated that their innate qualities had been enhanced, which promised a bright future for their cultivation and made achieving the divine transformation realm seem attainable. Yet, they were also terrified that this elevation had summoned such a fearsome thunder tribulation. If they could not withstand it, they would face certain death. With no options left, they could only place their faith in Chen Chang'an. Trusting in their master, boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled and thunder poured forth. Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, treating the thunder tribulation with indifference. He stood firm against its might, as calm as a gentle breeze caressing the mountainside. Regardless of how ferocious, how violent, or how destructive the thunder tribulation was, once it entered Chen Chang'an's invincible domain, it transformed into the softest of energies, like a gentle stream or a mountain breeze. Merging into the bodies of the three demon kings, during the elevation of their qualities, their physical forms were also tempered under the thunder tribulation. The three demon kings already possessed formidable physiques, and after undergoing this tempering, their bodies would undergo profound metamorphosis, emerging even stronger than before. For the three demon kings, this was an immense fortune. The terrifying thunder tribulation, which appeared apocalyptic in nature, had alarmed all the demons and spirits within the 10,000 great mountains, sending them into a panic. Yet, this fearsome thunder tribulation was once again warded off by Chen Chang'an. It is important to note that this was a thunder tribulation, characterized by its utmost rigidity and ferocity. Yet, with a mere gesture from Chen Chang'an, the entire tribulation was transformed into the gentlest of energies. This method was not only astonishing but also simply remarkable. It could be said that the three demon kings were now utterly enthralled by Chen Chang'an. Time passed, and once the thunder tribulation subsided, the three demon kings had all undergone transformations. They were beside themselves with excitement, expressing their gratitude to their master for enhancing their innate qualities. The three demon kings bowed respectfully. Filled with appreciation, Chen Chang'an smiled, for this outcome had not taken him by surprise. It seemed that the three demon kings had genuinely submitted to him. "By how many ranks have your qualities improved?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Since he had only just claimed these three demon kings, he had not exerted his full power to enhance their qualities with the all-living things ability. He wondered if they were aware of the current rank of their qualities. Shizi and I produced a stone, roughly the size of a fist, glistening with clarity. "This is a talent stone," Ling Bao'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The talent stone is specifically designed to assess innate qualities, which are divided into 9 ranks. The attributes of these ranks would manifest in 9 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. Having had her qualities enhanced with Chen Chang'an's assistance, Ling Bao'er was curious to know her current rank. With the talent stone in hand, she could ascertain her innate quality. It was evident that Shizi and I, Tuoba Yi, and Hong Yi had similar innate qualities, all around the 6th rank. The talent stone displayed an indigo hue. Shizi and I, suppressing his excitement, examined his qualities. The talent stone shimmered with brilliance, and soon the 9 colors shifted, transforming the once transparent stone into a deep black. The pupils of the 3 demon kings contracted sharply. Shizi Ni's hand trembled as he grasped the talent stone. Black, 8th rank qualities. To think it was black, indicating 8th rank qualities. Tuoba Yi swallowed hard, and Hong Yi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her anticipation mounting as she wondered what her own innate quality would reveal. In the realm of the 8th rank, Chen Chang'an was unexpectedly astonished. He had not truly unleashed the full potential of all living things to enhance Shizi Ni's innate abilities, yet it had nonetheless elevated his aptitude to the 8th rank. This suggests that should he fully harness all living things, elevating their talents to the 9th rank would be an inevitable outcome. Even Chen Chang'an found himself slightly taken aback. The 9th rank, who among them was not a paragon of excellence? Such individuals were exceedingly rare in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. A mere handful could attain this level among millions. Yet, he possessed the ability to artificially create 9th rank aptitude. This power was nothing short of miraculous. Shizi Ni was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling as he clutched the talent stone. He still struggled to believe this reality, unable to fathom that his innate abilities had surged 2 ranks. Reaching the 8th, it was known that the holy son of the Golden Python clan possessed 8th rank talent, a status he had once gazed upon with reverence. Little did he expect to find himself in such a position today. Next, it was time to assess the talents of Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi. They did not disappoint. Their abilities also soared to the 8th rank. Chen Chang'an observed the astonished expressions of the 3 demons and remarked nonchalantly, "Now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, this is your reward. It is merely an 8th rank aptitude. Work diligently, and I can elevate you to the 9th rank as well." The gaze of the 3 demons inevitably fell upon Ling Bao'er. Upon achieving the 8th rank, they sensed a profound connection with the cosmos, allowing them to perceive Ling Bao'er's extraordinary nature. Could it be that she possessed 9th rank talent? They now understood why Ling Bao'er's aptitude was so astonishing. Igniting their desire to compete for it turned out that all of this was the work of their master. The 3 demons' eyes burned with fervor and anticipation, for Chen Chang'an's words implied that they too had the opportunity to attain 9th rank talent. They swore to seize this chance and serve Chen Chang'an faithfully, sharing in his fortunes. Chapter 26. Generosity towards one's own master. Their talents have astonishingly risen to the 8th rank. I wonder how many ranks my own aptitude has increased? Ling Bao'er was eager to ascertain her own rank. Could she too have reached the 8th rank? If so, she would be deemed a genius. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi promptly handed the talent stone to Ling Bao'er. The 3 were curious to discover her aptitude level. Chen Chang'an, too, was intrigued. After all, he had spared no effort in using all living things to enhance Ling Bao'er's abilities. If the three demons had reached the 8th rank, then it was entirely plausible that Ling Bao could reach the 9th rank. As the talent stone rested in Ling Bao's hands, it shimmered with radiant hues. The 9 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold, flashed in succession. They all assumed that Ling Bao's talent must surely be 9th rank, expecting the stone to display a golden hue. However, after the 9 colors flickered, the talent stone inexplicably returned to normal, remaining transparent. Devoid of any color, the three demons were rendered speechless. Ling Bao was bewildered. Even Chen Chang'an was taken aback. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Where was the golden hue? Master, what is happening? Ling Bao gazed at the talent stone, her expression one of utter confusion. The three demons turned their eyes toward Chen Chang'an, awaiting his explanation. The talent stone must not be faulty, as the three had previously used it. Yet why did it show no change in Ling Bao's case? They were perplexed. Though they did not comprehend the situation, they were certain that Chen Chang'an would have the answers. Chen Chang'an himself was puzzled, pondering, why has the talent stone not changed? Does Bao lack aptitude? But soon, he dismissed this thought. It was impossible, for he could distinctly sense the changes Ling Bao underwent after her talent enhancement. Although he could not fathom the reason behind this anomaly, he decided to fabricate an excuse. It is commonly known that 9th rank aptitude is the limit, yet few realize that there exists a realm beyond the 9th. It is entirely normal for the talent stone to be unable to detect it. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the three demons were astounded, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. What explosive news! So, there existed a level higher than the 9th rank. This was information they had never encountered in their thousands of years of existence. Ling Bao paused momentarily, then erupted with excitement. Master, does this mean my aptitude has surpassed the 9th rank? Indeed, Chen Chang'an affirmed, nodding while spinning this tall tale, his demeanor unflinching. Both Ling Bao and the three demons accepted his words wholeheartedly. Chen Chang'an's profound cultivation and formidable strength, which could summon the blooming of the everlasting beauty tree and enhance their talents, led them to ponder whether he might be a celestial being from a higher realm. Simultaneously, they marveled at the notion that had it not been for Chen Chang'an, they would have remained oblivious to these revelations, truly akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, observing the astonished expressions of the three demons and Ling Bao as they were skillfully deceived. Chen Chang'an smiled. My dear disciples, though your talents are high, you must remain humble and cautious. There are always those greater than yourselves, and the world is vast, filled with individuals of even higher aptitude. The three demons sat upright, speculating that those with superior talents must surely be extraordinary prodigies from a higher realm. Their conviction that Chen Chang'an hailed from such a realm intensified. Such a figure was not one they could afford to antagonize. At the same time, they willingly submitted to him, for their talents had now reached the 8th rank, and they aspired for even greater heights. The three demons gazed at Chen Chang'an with newfound respect, their eyes brimming with reverence unlike any they had previously displayed. Chen Chang'an was naturally pleased by this transformation. This was the effect he desired. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these three demons were mighty demon kings of the nascent soul stage. Yet they now bowed to him. With their presence, even if he remained in the realm of invincibility, he could command them to act on his behalf in the outside world, as long as you follow me diligently. The prospect of ascending to immortality is not beyond reach. Chen Chang'an painted a grand vision for the three demons, igniting their spirits with fervent excitement. Logically, as demon kings renowned for their intelligence, they should not be easily swayed. However, the current circumstances were different. The elevation of their talents, breakthroughs in cultivation, and the flourishing of the everlasting beauty tree. Each event was profoundly awe-inspiring, far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Not even a formidable nascent soul expert, let alone a god transformation powerhouse, could necessarily accomplish such feats. Having just elevated their talents, now Chen Chang'an confidently spoke of their future ascension to immortality. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, they would have been met with skepticism. Yet, when spoken by Chen Chang'an, for some inexplicable reason, they found no room for doubt. It was as though his words were destined to come true. Immortality. Even Ling Bao, despite her youth, understood the immense significance of ascension to immortality. In the 9 provinces, whether demons, monsters, or human cultivators, they all pursued one singular goal: to ascend to immortality. Yet how many dared to express such confidence as Chen Chang'an? Of course, Chen Chang'an was unaware whether the invincible realm system could indeed facilitate this outcome in the future. His intention was merely to persuade these three nascent soul demon kings to serve him wholeheartedly. He. The hope of immortality will surely invigorate them. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an did not impose upon the three demons. Tuoba Yi, Shi Zini, and Hong Yi remained curiously in the courtyard, surrounded by abundant spiritual herbs immersed in the ethereal essence of the universe, which exuded tranquility and ease. Staying here granted them an exquisite sense of comfort, and they marveled at the extraordinary nature of this place. Hong Yi's gaze once again fell upon the everlasting beauty tree, which was in the process of flourishing, seemingly on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit. This filled her with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, she respectfully inquired of Chen Chang'an, "Master, how long until the everlasting beauty tree bears fruit?" Chen Chang'an turned to her with a smile, saying, "It should be a little while longer. When the everlasting beauty fruit ripens, if you wish to partake, feel free to pick it yourself." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. "Master, is this true? You are now my disciple. Would I deceive you?" Chen Chang'an replied casually. "As for the everlasting beauty fruit, you may eat it whenever you wish. It will continue to bloom and bear fruit. Moreover, one must be generous toward their own." Chapter 27. The Dragonfire Chicken King and the nascent soul elder of the evil dragon cave on a sunny day beneath the Bodhi tree. At a square stone table, Chen Chang'an and the three demon kings were seated in their respective places. The table was piled high with numerous jade tiles, arranged in 4 rows. Upon closer inspection, they were engaged in a game of mahjong. Tuoba Yi held a tile, furrowing his brow in contemplation, seemingly deliberating whether to play it beside him. Hong Yi languidly supported her head with one hand, complaining, "Tuoba Yi, you thick-headed ox, why do you take so long to think? You've kept the master and us waiting for ages. Will you play or not?" "Do not rush me, let me think," he replied. The serpent child rapped on the table impatiently, urging, hurry up, I've waited so long that the flowers have withered." Tuoba Yi, feeling the pressure, snapped, "What are you two rushing me for, you fools? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. Apologies, it's a pure hand. I've won." Chen Chang'an chuckled as he revealed his cards. Tuoba Yi complained, "See, it's all your fault for pushing me. Now the young master has won again when I was supposed to discard the 9 bamboo tiles. Blame your own clumsiness, yet you accuse us. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have discarded the 1 bamboo tile." Hong Yi shot a glance at Chen Chang'an, who was listening to the 3 demons bicker with a smile, relishing the simple pleasure of their banter. Indeed, this was their first encounter with mahjong, and they found it exceedingly novel. More importantly, through the game with Chen Chang'an, they could better sense the aura of the Tao, feeling a closer connection to the heavens and the earth, something they had not anticipated. They even had an inkling that perhaps, through playing mahjong with Chen Chang'an, they might soon break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. "Young master, let us continue." Chen Chang'an glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, so he suggested a break. "We shall resume our game after lunch. By now, Bayer should be returning soon." The Dragonfire Chicken King resided in Chicken Chop Mountain, and given Miss Bayer's prowess, capturing one should be a piece of cake. "There's no need to worry about Miss Bayer's safety," he reassured. Indeed, Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. From the 3 demons, he learned that Chicken Chop Mountain lay a few thousand miles from Feishan Mountain, with no significant demons nearby. Even the Dragonfire Chicken King was merely at the Foundation establishment level. From the Serpent Child's account, it was revealed that the Dragonfire Chicken King possessed a trace of celestial beast bloodline, its flesh renowned for being a delicacy. Chen Chang'an foolishly proposed that the 3 demons fetch a Dragonfire Chicken King for roasting. However, Ling Bayer volunteered herself, and after some consideration, he agreed to let her go. Meanwhile, a few dozen miles away from Feishan Mountain, Ling Bayer soared through the air on her sword, carrying a Dragonfire Chicken King, significantly larger than herself, on her shoulder as she made her way back. "It's almost noon. Master must be hungry. I need to hurry," she murmured, channeling her internal energy to increase her speed. At that moment, as Ling Bayer rushed toward Feishan Mountain, she spotted a streak of rainbow light cutting across the sky. In an instant, the rainbow light intercepted her path. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling Ling Bayer. It was an old man. his face aged and grotesque, clad in a black robe with a bald head, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light as he coldly stared at Ling Bei'er. "Little girl, you carry the aura of the Dominator. Did you kill him?" His chilling words felt as though they had emerged from an ice cavern, and Ling Bei'er sensed a terrifying killing intent. Her situation was perilous. This is bad. It's someone from the evil Dragon Cave. Ling Bei'er's heart sank. She never expected that while hunting for her master, she would encounter a member of the evil Dragon Cave. Although she had attained the Golden Core cultivation level, the old man before her emanated immense power, exerting tremendous pressure on her. This pressure reminded her of the 3 great demons her master had subdued, implying that the old man was likely a formidable nascent soul expert. To her astonishment, the evil Dragon Cave had concealed a nascent soul cultivator, explaining their audacity over the years. Despite realizing the old man's potential, Ling Bei'er was not intimidated. She spoke, pondering her next move. "Humph, such audacity for one so young to have reached the Golden Core level. But you, with your meager strength, are hardly qualified to kill the Dominator. Tell me, who was responsible?" His voice remained frigid, laced with lethal intent, and the power behind it struck at Ling Bei'er's very soul, leaving her pale and trembling. Indeed, the might of a nascent soul cultivator was terrifying. Fortunately, at that moment, the holy immortal sword sensed the threat and unleashed an astonishing celestial aura, forming a protective barrier around Ling Bei'er. It is worth noting that this sword had been subdued by Chen Chang'an in a realm of invincibility. As the sword's master, Ling Bei'er felt its protective instincts kick in when danger approached. Under the shield of the holy immortal sword, Ling Bei'er breathed a sigh of relief, but the old man's gaze shifted to the sword. His eyes narrowing in surprise. That sword? He sensed the celestial might emanating from it. Could it be the legendary celestial treasure? The old man was Li Feihong, the supreme elder of the evil Dragon Cave. A terrifying expert at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, and also the father of Li Batian. His journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains was twofold: to avenge Li Batian and to seek out celestial treasures. Little did he know, after searching high and low, that the celestial treasure was right before him, in the hands of this little girl. Ling Bei'er smirked. "Indeed, this is a celestial treasure. I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall reap the consequences." Barely had she finished speaking when Li Feihong suddenly charged at her. Ling Bei'er, startled, retreated. "Girl, do you think you can escape?" Li Feihong blocked her path, his terrifying power surging like a tidal wave. He extended his right hand, transforming it into a ghostly claw, icy and emitting a chilling glow, aiming to seize the holy immortal sword from her grasp. Fortunately, Ling Bei'er's innate talent had surged, sharpening her awareness. As Li Feihong lunged to snatch the sword, she held the Dragonfire Chicken King in one hand and the holy immortal sword in the other, then swung the sword in a decisive arc. Though her cultivation was at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, the chasm separating her from Li Feihong's strength was vast. Logically, she should have been no match for any of his attacks. A single strike from him could suppress or even obliterate her. Yet, in the next moment, Li Feihong's anticipated easy victory in seizing the holy immortal sword did not materialize. Ling Bei'er had managed to counter his ghostly claw, targeting its weak spot with her celestial sword. To everyone's astonishment, she had successfully defended against Li Feihong's attack. He was taken aback. Though the girl lacked brute strength, she had the aid of a celestial artifact and had fortuitously struck at the weak point of his claw. Was this mere coincidence, or had she discerned the flaw in his attack? Li Feihong muttered, staring intently at Ling Bei'er, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. If it were mere chance, he would not be overly concerned. However, if Ling Bei'er had truly identified the weakness in his attack, that was truly alarming. The ability to perceive such vulnerabilities in a short time indicated that her aptitude in cultivation must be at least 7th rank or higher. Ling Bei'er's complexion paled as she gasped for breath. Although she had blocked Li Feihong's strike, it had nearly drained her internal energy. The holy immortal sword, while immensely powerful, also consumed a significant amount of her energy. Clearly, unless absolutely necessary, she should refrain from relying on the sword's power. The might of a nascent soul expert was overwhelmingly strong. Despite her master enhancing her aptitude and overall power, she was still merely at the Golden Core level. The gap between them could not be bridged solely by her improved aptitude. Regrettably, although she possessed the holy immortal sword, Its energy consumption was substantial, and her own reserves were limited. She could hardly afford to rely on it for long and had to find a way to escape back to Feitian Mountain. Ling Bei'er contemplated her options. Although she was no match for Li Feihong, she knew that as long as she returned to her master's side, his strength could easily crush the old man with a single finger. "Girl, did your father not teach you not to be distracted during battle?" Li Feihong attacked again. Showing no mercy due to Ling Bei'er's youth or perceived weakness, he launched a punch. Ling Bei'er was caught off guard and was struck, crashing into the mountainside. Chapter 28. Seizing the Holy Immortal Sword, the chase begins. Boom! Ling Bei'er burst forth from the mountainside, slightly disheveled, but, thanks to the protection of the Holy Immortal Sword, her injuries were not severe. Li Feihong raised an eyebrow, preparing to attack once more. Ling Bei'er could not afford to be careless. She focused all her attention and energy on countering him while also seeking an opportunity to flee. After successfully evading several of Li Feihong's assaults, he was genuinely astonished. This was no coincidence. As a nascent soul expert, he was taken aback that his strikes had been discerned by a mere golden core cultivator. This was inconceivable. Even for Li Feihong, who had experienced much in life, the realization was shocking. It dawned on him that it was fortunate Ling Bei'er was still at the golden core stage. Had she advanced to the nascent soul level, he might not even be her opponent. This girl, at such a tender age, displayed such terrifying combat prowess. Her aptitude was certainly at least 8th or perhaps even 9th rank. Such a talent could not be allowed to live. Li Feihong's gaze turned cold, and he was filled with murderous intent. Ling Bei'er sensed the malice, her heart sinking further. This old man seeks to kill me. I must escape swiftly. Yet, what she faced was a formidable Yuaning expert. Escaping would not prove an easy feat, however. Ling Bei'er had devised a plan. With a flicker of thought, she bellowed, "You wicked old man! Even if I were to perish, I shall never surrender the holy immortal sword to you." The magical energy within Ling Bei'er surged fiercely into the holy immortal sword, illuminating its blade with resplendent brilliance. Rather than directing its might towards Li Feihong, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting in the opposite direction. The speed of the holy immortal sword was akin to lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Feihong's countenance shifted dramatically. Although he intended to eliminate Ling Bei'er, the holy immortal sword held greater significance. This was a celestial artifact descended from the upper realm, and it could not be lost. Once I seize the artifact, I will deal with you. With that, Li Feihong abandoned his plan to kill Ling Bei'er first and pursued the holy immortal sword instead. Ling Bei'er exhaled in relief. Relinquishing the sword granted her a glimmer of hope. She had to seize this fleeting opportunity to escape back to Feitian Mountain. Fortunately, she was now quite close to her destination. However, with her strength nearly depleted, she could hardly flee far. This was precisely why Li Feihong chose to chase the sword before returning to kill her. Despite Ling Bei'er's exceptional talent and boundless potential, she was currently limited by her circumstances, and Li Feihong did not regard her as a serious threat. Nevertheless, she clutched the Dragon Fire Chicken King tightly, for it was a task entrusted by her master that she must fulfill. Drawing on the remnants of her strength, she hastened towards Feitian Mountain. Meanwhile, Li Feihong swiftly caught up to the holy immortal sword. Upon seeing the celestial treasure, his gaze ignited with fervor, and he reached out to seize it. However, the holy immortal sword, bound to Ling Bei'er, was restricted in power, especially in her absence, rendering it incapable of exhibiting its true might. Consequently, it could not withstand Li Feihong's full-force attempt to claim the sword. Even so, Li Feihong expended considerable effort before finally seizing the holy immortal sword. Grasping the hilt, he felt the terrifying power contained within, which left him in a "Oh, this is a celestial treasure. No wonder that girl could contend with me using only this sword." Li Feihong even had a premonition that if he could tame the holy immortal sword, he might stand a fighting chance against even stronger Yuaning experts or those in the transformation stage. With the holy immortal sword in hand, Li Feihong turned his attention to another matter: eliminating Ling Bei'er. The significance of the holy immortal sword would undoubtedly attract numerous powerful foes. If he could silence Ling Bei'er, no one would learn of the sword being in his possession. In the blink of an eye, Li Feihong vanished from sight. Ling Bei'er, pale-faced, soared through the air, but due to her injuries and the near depletion of her magical energy, she wavered precariously, as if she might plummet at any moment. Fortunately, She could see the majestic peak of Feishan Mountain ahead, drawing closer to safety in the small courtyard of the immortal temple, Tuobayi. Shizi and the red-clad three demons keenly sensed Ling Bao's aura. However, they noticed her presence had grown weak, causing their expressions to change. Shizi had initially intended to play a card but froze mid-motion. After all, Ling Bao was the disciple of their master. Her quest to find the Dragonfire Chicken King was also linked to them. If anything were to happen to her, they would not escape blame. Who dared to harm the master's disciple? At that moment, the three demons were filled with rage and concern, fearing that Chen Chang'an might hold them accountable. Shizi, have you decided what card to play? Observing Chen Chang'an's smiling demeanor, the three demons felt even more anxious. Given their master's formidable strength, he must certainly be aware of the situation outside. Ling Bao's weakened aura suggested she had been injured. Would their master not be furious? Or was he waiting for them to admit their wrongdoing? Shizi quickly exchanged glances with Redclad and Tuobai. We confess our faults, master. Regarding Miss Bao's injuries, it is entirely our responsibility. We implore you to grant us an opportunity for redemption. Whoever dared to harm Miss Bao will surely pay the price. Hearing the three demons confess, Chen Chang'an wore a perplexed expression. Miss Bao has encountered trouble? In the realm of invincibility, he had been oblivious to the outside world. However, the words of the three demons darkened his countenance. It appeared they had sensed Ling Bao's presence after all. He hadn't anticipated that her first descent from the mountain would lead to such peril. Fortunately, from what the three demons conveyed, she had merely sustained injuries, not lost her life, which eased Chen Chang'an's heart somewhat. It was no wonder she had not returned for so long. He wished for nothing more than her safety and to have her brought back. At your command. The three demons transformed into streaks of light and surged from Feishan Mountain. Soon, they located Ling Bao, who was fleeing back to the mountain. Miss Bao, how are you faring? Upon seeing Ling Bao in a disheveled and weakened state, Redclad's expression shifted, and she hurriedly inquired. Sister Redclad, the people from the evil dragon cave are trying to kill me. Upon meeting the three demons, Ling Bao felt a sense of relief wash over her. Simultaneously, the magical energy within her finally ran dry, causing her to plummet from the sky. In a flash, Redclad caught her in her embrace. Let us go, back to safety. Tuoba Yi and Shizi expressions darkened. Damn it, how dare they lay a hand on Our Lady? Shizi's eyes glowed with a fierce light. Let me find him. Soon, the three demons whisked Ling Bao away. Just as they departed, Li Feihong, wielding the holy immortal sword, followed the lingering aura of Ling Bao. He sneered, astonished that this girl, having exhausted her magical energy and sustaining grave injuries, could still escape so far. However, he sensed that Ling Bao was drawing nearer. He scoffed, in this world, I can kill whomever I please. No one can elude my grasp. With that, Li Feihong transformed into a streak of spirit light, racing towards Feishan Mountain. Chapter 29. Stunned, beat him to death, Master. We have brought back Miss Bao. Redclad cradled Ling Bao as they returned to the immortal temple, observing Ling Bao unconscious in Redclad's arms. Chen Chang'an frowned and spoke coldly. What happened here? Redclad shook her head. Master, we are uncertain, but before fainting, Miss Bao mentioned that the people from the evil dragon cave were attempting to kill her. The people from the evil dragon cave are trying to kill her. Chen Chang'an's gaze turned frigid. So it was the evil dragon cave initiating this attack. Ling Bao was now his disciple. How dare they lay a hand on her? They were truly courting death. Yet this was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to tend to Ling Bao's injuries, in the realm of invincibility. Chen Chang'an utilized the all-living being's function, transforming a spirit herb into a spiritual pill to administer to Ling Bao. Her injuries began to heal, and the pallor of her face gradually returned to a healthy hue. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly regained consciousness. Simultaneously, as Ling Bao awoke, a streak of spirit light descended upon the foot of Feishan Mountain. The light dissipated, revealing Li Feihong, the Yuaning expert from the evil dragon cave, who had been relentlessly pursuing Ling Bao. Li Feihong coldly surveyed Feishan Mountain. Humph, that girl's aura is within this mountain. Oh, you think that hiding here will allow you to evade my grasp? He charged into Feishan Mountain and soon spotted the immortal temple atop the peak, where Ling Bao's essence emanated from. Li Feihong sneered, his immense magical energy surging forth as he shouted. Girl, get out of the temple at once. Inside the temple, Chen Chang'an and the three demons heard Li Feihong's voice echoing from outside. The newly awakened Ling Baoer felt a surge of anger upon hearing it. "Master, the wicked old man outside wants to kill me." Chen Chang'an stroked Ling Baoer's head, saying, "Let me see who dares to harm my disciple." Chen Chang'an stepped out of the immortal temple. With the recovering Ling Baoer at his side, her face puffed up with indignation. With her master's protection, she felt no fear of Li Feihong. The three demons followed closely behind, their gazes icy, exuding a chilling intent to kill. How dare anyone lay a finger on the master's disciple? Li Feihong stood with his sword drawn, waiting for Ling Baoer to emerge from the temple. Due to the Invincibility Realm's concealment, he remained unaware of Chen Chang'an and the three demon kings' presence within. At this moment, Li Feihong had already formulated a plan. Once he killed Ling Baoer, he would depart and then enter seclusion to refine the holy immortal sword. He believed that once he had refined the sword, he would be qualified to pursue the position of the Lord of the Ghost State. Just as Li Feihong was lost in his daydreams, Chen Chang'an emerged from the temple, followed closely by Ling Baoer and the three demon kings. "No wonder you fled to this mountain temple. It seems there is someone here," Li Feihong sneered, somewhat surprised. He cast a glance at the leader, Chen Chang'an, who exhibited no signs of cultivation, appearing to be an ordinary person. However, when his gaze fell upon the three demon kings, Li Feihong's smirk abruptly froze. The overwhelming aura of demonic power and the fluctuations of magical energy revealed them to be formidable Yuan-ing-level demon kings. Moreover, it is not merely one formidable demon lord, but rather three. Three demon lords? Li Feihong was utterly dumbfounded. The thought of killing Ling Baoer had completely evaporated from his mind. The only thought that occupied Li Feihong's mind was to flee, though he was arrogant. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. If faced with a single demon lord, he might dare to fight, but before him stood three. Alone, he was no match for them. How could this girl be accompanied by three demon lords? The realization sent a chill down Li Feihong's spine, leaving him in a state of panic. Although he wielded the sacred immortal sword, he had yet to subdue and refine it, thus unable to unleash its full potential. Injuring Miss Baoer and still daring to escape. The eyes of Shizi and I glinted with cold light. He had anticipated this scenario and had secretly conspired with Tuoba and Hong Yi to prevent Li Feihong's escape. As Li Feihong prepared to flee, three beams of demonic light closed in, forming a triangular encirclement that thwarted his intentions. Damn it. Why are there three demon lords here? Li Feihong's countenance darkened, worry gnawing at his heart. Chen Chang'an looked coldly at Li Feihong, surprised to discover that he was a formidable Yuanian cultivator de Baoer. "I never expected you to have escaped from the clutches of a Yuanian powerhouse." Chen Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Ling Baoer, however, felt guilty and meekly said, "Master, I used the sacred immortal sword as bait to hold him back, which afforded me the chance to escape. It is merely a sword. How could it be more important than your life?" Chen Chang'an did not take it to heart. After all, a sword's power was limited. It could not surpass the value of a disciple, especially since Ling Baoer was his first disciple, holding extraordinary significance. If she were to perish outside, it would bring him great regret. Chen Chang'an had already resolved to cultivate Ling Baoer into an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ling Baoer felt deeply moved and embraced him, saying, "Thanks to Master's sacred immortal sword, otherwise I would never have seen you again." Chen Chang'an gently patted Ling Baoer on the head and smiled. "Isn't everything fine now? This old fellow wanted to kill you, and now he will have to pay for it." Although Li Feihong had not stepped into his invincible domain, Chen Chang'an still regarded him with disdain. After all, he now had the support of three demon lords, and moreover, their abilities had been enhanced. Each of the demon lords was no less powerful than Li Feihong. Together, they could easily deal with him. Chen Chang'an shouted, "You old rascal, dare to bully my dear disciple? You must be tired of living." Although Li Feihong was anxious, he stood firm, gripping his sword and cupping his fist. "I am Li Feihong, the esteemed elder of the Evil Dragon Cave. May I inquire as to how you address yourself?" Despite seeing that Chen Chang'an possessed no cultivation, appearing to be an ordinary person, the three demon lords clearly regarded Chen Chang'an with high esteem, preventing him from underestimating him. "What do you call yourself? Want to kill my disciple? You three? Why are you still standing there? Go and beat him to a pulp." With Chen Chang'an's command, Tuoba, Shizi and I, and Hong Yi did not dare to hesitate and launched a full-scale assault on Li Feihong. The waves of magical energy erupting from the three demons surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming Li Feihong. Chapter 30. Bad old man, you are truly brave. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying magical power radiating from the three demons was particularly fearsome when they unleashed their full strength, swiftly putting Li Feihong at a disadvantage and subjecting him to a relentless beating. Especially after the three demons' capabilities were elevated to the 8th rank, their power experienced a qualitative leap. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, leaving Li Feihong in agony, howling in distress. He had never anticipated that behind Ling Baoer stood three demon lords as her backing. Had he known this, he would never have dared to pursue her. The battles between Yuanian cultivators were terrifying, as their magical energy unleashed destruction upon everything, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fly, even toppling mountains. However, at the Immortal Temple, there was an eerie calm. With no trace of the external chaos, Ling Baoer watched with excitement as Li Feihong was being battered, gleefully shaking her little fists. Bad old man, this is what you get for bullying me. Facing the full frontal assault of the three demons, Li Feihong's injuries worsened. The relentless barrage of their attacks resembled a fierce storm, completely overwhelming him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Li Feihong hurriedly summoned one defensive treasure after another. But to no avail. The three demons were too formidable. Those defensive artifacts were shattered one by one. Before long, with a pained scream, Li Feihong was struck by Tuoba Ye's punch, crashing down. The astonishing force behind that punch created a massive crater in the ground. Now, Li Feihong was battered and bruised, his breath weak and labored. He lay on the ground, inhaling more than exhaling, his face a mask of fear and despair. How could this be? Immediately after, another round of merciless blows rained down. Ling Baoer felt vindicated, exclaiming, "Himph, you bad old man, wanting to kill me? Let's see how arrogant you are now. Bring him here," commanded Chen Chang'an. Tuoba Yi seized Li Feihong and brought him before Chen Chang'an. Hong Yi picked up the sacred immortal sword from the ground and returned it to Ling Baoer. "Thank you, Sister Hong Yi." Hong Yi smiled lightly. "This is what we ought to do. This old rascal dared to bully you. There's no need for our master to intervene. We will teach him a lesson ourselves." In Tuoba Ye's grip, Li Feihong resembled a beaten dog. The demon lords, true to their name, were immensely powerful and brutal, almost shattering every bone in Li Feihong's body, now drenched in blood. However, despite his weakened state, Li Feihong's vitality remained surprisingly robust. After all, he was a Yuanian cultivator. How could he be easily killed? "Master, how should we deal with this old fellow?" Tuoba Yi inquired. Li Feihong was filled with terror, his face bruised and battered, his eyes squinting to slits, unable to fully open them. Through his blurred vision, he gazed at Chen Chang'an, still perceiving no signs of cultivation from him. This was clearly just an ordinary person. He could not fathom why the three demon lords treated Chen Chang'an with such deference. Could he possibly be a disciple from an ancient lineage or sacred ground? Yet he hardly appeared to be one. But for Li Feihong, it was no longer the time to ponder such matters. He had to worry for his own life. He thought to himself, "It is impossible for me to escape from these three demon lords. But they cannot easily kill me either. If they push me too far, I will resort to a Yuanian self-detonation, taking them down with me. But that is my last resort, to be used only in dire circumstances. Perhaps I can find a glimmer of hope from this young man." Chen Chang'an was unaware of the sinister thoughts brewing in Li Feihong's mind. He coldly regarded him. "You even dared to attempt to kill my disciple. Old fellow, what do you believe I should do with you?" Li Feihong's voice was weak and feeble. "Fellow Taoist, I did not know that this girl was your disciple. Had I known, I would never have dared to lay a hand on her. Spare my life, spare my life." As soon as his words fell, the seemingly feeble Li Feihong suddenly erupted with astounding power, breaking free from Tuoba Ye's grasp. Tuoba Ye's expression changed dramatically, but he had no time to react. "You dare?" Red Robe and Shizi and I were equally caught off guard. What a cunning old fellow! In that fleeting moment, a precious blade appeared in Li Feihong's hand, now held threateningly against Chen Chang'an's throat, glinting ominously. His expression contorted with malice, he shouted, "Do not move, or I will take this young man's life." Should the three demons make any moves, he would not hesitate to end Chen Chang'an's life. Since these three demons held this young man in such high regard, now that he was in Li Feihong's grasp, they would have to obey. Li Feihong felt a surge of triumph in his heart. But in the next instant, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Although the precious blade was poised at Chen Chang'an's throat to intimidate the three demons, he noticed that they showed no concern for Chen Chang'an's life, especially Ling Bao'er, who looked at him with eyes full of sympathy, as if to say, "You dare to threaten, master? Bad old man, you are truly brave." Tuoba Yi knelt on one knee, admitting his fault. "This old fellow escaped from my grasp, and now he has offended our master. I deserve to die." Li Feihong was perplexed. Was Tuoba Yi truly this foolish? Chen Chang'an had already fallen into his hands. Yet he was still apologizing? Shouldn't he be trying to rescue Chen Chang'an? Without further thought, Li Feihong barked, "Do not play tricks on me. Hand over the sacred immortal sword and let me leave. I promise I will not harm him. If you refuse, I will kill him." Li Feihong coldly threatened the three demons. "Old rascal, I wonder where you draw your confidence to speak such words." Chen Chang'an lightly shook his head. Responding coolly, "Are you not afraid of death?" Li Feihong glared at Chen Chang'an. Now that he was in his grasp, he was astonished to see the young man maintain such an indifferent demeanor. "Am I afraid of death? Of course I am, but with you, you are not capable of taking my life." After speaking, Chen Chang'an moved. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp crack echoed as he effortlessly crushed the treasured blade that hung around his neck. Li Feihong's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? For this blade was his life's artifact, and even a practitioner at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage would struggle to destroy it with all their might. Yet, before him, Chen Chang'an had simply used one hand to shatter his life's treasure with ease. While reeling from the shock, Li Feihong was engulfed by a furious rage, his eyes burning crimson. "To dare destroy my life's artifact, you shall perish." He clawed towards Chen Chang'an's crown, intent on obliterating his head. In response, Chen Chang'an retaliated with a single palm strike. The sound of thud resonated, as this strike, imbued with overwhelming force, struck Li Feihong with such ferocity that he was unable to even emit a cry before being reduced to a mist of blood. Ling Bao'er and the three demons stood frozen, hearts pounding in trepidation. What unspeakable power must this strike have contained to obliterate a nascent soul master into a mere cloud of blood mist? The sanguine mist lingered in the air for quite some time before dissipating. The entire immortal temple fell into a haunting silence. Chen Chang'an dusted off his hands, a hint of regret crossing his features. He had initially intended to torment Li Feihong a little, but to his surprise, the man was so fragile that a single strike had sufficed, proving him too weak. A system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a practitioner of the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, earning 1,200 domain points." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had garnered 1,500 domain points from slaying 3 golden core cultivators in the Evil Dragon Cave. Yet today he had earned 1,200 points from defeating this Li Feihong of the nascent soul realm. Could it be that slaying these 3 demons would yield 3 to 4,000 domain points? With this thought in mind, Chen Chang'an's gaze fell upon the 3 demons. For reasons unknown, the moment they met his eyes, an icy dread washed over them, instilling profound fear. Chapter 31. "Well, I admit I'm envious." A crackling bonfire sprang to life in the courtyard, as Chen Chang'an diligently roasted the Dragonfire Chicken King. The flames enveloped the chicken, causing it to glisten with fragrant oil, its entire form a golden hue, the aroma wafting through the courtyard, tantalizing the 3 demons and Ling Bao'er to the point of drooling. After dispatching Li Feihong, Chen Chang'an had begun his culinary endeavor. He certainly had no intention of killing the submissive 3 demons for a mere few thousand domain points. That would be an unwise trade-off. "Master, this roasted chicken smells divine," Ling Bao'er exclaimed, astonished by Chen Chang'an's culinary prowess. The snake demon praised, "Young master, you are unparalleled. Though I have tasted the Dragonfire Chicken King before, I have never encountered such an enticing fragrance." Flattered by the compliments, Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. Such praise was well-deserved. His roasting skills were unmatched, especially after 3 years in the Eternal Life sect. Although he was an ordinary person incapable of cultivation, he had wielded the fire stick and held a significant position. It even led Chen Chang'an to speculate whether his master had taken him as a disciple solely for his culinary talent. It had nearly been a month since his master had last returned, and with the temple's restrictions now lifted, something must have transpired. Reflecting on his master, a weight settled in Chen Chang'an's heart. As an ordinary person, his survival in the Jiuzhou continent for 3 years was largely due to his master, and he felt deep gratitude. Previously, he had remained passively within the immortal temple, leaving his fate to chance. However, now things were different. He possessed the invincible domain system and had subdued 3 great demon kings. He could certainly send them to search for his master and gather information on the current state of the Eternal Life sect. As he pondered, the Dragonfire Chicken King was finally cooked to perfection. Extinguishing the flames, Chen Chang'an smiled. "Come, all of you, taste the flavor of this Dragonfire Chicken King." "Yea, thank you, young master." In no time, the Dragonfire Chicken King was devoured by the 2 and the 3 demons. Ling Baoer licked her fingers, exclaiming, "Master, your roasted chicken is truly delicious." The snake demon, Tuoba Yi, and Hong Yi all concurred with Ling Baoer, having never tasted such delectable roasted chicken before. Unfortunately, the portions were too small, leaving them unsatisfied. "Master, tomorrow I shall venture to Chicken Claw Mountain and catch 10 more Dragonfire Chicken Kings." "Baoer, until you break through to the nascent soul stage, you are not permitted to descend the mountain. Let Tuoba Yi fetch them instead," Chen Chang'an instructed. "Understood," Tuoba Yi replied. Ling Baoer nodded in agreement, recalling how she had barely escaped with her life upon descending the mountain. Had she not returned to Feishan Mountain in time, she might never have seen her master again. Indeed, her cultivation level was still too weak. Subsequently, Ling Baoer began her training. "Snake Demon, Tuoba Yi, are any of you familiar with Yunzhou?" Chen Chang'an inquired. The Snake Demon respectfully replied, "Young master, I hail from the Golden Python clan of Yunzhou, and I am quite familiar with that region." The Golden Python clan, Chen Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of this clan within the Eternal Life sect, known to be a top-tier demon clan in Yunzhou. He had not expected the Snake Demon to hail from such a formidable lineage. "I did not anticipate you had such a powerful background," he continued. The Snake Demon chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, I have little to do with the Golden Python clan now." "Oh?" Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. Beside them, Hong Yi explained with a smile, "Young master, the Snake Demon was once a contender for the position of Holy Sun in the Golden Python clan. But unfortunately, he was defeated and had to flee to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is that so?" The Snake Demon asked. "May I inquire what instructions you have for me?" "I had intended for you to investigate the news of the Eternal Life sect in Yunzhou and seek out a certain individual. However, since your relationship with the Golden Python clan has soured, I shall assign Tuoba Yi instead." "Young master, allow me to go. With my current qualifications, I could return to the Golden Python clan and vie for the position of Holy Sun once more. Even the current Holy Sun would not dare to act against me. The Eternal Life sect is a top-tier sect in Yunzhou, and its sudden annihilation might indicate a significant event. Tuoba Yi is unfamiliar with Yunzhou and may not accomplish your task in a timely manner." "Snake Demon, how dare you insult me? Who says I cannot complete the task on time?" Tuoba Yi retorted angrily. Hong Yi shrugged with a smile. "Well, Tuoba Yi is somewhat directionally challenged. He struggles to find his way even in the 10,000 Great Mountains, let alone in Yunzhou. Young master, I suggest you entrust this task to the Snake Demon." Tuoba Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. "Very well, then, Snake Demon. You shall go to Yunzhou and investigate which faction annihilated the Eternal Life sect. Additionally, seek information regarding Feng Qiyun." "Feng Qiyun? He is the headmaster of the Eternal Life sect. Should you catch wind of any news regarding him, report back immediately. If he encounters any danger, spare no effort to protect him." "Understood." Chen Chang'an picked several spirit herbs from the ground and utilized all things living, transmuting them into 10 spirit pills. "Take these," he instructed. The Snake Demon was elated as he accepted the spirit pills. Thanking the young master profusely, Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi looked on with envy, well aware of the powerful effects of these pills. Indeed, Tuoba Yi had consumed one previously and had experienced a miraculous recovery from his grave injuries. Even breaking through a minor realm, it was crucial to note that this was a minor realm within the nascent soul stage, and each breakthrough was exceedingly difficult, akin to ascending to the heavens. The spirit herbs had transformed into pills capable of facilitating such breakthroughs. These were not merely spirit pills. They were akin to elixirs of immortality. Chen Chang'an had unexpectedly gifted the Snake Demon 10 of them. How could Hongyi and Tuoba Yi not feel envious? All right, I admit I'm envious, Tuoba Yi muttered. Snake Demon, if you can successfully complete this task, I shall not treat you poorly, Chen Chang'an added. To motivate the Snake Demon to fulfill his mission, Chen Chang'an painted a vivid picture of rewards. Listening to this, the Snake Demon felt a rush of excitement, eager to set off for Yunzhou immediately. I will not disappoint young master's expectations. Time is of the essence. Go now. The Snake Demon, without hesitation, transformed into a beam of demonic light and swiftly departed Feishan Mountain. As Chen Chang'an watched the Snake Demon vanish, he was filled with myriad thoughts, silently wishing, Master, I have sent someone to find you. Please, don't perish. After the Snake Demon left, Chen Chang'an turned his attention to Hongyi and Tuoba Yi. Hongyi, Tuoba Yi, I have tasks for you as well. Their eyes brightened with newfound energy. Young master, please give your orders. This dilapidated immortal temple needs repairs. Since the Snake Demon has gone to Yunzhou, do not forget to catch some Dragonfire Chicken Kings as well. Hongyi, Tuoba Yi. Chapter 32. The Ancestor Manifests. And the little tail becomes a demon. In the dragon's lair, within a stone chamber, a disciple of the dragon's lair stood guard. The chamber was illuminated by a series of soul lamps, casting a bright glow throughout the space. Suddenly, the foremost soul lamp extinguished, and it was none other than the soul lamp left by the esteemed elderly Fei Hong in the dragon's lair. When a person dies, their lamp goes out. The disciple on watch was struck with terror upon witnessing this and hurriedly fled the stone chamber. The master of the dragon's lair had perished, and now even the esteemed elder was dead. What could have transpired outside? It is known that the esteemed elder was a cultivator at the nascent soul level, a top-tier powerhouse in Ghost State, and each one was an invaluable treasure to the dragon's lair. The sudden and silent death of the esteemed elder would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire dragon's lair. Meanwhile, Qiu Qiantu had returned to the Ghost Skull sect. He had failed to seize the celestial treasure and had nearly lost his life, which weighed heavily on his mind, vowing to kill Chen Chang'an. That youth must be at the nascent soul level. Does he think the Ghost Skull sect lacks such strength? Qiu Qiantu declared fiercely. He would go to seek the esteemed elder. He wanted the elder to personally deal with Chen Chang'an and retrieve the celestial treasure. At that moment, a disciple of the Ghost Skull sect rushed in. Sect Master, you have finally returned. Why such haste? What has happened? Qiu Qiantu inquired. Sect Master, our ancestor who ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago has manifested today and is currently meeting with the esteemed elder. We were just waiting for you. Qiu Qiantu was taken aback. What did you say? The ancestor has manifested. Without hesitation, he rushed to the ancestral hall. Upon arriving, he found the three esteemed elders of the Ghost Skull sect kneeling on the ground, and a towering figure stood with his back to them. Qiu Qiantu's heart raced with excitement as he approached and knelt down, saying, Qiantu has arrived late. I beseech the ancestor to forgive my transgression. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the ancestral hall. This immortal has descended upon the lower realms under the decree of the celestial sovereign. The news of an immortal descending to the lower realms stirred emotions among the three esteemed elders and Qiu Qiantu. The ancestors' descent promised to sweep across a state. Establishing the Ghost Skull sect's dominance in Ghost State was no longer a mere dream. Seemingly aware of their intentions, the ancestor coldly stated, I have come to search for the celestial sovereign's lost life treasure, the holy immortal sword. Before I arrive at the 9 provinces continent, your task is to find out where the holy immortal sword is located. Heed my command. The three esteemed elders responded promptly. Then, Qiu Qiantu, overwhelmed, exclaimed, Ancestor, I know where the celestial sovereign's lost life treasure is. The ancestor turned to look at Qiu Qiantu, his features obscured by a mysterious force, making it difficult to discern his appearance. Yet Qiu Qiantu knew the ancestor was gazing at him. His heart raced with anxiety. Where is it? The celestial treasure descended upon the world, causing a transformation in the heavens and earth. And I led a group to the 10,000 Great Mountains, ultimately finding the treasure at Feishan Mountain. Can the treasure be brought back? Qiu Qiantu shook his head and replied, The holy immortal sword has fallen into the hands of Ling Qingshan's daughter, the leader of the 9 Sword sect. On that day, aside from our Ghost Skull sect, there were also people from the Dragon's Lair. But everyone except me has perished, especially near Ling Qingshan's daughter. There was a young man in white robes whom I suspect to be an esteemed elder of the 9 Sword sect. The ancestor nodded. Well done. He continued. You will go to the Nine-Sword Sect to retrieve the Holy Immortal Sword. If the Nine-Sword Sect does not surrender it, inform them that should they refuse, they shall await annihilation, for the belongings of the Celestial Sovereign are not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Understood. The ancestor said no more, and his figure gradually dissipated. The celestial aura that had pervaded the ancestral hall vanished. The four felt a great weight lifted from their shoulders and sighed in relief. They dared not neglect the ancestor's command and, after issuing a few instructions, set off together towards the Nine-Sword Sect. In the afternoon, Ling Baoer was meditating beneath the Bodhi tree, while Tua Ba was reconstructing the Immortal Temple, and Chen Chang'an lounged on a wooden chair in the courtyard, leisurely basking in the sun, admiring the graceful figure of the girl in red as she tidied up the courtyard at tea that moment. A notification sound echoed in his mind. System notification. The Dogtail Grass Spirit has transformed into a demon, earning you 100 domain points. Chen Chang'an abruptly sat up, astonished. The little tail has become a demon. At that moment, Tua Ba, who was in the midst of reconstructing the Immortal Temple, sensed a faint demonic aura suddenly manifest within the temple. He was surprised to see a clump of dog-tail grass beside the statue in the temple, where the little tail waved its tiny hand, greeting Tua Ba. Tua Ba's eyes widened. This dog-tail grass can become a demon? Dog-tail grass, such a common plant, possesses no noble bloodline. Logically, it should never be able to transform into a demon in its lifetime. There was no doubt. This must be the work of the master. Master, there is a dog-tail grass that is transformed into a demon in the temple. He conveyed this news. Ling Baoer, who was practicing, heard this and immediately stopped, running barefoot into the temple, where she saw the little tail. Oh, little tail, you have actually become a demon, Ling Baoer exclaimed with great curiosity, her bright eyes wide open as she gazed at the little tail. The little tail emitted unintelligible sounds, and then, with a flash of green light, transformed into a cute little girl the size of a fist, who rushed forward to hug Ling Baoer's leg. Unfortunately, she was far too small to hold onto Ling Baoer's slender leg, causing it to tickle and making her giggle uncontrollably. Little tail, you tickle me so much. Then, Ling Baoer cradled the little tail in her palm. I will take you to meet Master. The little tail nodded vigorously. Master, little tail has become a demon. Ling Baoer brought the little tail to Chen Chang'an. So small. Chen Chang'an gazed at the little tail in Ling Baoer's palm, momentarily taken aback. For an ordinary plant to gain sentience and transform into a being was already a tremendous fortune. He never expected it to become a demon and be so diminutive. The girl in red blinked her beautiful eyes, full of curiosity towards the little tail, having never witnessed a plant transform nor seen such a small demon before. Chapter 33. Creating a unique path for demon cultivation. The little tail babbled and danced around. Though it had successfully transformed, it was evidently still in the early stages. Chen Chang'an entrusted the little tail to the girl in red for guidance. As she was a powerful demon king at the nascent soul stage, possessing deep insights into the path of demons, making her the most suitable mentor for the little tail, of course, primarily because Chen Chang'an himself did not cultivate and had nothing to teach the little tail. In the courtyard, Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer roasted chicken as the little tail followed the girl in red in her training. The little tail took its first step on the path of demons, which was to comprehend the changes of heaven and earth and absorb the spiritual energy of the cosmos, integrating the essence of the sun and moon. The girl in red initially thought the little tail would require some time to embark on the path of demons. Having taken several years herself to truly step onto this path, considered a genius among the celestial foxes. However, upon encountering Ling Baoer and then this little tail, she realized what true talent meant. The little tail absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and integrated the essence of the sun and moon into its being, stepping onto the path of demons in just a single day. Such a prodigy was undoubtedly exceptional among the demon race. The girl in red and Tua Ba were moved. Could it be that the little tail, like Ling Baoer, possessed extraordinary talents surpassing the 9th rank? Witnessing the little tail's astonishing potential, the girl in red became even more excited, dedicating herself fully to teaching her. The little tail diligently followed the girl in red in her training, earning her affection. Baoer, since the sect master of the Ghost Skull sect has left, why haven't they sent anyone to contend for the Holy Immortal Sword? Chen Chang'an asked Ling Baoer while roasting meat. Ling Baoer sprinkled seasoning on the meat with a cheerful smile. saying, "Master, the Ghost Skull sect doesn't dare to send anyone to contend for the holy immortal sword. They must be afraid of you." However, I heard from Nyogu that many cultivators and demons have been moving around the 10,000 Great Mountains these days, likely searching for the holy immortal sword. Chun Chang'an's eyes lit up. Then why haven't they found Feishan Mountain yet? I need domain points to expand my invincible domain. And if those cultivators and demons come to contest for the holy immortal sword, I am sorry, but I can only kill them to gain domain points. Ling Baoer shook her head, continuing, Master, you can rest assured that they won't dare to come to Feishan Mountain." "What do you mean?" Chen Chang'an asked, bewildered. "After all, Tuaba Yi and Sister Hong Yi are demon kings. Where the aura of a demon king resides, those demons would never dare to approach, and those cultivators are certainly not fools." Upon hearing Ling Baoer's words, Chen Chang'an's mouth twitched. "I see now I in the realm of invincibility. Although it is possible to conceal the demonic aura emanating from Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi, once they step beyond the confines of this invincible domain, it becomes impossible to shield their demonic presence. Particularly among the demon race, where hierarchy is strictly observed, weaker creatures dare not encroach upon the territories of stronger beings. It is no wonder that none dare to tread upon the flying immortal mountain." Chen Chang'an felt a sense of helplessness, realizing he had incurred a significant loss in domain value. Clearly, he needed to instruct Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi to temper their demonic auras. At that moment, Hong Yi approached with the little tail. "Young master," it chirped. The little tail climbed onto Ling Baoer, gazing eagerly at the golden roasted chicken sizzling in the flames. "Humph, little tail. I sincerely suspect that your desire for Master's assistance in transforming is merely to indulge in delicious food." "Chirp, chirp." Chun Chang'an inquired of Hong Yi, "What is it?" Reporting to the young master, "Although the little tail has embarked on the path of demonhood, I wonder if you possess any suitable cultivation methods for her?" In Hong Yi's estimation, Chen Chang'an, with his formidable and unfathomable strength, must surely have collected cultivation techniques appropriate for the little tail. This left Chen Chang'an in a quandary. It was not that he lacked suitable demon cultivation methods, but rather that he had none at all. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and said earnestly, "Hong Yi, I entrust the little tail to you. Please teach her diligently to ask for the cultivation methods. Naturally, that falls to you. Isn't it true that the heavenly demon ancient fox possesses demon cultivation techniques? They seem quite fitting." Hong Yi was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "Young master, but the little tail has transformed from a plant. Can she truly cultivate the techniques of the heavenly demon ancient fox?" Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "I merely ask you to impart the demon cultivation techniques to her. I am not instructing you to have her truly practice them. With the little tail's potential, I believe she can glean insights from the techniques of the heavenly demon ancient fox and develop her own unique methods." Hong Yi was astonished. "I see now. Indeed, the little tail's potential exceeds the 9th rank. She will undoubtedly be able to comprehend her own demon cultivation techniques. How foolish of me. The young master thinks far ahead. There is no method more suitable than one derived from personal understanding." She speculated that the young master had refrained from directly bestowing the techniques upon the little tail, perhaps intending to challenge her. With this realization, Hong Yi felt an even deeper respect for Chen Chang'an. "Young master, I understand now." Chen Chang'an, intrigued, wanted to ask, "What do you understand?" Hong Yi hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Young master, if I am to impart the demon cultivation techniques to the little tail, I must return to the heavenly demon ancient fox to seek the elder's approval. Do you not have any on hand?" Hong Yi shook her head, replying, "The demon cultivation techniques are the foundation of the heavenly demon ancient fox. Although we practice, we are under a restriction that prevents us from passing on the techniques. However, given the little tail's potential, I am certain the clan will not refuse her. Young master, if possible, I would like to take the little tail back to the heavenly demon ancient fox." Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment and nodded, "Very well, then you may go." With Hong Yi by his side, Chen Chang'an felt no concern for the little tail's safety. Chirp, chirp. The little tail shook her head, stepping forward to cling to the hem of Chen Chang'an's robe, clearly reluctant to part from him. Chen Chang'an chuckled, "Little tail, did you not ask me to assist in your transformation so that you could grow stronger?" Ling Baoer also chimed in, "Little tail, do not disappoint Master's expectations." The little tail pouted but could only reluctantly release her grip on the fabric. "Go with Hong Yi now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you will return," Chun Chang'an instructed. Young master, we will return promptly, Hong Yi assured him as she departed the immortal temple with the little tail. After Hong Yi and the little tail left, only Chen Chang'an, Ling Bao'er, and Tuoba Yi remained on flying immortal mountain I in the courtyard. The rejuvenating immortal tree was blossoming with vibrant flowers, filling the area with an ethereal ambience. Tuoba Yi was still diligently reconstructing the immortal temple, which now stood renewed compared to its previous dilapidated state. Chen Chang'an was quite pleased. Living in such an immortal temple surely uplifted one's spirits. Tuoba Yi, Chen Chang'an called. Young master, your subordinate is here. Tuoba Yi appeared before Chen Chang'an, his muscular physique resembling a coiling dragon, exuding an impressive presence, particularly the formidable demonic aura that radiated from him. From now on, you must completely suppress your aura within Flying Immortal Mountain. Without my permission, do not allow it to be revealed. Understood? Tuoba Yi complied, suppressing his aura. Unless someone stronger than him intervened or Tuoba Yi chose to reveal it, no one would discern his cultivation level. Chen Chang'an was satisfied. With Hong Yi gone and Tuoba Yi suppressing his cultivation, those demons and cultivators searching for the holy immortal sword should surely make their way to this immortal temple. Right? Chapter 34, Task, My Beloved, System Notification. Host has slain a 5th-tier Golden Core cultivator, earning 280 domain points. System Notification. Host has transformed the Bodhi tree into a demon, earning 100 domain points. System Notification. As Tuoba Yi suppressed his cultivation, a portion of demons and monsters arrived at Flying Immortal Mountain in search of the Holy Immortal Sword. Naturally, they laid eyes upon the Holy Immortal Sword in Ling Bao'er's possession, leading them to covet it. Subsequently, they all met their demise on this mountain. Thus, Chen Chang'an reaped a significant harvest of domain points. In just 2 days, his domain points had reached 2,200, and his invincible domain had expanded to 50 meters. However, he chose not to further extend his domain range with the remaining 2,200 points. Instead, he opted to save them. Indeed, he was saving them. Now, a system tab had appeared in his mind. Invincible Domain System. Current version 2.0, with 5,000 points of domain value needed to unlock the new function True Understanding of Immortal Tao. As for the purpose of this function, Chen Chang'an was still unclear. However, judging by the name True Understanding of Immortal Tao, it seemed likely to be quite impressive. Not inferior to the 2.0 version function All Living Beings. Therefore, Chen Chang'an was in no hurry to expand his invincible domain. Rather, he wished to prioritize upgrading the system. With 2,200 domain points in his possession, acquiring an additional 2,800 points would enable him to upgrade the system. He was quite eager for this prospect. Why haven't any nascent soul cultivators come to seize the holy immortal sword? Chen Chang'an grumbled. Beside him, Tuoba Yi replied, reporting to the young master, nascent soul cultivators rarely make an appearance. Most are in seclusion, striving to achieve immortality, and likely have not received news of the celestial treasure's emergence. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. Then what of the leader of the Ghost Skull sect? Is he such a coward that he fled without a sound? Does he truly not desire the holy immortal sword? It seemed that Xiao Qian too was indeed quite fearful of death. Tuoba Yi, are there any nascent soul demon kings remaining in the vast 10,000 great mountains? Tuoba Yi was momentarily taken aback. Contemplating, could it be that the young master intends to confront the demon kings? I am asking you a question. Why are you in a daze? Tuoba Yi nodded. The 10,000 great mountains are immensely vast, home to numerous demons and monsters of the nascent soul stage, but they seldom emerge. Currently, this territory belongs to me, Hong Yi, and Snake Child. The other nascent souls will not easily intrude upon our domain. I see it was no wonder that Chen Chang'an had only encountered the strongest of the Golden Core stage recently. Though the holy immortal sword resides within your territory, do you believe the other nascent soul demons would willingly forsake it? Chen Chang'an inquired. Tuoba Yi shook his head, replying solemnly, Young master, it is not as such. Primarily, we have 3 nascent souls. The other demon kings do not dare to act recklessly. However, I have received word that a nascent soul demon has already allied with others in the 10,000 great mountains, all with the aim of obtaining the holy immortal sword. Chen Chang'an's eyes instantly brightened, and he laughed. Now, that is splendid news. He had been waiting for those nascent souls to come and offer him domain points. Observing Chen Chang'an's expression, Tuoba Yi silently mourned for the other great demons in the 10,000 great mountains. If they dared to contest the holy immortal sword, they would be met with a certain demise. The young master is unparalleled in this world and is not someone they can withstand. Tuoba Yi, I have a task for you. Young master, please speak. Go to the 10,000 Great Mountains and leak the information that the holy immortal sword is located here on Flying Immortal Mountain. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an's gaze fell upon the rejuvenating immortal tree adorned with vibrant flowers. It would not be long before the flowers withered and bore the rejuvenating immortal fruit, he mused. This rejuvenating immortal fruit is a celestial fruit of considerable worth, not inferior to the holy immortal sword, and would surely attract many. He had a plan forming in his mind and added, also spread the word that there is a rejuvenating immortal tree on Flying Immortal Mountain. Young master, what is the purpose of this? Tuoba Yi inquired, puzzled. Chen Chang'an shot him an exasperated look. I told you to go, so just go. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Understood. Tuoba Yi hastily departed from beneath the Bodhi tree, while Ling Bao'er sat cross-legged, cultivating and absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The air around her emanated powerful waves of magical energy, and it would not be long before her cultivation would break through once more. Chen Chang'an was quite pleased. After all, Ling Bao'er was a diligent disciple he had personally nurtured. He then recalled his master, Feng Qiyun, and murmured to himself, Master, it has been another 2 days, yet you have yet to return. Could it be that you have truly met your end? Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his eyes to light up. He remembered the storage ring his master had entrusted to him in haste before leaving. Claiming it was a token to be carefully safeguarded, he retrieved the ring, its bronze surface ancient and gleaming. Master, you thought I would be unable to open this storage ring, but things have changed now. Chen Chang'an called out to Ling Bao'er, disciple, cease your cultivation and come here for a moment. Master, what is it? Ling Bao'er inquired as she approached. Open this storage ring, Chen Chang'an instructed. As Ling Bao'er took the ring. She remarked, Master, if this storage ring belongs to someone, I would be unable to open it. Indeed, it is unclaimed, Chen Chang'an confirmed. This ring had once been his master's, but before departing, his master had erased its previous markings, leaving it for Chen Chang'an to safeguard. He had told Chen Chang'an that if he did not return, he should take the ring to Longhu Mountain in Guizhou, for it would provide him protection. Chen Chang'an had heard of Longhu Mountain, the foremost power in Guizhou, even while in Yuzhou. However, he had never considered going there himself. As an ordinary person with no cultivation, such a venture would be akin to courting death. But now, with the awakening of the invincible domain system, he had no such plans. He was merely curious about what treasures his master had left within the storage ring that would warrant protection from Longhu Mountain. After all, he possessed the Longxing body, coveted by countless demons and spirits. He could hardly believe that if his Longxing body were to be exposed, it would attract even more attention than the saintly immortal sword or the youth-preserving immortal fruit. Thus, he was eager to discover what lay within the storage ring that could compel Longhu Mountain to protect him. Very well, let us see, Ling Bao'er said. With her consciousness entering the ring effortlessly, she soon managed to unlock it. Moments later, a letter appeared in her hand, shimmering with light. Master, there is a letter inside the storage ring, Ling Bao'er said, puzzled. Is there anything else? Nothing but this letter. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his master would leave behind only a letter. That old man, he mused. I expected him to have left something of worth. It seemed he had overthought it. Ling Bao'er handed the letter to Chen Chang'an, who accepted it. The exterior bore several words that were unmistakably his master's handwriting. Yet, upon reading them, he was rendered speechless. To my beloved, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, what the master always claimed to be a lifelong bachelor. What is this nonsense? After finishing the letter, Chen Chang'an wore a complex expression, filled with myriad emotions. The letter mentioned a person named Ming He, who was likely his master's old flame, detailing a touching tale of their romance. Of course, the most significant revelation was about himself. Indeed, his master had hastily departed to address matters concerning the Chongqing sect, his fate now uncertain. Consequently, he had entrusted Chen Chang'an's care to his old flame. Ming He, that old man has been deceiving me all along, pretending to be a lifelong bachelor, Chen Chang'an muttered as he folded the letter. Beside him, Ling Bao'er, curious, asked, Master, what does the letter say? You seem rather contemplative. Chen Chang'an lightly tapped Ling Bao'er's head. replying, "You wouldn't understand. It recounts the love story of your ancestral master." Ling Bao's eyes brightened. "Wow, I have an ancestral master. Master, where is this ancestral master?" Chen Chang'an shot her a glance. "He is missing, his whereabouts unknown." "Ah." Chen Chang'an glared at her. "What do you mean, ah? Get back to your cultivation. If you do not break through to the 5th level of the Golden Core in the next 2 days, I shall punish you with 3 days of no food." Ling Bao pouted. "Master, please, I do not want to go hungry." "Then hurry along." At that moment, Ling Bao sensed 2 familiar auras approaching Feishan Mountain. Upon recognizing them, her expression changed, and she quickly scurried from the courtyard into the temple. "Master, my father is here. You mustn't tell him I am here." From within the temple, Ling Bao's voice echoed. "What did you say?" Chen Chang'an asked, having not heard her clearly. However, Ling Bao fell silent, concealing herself. "That girl," Chen Chang'an muttered, shaking his head, not giving it much thought. Before long, 2 figures streaked across the sky toward Feishan Mountain. As the ethereal light faded, their forms became visible. A handsome middle-aged man resembling Ling Bao, her father, Ling Qingshan, and beside him, an elder, the Grand Elder of the Nine-Sword Sect, Ling Hai, with a head full of white hair yet an aura of vitality. Ling Hai exuded an ethereal presence. The overwhelming energy radiating from him indicated he was a nascent soul. Before us lies Feishan Mountain. The dilapidated temple mentioned by Qiu Qianlu is atop this peak. Ling Hai spoke slowly. Ling Qingshan's gaze was profound as he failed to sense Bao's presence. According to Qiu Qianlu, the immortal treasure is in Bao's possession. How can this be? The matter of the immortal treasure was of utmost importance. They could not allow any connection to the Nine-Sword Sect. "We must find Bao. Let us proceed to the dilapidated temple to see if we can find any traces left by her." Soon, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai arrived at the temple on Feishan Mountain. Inside, Ling Bao was anxious and worried, murmuring, "Why has he come? He must be here to take me back. I wish to stay with Master. I do not want to return with Father." At that moment, Ling Bao sensed that Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai's auras had reached the temple. She held her breath, resembling a turtle, concealing all her energy as she cautiously observed the world outside. Yet, outside in the courtyard, Chen Chang'an lay leisurely on a wooden chair, soaking up the sun and humming a tune, utterly oblivious to the arrival of Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai. Is this the mysterious youth mentioned by Qiu Qianlu? Ling Qingshan's gaze turned icy as he spotted Chen Chang'an. Ling Hai surveyed the flourishing flowers, the blossoming Bodhi trees, and the presence of a celestial tree, the temple radiating an extraordinary aura. "Qingshan, this place is extraordinary," Ling Hai remarked, astonished. However, this youth shows no signs of cultivation. He cannot possibly be capable of taking on the people from the evil dragon cave. It seems Qiu Qianlu has been misleading us. "Let us investigate further," Ling Hai suggested, leading Ling Qingshan toward the temple, entering Chen Chang'an's invincible domain. The leisurely Chen Chang'an abruptly halted his song, sensing the 2 auras approaching him. Stretching lazily, he curiously regarded them. "Are you here to seize the immortal treasure? By the way, you bear a striking resemblance to my disciple." Ling Qingshan coldly retorted, "I am her father." Inside the temple, Ling Bao listened intently, covering her face in embarrassment. "Master, you promised not to reveal to father that I am here, yet you told him I am your disciple." "Ah, so it is your father," Chen Chang'an sighed, disappointment washing over him. "Regardless of who you are, hand over my daughter. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." Ling Qingshan's tone was icy and aggressive. Although he could not sense Ling Bao's presence, he was convinced she was nearby. Ling Hai remained silent, observing Chen Chang'an with curiosity, noting that he appeared to be an ordinary person. "It seems Qiu Qianlu has been lying," Ling Hai thought. Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at Ling Qingshan. "You are quite intimidating. No wonder Bao fears you. She knew you were coming and hid away." Ling Qingshan threatened, If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, do not blame me for being ruthless." Inside the temple, Ling Bao cringed at her father's threats, feeling embarrassed to acknowledge him as her father. "Father, you are merely at the 9th level of the Golden Core. Master could easily crush a nascent soul expert with a single slap. Speaking such words before Master is akin to courting death. Please, do not provoke Master. He could easily end you with a single blow." Hearing Ling Qingshan's threats, Chen Chang'an merely shrugged, unfazed. and replied with a grin, "Not only have I touched a hair on your daughter's head, but I am quite curious about what you plan to do about it, you." Ling Qingshan's fury erupted at Chen Chang'an's words. Unleashing his golden core's 9th level of power, Ling Bao'er understood that she could no longer hide. If her father truly took action against Master, it would spell disaster. "Father, do not act impulsively. Master has not harmed your daughter." With a pout and a displeased expression, Ling Bao'er dashed out of the Immortal Temple and took refuge behind Chen Chang'an. Ling Hai, observing the temple, felt a tremor in his heart. He had previously scanned the temple with his spiritual awareness. Yet he had not detected the slightest hint of Ling Bao'er's presence. He had assumed she was not there, but she had managed to elude his detection. Could it be that there was a Yuan Ying level expert in the temple who was not inferior to him? "Bao'er, come back to Jujin sect at once." Upon seeing Ling Bao'er, Ling Qingshan felt a sense of relief, though his expression remained unchanged as he commanded. Ling Bao'er, hiding behind Chen Chang'an, still felt an innate fear toward her authoritative father. "Master, I wish to accompany you. I do not want to return to Jujin sect with father." Chen Chang'an smiled and affectionately ruffled Ling Bao'er's hair. "Rest assured, you are my disciple. If I do not permit you to leave, no one can take you away. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Witnessing the intimate interaction between Ling Bao'er and Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan felt displeasure. Although he was Ling Bao'er's father, she had never shown such closeness to him, making him feel as if he were drowning in jealousy. "Bao'er, I am your father. Yet I still regard Master with utmost respect." Chapter 36. A surprising revelation. Shocking the two. Outside the temple, in a small courtyard, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through, creating a serene atmosphere. Ling Hai and Ling Bao'er remained silent, watching as Ling Qingshan and Chen Chang'an exchanged fierce glares. After all the effort put into nurturing his disciple, how could she easily return? "With a worthless father like you, how dare you claim to be my daughter's master?" Ling Qingshan sneered. He could not comprehend what had gone awry in Ling Bao'er's mind. "You could choose any master, yet you opt for an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. As her father and the esteemed leader of Jujin sect. This is quite embarrassing, Master. Do not take my father's words to heart. He is just being blunt." Ling Bao'er gasped and hurriedly pleaded for Ling Qingshan, fearing that his words might provoke Master's ire and result in dire consequences. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, not taking Ling Qingshan's remarks to heart. "Your master is not so petty, especially not toward your father." Ling Qingshan, upon hearing this, was infuriated, his anger evident as he furiously puffed out his cheeks. He had worried about Ling Bao'er's safety. Having traveled great distances to reach the 10,000 Great Mountains, only to find his daughter siding with this young man. As the saying goes, a daughter grows too big to keep. He had yet to fully raise her. And now she seemed ready to run off with this boy. Seeing Ling Qingshan's anger, Ling Bao'er meekly said, "Father, Master is not worthless. With a single slap, he could obliterate a Yuan Ying. If you truly anger Master, I cannot save you." Ling Qingshan found this claim ludicrous and could not help but laugh in anger at Bao'er. "Have you lost your senses? Do you have any idea how powerful a Yuan Ying is? If he could kill one with a mere slap, why not just blow on them to death?" Chen Chang'an lightly touched his nose and responded nonchalantly, "It is not impossible. I in his invincible domain. A simple breath could indeed annihilate a Yuan Ying." Intrigued, Chen Chang'an thought that if he encountered a Yuan Ying who provoked him next time, he might just try blowing on them. Ling Bao'er felt helpless. "Father, I am speaking nothing but the truth. Why do you not believe me? If anyone dares to deceive my daughter, I shall teach them a good lesson." Enraged, Ling Qingshan drew his sword, ready to confront the one who had misled his daughter. But just then, a demonic light streaked across the sky, landing in the courtyard. As the light dissipated, it revealed Tuoba Yi, who had just returned from the 10,000 Great Mountains without concealing his aura. The overwhelming presence of a demon king surged forth, akin to a furious river, instantly putting Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai on high alert. A Yuan Ying level demon king. Why was he here? Of course. The immortal treasure. He must have come for the immortal treasure. Ling Hai felt an intense sense of dread. His cultivation was at the 4th tier of Yuan Ying, and this demon king before him was also at the same level. Moreover, the demon king emanated a powerful sense of danger. Ling Hai had a gut feeling that despite their equal cultivation, he was likely not a match for this formidable Demon King. The 10,000 Great Mountains truly lived up to its reputation. Teeming with hidden dangers, he even contemplated leaving with Ling Bao immediately. Esteemed Taoist, we are here to find someone, not to seek the immortal treasure, Ling Hai hurriedly declared with a respectful gesture. Demons are notoriously unreasonable, especially powerful demon kings. It was wise to issue a warning to prevent any unwarranted aggression. Ling Qingshan, equally apprehensive, added, Esteemed demon cultivator, I am Ling Qingshan, the leader of Zhujin sect, and beside me is Ling Hai, the senior elder of our sect. As he spoke, he could not help but worry for his daughter's safety. If that boy were to perish at the hands of the Demon King, it would be inconsequential. However, his daughter must not come to harm. Fortunately, by revealing their identities, they hoped that the Demon King would not act against them. However, the Demon King's voice rumbled, Young master, these two must be here for the sacred immortal sword. Should I send my subordinates to deal with them? Chen Chang'an chuckled, You think your subordinates can handle a Yuan Ying? Rest assured, young master. Although our cultivation is the same, my subordinates possess different talents and have long since surpassed their former selves. Tuoba Yi confidently asserted. Ling Bao grew anxious and interjected, Brother Niu, he is my father, and he is my grandpa Hai. You cannot harm them. Tuoba Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Ling Qingshan again. Noticing the resemblance between him and Ling Bao, feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his horn, Miss Ling. I mistook them for those seeking to seize the sacred immortal sword. Why apologies? Ling Bao rolled her eyes at him. Young master, what should we do now? Tuoba Yi inquired of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Did you accomplish the task I assigned you? Tuoba Yi thumped his chest proudly. Absolutely, my lord. I handle matters efficiently. You need not worry. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai exchanged bewildered glances, both dumbfounded, still processing what had just transpired. The Demon King had just referred to Ling Bao as Miss Bao and called that boastful young man young master. While referring to himself as a subordinate, had they misheard? After all, this was a formidable Demon King, not some minor creature. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were filled with astonishment, shock, and confusion, unsure of how to react. It felt rather awkward. They had just been wary of this Demon King, yet he seemed to treat Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao with the utmost respect. Chen Chang'an looked at Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the way, what were we discussing earlier? Ling Bao giggled. Master, father just said he wanted to teach you a lesson. Ling Qingshan hastily glared at Ling Bao. She cheekily stuck out her tongue at him. Humph, now you see how formidable master is, don't you? For Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, the realization dawned that they had gravely misjudged the seemingly ordinary young man before them. The fact that even the Demon King showed him such deference indicated that Chen Chang'an was far from simple. Ling Qingshan felt a wave of embarrassment. If he were to reprimand Chen Chang'an, the first one to retaliate would surely be the Demon King. How could his foolish daughter speak so thoughtlessly? However, had they known that Tuoba Yi was not the only Demon King to submit to Chen Chang'an, but rather that 3 Demon Kings acknowledged his authority, they would have been utterly astounded. Just then, Ling Hai spoke up. Due to Tuoba Yi's arrival, his tone did not carry any disdain for Chen Chang'an. Esteemed Taoist, although I do not know why Bao chose you as her master, today, we must take her away. I hope you will be lenient. Before Chen Chang'an could respond, Ling Bao interjected urgently, Grandpa Hai, I do not want to leave master. Master treats me very well. I am enjoying delicious food here. And master has even enhanced my talents. Before long, I will catch up to father's cultivation. To alleviate any doubts that Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan might harbor, Ling Bao unleashed her cultivation aura, allowing it to erupt from within her. Upon sensing the power emanating from Ling Bao, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were utterly shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. The 4th tier of Golden Core. How is this possible? As Ling Bao's cultivation burst forth, it instantly dazzled the eyes of both men. Chapter 37. Whoever dares to seize your sword, I shall kill them. Dear Bao, I recall that merely a few days ago, you had just departed from the sect, your cultivation only at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment stage. How is it that within such a short span, you have achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage? Ling Qingshan inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock within his heart as he inquired. Beside him, Ling Hai, despite being a formidable nascent soul expert, was equally astonished. Such a rapid ascension in cultivation within mere days, was utterly unprecedented. Yet, from Ling Bao, he sensed a powerful and profound aura, confirming the authenticity of her advancement. There was not a hint of deception. It was truly hard to believe. Ling Bao, with a hint of pride, declared, "I told you so. My master is exceptionally powerful, yet you all chose not to believe." Nearby, Tuoba Yi added, "Our young master is unparalleled in the world, an extraordinary powerhouse. Assisting Miss Bauer in her cultivation is but a trivial matter for him. I, too, have benefited from his guidance, advancing from the 4th to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage." For Tuoba Yi, a great demon king, to make such a statement was indeed astonishing, leaving Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai utterly speechless. At this moment, they were at a loss for words. Chen Chang'an spoke calmly, "As you can see, Bauer is thriving under my care. Should she wish to return with you, I shall not impose. However, if she chooses not to, I kindly ask that you respect her decision." Ling Bauer beamed with joy, feeling bolstered by her master's support, exclaiming, "Daddy, Grandpa Hai, I want to stay with master and not go back." Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai exchanged glances. It seemed that what Qiu Qintu had said was indeed not false. Everything appeared to be genuine. Ironically, it was they who had misjudged Chen Chang'an. Ling Qingshan sighed, "Though I acknowledge your words, for Bauer's safety, she must accompany us." Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. What prompts such a statement? The master of the Ghost Skull sect, Qiu Qintu, has come to our Jujin sect demanding a celestial treasure. If I am not mistaken, that treasure is likely in your possession, Ling Hai remarked. Grandpa Hai, are you referring to the Holy Immortal Sword? Ling Bauer retrieved the Holy Immortal Sword, its celestial might radiating, the sword's aura overwhelming. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of both men. "This indeed is the celestial treasure spoken of by Qiu Qintu," they exclaimed in shock. Ling Bauer nodded proudly, "Yes, my master gifted me this holy immortal sword. I even fought an old rascal from the evil dragon cave with it." Chen Chang'an shot her a glance, wishing to expose her exaggeration. "Indeed, you fought with a nascent soul, but alas, you fled in disgrace." The mention of the evil dragon cave's nascent soul expert caused Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai to frown. The significance of the celestial treasure was evident. It had attracted the attention of a nascent soul powerhouse. "Daddy, what did you mean about safety?" Ling Bauer asked curiously. Ling Qingshan glanced at Chen Chang'an, now viewing him with newfound respect. After all, this was a celestial treasure, something many strong practitioners coveted, and he had unexpectedly gifted it to Bauer. It was clear that he genuinely cared for her. Thus, his tone was no longer as confrontational as before. He explained, "Qiu Qintu arrived at our Jujin sect, believing the celestial treasure to be in our possession, demanding its return and even threatening that if it was not surrendered within 3 days, our sect would face annihilation." Ling Hai's expression grew grave. The situation was dire. Accompanying Qiu Qintu were 3 supreme elders, and the balance of power between the Ghost Skull sect and our Jujin sect was precarious. Logically, it was impossible for the Ghost Skull sect to destroy us, yet their audacious threats implied they had some backing. Consequently, I dispatched individuals to gather intelligence and learned that the Ghost Skull sect had a celestial being manifesting in our realm, likely for the celestial treasure. Thus, we rushed to the 10,000 Great Mountains, only to discover that the treasure was indeed in your possession. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai wore expressions of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, they would be elated at the prospect of the celestial treasure being in Ling Bauer's hands, but the current situation was far from ordinary. The celestial treasure had attracted a celestial being from the heavens. A matter of grave significance. At this moment, the treasure felt like a hot potato. No one wished to be entangled with it. A celestial being descending? Chen Chang'an mused, realizing why they sought to take Ling Bauer away. Tuoba Ye's countenance was grave. "Young master, what should we do if a celestial being comes for the holy immortal sword?" Celestial beings were exalted entities, beyond their capacity to confront in truth, upon hearing of a celestial being's descent. Tuoba Ye felt a surge of fear. "What are you afraid of? Am I not here?" Chen Chang'an scoffed, disdainful of Tuoba Ye's trepidation. "Young master, but they are celestial beings," Tuoba Ye whispered. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of who they are, I am the one in charge here." His casual words carried an unspoken dominance, leaving the others feeling inadequate in comparison. Chen Chang'an's fearlessness in the face of celestial beings left them in awe. It was not merely their exalted status that intimidated them, but their power that surpassed the entirety of the 9 prefectures. Even a nascent soul expert would likely be unable to withstand a single strike from a celestial being. How could they not be frightened? If the Jujin sect provoked a celestial being, it would indeed be as Qiu Qiantu warned. Their sect would face annihilation. Of course, they believed Chen Chang'an, however strong, could not possibly contend with a celestial being. Dismissing his bravado as mere bluster, friend, celestial beings are unfathomable. I believe it would be wise to surrender the sword to Qiu Qiantu, Ling Hai suggested after a moment of hesitation. Ling Qingshan nodded in agreement. Seeing her father and Grandpa Hai, even Tuoba Yi expressing trepidation towards celestial beings, Ling Bauer felt a flicker of worry despite her belief that her master was the mightiest. Master, perhaps we should hand over the sword after all. Chen Chang'an gently patted Ling Bauer's head. Bauer, this sword has been bestowed upon you. Unless I actively reclaim it, no one can take it from you. Should anyone dare attempt to seize it, I will eliminate them. His words remained calm and collected, yet they brimmed with confidence and an underlying menace. Hearing Chen Chang'an's declaration, Ling Bauer's concerns dissipated, her cherubic face breaking into a smile. Yes, I trust Master. Chen Chang'an then turned his gaze to Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai. Since Bauer has chosen not to accompany you, you may leave. Return and inform Qiu Qiantu, as well as the celestial being from the heavens, that the holy immortal sword lies upon Feishan Mountain. Should they desire it, they are welcome to come and claim it. Ling Hai sighed, friend. You truly do not comprehend the might of celestial beings. It would be best to avoid provoking them. Ling Qingshan spoke gravely. Esteemed one, we are grateful for your care of Bauer these past few days, but she must return with us today. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly. Had it not been for your relationship with Bauer, you would have been corpses by now. It seemed his temper had been too forgiving. He no longer regarded Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan with kindness, and with a mere thought, a terrifying aura erupted like a dormant volcano, casting the world into shadow and extinguishing all light. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan turned pale, feeling as if mountains were pressing down upon them, the overwhelming pressure rendering them incapable of even drawing a breath. Chapter 38. Compromise. The 10 demons surround Feishan Mountain. How terrifying! What a dreadful existence must possess such overwhelming power. Their bodies, even their very souls, trembled in fear. Especially for Ling Hai, it was a profound experience. As a nascent soul, he found himself utterly devoid of any means to resist against such pressure. Before him, Chen Chang'an now appeared unfathomable. Ling Hai was thoroughly convinced of what Ling Bauer had mentioned. Chen Chang'an could indeed crush a nascent soul with a single slap. This was no longer a mere companion. He was a supreme expert. Could he be a transformation god? Or perhaps an even mightier entity? Ling Hai was bewildered and uncertain, yet it was clear that Chen Chang'an had not been boasting. He might truly be capable of confronting celestial beings. The terrifying pressure that erupted throughout the heavens and earth was fleeting, yet it left Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan pale and gasping for breath. Drenched in cold sweat, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength. Daddy, Grandpa Hai, what is wrong with you? Ling Bauer asked, her face a picture of confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Tuoba Yi, though oblivious to the details, understood that it had to do with his young master. Indeed, Chen Chang'an was unfathomably profound. He had caused Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan to become this way without them noticing, especially for Ling Hai. A nascent soul expert, his gaze towards Chen Chang'an was now filled not with curiosity or caution, but with dread. Chen Chang'an chuckled, your father and the others are fine. They must have simply eaten something bad on their way here. However, I suspect they won't be taking you back with them now. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts heavy with helpless sighs. How could Chen Chang'an be considered an ordinary person? He was evidently a seasoned master, cleverly masquerading as a simpleton. To be honest, it was indeed a stroke of fortune for Bao Bao to have him as her mentor. They were left speechless. Ling Bao Bao, brimming with excitement, asked, Father, is what Master truly said authentic? Ling Qingshan nodded solemnly, especially after witnessing Chen Chang'an's formidable strength. He had come to terms with the situation. The depth of the elder's cultivation was unfathomable. And he surely possessed knowledge of the celestial beings. Since the elder harbored no fear, there must be a valid reason behind it. Moreover, the elder treated his daughter with kindness, achieving a breakthrough to the golden core within mere days. Who else could accomplish that? Now that Ling Qingshan had come to this realization, he declared, "Bao Bao, we shall not take you back. Being able to apprentice under the elder is a tremendous blessing. You must seize this opportunity." Ling Hai respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Elder, we have offended you with our previous words and actions. I hope you will not take it to heart." Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "I am not so petty." However, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but lament internally. He had not anticipated that merely exerting a fraction of the power from his invincible domain would so thoroughly intimidate Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and everything is dictated by power. Had he known, he would have revealed his prowess earlier, avoiding unnecessary conversation. Ling Baobao was overjoyed. She would no longer have to return. "Father, I will cherish this opportunity and diligently cultivate under master." "Excellent," Ling Qingshan replied. Turning to Chen Chang'an with utmost respect, "Elder, I entrust you with Baobao's affairs. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Chen Chang'an smiled. "Very well, you may go. Remember to convey my message to Qiu Qian too. If they seek the holy immortal sword, they must come to Fei Xian Mountain in person. Elder, we will certainly relay your words." Just as Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan prepared to depart, they suddenly sensed a terrifying aura of countless monstrous beings enveloping the entirety of Fei Xian Mountain, causing their expressions to change dramatically. "What is happening? Why are there so many auras of demon kings appearing here? I have heard that the immortal treasure lies within this mountain." Qi Yinge Wang. "Your information is outdated. Not only have I heard that the immortal treasure is here, but there is also an immortal tree within the mountain. Indeed, I am aware of that as well. Humph. Regardless, both the immortal treasure and the immortal tree are treasures that cannot be monopolized by Tuoba Yi, Shi Zini, and that red-clad demon king." 10 formidable demon kings arrived at Fei Xian Mountain, surrounding it entirely, intent on seizing the immortal treasure and the immortal tree. Since this domain belonged to Tuoba Yi and the 3 demon kings, a mere handful of demons would not be able to snatch the treasures from them. Therefore, dozens of demon kings from the depths of the 10,000 mountains had united to confront Tuoba Yi and his companions. Resulting in the current spectacle, Tuoba Yi sensed the presence of the 10 demon kings, his expression growing serious. The allure of the immortal treasure and the immortal tree was indeed immense, drawing in 10 demon kings. Fortunately, he had the young master by his side. Otherwise, even with Shi Zini and Hong Yi, they would not be able to defend the treasures. "Young master, 10 demon kings have arrived." Tuoba Yi relayed the news to Chen Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes gleamed, giving Tuoba Yi a thumbs up. "You did well to draw in 10 demon kings. It is merely my duty." The arrival of the 10 demon kings encircled Fei Xian Mountain, placing Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, who were prepared to leave, in a precarious situation. Remaining was not an option, and leaving was even less so. The 10 demon kings' actions were seldom seen, even by Ling Hai. After all, those of demon king caliber were all proud and seldom united. Ling Hai speculated that these demon kings had joined forces for the sake of the immortal treasure. Although Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan had been intimidated by Chen Chang'an's earlier display of power, they had yet to witness him in action. Now, it was an opportune moment to observe how Chen Chang'an would deal with the 10 demon kings. After all, if he could not contend with these 10, how could he face the celestial beings from the lower realms? The oppressive pressure emanating from the 10 demon kings was overwhelming, altering the very fabric of the surrounding world. The atmosphere became stifling and dim, especially atop the mountain, where fierce winds howled. The 10 demon kings descended upon the immortal temple, exuding arrogance and a sense of wild abandon. Who among those who had cultivated to the level of demon king was not of such disposition? Soon, the 10 demon kings beheld the immortal tree in the courtyard and the holy immortal sword in Ling Baobao's hand. Instantly, their eyes gleamed with greed. "This must be the immortal tree," one demon king said. "I sense an aura of immortality from that little girl. It must be the immortal treasure." Indeed, the immortal treasure and the immortal tree are both within this mountain. The 10 demon kings conversed amongst themselves, their gazes fixated on the treasures, their greed palpable. Especially upon seeing the treasures with their own eyes, they felt an overwhelming desire to possess them. Chapter 39. Against the Heaven's Blood Pill. Are you all coming at once? Where are Tuoba Yi, Shi Zini, and Hong Yi? Have they fled upon seeing our arrival? Ha ha ha. A demon king with the body of a pig, and the head of a human addressed Tuoba Yi, prompting a chorus of laughter from the other 9 demons. As for Chen Chang'an, Ling Baobao, and Ling Qingshan, they were naturally overlooked by these 10 demons, who dismissed them as unworthy opponents since they had not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage. Only Tuoba Yi and Ling Hai warranted their attention. However, Tuoba Yi and Ling Hai, both at the nascent soul stage, were no match for the 10 demon kings. Tuoba Yi scoffed. Shi Zini and Hongyi had matters to attend to. They did not flee. Tuoba Yi retorted coldly. I couldn't care less whether Shi Zini and Hongyi fled or had other business. Tuoba Yi, do you truly believe you and that old fool beside you can guard the immortal treasure and the immortal tree? If you are wise, hand them over, and we may grant you a swift death. TSK. What a pity for that little lady in red. I thought today would be a delightful experience. Yet she is absent. The crocodile-faced demon king chuckled with regret. Then, the crocodile-faced demon king's gaze fell upon Ling Baobao, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Without the lady in red, this little girl will do just fine. Ha, Zhen Ao Demon King. This little girl may not withstand your whims. The insults directed at Ling Baobao ignited fury within Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, a murderous intent surging within them. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's smile vanished entirely, his eyes turning icy as he regarded the demon kings present. Why, disciple, is not someone you may speak of lightly. Chen Chang'an's words elicited uproarious laughter from the 10 demon kings. One of the demon kings licked his lips, revealing his sharp fangs. Boy, let me savor the taste of your flesh and blood. With that, the demon king lunged forward, opening his gaping maw to devour Chen Chang'an whole. Chen Chang'an merely snorted in disdain, showing no fear of the approaching demon king. With a simple gesture, he activated the all-living things ability. The demon king let out a piercing scream as blinding bloodlight engulfed his entire being. The other 9 demon kings were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the blinding bloodlight dissipated, revealing the demon king transformed into a blood-colored spirit pill. Floating in the air, the 9 demon kings were struck with horror. What is happening? Why has the greedy sky demon king become a blood pill? For a moment, the other 9 demon kings were rendered speechless, all gazing in astonishment at the blood-colored spirit pill. The courtyard fell into a brief silence, as they could no longer sense the presence of the greedy sky demon king. It was highly likely that the greedy sky demon king had perished, and his death was connected to that very blood pill. What have you done to the greedy sky demon king? One demon king, his expression grave, shouted at Chen Chang'an. Previously, they had underestimated him, dismissing him entirely. But now, they were awestruck by Chen Chang'an's mysterious and unfathomable abilities, unable to regard this seemingly unremarkable young man with disdain any longer. What did I do to him? I simply turned him into this blood pill. Chen Chang'an replied with a cold smirk. With a flick of his finger, the blood pill flew into his hand. Do not underestimate this blood pill. It contains the essence of the Demon King, a powerful tonic. Tuoba Yi, this is for you. With that, Chen Chang'an tossed the blood pill to Tuoba Yi. Tuoba Yi was taken aback. The previous spirit pill made from spiritual herbs had astonishing effects. Yet now, this blood pill was the essence of a Demon King, far surpassing any spirit pill. Thank you, young master, for the gift. Tuoba Yi then consumed the blood pill. As the blood pill was ingested, the overwhelming essence surged through Tuoba Yi's body, filling him with incredible power. Truly, this was the condensed essence of a Demon King, an immense force that left Tuoba Yi utterly astonished. Soon, his aura began to surge. His cultivation level was on the rise. The other 9 Demon Kings, along with Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, could clearly sense Tuoba Yi's cultivation aura skyrocketing. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, a sound erupted from Tuoba Yi's body, reminiscent of the cataclysmic forces of a mountain torrent or a tsunami, heralding a moment of profound astonishment. Tuoba Yi's cultivation unexpectedly surged from the 4th level of the Yuan Ying stage to the 5th level. My goodness, Tuoba Yi has actually broken through to the 5th level of Yuan Ying. One must understand that the path of cultivation is akin to ascending to the heavens. Each realm is a formidable challenge, especially for Yuan Ying practitioners, who often require centuries of arduous effort to transcend even a minor level. Yet, in Tuoba Yi's case, he accomplished this remarkable feat in merely a few dozen breaths. From the 4th to the 5th level, How could this not leave them utterly astounded? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed such a reality, momentarily suspecting it to be an illusion. But the truth unequivocally confirmed that it was all genuine. The Yuaning practitioners present, including Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, were so overwhelmed by shock that they found themselves rendered speechless. "Thank you, young master," Tuoba Yi exclaimed with immense excitement, addressing Chen Chang'an with utmost respect. He had never dared to imagine that within just a few days, he would ascend from the 3rd to the 5th level of Yuan Ying. This miraculous achievement was made possible solely because of the blood pill bestowed upon him by the young master. In Tuoba Ye's heart, his gratitude towards Chen Chang'an transformed into profound admiration, a reverence that surged like the mighty waters of the Yellow River, flowing towards the sea without return. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze remained icy, fixated on the other 9 demon kings. Having slain the greedy Sky Demon King, he had garnered 1,200 points of domain value. Truly, as demon kings, their capacity to yield domain value was substantial. It appeared that if he were to eliminate just 2 more demon kings, he would effortlessly upgrade his invincible domain system to version 3.0. Clearly, annihilating these 9 demon kings not only sufficed for the system's upgrade, but would likely leave him with a considerable surplus of domain value. Chen Chang'an had no intention of letting these 9 demon kings escape unscathed. Their covetousness for the holy immortal sword and the youth-preserving immortal fruit, coupled with their audacity to speak of his precious disciple in his presence, would lead to their inevitable demise. Under Chen Chang'an's chilling gaze, the 9 demon kings were filled with unease, their expressions betraying their palpable dread. The murderous intent radiating from Chen Chang'an was overwhelming, instilling in them an acute sense of danger that was both intense and inescapable. Particularly, the earlier display of his ability to transform a demon king into a blood pill left them questioning who among them could withstand such arcane prowess. It was evident that their quest to seize treasures and trees from Mount Faxian was far more perilous than they had anticipated. "We are demon kings. Can we truly fear this fellow?" One of them scoffed. "He must be employing some trickery. Let us eliminate him first." Indeed, the 9 demon kings suppressed their trepidation. After all, they were 9 formidable entities. Even if Chen Chang'an were remarkably strong, could he possibly withstand the combined might of all 9? I refuse to believe it. Hearing their banter, Chen Chang'an remained expressionless, nodding in agreement. "Well said. Then let all of you come at once, and I shall send you to meet the King of Hell in one fell swoop." His words were nothing short of audacious. Each of the 9 demon kings, notorious for their arrogance, found themselves confronted by an even more insufferable arrogance in Chen Chang'an. This provocation ignited their fury. "A presumptuous fool! I shall see just how formidable you truly are," the crocodile-faced demon king bellowed. Leading the charge, Chapter 40. Refining the void into immortality, the 8 demons tremble in fear of pleading for mercy. Chen Chang'an's hubris reached unprecedented heights, prompting the 9 demon kings to unleash their wrath. With their Yuaning powers erupting, the sheer force they emitted resembled a torrential flood, sending waves of terror across Mount Faxian. Tuoba Yi, Ling Bao'er, Ling Qingshan, and Ling Hai felt their hearts race, as if they were but a solitary leaf adrift in a tumultuous sea, liable to be engulfed at any moment. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chen Chang'an remained tranquil, his demeanor unperturbed, facing the 9 demon kings with unwavering defiance. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were beset by worry. Although they had previously witnessed Chen Chang'an's formidable pressure, they had yet to see him truly engage in combat. Could he withstand the onslaught of 9 demon kings? If he faltered, they would all surely meet a grim fate today. "Why are you all dawdling? You're not women." Chen Chang'an's impatience surfaced as he chided the 9 demon kings. "Are you seeking death?" Without hesitation, the crocodile-faced demon king surged forward. Chen Chang'an fixed him with a fierce glare and, with a swift motion, struck him with an open palm. Crack! The crocodile-faced demon king's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving only a headless corpse in its wake. Chen Chang'an had exerted considerable restraint, yet still, he had inadvertently killed him with a single blow. "Alas, I was too forceful again," Chen Chang'an mused, glancing at his palm with a shake of his head, feeling a twinge of regret as he observed the shattered remains of the Demon King. The remaining 8 Demon Kings, along with Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, were left in a state of shock. If Tuoba Ye's earlier transformation of a demon king into a blood pill had been an astonishing feat, then Chen Chang'an's ability to obliterate a demon king with a mere slap was an unparalleled spectacle that struck terror into their hearts. In the courtyard, silence reigned. The 8 remaining demon kings could only replay the image of their fallen comrade in their minds, rendered speechless. How powerful, Ling Qingshan murmured, his expression one of disbelief, as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He recalled how he had previously been confrontational towards Chen Chang'an, even insulting him as a useless waste. Fortuitously, Chen Chang'an had shown him mercy, perhaps out of consideration for his daughter. Otherwise, he would surely be dead by now. Reflecting on his earlier words, it became clear that his daughter had not exaggerated when she spoke of Chen Chang'an's ability to reduce a yuaning expert to a mist of blood. Ling Hai's demeanor mirrored that of Ling Qingshan, filled with awe. The demon kings present were all immensely powerful. Even facing any one of them would have instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet now, 2 demon kings had fallen at Chen Chang'an's hands. More astonishingly, at the moment of Chen Chang'an's strike, he had felt no fluctuations of power emanating from him. Had this been before, he might have assumed Chen Chang'an was an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. But now, he recognized that Chen Chang'an was undoubtedly a transcendent being. With the ability to slay a yuaning expert with a single palm strike, how could such an extraordinary figure be fathomed by them? Ling Hai's expression grew complex. It appears your daughter has indeed found an exceptional master. Ling Qingshan nodded in agreement. To have such a master as a mentor is an immense fortune for Bauer. Clearly, this esteemed figure does not fear the celestial beings from the upper realm. It is not mere boasting, but rather an undeniable truth of his strength. Ling Qingshan inquired, "What do you think of this esteemed figure's true power?" "Hai Lao?" Ling Hai shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. The ability to slay a Yuan Ying with a single strike is rarely heard of, even among transformation gods. Yet it is not impossible. Perhaps he is indeed a formidable transformation god. Or perhaps," Ling Hai paused, his tone grave. "Above transformation god lies the realm of refining the void into immortality, capable of perceiving the faintest traces of celestial mechanisms and possessing the mysteries of ascension. Such individuals are referred to as semi-immortals, transcending the 9 levels of refining the void, embodying the essence of all things, and possessing boundless ethereal light, enabling their physical forms to bear celestial powers. Drawing near to ascension. This was the first time Ling Qingshan had heard Ling Hai speak of the realm beyond transformation god. Such heights seemed ethereal and elusive to him. While semi-immortal beings undoubtedly existed in the 9 provinces, their presence was rare and enigmatic. They had long since turned away from the mundane world, solely seeking immortality and ascension, which was their ultimate aspiration. Returning to Chen Chang'an, he had effortlessly dispatched the crocodile-faced demon king with a casual strike, then turned his gaze to the remaining 8 demon kings, his eyes fierce as he admonished, "I said to come at me all at once. Is that shabby creature the only one brave enough to charge? Do you all look down upon me?" At this declaration, the 8 demon kings trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by terror. A single slap had annihilated the crocodile-faced demon king. My heavens! What sort of being is this young man in white? Gazing upon the corpse of the crocodile-faced demon king made them foresee their own grim fate. These demon kings wished to weep. Even standing there, the mere sight of Chen Chang'an's gaze made their legs quiver. "Mother, I'm afraid. I want to go home. Weren't you all eager to kill me? Why are you still standing there?" Chen Chang'an's voice rang out. Beside him, Ling Bauer placed her hands on her hips and huffed. "Weren't you all so arrogant just a moment ago? Now that you see Master S' prowess, you finally understand how formidable he is." Tuoba Yi remained silent, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. They dared to covet the treasures and trees of immortality, even seeking to end his life. Yet he had the young master backing him. The treasures and trees were not something these scoundrels could ever hope to touch. Now you understand the fear. Don't you? These 8 demon kings are truly terrifying. They no longer dare to lay a hand on Chen Chang'an. Even though they have united to confront him this time, they lack the confidence to defeat him. One of the demon kings, with a sheepish grin, seeks to appease, no longer displaying the arrogance of before. "Elder, we are but ignorant fools who have offended you. Please, do not hold it against us and spare our lives." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an wore a look of disdain, a group of cowards, begging for mercy before a fight has even commenced. You desire the celestial treasures and divine trees that lie before you. Do you not? The 8 demon kings felt like crying without tears. The celestial treasures and divine trees. They dared not even think of claiming them now. That would be courting death. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly, uninterested in further discourse with these 8 demon kings. You can either all come at me together to kill me, or I shall come at you to kill you. Since you have come to seize the celestial treasures and divine trees, you must be prepared for death. In any case, even if the demon kings plead for mercy, Chen Chang'an had no intention of letting them go. After all, where else could he find such valuable domain points? Chapter 41. Astonishment. The legendary striking immortal? The 8 demon kings were engulfed in despair. It was evident from Chen Chang'an's demeanor that he would not let them off easily. Damn it. We are dead regardless. They just could not believe that Chen Chang'an could truly contend with their combined might. With a steely resolve, the 8 demon kings gritted their teeth, exuding a murderous aura as they declared, "Let us attack together and bring this guy down. You foolish, arrogant fools. Begging for mercy was merely a courtesy, yet you think you are invincible?" A demon king with a turtle-like head shouted in anger. As the 8 demon kings charged forward, Chen Chang'an scoffed, "You wretched turtle, even in your insults, you have included yourself. Truly, you are tired of living." Chen Chang'an was poised to strike down the 8 demon kings with a single blow, but then reconsidered. Such a bloody end seemed wasteful in front of his obedient disciple. It was best not to be so gruesome. Instead, let them all transform into blood pills. Chen Chang'an invoked all living beings, and a crimson light shot forth, enveloping the bodies of the 8 demon kings. The faces of the 8 demon kings changed drastically as they saw the blood light turn them into blood pills. They all hurriedly dodged, attempting to flee from the incoming blood light. "What are you running from? Stand still." Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow and shouted, summoning a terrifying force that descended upon them like a mountain, suppressing them in place. The demon kings, who had been evading, suddenly found themselves immobilized. "What is happening to my body? I can't move. It must be that damn turtle's doing." The expressions of the demon kings shifted to shock and rage. At this moment, Ling Hai felt a tremor run through him. "Is this the power of the laws?" "The power of the laws?" Ling Qingshan questioned, confused. Ling Hai took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and spoke gravely. "It is said that only immortals can master the laws. Every word and action embodies the power of the laws. With a single word, the elder has rendered the demon kings motionless. This clearly demonstrates the use of the power of laws." Ling Qingshan gasped, "Could it be that the elder is an immortal?" Ling Hai shook his head, his expression growing more serious. "An immortal must ascend to the higher realms. The laws of the 9 provinces do not permit the existence of immortals. Even if an immortal descends, they would be suppressed by the laws of the 9 provinces, their power greatly diminished, and they cannot remain for long. Yet, the elder can effortlessly wield the power of laws without regard for immortals. He must be the legendary striking immortal." "The striking immortal?" Ling Qingshan was puzzled, having never heard of such a being. "The striking immortal," Ling Hai explained, "I have only heard whispers of it 1,000 years ago. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 9 provinces angered the higher realms for reasons unknown, prompting the descent of immortals to eradicate the 9 provinces from existence. However, they were met with the striking immortal, a being of unfathomable power who was no weaker than any immortal. All those who descended perished in the 9 provinces." Upon hearing Ling Hai's words, Ling Qingshan gasped in disbelief. "All the descending immortals perished? Is the striking immortal truly that fearsome?" This was the first time he had heard such a secret. He had not anticipated that the 9 provinces nearly faced annihilation a mere 10,000 years ago. Then does this mean that the elder is the striking immortal? Ling Hai speculated, albeit hesitantly, as he had only heard of it and never truly witnessed the striking immortal. At that moment, the despairing screams of the 8 demon kings interrupted their conversation. Drawing their attention, the demon kings were engulfed in the bloodlight, transforming into blood pills under the function of all living beings. Chen Chang'an smiled, thoroughly satisfied as he gazed upon the 8 blood pills. This was precisely the outcome he desired. By eliminating these 8 demon kings, he not only acquired domain points but also gained 8 blood pills. These blood pills contain the essence of the Demon King's innate power. Using just one would help Tuoba Yi break through a minor realm. The efficacy of these blood pills was formidable. Should they reach the outside world, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Any cultivator would surely covet such blood pills, making their value incalculable. The 8 Demon Kings had all transformed into the same type of blood pills as the previous Demon King. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan were left in shock. After all, they had witnessed the power of blood pills before, and now there were 8 before them. After slaying the 8 Demon Kings, Chen Chang'an felt a sense of accomplishment as he garnered domain points. He now possessed a total of 13,400 domain points. After deducting the 5,000 needed for upgrading to system version 3.0, he still had 8,400 domain points remaining. With this, his invincible domain could extend an additional 84 meters. With a flick of his hand, the 8 blood pills were gathered in his palm. The elder's strength is unfathomable, Ling Hai expressed, filled with admiration. He approached respectfully, cupping his hands. Chen Chang'an yawned. You have seen my strength. There is no need to worry about Bayer's safety any longer, is there? Not at all, not at all, Ling Qingshan replied with a forced smile. Ling Bayer felt proud of her master, knowing he was the mightiest being in the world. Well, there are no more monsters around. You may leave in peace, Chen Chang'an added. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan gazed longingly at the blood pills in Chen Chang'an's hands. These were excellent resources for enhancing their cultivation. If only they could possess even one. Ling Hai believed that if he had a single blood pill, he could surely break through from the 4th layer of the nascent soul to the 5th. Saving centuries of hard work, for Ling Qingshan, possessing a blood pill would enable him to ascend from the 9th layer of the golden core to the nascent soul realm, a transition he had long awaited. It was no wonder his daughter had managed to break through to the golden core. Perhaps it was due to consuming a blood pill. Chen Chang'an naturally noticed the longing in Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai's eyes. Humph, you two think you can have the blood pills simply because you are Bayer's relatives? How naive. Yet, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, given their status, did not have the audacity to ask outright. Elder, since there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, they said with awkward smiles, preparing to depart reluctantly. Wait, Chen Chang'an called out after a moment's thought. What is your command, Elder? They inquired respectfully. Take these, Chen Chang'an said, flicking his fingers as 2 blood pills landed in their hands. Ling Bayer beamed with delight. Master is so wonderful. Father, Grandpa Hai, I see my master amazing. As for Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, upon receiving the blood pills, they were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Elder, this, though they were exceedingly envious of the blood pills, they understood their tremendous value and dared not be greedy. Chen Chang'an gently patted Ling Bayer's head, stating nonchalantly, It is because you are Bayer's relatives that I offer these to you. Furthermore, regarding the matters on Mount Feitian, you are not to disclose anything without my permission. Should any immortals descend seeking trouble with the 9-Sword Sect, let them come to Mount Feitian. I shall await their arrival. Chapter 42. I truly am a worthless waste. Outside Feitian Mountain, amidst the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, 2 ethereal rainbows swiftly carved their path across the high sky. These 2 rainbows were none other than Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan. At this moment, the 2 individuals clutched their respective blood elixirs, their spirits alight with excitement. The senior is so generous to have bestowed upon us 2 blood elixirs. Indeed, these 2 blood elixirs are incredibly precious. With them, Hai Lao, you will surely break through to a new realm. Ha ha ha, Qingshan, you two are on the verge of transcending the Yuaning stage. Qingshan, you have truly given birth to a remarkable daughter. Hee, my daughter is indeed commendable. With the senior's careful guidance, it won't be long before she surpasses me. Ling Hai nodded, his expression turning serious. Qingshan, I suspect that the senior is most likely a formidable being who has struck down celestial beings. The descent of celestial beings this time is of great significance. The senior wishes to keep us, the 9-Sword Sect, out of this matter. What are your thoughts? Ling Qingshan pondered for a moment and replied. The celestial treasure is in Bao'er's possession. With the senior present, even if celestial beings were to descend, it would not be easy for them to seize the treasure from the senior. Moreover, while the senior has gifted us the elixirs to keep the 9-Sword Sect uninvolved, it seems more like a test of our capabilities. Ling Hai's gaze sharpened. Precisely, I too believe this is a test from the senior. After all, Bao'er is now the senior's disciple. We must not bring shame upon her. Regardless, how could the Nine Swords sect possibly be cowardly and aloof? If the Ghost Skull sect dares to act so audaciously, we shall first seek retribution from them, paving the way for the senior. Indeed, Hai Lao, I share your sentiment. However, before we do that, let us return to the sect and allow the other old-timers to witness the efficacy of these blood elixirs. Otherwise, they may hesitate to confront the Ghost Skull sect. Linking Shan nodded in agreement. The two ceased their conversation and quickened their pace once more. Within the celestial hall, Chen Chang'an toyed with the remaining 6 blood elixirs. Deep in thought, I never anticipated that all living beings could serve such a purpose, directly transforming cultivators into elixirs for cultivation. If a celestial being arrives, can I also use all living beings to transform them into celestial elixirs? With a soft click of his tongue, he mused, celestial elixirs. Master, what are you pondering? Beside him, Ling Baoer noticed Chen Chang'an lost in thought, a peculiar smile adorning her face as she waved her hand before his eyes. It was only then that Chen Chang'an returned to his senses and smiled faintly. I was wondering how much longer until the celestial being arrives. Can Master truly handle the celestial being? Ling Baoer inquired. What, do you not believe in your master? Ling Baoer shook her head. Of course not. Then why ask such a question? Ling Baoer lowered her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting, and timidly voiced her concern. Celestial beings must be incredibly powerful. Although I believe in Master, what if Master were to get hurt? Chen Chang'an smiled reassuringly. Baoer, fret not. Even if celestial beings are formidable, they shall never harm a single hair on your master. He then handed 2 blood elixirs to Ling Baoer. Take these 2 blood elixirs. They shall aid you in your cultivation. Thank you, Master, Ling Baoer exclaimed with joy. Now go and cultivate. Image, Master. Ling Baoer scampered away to begin her training. With the aid of these 2 blood elixirs, it wouldn't be long before she broke through to the Yuan Ying stage. In Chen Chang'an's possession, 4 blood elixirs remained. After giving one to Tu Bei, he had no intention of providing him with another. The remaining 4, one for himself, while the other 3 were intended for the Serpent Child and I, as well as for Hongyi and Xiaoweiba, who were on a mission to the ancient Fox clan. Tu Bei, young master, I am here. Those 10 demon kings perished here. It is sure to stir quite a commotion. Venture deep into the 10,000 great mountains to gather intelligence and see if there are any further developments. If the opportunity arises, lure some demon kings over. Tu Bei felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, listening to the young master. It seems he views the demon kings of the 10,000 great mountains as mere cabbages by the roadside. Young master, these are demon kings, each a ruler of their territory within the 10,000 great mountains, and now they have all perished at your hands. There are not many demon kings left in the mountains. With the demise of these 10, surely the remaining ones will think twice before acting rashly. Naturally, Tu Bei refrained from voicing these thoughts, for expressing such sentiments would only make him appear incompetent. He resolved to perform admirably in front of the young master, especially since Hongyi and Inai were not by his side. Without hesitation, he respectfully declared, Young master, I shall take my leave to carry out this task. Very well. Tu Bei departed once more. Chen Chang'an stretched and reclined back in his wooden chair. Little Bodhi, the sun is rather intense. Could you draw the leaves a little closer? He instructed the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree had been imbued with spiritual intelligence by Chen Chang'an and had even transformed into a spirit. Though it retained its original form, upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, it rustled its branches, swaying to provide shade from the sun above. Very obedient, excellent. Chen Chang'an praised the Bodhi tree, which swayed its branches in apparent gratitude for the compliment. Tu Bei has benefited from the blood elixir. I have yet to test the effects of the spiritual elixir derived from the spirit grass. However, I could try to see if the blood elixir, crafted from the essence of Yuan Ying, possesses any efficacy. Chen Chang'an lay back in his chair, musing to himself. Without further thought, he opened his mouth and popped the blood elixir into his mouth. As it dissolved upon entry, it transformed into pure energy, flooding through Chen Chang'an's body, enveloping him in warmth. A pleasant sensation washed over him. Could it be that even if I cannot cultivate, this blood elixir might still be beneficial? Yet, this warm feeling lasted only 2 or 3 breaths before it vanished entirely, leaving him devoid of any sensation. Chen Chang'an gazed skyward, feeling akin to a languid fish awaiting its demise. Alas, this blood elixir is of no use to me. I remain the same useless individual. Just then, A crisp sound echoed from within him, akin to something shattering in an instant. A golden beam of light erupted from Chen Chang'an, piercing the heavens. Subsequently, an immensely rich and unique fragrance wafted from his body. Chen Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically as he sat up from the wooden chair. Oh no, could it be that the blood elixir has disrupted the concealment of my longevity body? He then slumped back into the chair like a limp fish once more. Let it be. With the system, what do I have to fear? Even if my longevity body is exposed, what does it matter? As long as I do not leave the invincible domain, what demon or monster would dare to consume me? No sooner had he spoken than a howl pierced the air. Ling Bao, appearing out of nowhere, bit down on Chen Chang'an's right arm with her silver teeth. Chapter 43. Bao, are you a dog? Ouch, stop. No, 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 cease this at once. Chen Chang'an exclaimed, delivering a playful flick to Ling Bao's head. Ouch, that hurts, she whined, cradling her head. A look of innocent grievance on her face, her little head now sporting a small bump. Why, Bao, why are you biting me? Chen Chang'an questioned, clutching his right arm and blowing on the bite mark, which bore a clear row of teeth imprints, causing him to wince in pain. Master, why did you hit your disciple? Ling Bao protested, her little face a picture of hurt and dissatisfaction. Chen Chang'an glared at her, feeling a surge of frustration. At your young age, you should learn better. Biting is one thing, but to accuse me first is unacceptable. What do you mean, why did I hit you? I want to know why you bit me. Unable to contain himself, he was tempted to give her another playful flick that I am but an ordinary person. Flesh and blood, not a golden core cultivator to bite from a golden core master? Please, disciple, it hurts. Are you not aware that your master is most afraid of pain? Besides, it wasn't you who bit me, or else I would have given you a resounding slap. Please, master, no, Ling Bao exclaimed, hurriedly covering her head and scurrying off to a safe distance. Feeling guilty, are we? Chen Chang'an rolled up his sleeves, preparing to give Ling Bao a piece of his mind. Master, I truly didn't know. Just now, while I was cultivating, I suddenly caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance, and then everything went blank. Ling Bao looked both wronged and pitiful as she spoke, fearing that Chen Chang'an would reprimand her. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. An alluring fragrance. He sniffed the air. Why didn't I catch a whiff? Suddenly, his expression stiffened. Could that fragrance be emanating from me? Ling Bao sniffed with her delicate nose and nodded seriously. Yes, yes, master, it's coming from you. It smells so good that one can't help but want to take a bite. After saying this, Ling Bao quickly covered her mouth, her hands pressed together. Master, I didn't say anything. Chen Chang'an suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So it was because he had consumed that blood pill that the restrictions within his body had become ineffective, revealing his longevity body. This longevity body, or perhaps the essence of eternal life, exuded a mysterious fragrance that was irresistibly alluring to cultivators and even to demons and monsters, enticing them to consume him. Many would fall into a trance or even madness at the thought of devouring him. Chen Chang'an had never truly witnessed this phenomenon. He had only heard tales from his master, which he had nearly forgotten. However, it seemed that such matters were indeed true, and a wonder Ling Bao had suddenly bitten him. Chen Chang'an glanced at Ling Bao, wondering if she might succumb to madness due to his longevity body. Ling Bao, feeling unnerved under his gaze, timidly said, Master, I truly know nothing. Please do not look at me like that. It frightens me. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? Your master does not eat people. Fine. I shall not pursue the matter from earlier. Do you still wish to bite me? Ling Bao nodded vigorously. Then shook her head emphatically. I do not want to. How could I ever think of such a thing? Seeing this, Chen Chang'an's lips quirked in a suppressed smile, wanting to retort that his dear disciple was not blind. She had just nodded. He covered his face with his right hand, left speechless. That damned longevity body when Tuoba Yi returns, will he also wish to take a bite? Tuoba Yi was far from like Ling Bao, who merely nibbled on his arm. He would likely devour him whole without hesitation. Ling Bao was frightened. A master suddenly. Chen Chang'an smiled and beckoned Ling Bao, who was keeping her distance. Bao, come here, I promise I won't hit you. Master, please don't act like this. It frightens me. Ling Bao shook her little head, resembling a rattle. Is your master truly that terrifying? Chen Chang'an wore a warm smile. If my dear disciple wishes to bite her master, Then of course I shall indulge her, master. No, no, yes, yes. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Chen Chang'an had already made up his mind. If she dared to bite her master, she would need to learn a lesson and remember it well. With a thought, the entire courtyard filled with the mysterious fragrance of the longevity body, completely enveloping Ling Bao'er. She was drooling uncontrollably, utterly captivated. So fragrant, Bao'er. Do you truly not want to? Chen Chang'an's voice was laced with temptation. Master, this is not right, is it? Ling Bao'er wiped her drool and, surprisingly, felt emboldened, walking towards Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Little girl, you say you don't want to, yet your body is quite honest. He chuckled to himself, thinking that she would soon regret her decision. He quietly plucked a bright red fruit from a spirit herb, reminiscent of a chili pepper, a spirit fruit that was intensely spicy. Chen Chang'an often used its juice to enhance the flavor of roasted chicken. Then, using all living beings, he amplified the fruit's spiciness to its peak, the color vibrant like a little sun. With a sly grin, he squeezed the juice from the spirit fruit and stealthily applied it to his arm. The juice was colorless and tasteless, so the fragrance entranced Bao'er would not detect it. Before long, Ling Bao'er approached Chen Chang'an. He generously extended his left arm, which had been smeared with the spirit fruit juice, for her to bite. His right arm had already suffered once, so it was time for the left. Ling Bao'er stared at the arm before her, drool pooling in her mouth as her delicate tongue licked her lips. She cautiously touched Chen Chang'an's arm with her slender finger, asking, Master, is it really okay? Chen Chang'an chuckled nonchalantly. What harm is there in taking a bite? Does your master fear pain? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a sharp ow as Ling Bao'er's gleaming white little tiger teeth sank into his arm. Ouch, that hurts. Chen Chang'an yelped, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, it's so spicy. Master's arm is so spicy. Ling Bao'er quickly released her bite, fanning her mouth with her hands, gasping for AI or in an instant. Her face flushed red, especially her lips, which swelled like sausages. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an's pain dissipated, and he burst into laughter. Why, dear disciple, does it taste good? Would you like to take another bite? He held his arm out to her again. Ow! Ling Bao'er, disregarding the spiciness, took another bite. Beneath the Bodhi tree, with a flushed face, she bit Chen Chang'an's arm, locking eyes with him. Ling Bao'er let out a muffled sound, as if to say, Master, please do not blame me. You invited me to bite. Chen Chang'an said earnestly, Bao'er, may I ask you a question? Ling Bao'er nodded. Though her mouth was burning, she did not let go. Are you born under the sign of the dog? Chapter 44, Upgrade System. The electric light poison dragon drill. In the small courtyard outside the temple, Ling Bao'er, with her sausage-like lips, applied medicine to Chen Chang'an's arms. Master, does it still hurt? Chen Chang'an cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, You know how powerful your master is. If I had not reined in my physical strength, even if your teeth were made of diamond, you could not hope to bite me, a mere tooth mark. How could it possibly hurt? Looking at the bite marks on his arms, Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of regret. How foolish he was to let Bao'er bite him. What a blunder, master. What is a diamond? A very sharp celestial weapon. Oh, I see. Before long, after applying the medicine and wiping away the drool from the corners of her mouth, Ling Bao'er said, Master, I'm going to cultivate now. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Go on, ow! Ling Bao'er bit him again, but this time it was a gentle nibble, not causing Chen Chang'an any pain. He sighed in resignation. Bao'er, you may not be human, but you are indeed a dog. All right, master, I was just teasing. Tonight, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you, so please don't be angry. Ling Bao'er skipped away happily. Chen Chang'an shook his head helplessly, glancing at the numerous bite marks on his arms. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Bao'er had finally learned to temper her bites. The mysterious fragrance emanating from the longevity body posed a genuine nuisance for Chen Chang'an. Unfortunately, he could not employ secret techniques to conceal it as his master could. With a sigh, Chen Chang'an felt fortunate to possess an invincible domain. Within this domain, he feared nothing if his restrictions had not been broken and his longevity body had not been exposed, even if he left this invincible domain. As long as he did not encounter those formidable and terrifying monsters, he would not perish. But now, the situation was different. The exposure of his longevity body was akin to a bright lantern shining in the darkness, so glaringly conspicuous that stepping outside could lead to his demise. Oh heavens, oh heavens! Since fate has brought me to this world, why must I possess such a troublesome longevity body? A cool breeze wafted through, and beneath the Bodhi tree, Chun Chang'an began to hum a tune. Ba ba ba, though I seem but a sheep, everyone can smell my delightful fragrance. Ling Baoer, who was cultivating nearby, muttered softly, could it be that master is a sheep demon? After finishing his song, Chun Chang'an forgot his troublesome longevity body. Focusing instead on the pressing matters at hand, it was time to upgrade the invincible domain system and expand it. Sitting on a wooden chair, Chun Chang'an crossed his legs. Is the system home? Can I upgrade the system? System notification. Do you wish to consume 5,000 domain points to upgrade the invincible domain system to version 3.0? Oh, what a surprise. Host, what are you saying? It seemed to be a locally produced system. Chun Chang'an mumbled, then nodded. Yes, upgrade the system. System notification. Upgrading for the host, please hold for a moment. After several breaths, the system voice echoed in his mind again. System notification. Consumed 5,000 domain points. System upgrade successful. The current invincible domain system is version 3.0, unlocking the new feature True Understanding of Immortal Path. Soon, Chun Chang'an comprehended all aspects of the new feature True Understanding of Immortal Path that it stated that I am the immortal. My words and actions embody the essence of the immortal path, containing the truths of the great Dao in simpler terms. This new feature was quite ostentatious, but how ostentatious it truly was depended on how Chun Chang'an chose to wield it. System notification. Detected current system version 3.0. Host receives a lazy fish gift pack. Would you like to open it? A voice echoed in Chun Chang'an's mind, invigorating him. He rolled on the wooden chair like a wild donkey. Or rather, sprang up like a carp. Goodness, and there's a grand gift too. It truly feels like a pie falling from the sky. Open it. System prompt. For the host, a salted fish grand gift has been received, granting the functional card Mirage and Moonlight and the experience card Eternal Immortality. Does the host wish to use them? Use. System prompt. The host has acquired the function Mirage and Moonlight. System prompt. The host has used the experience card Eternal Immortality, which can only be used once. Please select the target for usage. Eternal Immortality can transform mortals into immortals, turning ordinary items into genuine celestial artifacts. Unfortunately, it is merely an experience card, usable only once. After some contemplation, Chun Chang'an inquired, System, can this experience card be utilized in my current invincible domain? Yes, if so, he could convert his invincible domain into a celestial realm. How splendid! As the master of a celestial domain, he mused. However, Chun Chang'an had another question. System, if the invincible domain expands, will it also encompass the function of eternal immortality? Principally, no. That implies it does, Chun Chang'an asserted, for I am a man without principles. The system responded coldly. The host must expend an additional 5,000 domain points to allow the expanded invincible domain to encompass the function of eternal immortality. Chun Chang'an rolled his eyes. So this is what principle means. It's akin to arranging a meeting with a lady online. Late at night, when she is forthright with me, I prepare to showcase my dazzling prowess, only for her to coyly refuse, saying, sure, but if you want me to experience your dazzling prowess, that will cost extra. Chun Chang'an felt quite displeased. Must there be an additional charge? Then can one not experience your dazzling prowess? Previously, I had no choice but to be a courier. Now that I wish to be a good person, can we not lessen the fee? Chapter 45. Mirage and Moonlight. A clone wanders forth. Thus, Chun Chang'an naturally chose to pay the extra fee. After upgrading the system, he had 8,400 domain points remaining. Now, by expending 5,000 domain points, he could further amplify the functionality of the experience card Eternal Immortality. Now, Chun Chang'an had 3,400 domain points left. After using the experience card Eternal Immortality, everything within the invincible domain began to transform. In the ethereal realm, celestial essence emerged, brilliant celestial light shone, and vast celestial power surged. The entire invincible domain had been transformed into a celestial realm. Ling Baoer, who was in meditation, immediately sensed the alteration in her surroundings. She widened her eyes, taking in the celestial energy that enveloped her, making her feel as if she were in an endless fairyland. The overwhelming celestial energy surged into her body, bringing an indescribable comfort. As for the immortal beauty tree, it was already a celestial tree. Now, with the birth of the celestial realm, it thrived even more, blossoming vibrantly and exquisitely. Meanwhile, other spiritual herbs that grew in this realm gradually transformed. With the benefits being self-evident, there was even a possibility for them to evolve from spiritual herbs into celestial herbs. Chen Chang'an observed the changes occurring in his invincible domain under the experience card Eternal Immortality. He mused, "It seems a bit different from before, yet not significantly so." Indeed, the current invincible domain was distinct from the previous one, however. As an ordinary person without cultivation, he could not perceive much if a cultivator were present. They would undoubtedly feel the terrifying essence of this celestial realm. In this place of cultivation, one could advance at an extraordinary pace. Prolonged exposure to the celestial essence could lead mortals to undergo a subtle transformation from the mundane to the immortal, gradually evolving their mortal bodies into celestial ones. More importantly, cultivating in this celestial realm could even allow one to become an immortal without the need for ascension. If the cultivators of the 9 provinces were to discover that a celestial realm existed on Flying Immortal Mountain, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the entire continent, drawing countless competitors. Chen Chang'an remained unaware of this, yet he understood that his invincible domain had indeed transformed into a celestial realm. In summary, it was incomparable to what it had been before. Next, Chen Chang'an examined his new function Mirage and Moonlight. Upon learning about its capabilities, he was elated. So that is the nature of this ability. How delightful! Regarding Mirage and Moonlight, it was akin to the flowers reflected in a mirror and the moonlight dancing on water. By consuming a certain amount of domain points, one could create a clone. The strength of the clone bore no relation to the host's cultivation level, but depended entirely on how many domain points the user expended to determine the clone's strength. Once the energy of Mirage and Moonlight was depleted, or if the clone faced destructive attacks, it would immediately dissipate. Currently, clones generated from Mirage and Moonlight could only last for a maximum of 1 day. However, the consumption of domain points was equally significant. For instance, creating a clone identical to him, with no cultivation whatsoever, would require a staggering 500 domain points. Chen Chang'an could not help but marvel at how costly this was. Even if he possessed an abundance of domain points, he might struggle to sustain the consumption of Mirage and Moonlight. Nevertheless, Chen Chang'an found himself quite satisfied with Mirage and Moonlight. Although he considered himself a salted fish, content to remain at home for eternity, he would still seize the opportunity to explore the world if it arose. Now, it seemed he had that chance. Since the clone was intrinsically linked to his essence, he could easily control it to venture forth without worrying about his safety. Well then, life was gradually looking up. Chen Chang'an chuckled, still possessing 3,400 domain points. Should he expend 500 domain points to conjure a clone just for fun? 500 domain points, he pondered. I'm not short on that. Without further ado, Chen Chang'an focused his thoughts and activated the function of Mirage and Moonlight. Before him, a mirror materialized, smooth as the bright moon, flowing like gentle water. Within the mirror, Chen Chang'an's reflection appeared. Curiously, he watched as with a pop, the Chen Chang'an in the mirror sprang to life. He stepped out from Mirage and Moonlight and materialized before Chen Chang'an. This was his clone, identical to him, sharing the same consciousness. Now, he wore a peculiar expression as he observed himself through the clone's perspective. What a strange sensation, 2 of me. Chen Chang'an's playful spirit ignited. He reclined back onto the wooden chair to rest while his clone strolled around the courtyard with hands behind its back. Before long, Chen Chang'an arrived at the location where Ling Bao'er was cultivating. Upon sensing his presence, Ling Bao'er opened her eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. "Master, what brings you here? Do I still smell good?" Chen Chang'an chuckled. Ling Bao'er sniffed and was taken aback. "Master, you used to smell wonderful. But now it's gone." Chen Chang'an beamed with pride and pointed at his resting clone in the courtyard. The clone waved a hand in greeting. Ling Bao'er's eyes widened in astonishment. "How can there be 2 masters? This is a clone I created," Chen Chang'an explained with a smile. Ling Bao'er's realization dawned on her. "Master is incredible. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing." She then poked at Chen Chang'an's clone. "Oh, it feels just like the real thing." Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes. "What did you expect? Now, continue your cultivation. I'm going out for a stroll. Master, I want to go out with you." Ling Bao'er clung to one of Chen Chang'an's arms. "Bao'er, I forgot to tell you. This region you are in has been transformed by me into a celestial realm. A celestial realm? Ling Baoer blinked. Confused, Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before explaining, you can understand it as the realm where the celestial beings dwell, the upper world. Ling Baoer's eyes widened. Master, you mean the place where celestial beings live in the upper world? Chen Chang'an nodded, chuckling as he pinched her smooth little face. My dear disciple, this is something the cultivators of the 9 provinces cannot experience. Just think, to cultivate in a celestial realm, becoming an immortal is merely a matter of time. Do not bring shame to your master, cultivate diligently, and strive to become an immortal as soon as possible. The benefits of cultivating in a celestial realm are unimaginable. You must cherish this opportunity. Ling Baoer released Chen Chang'an's arm, her little face brimming with excitement. Master, then I will cultivate diligently, and next time, I will go out with you. After deceiving Ling Baoer, Chen Chang'an finally let out a sigh of relief. His doppelganger lacked any cultivation, merely a first-time attempt. Venturing out could very well lead to its demise. If this doppelganger were to perish, it would not matter, but he certainly hoped that his obedient disciple would not follow suit. Thus, it was inconceivable for Chen Chang'an to take Ling Baoer along. Naturally, he embarked on his journey alone. Upon reaching the edge of the invincible realm, Chen Chang'an chuckled, devoid of the fear and anxiety that had previously gripped him about stepping beyond the invincible domain, replaced instead by excitement and anticipation. After residing in the Chongqing sect for 3 years and spending another month in the Immortal Temple, today he could finally take a leisurely stroll outside. With that said, Chen Chang'an stepped forth, leaving the invincible realm behind. Chapter 46. The Tiger Falls in the Plain, Bullied by Dogs. The Enchantress in White. Moments ago, as I emerged from the invincible realm, I was greeted by the freedom of the outside air for the first time. And I could not help but marvel. The air outside is so fresh, so sweet, almost luxurious. Even the act of passing gas feels fragrant. The sun shone brightly, and the landscape was picturesque. Having departed from the invincible realm, Chen Chang'an was in high spirits, experiencing a sense of liberation. Although his doppelganger possessed no cultivation, Chen Chang'an was unafraid. If he were to die, so be it. Even if the doppelganger survived, it would eventually vanish after a day's time. In Feixian Mountain, due to the presence of the 3 demons, there were no formidable monsters to contend with. Chen Chang'an felt quite secure in these mountains. As he descended, he marveled at the surroundings. The forest was lush, filled with the roars of tigers and the cries of monkeys, and the air was alive with the presence of flying birds and roaming beasts, all creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Thanks to the 3 demons, especially to Obayi, many of the monsters had been driven away from Feixian Mountain, ensuring that Chen Chang'an could safely make his descent. Finally, he reached the base of the mountain. Chen Chang'an wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved after a challenging trek. The journey was fraught with thorns, and his garments were torn and tattered, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Yet, he was grateful to have finally descended. Leaving Feixian Mountain behind, he continued his journey through the vast mountain range. In summary, Chen Chang'an had no intention of returning after utilizing his doppelganger to descend. The vast mountain range was indeed a paradise for monsters, incomparable to the serene environment of Feixian Mountain. Here, demons roamed freely, towering trees obscured the sky, and the air was rife with their growls and roars. As Chen Chang'an navigated the dim forest, the distant cries of monsters sent a shiver down his spine. This place is truly perilous. Perhaps I should use Mirror Flower, Water Moon to conjure a powerful doppelganger. After all, it should at least have the cultivation of a foundational stage. Just then, a faint sound came from behind, causing a chill to run down Chen Chang'an's spine. Could it be another ghostly encounter? His heart raced as he turned to look. Not far off, a massive earth-colored demon python coiled around the trunk of a towering tree, flicking its tongue and coldly fixating its gaze on Chen Chang'an, evidently regarding him as its prey. Although this earth python exuded weak, demonic energy, it still possessed the cultivation of the 5th stage of qi refinement, a level far beyond what Chen Chang'an could withstand. Damn it, what a disastrous start. Just as I step out of Feixian Mountain, I encounter a monster. With a sudden rush, the earth-colored demon python transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Chen Chang'an at incredible speed, its gaping maw revealing 2 sharp fangs glistening with a chilling sheen. This startled Chen Chang'an, who, without thinking, turned and fled. Though he had been formidable within the invincible realm, Outside, he was merely a novice. Right now, this small demon python, merely at the chi refinement stage, could easily end his life. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling into the plain, bullied by dogs. Despite being a doppelganger, Chen Chang'an did not wish to suffer such a dismal fate on his first outing. He fled desperately, weaving through the vast mountains, pursued by the python, which continued to roar menacingly behind him. In his ordinary human state, it would not be long before the python caught up. For goodness sake, stop chasing. If you keep this up, I'll have Tuoba catch you and stew you into a snake soup. Yet, the python paid him no heed. It was a rare opportunity to have found prey, and it was not about to let him escape. Humph! This prey was rather pathetic, a mere ordinary human without any cultivation. A stroke of luck for the python to encounter him in these vast mountains. Chen Chang'an ran, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as the python closed in. I can't keep this up, he gasped, bending over to catch his breath. Feeling as if his very kidneys might burst from the exertion, he stopped running, and the python halted before him. Rearing its head high above him, it flicked its tongue, gazing down at Chen Chang'an with a mocking glint in its eyes, as if ridiculing his audacity to attempt escape. Chen Chang'an cursed, "Come on, if you dare to devour me, I'll make sure to turn you into snake soup tonight." Abandoning any futile attempts to flee, he declared, "Humph! You earth python think you can consume my initial doppelganger? You are finished." The python regarded Chen Chang'an as though he were a fool, then opened its mouth wide, releasing a foul stench that assaulted Chen Chang'an's senses. His face paled, and he quickly covered his nose. "Good heavens, that stench! To die in your belly would be a disgrace to my brilliance." Chen Chang'an was relieved that the only ones present were himself and the python. Grateful that his obedient disciple was not with him. Had she been there, it would have been utterly embarrassing to be swallowed by this python. It was indeed the right decision to leave Bauer behind. As Chen Chang'an witnessed the python's rancid maw approaching, he was determined not to perish within its belly. He resolved to self-destruct instead. Luckily, despite his doppelganger lacking cultivation, it possessed the ability to self-destruct. As the maw drew near, just as Chen Chang'an prepared to self-destruct, a flash of red light appeared. "What is this?" Red light coiled around Chen Chang'an's waist and pulled him away, he exclaimed in shock, finding himself standing firmly atop a tree branch. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice, like a celestial melody, reached Chen Chang'an's ears. He turned to see a woman standing not far away. Upon seeing her, he was truly taken aback, his eyes lighting up. This woman held a red thread, standing gracefully on the tree branch, surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy. Clad in white, she was as pure as snow, her garments fluttering in the wind, giving the impression of a fairy ready to take flight. Yet, the demonic energy surrounding her signified that she was indeed a demoness, akin to the one clad in red. Her pointed white ears, reminiscent of a fox, and the white tail that swayed gently behind her added to her ethereal beauty. If the woman in red was alluring and enchanting, this lady exuded the serene elegance of a secluded orchid. Harmonizing perfectly with her surroundings, her aura transcending the mundane, a vision of unparalleled grace. Was she a demon or an immortal? Chen Chang'an found himself in a daze, uncertain how to judge. Yet, despite his admiration for beauty, he remained confident in himself. After all, he possessed the invincible realm system. He was the most dazzling figure in this world. After a moment of reverie, he regained his composure. The earth python trembled in fear, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the woman in white, and lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. "You may go," the woman spoke, her voice as gentle as a celestial song. The python, as if granted a pardon, expressed its gratitude and fled in a panic. "Damn it, you coward. If you have the guts, don't run away." Chen Chang'an's frustration boiled over as he watched the python retreat. Yet, standing atop a tree branch 8 or 9 meters high, jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death, not to mention pursuing the python. He was, after all, a figure of some renown on Feishan Mountain. He could not allow himself to be humiliated like this on his first outing. His lifelong reputation could not be tarnished in such a manner. He must eliminate the python to silence it. Chen Chang'an had already devised a plan. Once he returned, he would have Tuoba find this python, skin it, and make snake soup. Chapter 47. By you? My name is Zhang Xiaobai. You are not a match for that earth python. Why harbor thoughts of killing it? Isn't that simply inviting trouble? Noticing the murderous intent emanating from Chen Chang'an, the woman in white spoke softly, addressing him. Chen Chang'an gazed at her, and the woman smiled gently, seemingly awaiting his response. He marveled inwardly. Truly, this was a fantastical world. For such a woman did not exist on earth. Even here, he had never encountered anyone so perfect. Chen Chang'an clasped his hands together and replied, "That earth python sought to kill me, thus a karmic bond has been forged. It sowed the seeds of harm, and I must return the favor. This is the cycle of cause and effect, leading to a resolution." The woman in white blinked, contemplating Chen Chang'an's words. The cycle of cause and effect. Leading to a resolution. I did not expect that you, though merely an ordinary person, would articulate such profound thoughts. The woman clad in white regarded Chen Chang'an before her with a sense of curiosity. She had encountered human cultivators before, some with malevolent and covetous gazes, while others, filled with inferiority, dared not meet her eyes. Yet, this young human before her, though lacking in cultivation, possessed a gaze so pure, devoid of any wicked intentions. He interacted with her on equal footing, and, more importantly, she sensed an ethereal air of celestial pride emanating from him. Originally, the woman in white had merely passed by, with no intention of rescuing him. Yet, even she could not discern why she had suddenly intervened to save Chen Chang'an. Grateful, he expressed his gratitude for being spared from the clutches of the earth python. The woman smiled gently, remarking that she was not a cultivator, yet she addressed him as a fellow Taoist. It was her first encounter with a human like him. There was no need for thanks, she added, as she had simply acted out of convenience while passing by. In a flash of crimson light, the red thread in her hand vanished. The 10,000 great mountains were teeming with malevolent beasts, realm unsuitable for ordinary beings. Fortunately, he had encountered only a minor demon. Had he faced a more formidable foe, he might have already met his demise. Chen Chang'an lamented the dangers of the 10,000 great mountains, reflecting on how wise it had been to remain in the immortal temple for the past month. You lack cultivation. Do you wish for me to escort you away from the 10,000 great mountains? The woman in white inquired. Chen Chang'an shook his head, expressing that it was unnecessary. This incarnation of his was indifferent to life and death. Any destination would suffice. However, if he were to perish at the hands of the earth python, it would indeed vex him. The woman in white regarded Chen Chang'an with curiosity, and he, in turn, was equally intrigued by her. He remarked, "I have a friend named Hong Yi, who bears a striking resemblance to you. Are you of the ancient Fox clan?" The woman was taken aback, astonished that he knew her younger sister, and confirmed her lineage as a member of the ancient Fox clan. Her expression was somewhat peculiar. Hong Yi was a demon king, and yet here was a seemingly ordinary individual conversing with her, exuding an air of mystery and profoundness that piqued her interest. Indeed, Chen Chang'an mused inwardly, while simultaneously speculating whether the appearance of this woman in white was connected to Hong Yi and her companion, Xiao Wei. Otherwise, what could have brought her here? Maintaining his composure, he pondered. The woman then introduced herself. "I am Bai Yu, the elder sister of Hong Yi. Since you know her, are you familiar with Feixian Mountain?" "Are you headed to Feixian Mountain?" Chen Chang'an asked, bewildered. Bai Yu nodded, explaining that she had matters to attend to at Feixian Mountain. However, the vastness of the 10,000 great mountains made it difficult to locate. Even with Hong Yi's directions, if he had any knowledge of its whereabouts, she would be grateful for his guidance. Bai Yu, being Hong Yi's sister, undoubtedly possessed strength comparable to her own. Yet, her gentle demeanor and humility were unexpected. Even in the face of Chen Chang'an's lack of cultivation, she did not belittle him. This left Chen Chang'an with a newfound respect for Bai Yu. Altering his perception of demons, he gestured toward a towering mountain in the distance. "That is Feixian Mountain," he said. Bai Yu's eyes brightened, realizing they were closer than she had thought. "Thank you, Taoist friend," she said, to which Chen Chang'an smiled, replying that it was merely a small effort on his part. However, Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of unease. Bai Yu's journey to Feixian Mountain was undoubtedly linked to him. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, she had surely witnessed his embarrassing encounter with the earth python. What should he do? He was supposed to be a revered figure in front of Hong Yi. If she reported back to her sister, it would be utterly humiliating. He mused to himself that he would need to wear a mask on his next outing. Bai Yu smiled and then asked, "By the way, I haven't inquired about how to address you. A true name was not something he could reveal. Let us go with a pseudonym, he replied, scratching his nose. You may call me Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaobai Daoist friend, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Baiyu said. Chen Chang'an nodded, though he found the title of Xiaobai Daoist friend somewhat awkward. Baiyu did not linger, transforming into a streak of white light as she departed toward Feixian Mountain. Chen Chang'an watched her retreating figure, his expression a mix of complexity. Soon they would meet again. How would he explain himself? Of course, this was not a challenge he could not overcome. If necessary, he could simply obscure his face during their meeting, and she would not recognize him. I truly am quite clever, he thought to himself. Just then, a chilling aura began to emerge. Unbeknownst to him, the earth python that had previously fled had silently reappeared behind Chen Chang'an. It had hidden in the distance, watching Baiyu depart before returning, intent on not letting its prey escape. With its foul maw agape, the python prepared to swallow Chen Chang'an whole. At that moment, however, Chen Chang'an suddenly exploded into a spray of water, splattering all over the earth python. The creature was left utterly bewildered. What just happened? Where has my prey gone? Outside the temple, a furious Chen Chang'an fumed. You foul python. You dare return for a sneak attack? Just you wait. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated how to face the impending arrival of Baiyu. He couldn't reveal his true identity. Otherwise, she would recognize him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the new feature of the upgraded system, version 3.0, known as Celestial Dao True Resolution. This was simple enough. He swept his right hand across his face and activated the Celestial Dao True Resolution. Approaching Ling Bao'er, he asked, Can you see my face? Master, what's going on? I can't see your face, she replied. Go Ling Bao'er. It appeared as though a veil of hazy celestial mist enveloped Chen Chang'an's visage, obscuring it from view. Even with her spiritual sense, she could not penetrate the obscurity. Chen Chang'an smiled, realizing it was indeed effective. This Celestial Dao True Resolution was a marvelous tool for maintaining an air of mystery. He then applied the technique to his entire being. And now, he inquired. Ling Bao'er's eyes widened. Master, I can't see you at all. I can only see you surrounded by a layer of enigmatic celestial mist. This remarkable technique only deepened Ling Bao'er's impression of Chen Chang'an's inscrutable depth. He then released the Celestial Dao True Resolution, allowing the celestial aura to dissipate and his figure to re-emerge before Ling Bao'er. Master, can you tell me just how strong you truly are? She asked. Chen Chang'an playfully pinched her cheek, responding, Very strong. How strong is very strong? Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, Even your master does not know. Unrivaled strength implied an invincibility that transcended description. Ling Bao'er pouted, Master, you're deceiving me. How could you not know? Meanwhile, as Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er conversed, Baiyu arrived at Feixian Mountain. So this is it. The immortal temple that my sister Hong Yi spoke of, and the esteemed gentleman she reveres, resides within? Baiyu murmured to herself, soon spotting the temple atop the mountain. Master, look! Someone else is arriving, Ling Bao'er exclaimed. Baiyu's arrival did not go unnoticed, as she had not concealed her presence, prompting Ling Bao'er to voice her observation. Upon seeing the white glow, Chen Chang'an recognized it to be Baiyu, the very woman he had encountered in the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a mere thought, he activated the Celestial Dao True Resolution, ensuring no one could discern his true appearance. Ling Bao'er, curious, wondered why her master chose to hide himself. As the glow dissipated, Baiyu entered the immortal temple. Her gaze sweeping across the surroundings, she soon spotted Ling Bao'er, and beside her stood a man. Baiyu noticed him, but what perplexed her was that she could not discern his features, as if a layer of mystical mist obscured him. Could he be the esteemed gentleman my sister spoke of? Baiyu pondered silently. However, she was wise enough not to probe with her spiritual sense, understanding that if the gentleman was indeed a profound expert, she should not risk offending him. Wow, master, she is so beautiful. Is she a celestial maiden? Ling Bao'er exclaimed, captivated by Baiyu's beauty. Chen Chang'an glanced at Ling Bao'er. While Baiyu was indeed lovely, her beauty stemmed primarily from her aura. Ling Bao'er was still young, and who could say how she would compare to Baiyu in the future? Yet, regarding aura, Chen Chang'an's lips twitched as he recalled the bite marks on his arm. It seemed that Ling Bao'er would not be easily underestimated as she grew older. Baiyu bowed respectfully, addressing him. I am Baiyu. here to pay my respects to the esteemed senior. Master, is she here to seize the sacred immortal sword as well? Ling Baoer queried. Qin Chang'an shot her a look. Baoer, have you been eating too much salted fish? The monks and the great demons come to seize the sword. Which of them is not arrogant and presumptuous? Where is there anyone with her demeanor attempting to claim the sword? Master, you are truly remarkable. You can see through this. Qin Chang'an felt a sense of pride within, responding nonchalantly, your esteemed master not only knows she did not come to seize the sword but also from whence she hails. Oh my! Ling Baoer exclaimed, her little eyes sparkling with admiration. Master, I truly admire you. Bai Yu listened to their conversation, her expression peculiar, as if she had heard Qin Chang'an's words somewhere before, yet could not recall the source. Just as Bai Yu pondered, Qin Chang'an said, Bai Yu, you hail from the ancient Fox clan of celestial demons, and you have come to my flying immortal mountain due to matters concerning Hong Yi and Xiao Wei. Bai Yu was taken aback. Indeed, the senior is unfathomably profound. She had said nothing yet he had spoken her truth. Nonetheless, Bai Yu maintained her composure, treating Qin Chang'an with the respect due to a senior of great cultivation. When Bai Yi arrived, she had been cautioned numerous times not to provoke the young master. His might was such that with a mere gesture, he could vanquish a nascent soul. To anger him would spell doom even for Bai Yu. Bai Yu replied respectfully, indeed, I have come regarding their affairs. Why have they not returned? Qin Chang'an inquired further. Bai Yu hesitated before responding. Regarding Hong Yi and Xiao Wei, I beg your pardon. Please do not take offense before I finish. Qin Chang'an frowned slightly. What has transpired? Hong Yi returned to seek demon cultivation techniques from the ancient Fox clan, but grandmother was unwilling to share them with outsiders. However, upon witnessing Xiao Wei's remarkable talent, she wished to keep her within the clan. Hong Yi, left with no choice, entrusted me to seek your assistance. Ah, so both Sister Hong Yi and Xiao Wei have been detained within the ancient Fox clan? Ling Baoer looked up at Qin Chang'an, her small face filled with distress. Master, what shall we do? Hearing Hong Yi's words, Qin Chang'an's brows knitted tightly. It is that Hong Yi and Xiao Wei are indeed imprisoned by the ancient Fox clan. Bai Yu nodded helplessly. Ultimately, this matter is indeed a wrongdoing on the part of the ancient Fox clan. However, Xiao Wei's extraordinary potential, if cultivated to its fullest, would certainly lead her to ascension. Thus, the ancient Fox clan resorted to such actions. Even Bai Yu could not help but be astounded by Xiao Wei's capabilities. Yet upon observing Ling Baoer by Qin Chang'an's side, a small girl radiating exceptional talent, Bai Yu suspected her potential rival that of Xiao Wei. Moreover, upon arriving at this celestial temple, Bai Yu could distinctly sense the astonishing essence of this place, which seemed to harbor the most terrifying celestial energies flowing throughout the universe. Although the ancient Fox clan possessed exceptional lands, Bai Yu was acutely aware that even their finest locales could not compare to the realm she currently inhabited. If Bai Yu were to realize that she stood within a celestial domain, she would be left utterly astounded. Senior, may I inquire what your intentions are? Bai Yu asked, perceiving Qin Chang'an's formidable strength, which was both inscrutable and profound. Surely, he must possess a means to rescue Hong Yi and Xiao Wei from the ancient Fox clan. While Bai Yu belonged to the ancient Fox clan, she deemed their actions unjust, thus aligning herself with Hong Yi's plight, which led her to seek Qin Chang'an at Flying Immortal Mountain. Qin Chang'an remained silent, uncertain how to respond to Bai Yu's query. What are your intentions, then? He mused internally. How about a simple approach? I am strong, but that strength is confined to a realm of invincibility. Outside, I am so weak that even a mere earth python could bully me. You have seen all this, Bai Yu. Of course, Qin Chang'an refrained from voicing such thoughts, only to internally lament. However, regardless of the circumstances, he had reached a conclusion. The imprisonment of Hong Yi and Xiao Wei was a matter of personal pride. The ancient Fox clan's audacity to detain those under his protection was a direct affront to him. Qin Chang'an loathed being disrespected. It soured his mood, and no matter what, he was determined to devise a plan to rescue them. The ancient Fox clan would also need to be dealt with accordingly. Chapter 49. Striking at a distance, a warning to others. Damn it! How dare they imprison my people? Qin Chang'an's dissatisfaction simmered. Ling Baoer, concerned for Hong Yi and Xiao Wei, spoke up. Senior, the ancient Fox clan is too excessive. Why grant them 3 days? We should confront them directly now. If they refuse to return them, we shall show them the consequences. Qin Chang'an shot her a glance. Your master also desires that, but alas, I lack the means to do so. Yet outwardly, Chen Chang'an maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Bauer, I have my own plans in mind. You should focus on your cultivation. At present, Ling Bauer, having consumed 2 blood pills, is diligently cultivating in the celestial realm. Her cultivation has now ascended to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. It is only a matter of time before she breaks through to the nascent soul stage, which will undoubtedly grant her a measure of self-preservation. This situation has indeed rekindled the very concern that Chen Chang'an harbored in his heart. Within the realm of invincibility, I am untouchable. You may act freely, thus there is no need to worry about the safety of Bauer and the others. However, once beyond the confines of the invincible realm, Chen Chang'an finds himself at a disadvantage, akin to a toothless tiger. Chen Chang'an is quite displeased. This is the limitation of the invincible realm, and he must expand it at the earliest opportunity. Shaking his head, he earnestly contemplates how to handle the affairs concerning the ancient Fox clan of the celestial demons. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not truly abandon the rescue of Hongyi and the Little Tail. If he were to wait until the invincible realm extends to the ancient Fox clan, he must devise a more effective strategy to compel the celestial demons to surrender the individuals in question. For the celestial demons to willingly relinquish them, they must be made to fear and respect him. The pressure he had just exuded had already reached Baiyu, instilling within her a sense of wariness. Yet, this does not imply that the celestial demons share the same apprehension unless they venture into his invincible realm. Chen Chang'an reclines in a wooden chair, squinting as he deliberates his strategies. At that moment, he notices Ling Bauer practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. The flickering light of her sword and the surging sword energy dance like a swordsman in the wind. It seems that the matters concerning Hongyi and the Little Tail have spurred her on, motivating her to cultivate with fervor. Ling Bauer, as the daughter of the sect leader of the Nine-Sword sect, has already achieved remarkable prowess in the sword arts at such a young age. Now, with the acquisition of the Holy Immortal Sword, her combat strength has received a significant boost. Chen Chang'an nods inwardly, recognizing that this Holy Immortal Sword is indeed well suited for Bauer. As soon as he finishes his thought, a spark of inspiration illuminates Chen Chang'an's eyes. Indeed, the Holy Immortal Sword. The descent of an immortal to the mortal realm will undoubtedly cause a stir across the Jiuzhou continent. When the immortal arrives at Feixian Mountain to reclaim the sword, the celestial demon clan in the vast mountain range will surely be aware of it. At that point, they will undoubtedly pay attention to the events unfolding here. Chen Chang'an squints, fully aware of what the presence of an immortal signifies for the cultivators of Jiuzhou and the various monsters that roam the land. A being of unparalleled might, revered and feared. Should an immortal perish at Feixian Mountain, the celestial demons will come to understand his formidable power. Thus, they will regard him with trepidation, trembling and fear. Even if he does not approach the celestial demon clan, they will likely hand over Hongyi and the Little Tail without hesitation. Indeed, this is a splendid plan. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to strike the cow across the mountain, when the immortal falls. He cannot believe that the celestial demons will not be frightened. Chapter 50. Senior, I implore you to save the Nine-Sword sect. The Nine-Sword sect, one of the premier forces in Ghost State, is characterized by 9 towering peaks that form a sword array, exuding a terrifying sword aura. This sect, rich in spiritual energy, is undoubtedly a realm of transcendence, with sword peaks enveloped in ethereal mist. Extraordinary in every sense, the daughter of the sect leader, Ling Bauer holds a position of great esteem. Today, Ling Qingshan, the sect leader of the Nine-Sword sect, has made a momentous decision, one that has garnered the unanimous approval of the elders, to take action against the Ghost Skull sect. Even though the Ghost Skull sect has the backing of an immortal, the Nine-Sword sect intends to confront them head-on. And of course, the sole reason supporting this bold move is none other than Chen Chang'an. The master of Ling Bauer. Among the elders of the Nine-Sword sect, there is a diviner who can predict fate and avert calamity. They initially sought to discern Chen Chang'an's destiny through divination, only to be met with failure, resulting in a backlash that cost the elders a millennium of their lifespan. The elders of the Nine-Sword sect were utterly astounded. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Thus, through this incident, they concluded that Chen Chang'an must be a force capable of contending with immortals. Consequently, they resolved to act against the Ghost Skull sect. After all, the sect leader's daughter, Ling Bauer, is a disciple of Chen Chang'an. Therefore, the Nine-Sword sect is naturally allied with him. They cannot allow Ling Bao to lose face. The Ghost Skull sect, arrogant and overbearing, dares to threaten the Nine Swords sect. Today, they shall face retribution. Indeed, what of the Ghost Skull sect's backing by an immortal? The daughter of the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect is a disciple of one who defies the immortals. Do they truly believe that the Nine Swords sect lacks support? If this endeavor succeeds, Ling Hai muses, if the senior were to learn of it, would he not bestow upon the Nine Swords sect some blood-red immortal pills? Several elders of the Nine Swords sect converse as they journey towards the Ghost Skull sect. Ling Hai chuckles, I cannot say for certain, but knowing the senior's temperament, he would undoubtedly not slight the Nine Swords sect. Suddenly, a billowing black mist emerges in the distance, casting a shadow over the heavens. Accompanied by the haunting sounds of wails and cries, we are about to enter the territory of the Ghost Skull sect. Humph, we've finally arrived. Let us teach the Ghost Skull sect a lesson, so they understand the might of the Nine Swords sect. The elders quicken their pace, not concealing any of their spiritual energy. Their powers surge forth like a raging river, pouring out from within them. Soon, they burst into the domain of the Ghost Skull sect. In the early morning, as the sun rises and purple chi flows eastward, Chen Chang'an is soundly asleep in the temple. Outside, Ling Bao tiptoes in, carrying a bowl of soup. Master, it's time to wake up for snake soup. Chen Chang'an yawns and sits up. Why, dear disciple? You are up quite early. Ling Bao pouts. Master, it's almost noon. As she speaks, she blows on the steaming soup in the small bowl. Master, the soil python that you instructed Nyogu to catch in the vast mountains last night has been made into soup according to your instructions. Would you like to taste it? Is it delicious? Chen Chang'an smiles. Bao's culinary skills in preparing snake soup must be delightful. I could already smell its aroma in my dreams. Hee, master, let me feed you some soup. Ling Bao beams with joy at Chen Chang'an's praise. That is unnecessary. Chen Chang'an rolls his eyes. He has not sunk to such depths of laziness yet. He takes the snake soup from Bao, descends from his bed, and walks into the courtyard, with Bao obediently following behind. Bao, the weather is splendid today. How many more days do you think it will be until the immortal descends to Feixian Mountain? Ling Bao shakes her little head. It should be soon. Chen Chang'an nods, eagerly anticipating the immortal's arrival so he can use the opportunity to intimidate the celestial demon clan. Gazing at the steaming bowl of snake soup in his hands, Chen Chang'an's face breaks into a smile. Last night, Tuo Ba Yi returned from deep within the vast mountains, and Chen Chang'an had instructed him to find the soil python. For a nascent soul demon king, locating the soil python within the vast mountains is hardly a daunting task. Within a few hours, he successfully captured the creature and brought it to Feixian Mountain. The soil python trembles in fear, coiling itself into a ball, anxious and distraught, wondering why the powerful demon king would target such a small creature. However, upon being brought to Feixian Mountain and laying eyes on Chen Chang'an, it is left utterly stunned. It is the same prey it encountered during the day, and it realizes it is doomed. Thus, it has become the morning snake soup. Chen Chang'an takes a sip. The flavor is exquisite. Bao's culinary skills have indeed improved remarkably. After finishing the soup, Chen Chang'an inquires, Bao, where is Tuo Ba Yi? Master, he has gone to Chicken Chop Mountain to catch chickens now that the Dragon Fire Chicken King has been roasted. Oh. Chen Chang'an's gaze falls upon the rejuvenating celestial tree in the courtyard. This celestial tree is now adorned with flowers that are gradually wilting, giving way to tender, green fruit. This celestial realm is extraordinary, and with Chen Chang'an's use of all things living to nourish it, it will not be long before the rejuvenating celestial fruit ripens. He wonders how the situation in Yunzhou is faring with the snake offspring. Just then, a spiritual rainbow streaks across the distant sky, swiftly approaching Feixian Mountain. As the rainbow dissipates, Ling Qingshan's figure emerges. Ling Bao exclaims in delight, Master, why has father come? Before long, Ling Qingshan arrives at the celestial temple. At this moment, Ling Qingshan's expression is grave and serious, his brow furrowed, as if sensing a momentous event has transpired. Senior, I beseech you, please save the Nine Swords sect. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan cannot conceal his agitation. Taking a few steps forward, ready to kneel before him, Chen Chang'an raises his hand, an unseen force preventing Ling Qingshan from kneeling. After all, he is Bao's father. How could he be allowed to bow? Chen Chang'an furrows his brow. What has happened to necessitate saving the Nine Swords sect? Upon arriving at the celestial temple, surrounded by mist and ethereal energy, Ling Qingshan is overwhelmed by the sense of otherworldliness, feeling as though he is in a realm of immortals. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. He hastily replies, "Young master, an immortal has descended to the mortal realm. You must save the Nine-Sword Sect." An immortal has descended? As Chen Chang'an listened to Ling Qingshan's words, his eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. This was indeed a piece of splendid news. He had finally awaited the descent of an immortal. However, the arrival of the immortal held no relevance to your Nine-Sword Sect. Did I not instruct you to inform the Ghost Skull Sect and the celestial being descending to the mortal realm that if they seek the holy immortal sword, they should come to Feixian Mountain to find me? Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ling Qingshan wore an expression of embarrassment. The Ghost Skull Sect was arrogant, and we originally intended to take the lead for our esteemed senior, to suppress the brazen demeanor of the Ghost Skull Sect. Little did we know that we would encounter the immortal's descent at this critical moment. Now, all the elders of the Nine-Sword Sect have been captured by the Ghost Skull Sect, and their situation is dire. Chen Chang'an was left speechless. They were supposed to lead the charge, yet they had previously looked down upon him. Now, they seemed to hold him in high regard, believing he could contend with an immortal. Beside them, Ling Bao'er wore a worried expression. "Father, has Grandpa Hai also been captured by the Ghost Skull Sect?" Ling Qingshan sighed and nodded. "We did not anticipate such misfortune, encountering the immortal's descent at this moment. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Nine-Sword Sect could handle the Ghost Skull Sect without issue. However, this time is different. The immortal is formidable. With a mere wave of their hand, they have suppressed all the elders of the Nine-Sword Sect. Should the elders fall to the immortal's hand, the blow to the Nine-Sword Sect would be catastrophic. At the very least, from this day forth, the Nine-Sword Sect shall never ascend to the ranks of the top powers in the Ghost State." Ling Qingshan was flustered. There was no choice but to seek Chen Chang'an's aid. Chapter 51. Immortal Might. Invoking Catastrophe, Master. Ling Bao'er gazed at Chen Chang'an with hope. Although she had already taken him as her teacher, Ling Qingshan was still her father, and she naturally wished for Chen Chang'an's assistance. Chen Chang'an felt exasperated, but, for Bao'er's sake, he naturally agreed to help out. Of course, this was of little importance. What truly mattered was that Chen Chang'an had intended to intervene with those immortals himself, lending a hand to the Nine-Sword Sect merely as an incidental favor. Now, do not look at your master with such pleading eyes. I shall indeed assist you." Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. "Thank you, Master." Ling Bao'er expressed her gratitude, yet her heart was also filled with guilt. It was her fault that trouble had come upon her master. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshan finally felt a sense of relief. "Thank you, esteemed senior. If there is anything you require from the Nine-Sword Sect, please do not hesitate to command us." Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Since the immortal has descended for the sake of the celestial treasure, why have they not yet arrived at Feixian Mountain? To resolve the Nine-Sword Sect's predicament is quite simple for me. I shall eliminate the immortals. With my backing, the Ghost Skull Sect will surely comply and release the captives. It seemed a case of killing two birds with one stone. Esteemed senior, according to the timing of the immortals' descent, they cannot linger in the mortal realm for long. They must be nearing the 10,000 Great Mountains by now. That is good. You should remain here for the time being. After we deal with those immortals, you can go to the Ghost Skull Sect to retrieve your elders. If the Ghost Skull Sect wishes to avoid annihilation, they will surely comply and release the elders of the Nine-Sword Sect. Thank you, esteemed senior. Ling Qingshan expressed profound gratitude. About an hour later, the originally clear sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds gathered, casting the heavens into an oppressive gloom. The terrifying aura of the immortals surged like a mountain torrent, filling the entire 10,000 Great Mountains, causing all the demons and monsters to feel the overwhelming pressure. Even those deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains sensed it, with many powerful demon kings and notable figures stirred from their meditative retreats. What kind of terrifying pressure has appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains? This is bad. It is the might of the immortals. An immortal has arrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The aura of the immortals was starkly different from that emitted by the cultivators of the 9 provinces or the demons and monsters. This celestial pressure was exalted, something only an immortal from the upper realms could possess. Who would have thought that it would manifest in the 10,000 Great Mountains today? What on earth has transpired in the 10,000 Great Mountains recently? The various demon tribes hidden deep within were shaken by the immortal might, trembling in fear. The ancient Fox clan, an ancient and hidden race in the 10,000 Great Mountains with a long lineage and profound heritage, saw two beams of demonic light burst forth from their midst, standing high in the sky. As the light dissipated, an elderly woman and a young woman clad in white were revealed. The white-clad maiden was none other than Bai Yu, who had just returned from Fei Xian Mountain. Bai Yu gazed into the distance, her expression grave. Grandmother, could this aura belong to the immortals? The elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and her features weathered, yet with eyes as sharp as blades, spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, it is the might of the immortals. It seems an immortal has descended upon the 10,000 Great Mountains. The descent of an immortal signifies that significant events are unfolding. Could it be related to the celestial treasure that emerged a few days prior? Bai Yu expressed her concerns. I heard from Sister Hongyi that the treasure is in the hands of her master's disciple. Could they be in danger? The elderly woman scoffed. Celestial treasures are precious. How could we mere mortals dare to covet them? If they have the audacity to touch the celestial treasure, Bai Yu, do you think the immortals would let them off easily? Do you think the immortals would slay them? The path of the immortals is devoid of compassion, and the immortals themselves are even more so. Otherwise, do you wonder why our ancient Fox clan has not sent anyone to seize the celestial treasure? If that treasure fell into our hands, it would likely spell doom for our clan today. The elderly woman snorted. Bai Yu, you claim that the esteemed senior at Fei Xian Mountain is powerful. Could he possibly surpass an immortal? If not for my foresight, I would have left Hongyi and the little tail behind in our clan. Otherwise, upon returning, they would only face a dead-end die in the end. They ought to be grateful to me, Bai Yu sighed, at a loss for words. Chen Chang'an had left a profound impression on her in her eyes. He was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. That Hongyi could become his subordinate was indeed a stroke of fortune. Alas, however remarkable he might be, he could never compare to an immortal. Now that they had provoked the immortals from the upper realm, it seemed they were destined for disaster. Suddenly, the elderly woman sensed something amiss, her expression shifting dramatically. Grandmother, what is wrong? 12 auras of the immortals. How can this be? Could there be 12 immortals descending? The elderly woman murmured, her countenance struck with shock. She had initially thought only one immortal would descend. Yet this was clearly the presence of 12 distinct and powerful immortal auras, signifying the arrival of 12 immortals. All for the sake of a celestial treasure? 12 immortals have descended. The elderly woman was astounded. She was well aware of how challenging it was for an immortal to descend to the mortal realm, let alone 12 appearing simultaneously. Even a single immortal could sweep across the entire 10,000 Great Mountains, let alone 12. It appeared that Chen Chang'an had indeed stirred a monumental catastrophe by obtaining the celestial treasure at Fei Xian Mountain. Chapter 52. Bauer, would you like to witness your master slay an immortal? Esteemed senior, the immortals are coming. In the immortal temple, Ling Qingshan, who had been restless, felt the overwhelming pressure of the immortal auras and trembled with urgency, quickly informing Chen Chang'an. Standing atop the mountain, Chen Chang'an clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as he surveyed the horizon. Beside him, Ling Bauer was visibly anxious. The mere approach of the immortals had incited such cosmic turmoil. They truly were beings from the upper realm. Chen Chang'an could not help but marvel at the scene. The sky darkened, the earth trembled, and the very fabric of existence seemed to quiver. A cataclysmic display. The might of the immortals was too fearsome, overwhelming this realm as it struggled to withstand their pressure. Thus, the laws of the 9 provinces contended desperately against the immortal force. If even the laws of the 9 provinces could not withstand the immortals' might, it meant the immortals were extraordinarily powerful, transcending the laws of the 9 provinces. In the hands of an immortal, annihilating the entire 9 provinces would not be a daunting task. Of course, the 9 provinces was a world in itself. No matter how weak, it could not be so easily destroyed by an ordinary immortal. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the myriad realms and the boundless celestial domains, the 9 provinces was but a speck in the grand scheme of things. How could such mighty immortals even spare a glance towards this place? It was akin to a giant being oblivious to an ant, unless by chance, the giant inadvertently crushed the ant while walking. Master, I'm a bit scared. Ling Bauer anxiously clutched Chen Chang'an's arm, as if only this act could quell her fears. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Bower, with your master here, what is there to fear? Immortals. I find myself quite eager to meet them. Hearing Chen Chang'an's confident words, Ling Qingshan was filled with even greater awe. If the esteemed senior was confident, he would surely be able to contend with those immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The sound resonated like thunder from afar. 12 ancient immortal chariots rumbled through the sky, shaking the heavens and approaching swiftly. All the demons and monsters in the 10,000 great mountains witnessed this spectacle, their expressions shifting dramatically. The immortals are here. 12 immortal chariots, indeed 12 immortals. Heavens! This is a monumental event. The news of the 12 immortals descending to the mortal realm is simply too monumental to conceal. It won't be long before it reverberates throughout the entire ghost state. Behind the 12 celestial war chariots, a throng of followers trails, led by the master of the Ghost Skull sect, Qiu Qiantu, accompanied by several esteemed elders of the sect. With expressions of triumph, they follow their ancestor to display their might, conveying to the various factions in Ghost State that their sect has ties to the immortals. It is certain that henceforth, any major force in Ghost State contemplating an attack on the Ghost Skull sect will have to weigh the potential repercussions from the immortals. The 12 war chariots seem poised to bring with them 12 immortals. How intriguing! A smile plays upon the lips of Chen Chang'an. He welcomes the arrival of more immortals, for how else can he accrue greater domain value? This time, he is eager to test how much domain value he might gain from slaying an immortal, a prospect that fills him with curiosity and anticipation. The 12 war chariots, all of celestial artifact caliber, are adorned with celestial inscriptions that sparkle with otherworldly brilliance. The dragon and phoenix characters twist and soar, emanating an aura of divinity. The formidable power of the immortals coalesces, causing the very void to tremble. As if on the verge of collapse, this overwhelming presence is unmatched on the continent of Jiuzhou. Bring me the sacred immortal sword, Bower. Ling Bower hands the sacred immortal sword to Chen Chang'an. Perched atop Feixian Mountain, Chen Chang'an wields the sword, his white robe billowing in the gusting winds. With a mere thought, the power of the invincible domain surges into the sacred immortal sword. Clang! A resounding sword cry echoes through the heavens and earth. The sword light is vast and radiant, illuminating everything with its dazzling brilliance. The 12 immortal generals sense the presence of the sacred immortal sword. Indeed, it is here. To dare to wield the artifact of an immortal sovereign is to court death. 12 beams of celestial light surge forth, their might like an endless torrent cascading outwards, enveloping the entirety of the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, all the monsters and demons within the mountains tremble in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, utterly immobilized. Only Chen Chang'an, Ling Bower, and Ling Qingshan within the invincible domain remain unaffected by this celestial might. Ling Qingshan is deeply moved. To confront an immortal truly is a terrifying prospect. He feels not the slightest trace of their power. Ling Bower blinks, and without the influence of the immortal's might, she glances at the 12 immortals, her fear dissipating somewhat. Bower, would you like to witness how your master slays an immortal today? Ling Bower's eyes brim with anticipation. Such a mere mortal dares to utter such hubris about slaying immortals. One of the generals scoffs, his voice booming like thunder, resonating through the heavens and earth. The 12 immortal generals stand in the celestial firmament, coldly observing Chen Chang'an within the immortal temple. Their celestial might surges like a vast ocean, annihilating all living beings in their vicinity. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Chang'an, Ling Bower, and Ling Qingshan remain unaffected by this overwhelming force. This realization perplexes the 12 generals, especially the young man in the white robe wielding the sacred immortal sword, who displays no signs of disturbance. He appears to be an ordinary mortal, yet he possesses the sacred immortal sword and speaks with such audacity. This is beyond their comprehension. Facing the 12 immortal generals, Chen Chang'an shows no fear and calmly states, "There exists a distinction between immortals and mortals, yet it does not imply that mortals are inherently weaker. Here, within my domain, slaying an immortal is not mere bravado. If you doubt this, feel free to test it." How amusing! These mere ants from the lower realm, one of the immortal generals mocks, dismissing Chen Chang'an's words. From a distance, Qiu Qiantu observes this scene, sighing inwardly at the audacity of this individual. Does he not realize he is facing the immortals of the upper realm? Qiu Qiantu also notices the master of the Nine Sword sect, Ling Qingshan, and cannot help but sneer. He wonders how the Nine Sword sect could align themselves with such a character. Is this not courting death? With ambitious plans, Qiu Qiantu intends to wait until the ancestor retrieves the sacred immortal sword from the immortal sovereign, then eliminate the few esteemed elders of the Nine Sword sect before turning his attention to the sect itself. He chuckles to himself. Once he conquers the Nine Sword sect, the Ghost Skull sect will gain immense power. With the backing of their ancestor, it would not take long before they surpassed the mightiest force in Ghost State. The Fengyun Ancient Sect, compelling all factions in Ghost State to bow in submission. Chapter 53. The Dog That Licked, ending up with nothing. In the 100,000 mountains, the skies darken, and the sun and moon lose their brilliance as the 12 immortal generals arrive at Facian Mountain. Today's events stir the entirety of the 100,000 mountains, capturing the attention of countless demons, monsters, and various factions. They all ponder who among them has summoned the immortals to descend to the mortal realm. Aside from a select few demon kings or clans speculating that it might be related to the celestial treasures of Facian Mountain, the vast majority of demons remain utterly bewildered. Chen Chang'an, wielding the sacred immortal sword, faces the 12 immortal generals with unwavering composure. The atmosphere is so still that one could hear a pin drop. Hand over the sacred immortal sword. One of the immortal generals commands. Chen Chang'an replies nonchalantly, "The sword is in my possession. If you have the capability, come and take it." Humph, a fool lacking self-awareness. The 12 immortal generals step into Facian Mountain, and Chen Chang'an calmly observes them as they approach the invincible domain. Currently, Chen Chang'an's invincible domain has expanded to 83 meters, nearing 100 meters. The terrifying nature of this domain, however, remains unnoticed by the 12 immortal generals. Soon, they step into the invincible domain. Ling Qingshan feels a surge of fear and awe. Unable to look directly at the 12 immortals, Ling Bao'er shares similar trepidation. The inherent authority of the immortals instills dread within her. However, upon witnessing her master's calm demeanor in the face of these 12 immortal generals, she steels her resolve, thinking, "I am the disciple of my master. I cannot show weakness and bring shame upon him. No, I cannot let my master down." Ling Bao'er fights to suppress her fear, glaring and scrunching her nose. Forcing herself to confront the 12 immortal generals, Chen Chang'an smiles. "Well done, my pupil." He certainly does not wish for his disciple to feel intimidated by the immortals. Rather, he hopes for her courage. Now, although Ling Bao'er harbors some fear, she bravely faces the situation in time. She will no longer fear the immortals, which pleases Chen Chang'an greatly. As the 12 immortal generals enter the invincible domain, their expressions suddenly shift, and they are visibly shaken. Celestial energy? Why is there celestial energy in this tiny lower realm? It is a celestial tree point. One of the immortal generals gasps in astonishment. This tree of youthfulness has borne fruit and will soon mature. Celestial essence, celestial energy, could this truly be a celestial domain? The 12 immortal generals are astounded, engaging in fervent discussions. They fail to perceive the terrifying, earth-shattering nature of the invincible domain, only sensing the boundless celestial energy surging upon their entry into this region. This rich and pure celestial energy far surpasses any superior celestial domain in the Xuanwu celestial realm. How could such a celestial domain possibly exist in the lower realm? The shock of discovering a celestial domain overwhelms them, momentarily causing them to forget about attacking Chen Chang'an and seizing the sacred immortal sword. The immortal general's astonished discussions are clearly audible to Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan, and Ling Bao'er. Chen Chang'an smiles. "Country bumpkins, are you not from the upper realm? Have you never encountered a celestial domain before? Is your astonishment truly necessary?" Ling Qingshan's eyes widen, his mind racing with the immortal general's words. A celestial domain. A celestial domain. It is indeed a celestial domain. Now he understands why this place feels so different from the outside world. It turns out this is a celestial domain. My heavens! A celestial domain exists in the lower realm. This is an unparalleled sacred ground for cultivation. He wonders if cultivating in this celestial domain would lead to direct descendants as an immortal. He cannot help but think that his precious daughter has truly found an excellent master. Ling Bao'er blinks. Celestial domain? What celestial domain? I have never heard of it. She mutters, "Isn't this a treasure land?" the last time the Ghost Skull sect and the Evil Dragon Cave fought over this place. I didn't expect the Immortals would want it too. Are celestial treasure lands so rare in the upper realm? The Immortal generals scoff at Ling Bao's words, their hearts filled with disdain. Indeed, mere bumpkins from the lower realm, who cannot even distinguish between a celestial domain and a treasure land. A celestial domain nurtures celestial essence, serving as the supreme sacred ground for the cultivation of immortals, i.e. in the Xuanwu celestial realm. Nearly every immortal sovereign possesses a cultivation celestial domain. Their patron, of course, is no exception. As subordinates of the immortal sovereign, they naturally possess the right to cultivate within celestial domains, which is why they are aware of all this. And why are they so astonished? Not only because a celestial domain exists in the lower realm, more importantly, they had entered the realm of immortals, where an endless stream of celestial energy infused their bodies. As if every pore was being baptized by this divine essence. This exhilarating sensation caused the immortal power within them to grow stronger with every passing moment. They were now eager to exclaim, "By heavens, this is truly the realm of immortals. The domain of the immortal lord is nothing but a mere pile of refuse." It was evident how highly they regarded the celestial land that Chen Chang'an had transformed through the eternal path of immortality. This celestial land must be brought back to the Xuanwu immortal domain. A celestial general, his gaze ablaze with fervor, spoke with a deep voice, "Indeed, it must be taken back." The eyes of all the celestial generals were filled with passion. In the distance, Qiu Qian too wore a puzzled expression. Why had the ancestors and those immortal beings not yet taken action? What were they discussing? It was too far. They could not hear clearly. If they were to discover that Feishan Mountain was, in fact, a realm of immortals, they would surely be struck with astonishment. The realm of immortals was already immensely precious, and to think there was also the radiant immortal tree to be brought back as a tribute to the immortal lord, who would undoubtedly be greatly pleased. Hee, a bunch of sycophants. Why offer the realm of immortals and the radiant immortal fruit to the immortal lord? Wouldn't it be more delightful to keep it for themselves? Chen Chang'an looked on with disdain and remarked, "Master, what does sycophant mean?" Ling Bao asked, perplexed. Sycophants are those who either end up with nothing after their flattery or gain everything. However, in my opinion, they seem to belong to the former category, those who end up with nothing. Why would they end up with nothing? Chen Chang'an looked at the 12 celestial generals, the murderous intent swirling around him, and smiled slightly as he replied, "Why do sycophants end up with nothing? It is simply because they will all perish here. Not a single one shall escape." Chapter 54. A surge of killing intent. The world turns upside down. Sycophants, who end up with nothing in the end. Chen Chang'an's arrogant words incited the fury of the 12 celestial generals. With just your insignificant presence from the lower realms, I could crush you with a single finger. How dare you speak of killing us? What right do you have? Ling Qingshan gazed at Chen Chang'an standing alone against the 12 celestial generals, filled with admiration and reverence for him. Only a senior would dare to utter such words. The 12 celestial generals scrutinized Chen Chang'an. Although no aura of cultivation emanated from him, despite their disdainful mockery, they did not underestimate him in their hearts. Having obtained the sacred immortal sword and mastering such a precious land, along with the presence of the radiant immortal tree, his audacity must surely be backed by some formidable trump card. While they did not belittle Chen Chang'an, they were equally confident in their own strength. After all, they were celestial generals of the Xuanwu immortal domain, embodying celestial power. How could they possibly be compared to mere mortal cultivators from the lower realms? Thus, in the eyes of these celestial generals, Chen Chang'an was already a dead man. To kill me, to seize this celestial land, to take the sacred immortal sword, or perhaps the radiant immortal tree, feel free to try. Chen Chang'an said with indifference. In an instant, the celestial power erupted from the 12 celestial generals, radiating boundless brilliance. They had no intention of engaging in further banter with Chen Chang'an. Their killing intent surged as they charged forth. In the distance, Qiu Qian too and others observed, excitement coursing through them. The immortals were taking action. They awaited the celestial beings to showcase their might and eliminate Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an regarded the 12 celestial generals rushing towards him, chuckling softly. Though they feigned contempt, their collective assault revealed that they did not truly regard him with such disdain. However, even united, they were still not a match for him. With that, Chen Chang'an swung the sacred immortal sword. Although he had not learned any sword techniques in the Jojo continent, in his previous life on Earth, he had dabbled in some body-cultivating sword arts. Executing a move known as sweeping through thousands, he swept the sword towards the 12 celestial generals before him. To the untrained eye, this strike appeared unremarkable. The 12 celestial generals scoffed in derision. This is the immortal lord's life treasure. Only the immortal lord can unleash the true might of the sacred immortal sword. What right does a mere ant from the lower realms have to wield its power? They were incredulous. Yet, in the next moment, the cold smiles on the faces of the 12 celestial generals froze. Replaced by expressions of sheer horror, as Qin Chang'an's sword swept forth, the sacred immortal sword erupted in dazzling brilliance, a formidable force coalescing rapidly with the sweeping strike, enveloping the entire blade in a torrent of terrifying sword light. The 12 celestial generals sensed the escalating power, causing their hearts to quail in unease. In an instant, that sweeping strike approached, and the overwhelming sword light surged like a vast ocean. Heaven unleashed a killing intent. Stars shifted and stars fell. The earth unleashed a killing intent. Dragons and serpents stirred. Humanity unleashed a killing intent. The heavens and earth turned over. Feeling the myriad transformations within that strike, panic surged in the hearts of the 12 celestial generals. One of them, his expression changing drastically, reacted swiftly, shouting, "This person is not a mere mortal. Retreat quickly." Finally, in that moment of confrontation with Qin Chang'an, they realized the gravity of the situation and dared not charge forward any longer. They all scrambled to evade the sweeping sacred immortal sword. Swish, swish, swish. All 12 celestial generals hurriedly retreated, transforming into celestial rainbows, exerting their utmost to evade Qin Chang'an's sword. They retreated all the way to the edge of the invincible domain, feeling an invisible barrier behind them that blocked their escape, rendering them unable to retreat further. Their hearts sank. This was dire. However, the only solace for the 12 celestial generals was that they had managed to avoid Qin Chang'an's sword. But upon witnessing the scene before them, every celestial general wore a look of terror, their faces turning as pale as death. Before their eyes lay the dark rift in space, left in the wake of the sacred immortal sword sweep. Within that rift was a surging force of spatial destruction. Even as celestial generals, they dared not approach this force of annihilation. In the Jojo continent, there existed the laws of the land, as celestial beings of the Xuanwu immortal domain. They also possessed their own laws. Yet, in the Jojo continent, they were suppressed by the laws of this realm. No matter how powerful they were, they could not achieve this feat of creating a rift in space. To accomplish such a feat, one must possess a power that transcends the laws of the Jojo continent. Yet, before them, Qin Chang'an had achieved it with a single sword strike. At this moment, the long-sealed memories of the 12 celestial generals seemed to awaken, their expressions turning to sheer horror. Could it be a horizontal strike immortal? This Jojo continent actually had a horizontal strike immortal. Horizontal strike immortals, though not fully ascended, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of true immortals. While they were indeed celestial beings, having descended to the lower realms, they were subjected to the suppression of the laws here, rendering them unable to fully wield their power. Thus, for the celestial beings of the upper realms, encountering a horizontal strike immortal was the last thing they wished for, and horizontal strike immortals were nearly the natural nemesis of upper realm celestial beings. Oh heavens! How long had it been since they had heard of horizontal strike immortals? They never expected their luck to be so good as to encounter one now. Chapter 55. A threat, a better way to die. Now, these 12 celestial generals were filled with trepidation and an overwhelming urge to cry and flee. Yet within the invincible domain, Qin Chang'an would not allow their escape. These celestial generals held significant value for him. Qin Chang'an sheathed his sword, curiously observing the rift in space before him. What is this? As he spoke, Qin Chang'an reached into the rift. Black light swirled around his hand, but soon vanished without a trace. The 12 celestial generals stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned. That black light was the power of spatial destruction, something even the immortal lord feared. Yet this Qin Chang'an had touched it directly without any consequence. Before long, the rift in space began to heal. Qin Chang'an looked at the dazed 12 celestial generals and remarked earnestly, "Indeed, immortals are different. This sword of mine surprisingly did not kill you." The small courtyard outside the temple was eerily quiet, with only Chen Chang'an's voice echoing, and no one else spoke. Ling Qingshan, the 12 celestial generals, and the distant observers, Qiu Qian-tu and others, all stood as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Chen Chang'an, unable to utter a single word. Each of their hearts was filled with an indescribable shock. How powerful! Ling Qingshan swallowed hard, murmuring. He had speculated that Chen Chang'an was a horizontal strike immortal capable of contending with true immortals. However, he had not anticipated the outcome. The 12 celestial generals had not only failed to withstand his sword strike, but had also chosen to evade rather than confront it. How could this be possible? Qiu Qianto's complexion turned ashen, murmuring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled like the stars above, filled with the image of her esteemed master. Chen Chang'an, clad in a flowing white robe, his black hair billowing, wielded the sacred immortal sword, resembling a transcendent sword immortal, exuding unparalleled grace. Truly, with the sword in hand, none dare question. I shall raise my hand and dance through the universe. Chen Chang'an regarded the 12 stunned immortal generals, their faces frozen in horror, and beckoned with a finger. Why are you all standing there in a daze? The battle has only just begun. Continue forth. You are the horizontal strike immortal? One of the generals, suppressing his fear, spoke in a deep tone. Horizontal strike immortal? What is that? Is it formidable? Chen Chang'an inquired. The 12 generals fell silent, feeling insulted by Chen Chang'an's words. You are so powerful. You must be the horizontal strike immortal, yet you pretend to be unaware. Regardless, the might of the horizontal strike immortal was something they could not withstand, at least not on this continent of Jiuzhou. They would not be foolish enough to engage in combat with the horizontal strike immortal point, one general solemnly stated. Regardless of whether you are the horizontal strike immortal, it matters not. Surrender the sacred immortal sword and this realm of immortality, and we shall depart immediately. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Immortals, as expected, are like peacocks displaying their feathers, overly sentimental. Did I ever say I would allow your departure? The 12 generals' expressions darkened. One general stepped forward and said solemnly, Friend, let us leave a line of retreat for future encounters. If you do not wish to meet again, why leave a line? Friend, do you truly intend to make this a matter of no return? If you dare to kill us, the immortal Lord will not spare you. Chen Chang'an replied indifferently, So, you are threatening me? The might of the immortal Lord is such that even if you are the horizontal strike immortal, you are not his match, friend. The path to immortality is long. You cannot remain in this insignificant place forever. You must think carefully, Chen Chang'an responded. Though the path to immortality is distant, I find joy in my own freedom. Unenvying the immortals, you are correct. I intend to remain here. If your immortal lord wishes to kill me, let him come. The 12 immortal generals fell silent, their gazes towards Chen Chang'an filled with determination. Since compromise was impossible, they could only fight to the death, buzzing. The 12 generals, aware of the horizontal strike immortal strength, knew they must exert their utmost effort, for there remained a sliver of hope. Otherwise, death was certain. Chen Chang'an remarked, Very well. It seems you have already resigned yourselves to death. Charge. The 12 immortal generals transformed into 12 radiant rainbows, dazzling and blinding, as they surged towards Chen Chang'an. Freeze. Chen Chang'an uttered a single word, and in an instant, the 12 generals, rushing towards him, were all immobilized, as if they had turned into 12 statues, utterly motionless. Despair engulfed the 12 generals. The laws, it must be the power of law, Ling Qingshan marveled. The elder's power is tremendous, little did they know. A single word was all it took to render these 12 immortal generals immobile. I in the distance, Qiu Qiantu and the others wore expressions of shock. Feeling chills run down their spines, one thought consumed their minds. These immortals were doomed. Chen Chang'an smiled. You are, after all, immortals. Allow me to think of a more dignified way for you to meet your end. Chapter 56. The Sacred Martial Immortal. The myriad phenomena immortal mirror is shattered. The 12 immortal generals were frozen in place, their hearts filled with terror and their eyes devoid of hope. They knew the horizontal strike immortal was powerful, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. A mere word rendered them incapable of movement. This extraordinary technique was something they had never experienced before. Of course, It would also be their last experience. You dare to kill us. The Immortal Lord will surely not spare you. Even in the lower realm, the Immortal Lord will find a way to eliminate you. The generals could only continue to shout in anger, using the Immortal Lord to threaten Chen Chang'an. Unfortunately, their threats bore no weight with him. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Lord or the Immortal King, let them come to Flying Immortal Mountain to seek him out. Chen Chang'an would ensure the Immortal Lord accompanied them on their journey. Chen Chang'an's lips curled into a smile that only deepened the terror of the 12 generals. Enough of the idle chatter. I shall now send you on your way. With a mere thought, the entire invincible domain suddenly illuminated with endless brilliance, dazzlingly bright, rendering it impossible to behold. The arrival of death was a torment for the 12 generals with each passing moment. The might of the invincible domain, upon Chen Chang'an's words, crushed them, leaving them unable to resist in any way. Chen Chang'an exhaled, and in an instant, the 12 generals ignited in flames, desperately struggling and emitting agonized cries. Such cries would chill anyone to the bone, sending shivers down their soul. From afar, Qiu Qiantu and the others witnessed this horrific scene. The powerful, exalted immortals were engulfed in flames of brilliance, their cries echoing. Yet they remained utterly immobile. Their bodies became translucent, their organs quickly charred in the raging flames, followed by their flesh and bones. In an instant, the inferno completely enveloped them, rendering them invisible. The flames that consumed these immortal generals were no ordinary flames. They were immortal flames, divine fire. The expressions of sheer terror on the 12 generals as they burned made Qiu Qiantu and the others feel an unfathomable dread, as if their very hearts were trembling. It is over. It is all over, ancestor. Qiu Qiantu and the others turned pale, their minds blank, unable to utter a single word. Ling Qingshan was equally struck dumb, yet his heart brimmed with excitement and relief from calamity. The elder's cultivation was unfathomable. The 12 immortal generals were no match for him. Within the flames, the 12 immortal generals could no longer survive. Under the shroud of flames, their cries had ceased, and the aura of immortality they exuded had completely dissipated. In an instant, the once oppressive aura vanished, and the creatures of 10,000 mountains sensed it. They were puzzled, unsure why the 12 auras of immortality had suddenly disappeared. Did the 12 immortals leave without notice? They thought, however, if they knew the truth, that the 12 immortal generals had not escaped but had perished within the invincible domain, they would not know how to respond. In the upper realm, Xuanwu Immortal Domain. A resplendent palace stood. The sacred martial immortal, clad in golden robes, sat cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by a tide of celestial energy that flowed into his immortal body. An aura of the most terrifying celestial might enveloped him. Suddenly, he sensed something, awakening from his meditation, and opened his eyes. A piercing, cold gaze shot forth like a divine weapon, instantly piercing through the void before him. My 12 immortal generals have all fallen in the lower realm, he murmured, unable to believe such a calamity could occur. The sacred immortal sword of my essence has fallen to the lower realm, and the generals I dispatched have perished there. What on earth transpired in the lower realm? At this moment, the sacred martial immortal's face darkened, revealing his displeasure. An aura of terrifying energy radiated from him, akin to a slumbering volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, celestial light erupted, and the sacred martial immortal vanished from the palace. Thousands of miles away, he appeared within an immortal estate. Sensing the presence of the immortal lord, an immortal appeared, bowing respectfully. I did not expect the esteemed immortal lord to grace us with your presence. What brings you here? Tianyuan Immortal King, lend me the myriad phenomena immortal mirror for a moment. The sacred martial immortal spoke. Tianyuan Immortal King nodded, producing an ancient mirror the size of a palm. With a flick of his hand, the mirror expanded to 100 feet. What location does the immortal lord wish to observe? The lower realm, Jiuzhou continent. Please wait a moment. The myriad phenomena immortal mirror revealed swirling clouds and flickering celestial light, soon displaying the Jiuzhou continent. Tianyuan Immortal King, intrigued, wondered why the sacred martial immortal was interested in a mere lower realm. The sacred martial immortal fixated his cold gaze on the Jiuzhou continent in the myriad phenomena immortal mirror and addressed Tianyuan Immortal King once more. Tianyuan Immortal King, can the myriad phenomena immortal mirror sense the presence of immortals? Tianyuan Immortal King closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them in astonishment. There are 12 residual auras of immortals, but they are dead. It won't be long before their presence dissipates from the world. Where are the residual auras of the immortals? Please look, Immortal Lord. The image in the myriad phenomena immortal mirror shifted to a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Focusing on a towering giant mountain, the sacred martial immortal and Tianyuan Immortal King gazed into the mirror, soon spotting Chou Qiantu and the others. Quickly, they saw Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan, and Ling Bao'er within flying immortal mountain. The sacred immortal sword of my essence. The Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign's gaze fixated intensely upon the sacred immortal sword held by Chen Chang'an, his expression turning icy. Before Chen Chang'an loomed 12 blazing flames. The pupils of the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign abruptly constricted. The 12 celestial generals dispatched by my esteemed self. Suddenly, both the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign and the Heavenly Source Celestial King beheld Chen Chang'an's frigid stare within the cosmic celestial mirror. As he lifted his head, seemingly locking eyes with them, the next moment, a crisp crack resonated, and the cosmic celestial mirror shattered, its images vanishing instantly. The Heavenly Source Celestial King's countenance shifted dramatically. The cosmic celestial mirror has shattered. How can this be? Chapter 57. The Celestial Transformation of Pills, Astonishing Chou Qiantu. The Cosmic Celestial Mirror, a 5th-grade celestial artifact, renowned in the Xuanwu celestial domain for its remarkable capabilities. Tio think that it shattered merely while attempting to assist the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign in surveying the lower realms. This was something the Heavenly Source Celestial King could never have anticipated. He did not foresee that someone in the lower realms could obscure celestial mechanisms, rendering even the cosmic celestial mirror unable to withstand such backlash. The Heavenly Source Celestial King spoke gravely. The Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. How remarkable! I did not expect such individuals to exist in the lower realms. It seems likely that the Celestial Annihilator has re-emerged after all these years. The Heavenly Source Celestial King was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the Celestial Annihilator. He must perish, the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign huffed, his killing intent surging, and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Celestial Sovereign, what shall we do about the shattered cosmic celestial mirror? Exclaimed the Heavenly Source Celestial King, witnessing the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign's departure. Unfortunately, the Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign had vanished without a trace. Damn that Saint Martial Celestial Sovereign, how shameless. Do not think that just because you are a Celestial Sovereign, you can break something without compensating. Celestial Sovereign, my foot. Next time, my son will assist you again. The Heavenly Source Celestial King, stripped of his earlier respect, erupted into curses. He then gazed mournfully at the damaged cosmic celestial mirror, lamenting, my cosmic celestial mirror. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, under clear skies, atop flying immortal mountain, Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, withdrawing his gaze with a hint of confusion. He had just felt as though he were being spied upon. Albeit only for an instant, it appeared to have been a mere illusion. Turning his attention to the 12 blazing flames before him, Ling Qingshan, Ling Bao'er, and the distant Chou Qiantu all observed the inferno intently. Although they could no longer sense the celestial might, they remained uncertain about the fate of the 12 celestial generals. Surely, the illustrious celestial beings from the upper realm could not have perished so easily? Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the 12 blazing flames began to dissipate, revealing 12 golden pills. These 12 golden elixirs shimmered brilliantly, adorned with celestial patterns akin to divine pills, brimming with immense and astonishing celestial power. Chen Chang'an had condensed the essence of the 12 fallen celestial generals into these 12 celestial pills through the all-living beings of the invincible domain. These celestial pills were undoubtedly the most precious elixirs on the Jiuzhou continent. Forged from the essence of celestial beings, truly priceless treasures. Ling Qingshan stood in awe, astonished at the extraordinary means by which his predecessor had transformed celestial beings into pills. What purpose might these pills serve? If one were to refine them, could it lead to a sudden breakthrough and ascension to immortality? After all, he had already witnessed the mysteries contained within the blood pills condensed by the great demon king of Yuanying. Now, these 12 celestial pills were distinctly different from the previous blood pills. They were indeed the essence of celestial beings. Chen Chang'an raised his hand, summoning the 12 celestial pills into his palm. A smile gracing his face. The transformation of celestial beings into pills is a fitting tribute. Their deaths should not be in vain, lest it be deemed a wasteful ascent. In the distance, the heavens echoed with the astonished gasps of Qiu Qian-tu and others. Witnessing this scene, the celestial beings had perished, and even the ancestor had met his end, all transformed into the celestial pills within Qian Chang'an's grasp. Nearby, the elders of the Ghost Skull sect were equally struck with terror and shock. They had arrived, filled with zeal, alongside their ancestor, intending to seize the opportunity to confront the Nine-Sword sect. Little did they know, their ancestor could not withstand the prowess of the young man in white, leading to their demise. My heavens! The 12 celestial generals stood no chance against him. The white-clad youth, how formidable could he be? Quick! We must return and release the elders of the Nine-Sword sect. At this moment, Qiu Qian-tu had abandoned any thoughts of provoking Chen Chang'an. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Chang'an remained unaware, he and the elders of the Ghost Skull sect hastily retreated. Especially now that the Nine-Sword sect had the backing of the white-clad youth who had slain 12 celestial beings, any further attempts to provoke them would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Master, the Ghost Skull sect has fled, Ling Bao'er noted anxiously to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an glanced over before retracting his gaze. While he harbored intentions of addressing the Ghost Skull sect, they had distanced themselves too far from the invincible domain. With their hasty retreat, he could do nothing to them. They were likely terrified beyond measure. Let them flee for now. There would be ample opportunities to deal with them in the future. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an returned the sacred immortal sword to Ling Bao'er, who joyfully embraced it. Master, they truly did not take the sacred immortal sword. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. Who would dare to seize the sword from your grasp? That would be courting death. What of the celestial beings who threatened you using their celestial sovereign? Are they truly that formidable? Ling Bao'er inquired, sensing the reverence with which the celestial beings regarded their celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign must be incredibly powerful, yet Ling Bao'er held unwavering confidence in Chen Chang'an. She believed that no matter how strong the celestial sovereign, he could not possibly rival her beloved master. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. No matter how powerful the celestial sovereign may be, your master could easily dispatch him with a single strike. Ling Qingshan, overhearing Chen Chang'an's words, was left utterly astounded. A celestial sovereign capable of dispatching 12 celestial beings must be immensely strong in the upper realm. Yet, to hear his predecessor speak with such confidence left him in awe of Chen Chang'an's true strength, which he could not fathom. His respect for Chen Chang'an swelled within him like an unstoppable tide. Chen Chang'an addressed Ling Qingshan, "You may depart now. The Ghost Skull sect should release the elders of the Nine-Sword sect." Ling Qingshan nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your assistance. Go now." "Bao'er, I shall instruct you well. Do not worry," Chen Chang'an reassured. Ling Qingshan quickly added, "Rest assured, 1,000 times assured. Under the guidance of the esteemed predecessor, it is a blessing for Bao'er." Chen Chang'an regarded Ling Qingshan with indifference. Even though he was the leader of a sect, he understood that without his daughter's connection, he would hardly be worth consideration. If the esteemed predecessor has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Ling Qingshan stated, and Chen Chang'an nodded, allowing him to depart. This time, however, Chen Chang'an did not present any celestial pills as gifts. These pills, forged from the essence of celestial beings, held incomparable value to the blood pills formed from the great demon king of Yuan Ying. Though Ling Qingshan was Bao'er's father, Chen Chang'an was not generous to such an extent. After Ling Qingshan's departure, the temple returned to just Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er. The tranquility of Flying Immortal Mountain had been restored. Yet the remnants of celestial might still lingered in the air, casting a weighty silence upon the 10,000 great mountains. Inno cries of demons and monsters echoed forth, for they were all rendered fearful by the celestial might. Retreating into hiding. It seemed that for some time, the 10,000 great mountains would remain in this state. Chapter 58. Conditions, Master of Flying Immortal Mountain. In the ancient Fox clan of heavenly demons, Bai Yu and the old crone stood high in the sky, gazing towards Flying Immortal Mountain. "Grandmother, the 12 celestial might has vanished." The old crone's expression was complex as she sighed. "Indeed, it is a pity we cannot witness the majesty of the celestial beings firsthand. With the celestial might dissipated, those celestial beings have likely departed from the Jiuzhou continent. Celestial beings from the upper realm come and go without a trace. It is indeed terrifying, Bayu murmured, letting out a sigh, convinced that her sister's mysterious and powerful white-clad youth must have perished. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of that white-clad youth in the celestial temple surfaced in her mind. Obscured yet formidable, she had an inexplicable feeling that the white-clad youth would not fall so easily. Bayu, go inform Hong Yi and the little tale about the events at Flying Immortal Mountain. They will likely remain obedient within the heavenly demon Ancient Fox, abandoning any thoughts of that individual. Bayu hesitated briefly before saying, Grandmother, Bayu wishes to visit Flying Immortal Mountain first. The old crone chuckled lightly. Very well, let us go together. It is the realm where celestial beings have graced, and though they have departed, one should still feel the lingering aura of their majesty. Bayu nodded, not revealing to the old woman that her intent was not to experience the majesty of the immortal, but rather to ascertain whether the young man in white had indeed perished at the hands of the immortal. Were she to disclose such thoughts to her grandmother, the old woman would undoubtedly mock her for her fanciful musings. Bayu was well aware of this, yet she preferred to follow the inclinations of her heart, as it brought her a sense of tranquility. Master, could this be an elixir of immortality? In the temple, Ling Baoer gazed curiously at the 12 golden pills before her. These 12 pills shimmered with an ethereal light, exuding an extraordinary and mysterious aura. Chen Chang'an chuckled. These are formed from the essence of the immortals. If this is not an elixir, then what could it be? Master's reasoning is sound. Chen Chang'an picked up one of the elixirs, which was the size of a longan, radiating a brilliant golden glow and containing immense celestial energy. He was quite curious about the effects of consuming such an elixired Baoer. Would you like to try one? Ling Baoer licked her lips and asked, Master, if I consume this elixir, will I become an immortal? Chen Chang'an pondered. That is indeed a possibility. What if you were to suddenly ascend to immortality after consuming this elixir? I would not wish for my dear disciple to leave me so abruptly. Then perhaps you should refrain from consuming it for now. The celestial lords from the higher realm would eagerly anticipate your ascension. Once you become an immortal, they might strip your skin, devour your flesh, and drink your blood. This notion frightened Ling Baoer, causing her complexion to pale as she clutched Chen Chang'an's arm tightly. Master, I do not wish to consume the elixir, nor do I want to ascend to immortality. I want to stay with you. Ha, you truly are quite timid. Observing Ling Baoer's frightened demeanor, Chen Chang'an could not help but chuckle. Ling Baoer blushed, asserting, I am not afraid. I simply wish to remain by Master's side. If I were to leave, wouldn't you be left all alone? Ling Baoer recalled her first encounter with Chen Chang'an, when he appeared as a beggar. Thanks to her attentive care, he had transformed into a figure of striking handsomeness and charm. More importantly, following him allowed her to enjoy a life of luxury. She certainly did not wish to ascend to the higher realm alone. Very well, Baoer, focus on your cultivation. We possess the holy immortal sword and have slain those celestial beings. The celestial lord will not take this lightly. Your current cultivation level is inadequate, and I have a task for you. What task, Master? Within a month, you must break through to the nascent soul stage. A month? Master, I cannot possibly achieve that. Ling Baoer was currently at the 7th level of Golden Core, which was commendable in its own right. Though she believed she could break through to the nascent soul stage, she had never anticipated doing so within a month. Chen Chang'an smiled confidently. Baoer, you are my disciple. If I say you can do it, then you certainly can. Seeing the confidence radiating from her master, Ling Baoer's determination grew resolute. Yes, Master. I will diligently cultivate and will break through to the nascent soul stage within a month. For now, only Ling Baoer's advancement to the nascent soul stage would grant her the ability to protect herself in the 9 provinces. Chen Chang'an understood that Baoer was not a sheltered flower and could not remain by his side indefinitely. With a month's time, given Baoer's innate talent and the resources available here, breaking through to the nascent soul stage should not be insurmountable for her. With a wave of his hand, Chen Chang'an stored away the 12 elixirs, as for their effects. Whether they would enhance cultivation or serve some other purpose, he did not intend for Baoer to experiment with them just yet. He already had plans in mind. It would not be long before Tuoba Yi returned from Jidishan. Let Tuoba Yi be the first to try the elixir, he mused. After sending Ling Baoer to the courtyard to cultivate, Chen Chang'an found himself alone in the temple. Now, with a smile on his face and anticipation in his gaze, he considered the significant gains from slaying the 12 celestial generals. It was indeed a considerable bounty. He had time to examine how much domain value he had acquired this time. According to the system feedback, he had amassed a total of 240,000 domain points. Each celestial general had provided him with a staggering 20,000 points. Truly, the immortals were formidable. Chen Chang'an was astonished by the amount of domain value he had received. He had not expected such a bountiful harvest. Indeed, it had not disappointed him. With 240,000 domain points, he could expand his invincible domain by an impressive 2,400 meters. System, with my current 240,000 domain points, can I upgrade the system? Chen Chang'an inquired. To upgrade the system to version 3.0, he would only need to expend 5,000 domain points. Thus, with his current wealth of 240,000 points, upgrading to version 4.0 would certainly be within reach. In Chen Chang'an's view, the benefits of expanding his domain were evidently not as valuable as the functionalities gained from upgrading the domain version. Whether it was version 2.0's All Living Beings, or version 3.0's True Immortal Path, or even the acquired canned fish gift pack with Mirage and Eternal Immortal Path, these not only piqued his curiosity but also provided numerous advantages to Chen Chang'an. Hence, he chose to upgrade the system at the earliest opportunity. The system prompted, to upgrade the host's invincible domain to version 4.0, 50,000 domain points are required, along with one additional condition. What condition? The host must obtain the title, Lord of Feitian Mountain. Lord of Feitian Mountain? What does that mean? Chen Chang'an was perplexed. The system explained, to expand the invincible domain, it must encompass the entirety of Feitian Mountain, at which point the host will receive the title, Lord of Feitian Mountain. Chen Chang'an was stunned. What the hell? I must expand the entire Feitian Mountain. It was well known that Feitian Mountain was vast and majestic. Even if he devoted all 240,000 domain points to expanding the invincible domain, he could only cover a third of the mountain's area. This meant that to cover the entirety of Feitian Mountain, he would need at least another 500,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an felt speechless. What a ridiculous system! Chapter 59. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor comes to atonement. Grandmother. Ahead lies the outer perimeter of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Not far from Feitian Mountain, two beams of demonic light streaked across the sky, belonging to Baiyu and the ancient fox demon's old woman. The old woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As she believed, she would soon sense the majesty of the immortals. If there were any traces of the immortal path left on Feitian Mountain, it would greatly aid her comprehension of ascension. Baiyu nodded, but in her heart, she was curious about whether Chen Chang'an was truly dead. This journey to Feitian Mountain would surely unravel the mystery that lingered in her mind. Before long, the old woman and Baiyu arrived at Feitian Mountain. Upon their arrival, they spotted several figures at the foot of the mountain. The old woman was perplexed. The immortals had only departed a short while ago. Yet it seemed that cultivators had already arrived. Were they also here to experience the majesty of the immortals? Among these cultivators were Qiu Qian 2 and 3 elders from the Ghost Skull sect, who had previously fled but returned. At this moment, their faces were filled with anxiety, fear, and trepidation as they made their way toward the immortal temple atop Feitian Mountain. Suddenly, they sensed two powerful demonic auras and spotted the old woman and Baiyu. The 3 elders from the Ghost Skull sect were particularly startled upon recognizing the old woman, the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor. They were well aware of her identity. She was a formidable being of the transformation stage. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor had thwarted the attempts of various powerful factions from Ghost State to invade the 10,000 Great Mountains 2,000 years ago, single-handedly preventing their encroachment. With the protection of the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor, few human factions had dared to tread upon the 10,000 Great Mountains over the past 2 millennia. It had become a sanctuary for demons and monsters. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor was indeed a renowned figure in Ghost State. The arrival of the immortals at the 10,000 Great Mountains had certainly stirred the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor. The old woman sneered and spoke. The 10,000 Great Mountains are the domain of my demon race. You truly have audacious courage to trespass into our territory, though you seek death. The pressure of her transformation stage erupted, causing the faces of Qiu Qian 2 and his companions to change dramatically. Qiu Qian 2 quickly cupped his hands and said, Elder Demon Emperor, we had no intention of offending your territory. We merely came to Feitian Mountain to seek atonement from another esteemed figure. After our apology, We will leave the 10,000 great mountains immediately. The other 3 elders hastily nodded in agreement. Elder Demon Emperor, we apologize for any offense. We implore your forgiveness, of course. The old woman was merely posturing and had no real intention of killing these individuals. Moreover, given that they were 3 nascent soul cultivators, their backing must be significant, and she did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Although she was a formidable being of the transformation stage, she was not the only one in ghost state. However, their words piqued the old woman's curiosity. The esteemed figure you speak of, is it the immortal who recently graced the 10,000 great mountains? In her eyes, only those immortals could be regarded as esteemed figures. Their arrival to seek atonement. Could it be that those immortals still lingered upon Facian Mountain? Upon reaching this thought, the old woman couldn't help but be startled at as for Qiu Qiantu and the 3 esteemed elders. They merely shook their heads. Qiu Qiantu respectfully stated, Predecessor Yao Huang, the immortals you speak of have all perished. We are not here to seek forgiveness from those immortals. What do you mean? At this pronouncement, the old woman was taken aback. Even Baiyu, who stood beside her, was equally astonished. The immortals are dead? How could this be possible? The old woman refused to believe it. Qiu Qiantu let out a sigh. Predecessor Yao Huang, we are not deceiving you. The 12 immortals have indeed met their demise, and one of them was the ancestor of my Gui Luo sect. Yet he too has fallen, and no one could have anticipated that the 10,000 great mountains concealed a formidable figure capable of slaying immortals. Baiyu, with a face full of shock and an inkling of understanding, couldn't help but ask, could it be that the esteemed being you refer to is the one from the temple atop Facian Mountain? Qiu Qiantu nodded. Indeed, it is that venerable figure I am seeking forgiveness. We only hope that the predecessor will overlook our minor transgressions and spare the Gui Luo sect. The old woman furrowed her brow and asked in a deep voice, if the immortals did not depart but rather perished, what on earth transpired at Facian Mountain? Speak swiftly. This old woman is a formidable entity of the transformation god realm. They dared not delay and quickly recounted all that had transpired at Facian Mountain. Upon learning the entire truth, the old woman's complexion turned pale. As for Baiyu, she was astonished. The predecessor's strength was so terrifying that even immortals were no match for him. With a single sword strike, he repelled the immortals. With a mere word, he silenced them. With his own might, he vanquished 12 immortals. This was the gentleman spoken of by Hong Ai. The old woman's face turned ashen, her heart trembling. Heavens! When did such a terrifying individual emerge from the 10,000 great mountains? More importantly, the immortals perished at his hands. What significance does her own transformation god cultivation hold? It is over. How could she have dared to imprison Hong Yi and her companion? This is akin to courting death. After recounting everything, Qiu Qiantu and the others noticed the change in the old woman's expression. They couldn't help but wonder if this Tian Hu Yao Huang had also provoked that esteemed figure. The old woman took a deep breath, suppressing her inner panic and despair. Baiyu, what do you think? Baiyu sighed, clearly perceiving the old woman's trepidation and hopelessness. Grandmother, the esteemed one granted us 3 days. Within these 3 days, if we can safely return Hong Yi and the little tail to Facian Mountain, the esteemed one will surely not hold it against us. The old woman regretted her actions. Since they had come today, they might as well go to Facian Mountain to seek forgiveness from the esteemed one. It must be done, replied Baiyu, nodding in agreement with the old woman's words. Qiu Qiantu and the others were left speechless. Now, arriving at Facian Mountain to seek forgiveness, there was no further conversation between the parties to avoid mutual embarrassment. They ascended the mountain towards the immortal temple, each person's heart heavy with foreboding. The predecessor's unfathomable cultivation left them wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Though they came to plead for forgiveness, would the predecessor truly spare them? With these heavy thoughts, they reached the immortal temple and stepped into the realm of invincibility. The overwhelming celestial energy surged forth, astonishing all present. The mystical and extraordinary nature of this place was breathtaking. This realm contained such pure spiritual energy, the old woman marveled inwardly. Though it was Baiyu's second visit to this celestial domain, her spirit was equally stirred. As the celestial energy entered her body, her demonic cultivation began to operate on its own, filling her with an invigorating sensation. If the old woman and Baiyu felt this way, how could Qiu Qiantu and the others not be taken aback? Was this truly the celestial land spoken of by the immortals? Previously, Qiu Qian too had come here, but back then it was merely a treasure land. Now transformed into a celestial domain, it was utterly incomparable to the treasure land of before. Leaving them in awe, meanwhile, as the old woman, Bai Yu, Qiu Qian too, and others entered the realm of invincibility, they were naturally detected by Qian Chang'an at the first moment. His eyes widened in surprise. The people of Gui Luo sect had returned, and there was Bai Yu's aura, along with a stronger presence. With a thought, Qian Chang'an vanished from outside the immortal temple and reappeared before Qiu Qian too and the others, including the old woman and Bai Yu. His sudden appearance caught the old woman completely off guard, and her expression was one of shock and fear. Could it be the laws of space? However, Qiu Qian too and the three esteemed elders, upon seeing Qian Chang'an, turned pale with fear, bowing deeply in reverence. Predecessor, Gui Luo sect has come to acknowledge our mistakes and seek forgiveness. We implore you to spare us. Chapter 60. Grievances cleared, mutual indebtedness forgiven. Spare you? Qian Chang'an's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the kneeling Qiu Qian too and the others. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Only Qiu Qian too and the others endured inner torment, lowering their heads, lacking even the courage to glance at him. They could only tremble in fear, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, the Tian Hu Yao Huang appeared pallid. Even though she was a formidable entity of the transformation god realm, standing before Qian Chang'an, who had slain 12 immortals, she felt utterly devoid of any capability to resist. Upon their first meeting, Qian Chang'an had given her the impression of the vastness of the starry sky, boundless and immeasurable. He resembled the endless ocean, profound and unfathomable. Bai Yu, curious, gazed at Qian Chang'an, but still could not discern his visage. Bai Yu, who is she? Qian Chang'an inquired, glancing at the old woman. Bai Yu withdrew her gaze and responded respectfully, Predecessor, she is the Yao Huang of the ancient Fox clan, and also Bai Yu's grandmother. Here to seek forgiveness from you at Feixian Mountain, Yao Huang. Qian Chang'an narrowed his eyes. To be referred to as Yao Huang could only signify a formidable entity of the transformation god realm. Once regarded as an exalted figure in his eyes, it was unexpected that she would come today to seek forgiveness from him. The Tian Hu Yao Huang was filled with trepidation, her face pale as she forced a smile. Bowing deeply and clasping her hands in respect, Ning Su of the ancient Fox clan pays her respects to the esteemed one. And where are Hong Yi and the little tail? Qian Chang'an inquired indifferently. His indifferent tone, however, seemed infused with overwhelming murderous intent, causing Ning Su's heart to tremble. She hastily replied, Predecessor, spare me. This junior has acted brazenly, daring to imprison your people. Please forgive me, and upon my return, I will immediately release Hong Yi and the little tail. I beseech you to quell your anger. Even the Tian Hu Yao Huang was so frightened. How much more terrified were Qiu Qian too and the others, trembling as they knelt on the ground? Beside them, Bai Yu sighed inwardly. Had she known this would be the outcome, why had they acted so recklessly? The little tail possessed extraordinary potential, and one who could nurture her was undoubtedly exceptional. How could she be an ordinary person? The esteemed one was powerful, but they had not anticipated just how powerful. Even the immortals were no match for him, falling at his hands, standing beside the Tian Hu Yao Huang. Bai Yu was also acknowledging her mistakes and seeking forgiveness. However, within her heart, there was no anxiety. Instead, she felt an unusual tranquility, one akin to facing death head-on. Even if death were to come, she felt no fear. Seeing this, Qian Chang'an became intrigued and asked her, Bai Yu, how do you believe I should deal with you? Predecessor, when Bai Yu came to Feixian Mountain, she encountered a mortal who spoke of the cycle of cause and effect, which must be fulfilled, Bai Yu replied. Qian Chang'an smiled, not expecting that a Yao Huang would remember the mortal incarnation he had condensed through Jing Hua Shuiyu. And then, Hong Yi brought the little tail to the ancient Fox clan to seek demonic cultivation techniques, which was originally a good deed between you and the ancient Fox clan. However, due to their overbearing nature, they coveted the little tail's talents, wishing to keep her within the clan. This is the cause and effect established between the ancient Fox clan and you. The cycle of cause and effect. Even if we were to perish at your hands, we would have no regrets. This is all the fault of the ancient Fox clan. Listening to Bai Yu's words, the Tian Hu Yao Huang felt an even deeper sense of shame and self-reproach. If she had not insisted on keeping the little tail, they would not have provoked the predecessor, bringing disaster upon the ancient Fox clan. Predecessor, this is all my fault. I am willing to die to atone for my sins. I only ask that you spare a life for the ancient Fox clan. The Tian Hu Yao Huang knelt. Evidently with a heart yearning for death, Bai Yu similarly knelt beside her, expressing her willingness to accompany her grandmother in death, pleading for the esteemed one to spare the ancient Fox clan. Bai Yu, this matter has nothing to do with you. The Tian Hu Yao Huang's expression changed, hastily interjecting. Grandmother, Bai Yu's mind is set. Very well, since you both seek death, I shall send you on your way. Chen Chang'an's expression was devoid of emotion as he raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force that poured forth, instilling a sense of dread akin to descending into hell among all present. Such might was beyond their capacity to resist. Even the mightiest of the Tianhu demon empress felt as small as an ant upon sensing the supreme power that surged forth. She vividly realized that if her senior wished to extinguish her life, perhaps a mere fingertip would suffice. This was the terrifying strength of her senior, the very essence of power capable of slaying immortals. The Tianhu demon empress could only feel regret, resigning herself to fate, hoping that her senior would end her life without seeking retribution against the Tianyao Gu Fox clan. However, death did not descend. The tremendous force that had poured forth dissipated in an instant. Senior, Bai Yu and the Tianhu demon empress were bewildered by Chen Chang'an's sudden cessation. Since you truly seek death, it proves that you have repented. I shall spare your lives, despite their genuine desire for demise. Escaping this calamity still left Bai Yu and the Tianhu demon empress with an undeniable sense of relief. Thank you, senior, for your mercy. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly. Demon empress, this time I spare you for Bai Yu's sake. Should you dare provoke me again, I will ensure your demise and obliterate your Tianyao Gu Fox clan. The Tianhu demon empress, filled with trepidation, nodded repeatedly, having witnessed Chen Chang'an's might. How could she dare to provoke him again? Bai Yu, however, was taken aback. She had only met her senior once and was not familiar with him. Why would he mention sparing her for her sake? Red-clad sister is, after all, your subordinate. It seems you are considering her. Bai Yu mused. Yet, the truth was that Chen Chang'an's decision to spare them was not solely due to Red's influence, but rather because Bai Yu had once saved a fragment of his being amidst the 10,000 great mountains. Though that fragment ultimately perished at the hands of the earth python, it was still a life debt that Bai Yu had fulfilled. Chen Chang'an was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and enmity. Since Bai Yu had saved him once, he chose to let them go this day, allowing Red and the Littletail to return, thus clearing their debts. Should they provoke him again, there would be no mercy. Once Chen Chang'an dealt with the matters concerning the Tianyao Gu Fox clan, he turned his gaze to Qiu Qiantu and the others, who were now even more fearful. However, they felt a glimmer of hope. Since you have spared the Tianyao Gu Fox clan, surely you will spare us as well? Please, senior, grant us mercy. Chen Chang'an smirked, remaining silent. With a mere wave of his hand, Qiu Qiantu and the others did not even have time to scream before they transformed into 4 blood pills. Gazing at the 4 blood pills, the Tianhu demon empress was astonished, pondering. He actually transformed 3 Yuanying into blood pills with a mere gesture. What terrifying ability! Could it be the power of the laws? Having obtained 4 blood pills and over 1,000 domain points, Chen Chang'an's mood brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he flicked his fingers, sending 2 blood pills flying towards the Tianhu demon empress, who hurriedly caught them. Feeling the profound essence contained within the blood pills, though they were merely refined Yuanying essence, their power was immensely formidable. The Tianhu demon empress was astounded. These blood pills were no ordinary items. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 61. Misfortune is the foundation of blessing. Blessing is the veil of misfortune. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, even if you are a transformation god, consuming this blood pill will still benefit your cultivation. If given to a Yuanying demon king, breaking through a minor realm is not a difficult task. Since I have instructed Red to seek the demon cultivation techniques of your Tianyao Gu Fox clan, consider these 2 blood pills a token of gratitude. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the Tianhu demon empress was deeply moved. Senior, this pill is far too precious. Please take it back. It is an honor for the Tianyao Gu Fox clan to impart our demon cultivation techniques to the Littletail. We are willing to serve you, senior. Chen Chang'an merely glanced at them, saying nothing, before turning to leave. As the ethereal mist gradually dissipated, The Tianhu Demon Empress and Bai Yu suddenly found themselves 1,000 meters away from the immortal temple, both astonished by the incredible prowess displayed by their senior. Even the Tianhu Demon Empress, a being at the transformation god level, had not perceived how she had transitioned from the immortal temple to this distance so abruptly. With a complex expression, the Tianhu Demon Empress gazed at the 2 blood pills in her hand, lamenting, to think that consuming this pill could aid a Yuanying in breaking through. Ino Wonder Red experienced a significant enhancement upon returning to her clan. She has indeed encountered great fortune. Bai Yu nodded in agreement. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable, grandmother. Could he truly be the legendary immortal slayer? The Tianhu Demon Empress was overwhelmed with emotion. If her senior was not the immortal slayer, how could he possibly slay an immortal? She had not anticipated that such a being would be hidden within the 10,000 great mountains. This was not just Red's fortune, but a blessing for the entire region. As dusk fell and the sun sank beyond the mountains, Tuo Bai Yi wore a worried expression as he hastily made his way towards Feishan Mountain. He caught a distant glimpse of the mountain and murmured, "Young master, Miss Bauer, the immortal has descended. Are you still alive?" When the immortal arrived at the 10,000 great mountains, Tuo Bai Yi was in the midst of capturing the Dragonfire Chicken King at Chicken Fry Mountain. At that moment, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of the immortal, a fear that resonated within his very soul, rendering him unable to move. Tuo Bai Yi understood that the immortal had come for the holy immortal sword in Miss Bauer's possession. Yet, beyond fear, he was powerless to act. The immortal was a being of such high stature that he could not contend with. All he could do was pray that the young master and Miss Bauer had managed to escape before the immortal's arrival. The pressure radiating from the immortal throughout the 10,000 great mountains was terrifying. Tuo Bai Yi could hardly fathom the extent of the immortal's power. At the same time, he was acutely aware of how slim the chances were for the young master and Miss Bauer to survive. With a heavy heart, Tuo Bai Yi finally returned to the immortal temple. Soon, he encountered Ling Bauer, who was practicing in the courtyard, and saw Qin Chang'an seated at a stone table beneath the Bodhi tree, engrossed in a game of chess on a densely populated black and white board. Qin Chang'an sat upright, placing a black piece on the board. Opposite him, a branch from the Bodhi tree lifted a white piece. Hesitating for a moment before it fell, Qin Chang'an smiled, flicking his black piece down once more in the blink of an eye. 5 black pieces aligned in a row at the corner of the densely populated board. "You lose, Bodhi." The tall, flowering Bodhi tree emitted a human-like voice, respectfully stating, "Young master, your wisdom transcends the divine." Has Bodhi lost again in this match? Qin Chang'an chuckled. The Buddha speaks. Bodhi awakens, wisdom unparalleled. It is the tree of great wisdom and virtue. Now that I have transformed you into a demon, it seems you are not as clever as I had imagined, having lost 5 consecutive games. Bodhi dared not compare itself to the young master, uncertain of what strategy had led to this 5th defeat within the 5-piece formation. Qin Chang'an replied with a calm smile, "This is striking the void. Bodhi, listen closely. The art of war states avoid the solid and strike the void. The essence of playing 5 in a row lies within this principle. However, this move is valued for its offensive nature. If one can strike at the opponent's weak points effectively, the attack will be swift and overwhelming, rendering them defenseless and leading to their defeat." As Qin Chang'an spoke, the Bodhi branches and leaves swayed, infused with the essence of immortality, transforming the entire tree with an aura of celestial energy. This was the Invincible Field System 3.0 version, true understanding of Immortal Tao. Every word and action of Qin Chang'an encapsulated the true meaning of the immortal path. While the Bodhi tree, originally a tree of great wisdom and virtue, had been transformed into a demon by Qin Chang'an, after being immersed in the true understanding of Immortal Tao for a long time. It was even possible for it to evolve from a demon tree into an immortal tree. This was not an impossible outcome. The art of war states, avoid the solid and strike the void. Bodhi murmured, lost in the comprehension of the true understanding of Immortal Tao. The blossoms of the Bodhi tree shimmered with an ethereal radiance. Qin Chang'an was speechless, having not anticipated that such casual remarks would plunge the Bodhi tree into a state of enlightenment. Especially upon sensing the essence of immortality within the Bodhi tree, he grew curious. Could this Bodhi tree truly transform into an immortal tree? At that moment, Tuo Bai Yi returned to the immortal temple, filled with excitement and joy. "Young master." Qin Chang'an looked up and smiled. "Tuo Bai Yi, you have returned. What of the Dragonfire Chicken King?" "Tuo Bai Yi, kneeling on one knee, expressed his remorse. I thought something had happened to you, young master, and I lost focus on capturing the Dragonfire Chicken King. Now that you are safe, I am relieved. Please forgive me, young master. Qin Chang'an waved his hand. Rise. You are not to blame. He surmised that Tuoba Yi probably believed he was no match for the immortal and had perished at the immortal's hands. You have returned just in time. I have something for you to try, Qin Chang'an said, producing an immortal pill from his hand. Upon seeing the dazzling golden pill in Qin Chang'an's grasp, Ling Baoer was astonished. The pill's intricate patterns shimmered and radiated an extraordinary aura. Young master, what is this? Tuoba Yi could not help but inquire, sensing instinctively that this was a pill formed from the essence of an immortal. Yet unsure of its full effects, young master, do you wish for me to try this immortal pill? Qin Chang'an asked. Tuoba Yi's eyes widened. This is truly a pill formed from the essence of an immortal? Indeed, it was as he had envisioned in his heart. The young master, possessing remarkable strength, had actually slain an immortal and transformed the essence into a celestial elixir. Tuoba Yi was left in a state of shock. Rendered speechless, Qin Chang'an chuckled and said, Tuoba Yi, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. The matter of consuming the elixir is not something I shall impose upon you. Reflect carefully before you respond. Regaining his composure from the astonishment, Tuoba Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded and respectfully declared, Young master, I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. I am willing to partake in the celestial elixir. This was indeed a celestial elixir. Forged from the very essence of an immortal, a single blood elixir could allow him to directly transcend a realm. What transformation would this celestial elixir bring upon him? He could hardly fathom it. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him by the young master, and he must seize it. Of course, even if consuming this elixir led to his demise, he would have no regrets. Qin Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well. He then tossed the celestial elixir to Tuoba Yi. He held the elixir in his trembling hands. Tuoba Yi's heart raced with excitement, and even his voice quivered with anticipation. Young master, when shall I consume this celestial elixir? Right now. Let me witness the changes that occur once you partake of it, Qin Chang'an commanded. Your will be done. Tuoba Yi nodded, seated himself cross-legged, and without a moment's hesitation, swallowed the elixir whole. Chapter 62. The Phoenix's Rebirth. Rising from the ashes, storm clouds gathered, and the heavens shifted in hue. Within a realm of immortality, a paradise of caves, in a quaint courtyard, Tuoba Yi sat cross-legged, his entire being enveloped in celestial radiance. Beside him, Qin Chang'an and Ling Baoer observed intently. Ling Baoer spoke with concern, Master, will consuming this celestial elixir jeopardize Brother Nyo's life? Qin Chang'an shook his head slightly. Fortune and misfortune are interconnected. We shall see how his fate unfolds. The celestial elixir was not merely a blood elixir, and Qin Chang'an was uncertain of its precise effects. As Tuoba Yi ingested the elixir, Qin Chang'an could sense the transformation within his physical form. The elixir melded with his flesh, unleashing boundless celestial power, causing countless celestial patterns to manifest upon his body. Furthermore, his physique resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously devouring the celestial energy from the realm. Endless celestial energy was consumed by him with every passing moment, and Tuoba Yi's aura intensified. The heavens darkened, and thunderous retribution descended. Each bolt of lightning was imbued with the most terrifying force, capable of annihilating the world and obliterating all in its path. The area surrounding Fei Xian Mountain was ravaged, resembling a desolate hellscape, while the invincible domain atop the mountain remained unscathed. Who could have anticipated that consuming the celestial elixir would summon such a terrifying thunderstorm? Were it not for the invincible domain shielding everything, Tuoba Yi would have been obliterated amidst the tempest, his soul scattered to the winds. Qin Chang'an felt a twinge of astonishment. This celestial elixir was indeed extraordinary. Ling Baoer was equally taken aback by the horrifying spectacle of the thunderstorm. The fierce winds whipped through, tangling her hair. Roar! Tuoba Yi let out a thunderous roar, his entire being radiating boundless celestial power. His blood surged like a torrential flood crashing upon the rocks, producing a resounding rumble. The celestial patterns ignited, merging completely with his form, emanating an indescribable celestial might from Tuoba Yi. Could it be that Tuoba Yi was on the verge of ascension? Qin Chang'an was astonished. Brother Nyo is about to ascend. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Tuoba Yi. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated from Tuoba Yi, akin to a flawless porcelain vessel shattering. Cracking under duress, an ominous premonition surged within Chen Chang'an. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking continued to emanate from Tuoba Yi as his physical form began to fracture, unable to withstand the celestial power bestowed by the elixir. The celestial patterns harbored the laws of immortality, which Tuoba Yi's body simply could not endure. Ah! Tuoba Yi let out a pained cry, vitality waning as he could not bear the elixir's potency. The celestial flames consumed him, threatening to scatter his soul. Master, Brother Nyo? Ling Bao'er's complexion paled. Chen Chang'an remained silent, his figure flashing and appearing before Tuoba Yi in an instant. Why, young master? I have disappointed you. At this moment, Tuoba Yi was bleeding from 7 orifices, weak and on the brink of death. In his final moments, he felt regret for having squandered a precious celestial elixir bestowed by the young master. Not at all. You have done remarkably well, Chen Chang'an murmured. The realms of the celestial and the mortal are distinct. To aspire to transcend into immortality with merely a celestial elixir may have been an unrealistic notion on my part. Tuoba Yi, weakened, replied, the young master possesses great virtue. I am willing to die. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It is premature to speak of death. How can one simply give up? The celestial flames devoured his flesh, bones, essence, and even his soul. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Tuoba Yi's previously despondent heart ignited with determination. The young master speaks true. I have yet to perish. How can I abandon hope and allow the young master to underestimate me? With fiery determination, Tuoba Yi's eyes blazed, and the sharp black horns upon his head pierced the heavens. In that moment, Tuoba Yi reclaimed his demon form. A colossal bull, its coat glossy and black, was engulfed in celestial flames. His 100-foot frame resembled a mountain ablaze. He refused to succumb to death so easily, nor would he allow a mere celestial elixir to claim his life. At that moment, he embodied the indomitable spirit of a bull, his tenacity unwavering. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chang'an was reminded of a saying. Even the phoenix undergoes rebirth through fire. Why should he not? A bright glimmer sparked in Chen Chang'an's eyes, and a thought arose within his heart. Tuoba Yi, Chen Chang'an bellowed, his voice akin to thunder, reverberating through Tuoba Yi's very being, causing him to look up in surprise. Ling Bao'er, worriedly observing, quickly covered her ears, nearly overwhelmed by the power of his voice. Today, I impart unto you the nirvana of the nameless. Whether you survive or not depends upon your own fate. The nirvana of the nameless was a Buddhist scripture that Chen Chang'an had stumbled upon in his past life, expounding upon the phoenix's rebirth and resurrection through flames. For reasons unknown, at this moment, the memory of this scripture surged vividly in Chen Chang'an's mind. Moreover, Chen Chang'an possessed the capabilities of the 3.0 version of the invincible domain, true understanding of the celestial path. Since every word and action could influence the Bodhi tree, might he, through the true understanding of the celestial path, also affect Tuoba Yi with the recitation of this scripture? Chen Chang'an was uncertain, but he was willing to try. Chapter 63. Tuoba Yi, you share an affinity with the Buddha. Tuoba Yi felt a surge of reverence. Ling Bao'er and the Bodhi tree perked up their ears, eager to discern the profound intricacies of the nirvana of the nameless that could aid Tuoba Yi in his resurrection and alter the current predicament. With a serious demeanor, Chen Chang'an spoke, his voice resonating like a great bell. The sage is formless and void. While all things are but my creation, the ancient and the contemporary are one. The beginning and the end are unified. Beyond the extremes, there is none other. The vastness of the universe. This is called nirvana. The sutra states, nirvana is attained not apart from all dharmas. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, both Tuoba Yi and Ling Bao'er's expressions transformed. The Bodhi tree shivered as its branches trembled. They sensed the profundity of Chen Chang'an's words and the boundless nature of the Tao. In no time, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded across the heavens and the earth. Centered around Chen Chang'an, the most terrifying aura of the Great Way began to emanate. Purple light streamed from the east, spreading over 30,000 miles. Above the celestial dome, the stars shone brightly, each star bursting forth with immeasurable radiance that enveloped Chen Chang'an. He appeared as a celestial being, descending to the mortal realm. At that moment, not only in Guizhou, but the entire Jiuzhou continent bore witness to this astonishing spectacle, with onlookers wide-eyed, stunned by the transformation of heaven and earth. What celestial phenomenon had been summoned? And who was responsible? Was someone about to ascend to immortality? Across the Jiuzhou continent, voices of astonishment rang out, their disbelief palpable. Only the mightiest beings of the Jiuzhou, those who had reached the realm of half-immortals, would evoke such celestial phenomena upon their ascension. It had been many years since a half-immortal had ascended. Today, at last, a half-immortal would breach the supreme realm, shattering the void and ascending to immortality. The entire Jiuzhou continent erupted in fervor. Countless powerful beings, numerous demons and spirits, all exhibited shock, including those at the god transformation stage and even half-immortals. At this moment, they gazed toward the direction of Guizhou. For it was Guizhou that had summoned this extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be that the ancient Fengyun sect had produced this marvel? It was said that this individual had obtained the chance for immortality a millennium ago. Once they transcended their mortal form, they could ascend to the heavens. In the upper realms, the Shumi immortal domain, at the Thunder Sound immortal temple, the light of the Buddha soared to the heavens, where a colossal Buddha statue stood tall amidst its grandeur. Surrounding it were 99,999 celestial monks, including bodhisattvas, arhats, revered Buddhas, and celestial monks, all gathered in solemn assembly. The sage is formless and void. While all things are but my creation, the phoenix undergoes rebirth through fire. Amid the ancient, resonant chants echoing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the voice of Chen Chang'an echoed from the celestial temple. Reaching this sacred place, the bodhisattvas, arhats, revered Buddhas, and celestial monks exhibited great emotion, deeply moved. The true words of the Buddha, 1,000 realms would surely witness the emergence of a new Buddha. The birth of the Buddha heralds the emergence of a sovereign in the realm of Sumeru. At all costs, one must seek out the Buddha. On Feishan Mountain, Chen Chang'an was oblivious to the profound stir his recitation of the Buddhist scriptures from earth would cause in this world. At this moment, beneath his feet, golden lotuses bloomed, surrounded by radiant beams of celestial light that accentuated Chen Chang'an's extraordinary presence. The laws are boundless, hence the Bodhi is infinite. Through the understanding of the path to nirvana, which exists in exquisite harmony, the phoenix undergoes rebirth through fire. Chen Chang'an, parched and dry, finally concluded the last sentence of the theory of nirvana with no name. The magnificent manifestation of the Tao dissipated as he spoke. At this instant, Ling Bower, the Bodhi tree, and the flames engulfing Tuoba Yi were still immersed in the profundity of Chen Chang'an's discourse on the theory of nirvana with no name. The Buddhist truths, profound and inscrutable, cannot be comprehended overnight. Buddhism is also referred to as the law of causation. As the saying goes, benefactor, you are fated to connect with the Buddha. It remains to be seen whether Tuoba Yi shares such a fate with the theory of nirvana with no name. This is the only way Chen Chang'an could assist Tuoba Yi. Under the searing celestial flames, his survival now rests solely on his own resolve. Tuoba Yi, like the phoenix, reborn through fire. Though you are not a phoenix nor possess celestial lineage, I believe you will undoubtedly succeed, my lord. I shall not disappoint you. The blazing celestial fire, unending and vigorous, consumed Tuoba Yi's demonic form. His organs, meridians, bones, every strand of hair, and even his very soul burned in the flames. At this moment, Tuoba Yi's mind echoed with every word of the theory of nirvana with no name spoken by Chen Chang'an. His heart calmed, and surrounded by fire, he felt no pain from the flames. It was a liberation, a form of freedom. Then, his fur and hair turned to ashes in the celestial fire, followed by his flesh, his organs, and his bones. Everything was reduced to ashes. Throughout this ordeal, Tuoba Yi remained composed. Facing it with tranquility, Ling Bower, witnessing this scene, questioned, Master, is Brother Niu about to perish? Chen Chang'an did not respond, merely watching. In the end, apart from the pair of pitch-black horns, all that remained of Tuoba Yi was ash. Even his breath had ceased to exist. As the celestial fire dissipated, tranquility returned. Ling Bower, her face pale, gazed at the pair of horns, and Chen Chang'an also looked on. The horns lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any aura or the presence of Tuoba Yi. Tuoba Yi, it seems you are not fated to connect with the Buddha. Chen Chang'an mused, unable to suppress a sigh. He had taken Tuoba Yi as his first subordinate, only to see him perish on the path to transcendence. Suddenly, a glimmer of light sparked in Chen Chang'an's eyes. He sensed a faint pulse of life emanating from the horns. Could it be that Tuoba Yi had not perished? Chen Chang'an concentrated, detecting that faint pulse of life, teetering on the brink of life and death. Since you have not perished, I shall lend you my assistance. A brilliant light surged in Chen Chang'an's eyes as he invoked the vitality of all beings. A torrent of life force flowed into the pair of horns, which erupted in radiant celestial light, merging as one. The dazzling brilliance was blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Ling Bao'er winced, tears streaming down her face, and hastily closed her eyes. Then, she made an effort to open them again. Peering towards the blossoming celestial light, within that radiance, the horns slowly transformed into a robust figure. Master, is it Brother Nyo? Chen Chang'an smiled gently, his expression affirming, "It appears I was mistaken. Tuoba Yi, you are indeed fated to connect with the Buddha." Chapter 64. The Golden Core Immortal, 9 in White Bone Claw. Amidst the resplendent celestial light, Tuoba Yi emerged. This moment, his physique gleamed, devoid of any trace of demonic energy. With a pair of horns and a towering stature, he exuded strength far beyond the former Tuoba Yi, having undergone a profound transformation. "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty." Tuoba Yi knelt on one knee, filled with reverence and admiration for Chen Chang'an. Ling Bao'er blinked, observing Tuoba Yi, remarking, "Brother Nyo, I feel you have changed, yet at the same time, you seem unchanged." Chen Chang'an chuckled, ruffling Ling Bao'er's hair. "Bao'er, take a moment to truly feel." "Oh?" Ling Bao'er closed her eyes to concentrate, and suddenly her eyes widened in shock. "Master, it is the aura of an immortal." This essence was identical to that which emanated from the 12 celestial generals. Tuoba Yi spoke with a resonant voice. "My lord, my cultivation has not increased, but the celestial power and patterns have fully integrated with me. Under the celestial fire, I have been reborn and now possess the body of an immortal." The body of an immortal? Ling Bao'er was astonished. "That's amazing." Indeed, Chen Chang'an was not surprised. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. "Tuoba Yi, what is your current strength?" Tuoba Yi shook his head, replying, "My lord, while my internal magical power has transformed into celestial power through the immortal body, my cultivation remains at the nascent soul stage, yet I am uncertain of my true strength." "Ah, I see." Chen Chang'an pondered. "Tuoba Yi, I command you to visit the ancient Fox clan of the Heavenly Demons. Retrieve Hongyi and the Little Tail and engage in a spar with the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor." Subordinate obeys. "You are a Demon King, and she is a Demon Emperor. Do you have confidence?" Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. In response, "My lord, I am fully confident. With my current body of an immortal and the celestial power within, I surely possess the strength to contend with the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor." "Good. Your courage is commendable. Now go." Obeying, Tuoba Yi transformed into a streak of celestial light, piercing the sky, radiant against the dark night, disappearing in an instant. "He, a golden core immortal. Perhaps Tuoba Yi is the only one of his kind in this world." Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, retracting his gaze. Beside him, Ling Bao'er asked, "Master, has Brother Nyo truly become an immortal?" Chen Chang'an contemplated before responding, "Yes and no." "What does Master mean?" "I do not understand," Ling Bao'er inquired. Chen Chang'an clarified. "When I say Tuoba Yi is an immortal, it means his immortal body has formed, and his celestial power has emerged, thus he is indeed an immortal. When I say he is not an immortal, it is merely that his cultivation remains at the golden core stage. A golden core immortal is perhaps unprecedented." Ling Bao'er suddenly understood. That's indeed true. To become an immortal is fraught with challenges. One must cultivate from the initial stage of refining qi, defying the heavens, until reaching the stage of refining the void into an immortal, achieving the half-immortal realm. Only then can one glimpse the possibility of ascension. Yet, how many possess the ability to cultivate to the void refining stage in this world? Thus, Tuoba Yi is indeed the first golden core immortal of his kind. Of course, the path to immortality is arduous. Even though Tuoba Yi's immortal body has been formed, he nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he successfully achieved nirvana in the end, but this does not imply that others can follow suit in Chen Chang'an's possession. There remained 11 immortal pills, however, he dared not administer them further. The power contained within those pills was beyond their capacity to endure. The only result would be death. Chen Chang'an felt fortunate that he had not directly allowed Ling Bao'er to consume an immortal pill, but instead had Tuoba Yi test it first. Otherwise, Ling Bao'er might have already encountered the king of the underworld. By the way, Master, the theory of nirvana with no name that you imparted earlier is quite profound. After listening, my mind feels muddled. And I do not quite understand. Chen Chang'an chuckled. The law of causation in Buddhism suggests that you are not suited to become a nun. Ling Bao'er shook her head. I do not wish to shave my head and become a nun. Master, it has been so long. Yet you have never taught me cultivation. Chen Chang'an's smile faltered, and he yawned at Bao'er. I am quite fatigued. I shall rest for now. Ling Bao'er pouted, tugging at Chen Chang'an's garment, gazing up at him with wide, pleading eyes. Master, you have imparted knowledge to Brother Niu. I am your obedient disciple, always well-behaved. Does Master not like me? Will you abandon me? At this, Ling Bao'er looked utterly pitiful, her eyes rimmed with red. Chen Chang'an felt that if he uttered a refusal, she would surely burst into tears. With a sigh, Chen Chang'an recognized the consequences of his actions. When he first took Bao'er as a disciple, he had intended for her to be his tool. Little did he anticipate that today would be the moment of reckoning. Fortunately, he found solace in his ability to impart the true understanding of the immortal path. Perhaps he could teach her something now. Gently stroking Ling Bao'er's head, he spoke softly. How could I ever forsake you, Bao'er? Tonight, I shall ponder, and tomorrow I will teach you cultivation. Master, is this true? Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Chen Chang'an smiled. Thank you. Master, Ling Bao'er exclaimed, wrapping her small arms tightly around Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an could only chuckle helplessly. Sometimes, he felt he had not taken on a disciple but rather a daughter. Yet, he found this sentiment quite pleasant. Now, he contemplated what he should teach Bao'er about cultivation tomorrow. The sunflower scripture practiced by the invincible in the East, with the sun rising in the East, I alone remain undefeated? No. To master this skill, one must first undergo self-castration. Bao'er must sever her 7 emotions and 6 desires. How can that be feasible? Chen Chang'an shook his head. Think carefully, is there anything else? We shall see if relying on the true interpretation of a mortal path can allow Bao'er to truly cultivate the martial arts she has seen in her past life novels. Or even in television. Master, what are you contemplating? Ling Bao'er inquired. Noticing Chen Chang'an's silence, I am considering what to teach you, he replied. Intrigued, Ling Bao'er asked what her master wished to impart to her. As one who has traversed the immortal realm for countless years, I possess an abundance of techniques, such as the sunflower scripture, the 6 meridian sword, the 1 yang finger, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the twin-handed combat technique, and the 9 white bone claw. Master, what is the 9 white bone claw? Ling Bao'er suddenly interrupted Chen Chang'an. Her curiosity piqued. Chen Chang'an's expression changed. The 9 white bone claw was a venomous and ruthless skill. You inquire about this rather than something else. You wish to learn it? Do not tell me you wish to learn the 9 white bone claw? Chen Chang'an's lips twitched as he asked. Ling Bao'er blinked her eyes. Master, the 9 white bone claw sounds incredibly powerful. I wish to learn it. The 9 white bone claw, derived from the 9 scriptures, is a technique I acquired after traversing the internet for many years. However, this martial art employs 10 fingers to shatter bones with a venomous ruthlessness. It is likely not suitable for you, Chen Chang'an smiled. Although he was curious about how these martial techniques could manifest in this world through the true interpretation of a mortal path, he did not want Bao'er to acquire such a sinister skill. It would be too bloody for a sweet girl like her to use the 9 white bone claw against other cultivators and demons. Understood, Master. I shall listen to you. Ling Bao'er obediently nodded. Go rest now. I shall think carefully tonight and teach you tomorrow. In the upper realm, Xuanwu Immortal Domain, in Wanzhou City, stood a bustling celestial city, grand and majestic, resembling a slumbering primordial beast. Presently, a grand immortal gathering was taking place in Wanzhou City. Known as the Xuanwu Assembly, held once every millennium, where immortal lords and kings convened, creating an extraordinary spectacle. At the assembly, the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign sat in a corner, his expression cold, draining his cup of celestial wine. His innate celestial treasure had been lost, and 12 celestial generals had perished in the lower realm. He could not swallow this indignation. However, the immortal who had struck against him was a troublesome matter. If he were in the upper realm, he could easily eliminate him with a single hand, but in the lower realm, protected by the laws of the 9 provinces, sending celestial generals there would be futile. The upper realm has 3 great secret realms, the human, earth, and heaven realms, also known as the human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal realms. The human immortal realm harbors celestial soldiers, generals, and scholars. The earth immortal realm possesses celestial commanders, kings, and sovereigns, while the heaven immortal realm includes celestial emperors, lords, and domain masters. As for the immortal who had struck against him, he did not belong to any of these realms, as he had not ascended to immortality nor received the teachings of the upper realm's immortal path. Although this immortal could rebel against celestial beings in the lower realm, he was undoubtedly incapable of surpassing the human immortal realm. In all likelihood, even at his strongest, he would only be comparable to celestial generals or scholars within the upper realm. However, due to the laws of the lower realm suppressing the powers of upper realm immortals, they could only exert their strength up to the limits permitted by the lower realm's laws, capping at the peak of the 9th level of virtual refinement. Thus, when facing the immortal who had struck against him in the lower realm, upper realm immortals would find themselves entirely defenseless. And it would not be an exaggeration to call this immortal their nemesis. Moreover, many years ago, the immortal realm had enacted a prohibition against immortals from the human immortal realm descending to the lower realm. Therefore, the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign found himself powerless in the upper realm. Even sending a celestial scholar to deal with Chan Chang'an would likely result in failure. Currently, the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign could not find a solution, which naturally left him in a gloomy mood. Saint Martial brother, why are you sitting alone in the corner, drinking? Have you encountered some trouble? At that moment, laughter drifted into the ears of the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign. He turned to see the Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign, with whom he had a good relationship. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign remained silent, offering no response. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign sat beside him, raised another cup of wine, and took a sip, saying, Saint Martial brother, we became sworn brothers 3,000 years ago. If you have any troubles, feel free to tell me. Based on our previous relationship, I will certainly assist you. It's merely a trivial matter. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign shook his head. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign laughed heartily. A trivial matter? Then do share. Why not? This matter was, in fact, quite embarrassing for the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign. However, since they were sworn brothers, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and revealing the situation to Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign. Upon hearing it, Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign's eyes widened in surprise. How audacious! Such a brazen individual exists in the lower realm? Though I see him as a mere insect, alas, being in the lower realm renders me utterly powerless against him. Truly a disgrace to the name of a mortal sovereign. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign let out a self-deprecating smile. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign chuckled, placing a hand on the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign's shoulder. Saint Martial brother, this person is exceedingly bold. Not only has he stolen your innate celestial treasure, but he has also killed your subordinates. Allow me to assist you in eliminating him. You? The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign was astonished. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign wore a proud expression. I happen to have someone suitable under my command. She is an immortal who strikes against others, perfectly suited to deal with this individual. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign was surprised, not expecting Cold Ming to have an immortal who strikes against others under his command. Leave this matter to me. You may rest assured, Saint Martial brother, within 3 days, I shall bring you that fellow's head along with your celestial sword. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign smiled. Then I must thank you, Cold Ming brother. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign laughed heartily. Saint Martial brother, we are sworn brothers. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? After many years apart, let us drink and enjoy ourselves at that moment. Within the Xuanwu assembly, the lively chatter suddenly ceased. All the immortals fell silent, and the entire assembly became quiet. Their gaze was fixed upon a celestial figure that had appeared at the Xuanwu assembly. This was a woman with bright eyes and white teeth, a delicate neck, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, radiating unparalleled beauty. As she appeared at the assembly, nearly all the immortals' gazes were drawn to her, including the Xuanwu Immortal Sovereign and Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign. Clad in jade-white celestial attire, her skin was as cold and smooth as jade, presenting an ethereal beauty that seemed almost surreal, as if she had stepped out of a dream. Cold Ming Immortal Sovereign raised his cup of wine. his eyes ablaze with admiration, an embodiment of celestial wisdom, utterly free from worldly concerns. Her beauty is flawless. She is indeed the unrivaled beauty of the Xuanwu immortal domain, and I am fortunate to witness her at the Xuanwu Assembly today. The Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign also gazed at her, murmuring, the pride of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yuchan. She is known as the Jade Cicada Fairy. Truly, as the rumors say, she is perfect in every way, a stunning woman. Under the scrutiny of all, the fragrance of immortality emanated from Jiang Yuchan, captivating all who beheld her. She moved gracefully like a figure from a painting, stepping lightly toward a corner of the Xuanwu Assembly. The immortals were curious. Could she be here to seek someone? Tianyuan Immortal King gazed at Jiang Yuchan, his eyes glazed with infatuation, completely entranced. Just then, he saw Jiang Yuchan approaching him, causing his heart to race with excitement. Could it be? Is the Jade Cicada Fairy here for me? As he thought this, Tianyuan Immortal King couldn't help but touch his face. Could it be that I am so handsome that I attracted her? Soon, the Jade Cicada Fairy stood before Tianyuan Immortal King, her voice like a celestial melody, gentle and enchanting. Are you Tianyuan Immortal King? Tianyuan Immortal King was taken aback. Could this be real? Is it not a dream? The Jade Cicada Fairy is indeed here for me. Yes, it is I. May I ask what you seek from me, Jade Cicada Fairy? He stammered, wearing a silly grin. To be in close proximity to the most beautiful woman in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain was an enormous honor. I have heard that you possess a celestial mirror called the Myriad Forms Mirror, which can observe all phenomena. Tianyuan Immortal King's lips twitched, and at that moment, he couldn't help but curse the Saint Martial Immortal Sovereign for being a foolish turtle. To assist the Xuanwu Immortal Sovereign in finding someone in the lower realm, the Myriad Forms Mirror was damaged, and he had spent considerable celestial stones to repair it. Now, it seemed the Jade Cicada Fairy had come for the Myriad Forms Mirror. Realizing the beauty was questioning him, Tianyuan Immortal King did not dare to delay and nodded. What you say is true, the Myriad Forms Mirror is indeed in my possession. What does the Jade Cicada Fairy require of me? I seek a celestial tree. Chapter 66. Imparting Supreme Knowledge, the Dugu Nine Swords. As the sun rose in the east, the Bodhi flowers bloomed, and the celestial fruits on the youth-preserving celestial tree showed signs of ripening. Radiating with celestial light, the entire courtyard was filled with the fragrance of flowers. This place was replete with celestial essence, a unique earthly paradise within the entire 9 provinces. Ling Baoer stood beneath the youth-preserving celestial tree, gazing at the celestial fruits, her mouth watering. Master, how long do you think it will take for the youth-preserving celestial fruits to ripen? Qin Chang'an stifled a yawn as he rose from his slumber. His eyes adorned with dark circles. Throughout the night, he had tirelessly searched for a suitable martial technique for Baoer, sacrificing his own rest in the process. Fortunately, diligent effort bore fruit. He had selected an exceptional swordsmanship for her. This was largely thanks to his previous life as an otaku, where he developed a profound interest in traditional Chinese culture and immersed himself in the works of legendary martial artists from the Jin and Gu dynasties, gaining extensive knowledge of many aspects of his former existence. For instance, the Nirvana wombing theory he had imparted to Tuoba Yu was something he had stumbled upon during a leisurely online search. Upon entering this world, memories that had long faded unexpectedly resurfaced with remarkable clarity. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that, with the aid of the Xian Dao Jinjia, the Nirvana wombing theory had indeed proven effective. Therefore, Qin Chang'an was confident that the swordsmanship he was about to teach Baoer would be immensely beneficial. What he remained oblivious to was the true power of imparting this swordsmanship in the Jiuzhou continent. After another yawn, Qin Chang'an stepped out of the temple and reclined on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Baoer, cease your longing for those rejuvenating fruits. They will require some time before they ripen. He advised gently. A sweet smile graced Baoer's face as she hurried to his side. Master, you have worked hard this night. Allow me to massage your shoulders, she offered, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. Not bad, Qin Chang'an replied with a satisfied smile. After a night of careful selection, I have prepared a formidable swordsmanship for you. I wonder how effective it will be after your training. What swordsmanship is it? Master, Baoer inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Chang'an's expression turned serious as he rose from the chair. This swordsmanship can be described as unparalleled, known as Dugu Nine Swords. Seeing that you have a preference for the sword, I shall impart this extraordinary technique to you. Dugu Nine Swords? Bauer exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. With hands clasped behind his back, an aura of pride enveloped Chen Chang'an. The Dugu Nine Swords was created by the legendary sword sage, Dugu Qiubai, known as the Sword Demon. With this technique, he vanquished foes and defeated heroes across the realms, making it difficult to find a rival even among immortals. Today, I shall pass this swordsmanship on to you. Upon hearing this, Bauer felt a surge of respect. Master, I shall diligently train in this sword technique and ensure that I do not tarnish the names of the sages or your esteemed reputation. Listen well, this is the heart technique of the Dugu Nine Swords. Commit it to memory and never forget. Gui Mei Chu Wu Wang Chu Tong Ren Chu Diyu, Jia Zhuan Bing. Bing Zhuan Geng Zhuan Gui, Zi Chou Ji Jiao, Chun Si Ji Jiao, Wu Wei Ji Jiao, Feng Lei Shi Bian. Chen Chang'an recited, and as he spoke the heart technique of the sword, the entire flying immortal mountain was engulfed in a tempest of celestial phenomena. Clang! The sacred immortal sword from Bauer's storage ring burst forth, its blade radiating with brilliance, illuminating the heavens. The sword light enveloped the world, boundless and infinite. Bauer gazed in astonishment at the celestial spectacle before her, never expecting that her master's teaching of swordsmanship would invoke such a remarkable phenomenon. With narrowed eyes, Chen Chang'an observed this extraordinary event, but continued his discourse without interruption. After explaining the heart technique of the sword, he elaborated on the various moves and forms contained within the Dugu Nine Swords. Under the influence of Xian Dao Jinjie, endless sword lights coalesced into a human-shaped sword shadow. This shadow grasped the sacred immortal sword and demonstrated the myriad transformations of the Dugu Nine Swords. The essence of the Dugu Nine Swords captivated Bauer, drawing her into its depths. Once Chen Chang'an had finished, he exhaled a sigh of relief, having conveyed all he knew about the Dugu Nine Swords through the Xian Dao. Now, it was up to Bauer to discern how much she could comprehend and whether she could truly master the Dugu Nine Swords. Not wishing to disturb Bauer, Chen Chang'an retreated to his wooden chair, observing the scene unfold. Finally, as the human-shaped sword shadow faded, having fully displayed the essence of the Dugu Nine Swords, he inquired, Bauer, how do you comprehend it? Snapping back to reality, Bauer tilted her head, her cheeks flushed. Master, this Dugu Nine Swords is incredibly profound. Inno's sword technique I learned at the Jujin sect compares to what you have imparted. I can only strive to remember your teachings with utmost diligence. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Simply remember, my disciple. Your talent is exceptional and mastering the Dugu Nine Swords should not be overly arduous. However, bear in mind that the essence of learning this technique lies in the concept of enlightenment and not merely rote memorization. Thoughtfully, Bauer replied, but master, I sense that this sword technique is overwhelmingly offensive, with numerous attacking maneuvers yet devoid of any defensive tactics. Is it truly an art that emphasizes attack over defense? Hearing Bauer's concerns, Chen Chang'an smiled knowingly, recalling a similar question posed in a novel he once read, where Feng Qingyang taught Ling Hu Chong the Dugu Nine Swords. Therefore, Bauer's query did not perplex him. Bauer, the Dugu Nine Swords is an art of relentless offense. Every move is an attack. When the enemy has no choice but to defend, you need not worry about your own defense. Given your insight, you will surely grasp its essence. Your primary task now is to comprehend the sword intent of the Dugu Nine Swords. Bauer nodded earnestly. Master, I shall diligently train and strive to grasp the sword intent as soon as possible. Then go forth and practice diligently, Chen Chang'an replied, feeling a sense of relief that he had successfully guided Bauer in her training. As for the level of mastery she might achieve with the Dugu Nine Swords, he decided it was best not to dwell on it in the days that followed. Chen Chang'an's life returned to its previous tranquility. Bauer, having received the Dugu Nine Swords, practiced daily, immersing herself in the heart of the sword techniques. Each day, she felt her prowess in swordsmanship steadily rise. However, despite the formidable magical power coursing through her, she found that she could not practice the sword for long before her internal energy was depleted, leaving her utterly exhausted. Yet, this only fueled her excitement, making her eager to discover the true potential of this swordsmanship. How terrifying would it be once she fully mastered it? What heights would her swordsmanship reach? As Bauer focused on her sword training, she no longer clung to Chen Chang'an for attention. In his free time, Chen Chang'an engaged in spirited games of Go with Bodhi or taught him chess. However, he found himself increasingly frustrated, as he often lost to Bodhi, and it became increasingly difficult to secure even a single victory. The Bodhi tree truly embodied the essence of great wisdom and folly. Previously, Chen Chang'an had mocked Bodhi, but now he felt as though his intellect was being thoroughly outmatched. Consequently, Chen Chang'an reduced the frequency of their games and turned his attention to other interests. Inspired by witnessing Bauer practice her swordsmanship, he rekindled an interest in a form of swordplay he had not practiced in ages, the Taiji health sword. He felt that if he did not exercise, his body would soon grow rusty. I'm getting old. It's time to take care of my health, he mused. Thus, 2 peaceful days passed. On the 3rd day, Tuo Bayi returned, accompanied by Hong Yi and Xiao Wei. Iya, Xiao Wei chirped, dancing with delight. After a few days apart, her demonic energy had noticeably increased. Yet, despite her excitement, she still could not articulate anything beyond her joyous sounds. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Xiao Wei, how is it that you remain so small? You haven't grown at all. Iya, she responded enthusiastically. Why subordinate? Hong Yi pays her respects to the young master. The events concerning the ancient Fox clan were unforeseen by Hong Yi, and she is willing to accept any punishment you deem necessary. At that moment, Hong Yi addressed Chen Chang'an with even greater deference than before. Although she had not been by his side for the past few days, she had learned from Tuo Bayi about the recent happenings on Flying Immortal Mountain. 12 immortals descended to assist Tuo Bayi in achieving his ascension. While Tuo Bayi's cultivation still remained at the nascent soul stage, he had undergone a remarkable transformation in the ancient Fox clan. He challenged the elder, the heavenly Fox Demon Empress, and to her astonishment, she was defeated by Tuo Bayi. She could hardly fathom the extent of Tuo Bayi's current strength. To think that he had become an immortal in just a few days. This realization filled Hong Yi with envy for Tuo Bayi. If she had not gone to the ancient Fox clan and had instead stayed by the young master's side, would she have been the one to ascend? Certainly, within the heart of Hong Yi, her thoughts lingered only momentarily. From Tuo Bayi, she gleaned the arduous path to immortality, teetering on the brink of death, only to ultimately be reborn through the flames of ascension. Yet, as she listened to Tuo Bayi's recounting, Hong Yi could palpably sense the peril of life and death, inducing a profound trepidation. Upon admitting her mistake, Chen Chang'an did not impose any punishment. Rather, he bestowed upon her a blood elixir, saying, "This matter is not your fault. You have endured much along the way. Take this elixir." Filled with gratitude, Hong Yi expressed her thanks. Can the ancient Fox clan of the Tianyao impart the cultivation techniques for the little-tailed demon? Chen Chang'an inquired. Hong Yi nodded in response, reporting to you, my lord, Littletail has indeed acquired the demon cultivation techniques from the ancient Fox clan, and her innate talent is remarkable. She has reached the 5th level of Qi refinement and shall soon break through to the foundation establishment stage. Well done, Chen Chang'an replied, then proceeded to inquire about Tuo Bayi's situation, specifically regarding the battle between Tuo Bayi and the Tianhu Demon Emperor. Reporting to you, my lord, the Tianhu Demon Emperor was no match for me. Surprised that even a deity of transformation could not contend with him, Chen Chang'an asked, Tuo Bayi, what do you believe your current strength to be? Tuo Bayi shook his head. I am uncertain, my lord. He then added, however, the Tianhu Demon Emperor assessed my strength as akin to that of a half-immortal, suggesting that I may indeed possess strength within the half-immortal realm. Chapter 68. The News of Shizi and I. The Celestial Aristocracy, Half-Immortal Realm. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. Reaching the void refinement stage signifies entry into the half-immortal realm. Transitioning from void refinement to immortality allows one to perceive the subtleties of immortality and grasp its mysteries. Such individuals are referred to as half-immortals, possessing the ability to encapsulate the essence of the myriad realms, their corporeal form capable of bearing celestial power, drawing ever closer to ascension. It was unexpected that Tuo Bayi, despite only being at the nascent soul stage, had combat capabilities that nearly rivaled those of a half-immortal on the verge of ascension. Excellent, at least you have a general understanding of your strength. Chen Chang'an nodded, unconcerned with the precise extent of Tuo Bayi's power. At the very least, it should be no trouble for Tuo Bayi to roam the ghost state. Tuo Bayi agreed, affirming, you speak the truth, my lord. Upon the return of Tuo Bayi, Hong Yi, and Littletail, the atmosphere at Feishan Mountain became lively once more. De Bauer was engrossed in her training, while Hong Yi served as Chen Chang'an's attendant, attending to his needs. As for Littletail, having acquired the ancient Fox clan's cultivation techniques, She was deeply immersed in her own understanding and fell into a slumber, seeking to comprehend her unique cultivation path. As for Tuoba Yi, he had two tasks. One was to venture out hunting to procure sustenance for Feishan Mountain, and the other was to accompany Ling Baoer in her practice of the Duga-9 swords. With Tuoba Ye's powerful celestial physique, he was the perfect sparring partner for Ling Baoer. In the process of training, Tuoba Yi was astounded by Ling Baoer's execution of the Dugu-9 swords. Though she was merely at the Golden Core stage, her swordplay was extraordinary, exhibiting tremendous power, yet it did not inflict any harm upon him, attributable to his celestial body. Tuoba Yi believed that had he still possessed his former nascent soul strength, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding Ling Baoer's formidable sword techniques. He marveled at the might of this sword art, suspecting it must have been imparted to her by Chen Chang'an. In regard to Chen Chang'an, Tuoba Yi harbored nothing but admiration. As days passed, the turmoil surrounding the sacred immortal sword seemed to dissipate. No demons or monsters approached Feishan Mountain, nor did any human cultivators arrive. Even the celestial lords from the upper realm remained silent. Feishan Mountain resembled a secluded paradise, tranquil and harmonious, a hidden realm of immortality. Atop Feishan Mountain, as the sun set and dusk fell, Chen Chang'an, clad in a flowing white robe, felt the wind tousle his hair. He gazed up at the heavens, noting the stillness from the upper realm. No celestial beings had descended. His invincible domain had expanded by over 2,000 meters, covering 1/3 of Feishan Mountain, yet it was still insufficient. He yearned for domain points. If a celestial lord were to send someone down to trouble him, he would welcome the encounter, as slaying a celestial would yield substantial domain points. However, in recent days, there had been no signs of celestial activity. With a sigh, Chen Chang'an mused at the unexpected timidity of the celestial beings, likening them to turtles withdrawing into their shells. That moment, a flash of demonic light heralded the arrival of Hong Yi, who respectfully announced, "My lord, news has arrived from Shizi and I." She presented a jade slip, a message sent back from Yunzhou by Shizi and I. Upon examining the slip, Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow. The contents detailed information Shizi and I had gathered in Yunzhou during this time. Firstly, he had uncovered the news of the Longxing sect's demise, speculating that it was likely connected to the three great celestial aristocratic families of Yunzhou, seemingly in pursuit of the Longxing body. Regarding the celestial aristocratic families, these were clans with members who had ascended to immortality, leaving behind profound legacies. Each celestial aristocratic family had a history spanning millennia, wielding immense power in Yunzhou and rarely facing challenges. Secondly, Shizi and I had learned that 1 month prior, Feng Qiyun had appeared in Yunzhou, daring to challenge the three celestial aristocratic families alone, but ultimately fled into the Bronze Ancient Mountain, his whereabouts now unknown. Thirdly, Shizi Ni's remarkable talents had incited jealousy from the current saint son of the Golden Python clan, leading to a death threat against him. He had since fled to the Bronze Ancient Mountain, intending to search for Feng Qiyun while evading the Golden Python clan's pursuit, hoping for Chen Chang'an's assistance. Upon receiving this news, a weight settled upon Chen Chang'an's heart. His master ventured into the perilous Bronze Ancient Mountain, a place fraught with danger. As for the three celestial aristocratic families of Yunzhou, Chen Chang'an's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. He knew they sought his Longxing body, which his master had previously warned him about. The three families, Tang, Shi, and Zhong, harbored hopes of ascension if any of their members reached the 9th level of void refinement, leveraging their ancestors' legacy. However, such aspirations were not guaranteed, hence their fixation on him. It became evident that all of this was intertwined with these three families. Should the opportunity arise, Chen Chang'an would not let them escape unscathed. It was unexpected that Shizi and I would face peril as well. Chen Chang'an instructed, "Hong Yi, you and Tuoba Yi shall journey to Yunzhou to assist Shizi and I. If the Golden Python clan dares to provoke you, show them no mercy. With Tuoba Yi's strength, they shall find it difficult to contend with you. As you command, my lord," Hong Yi replied before departing. Once she had left, Chen Chang'an sighed, "Master, the Bronze Ancient Mountain is so treacherous. You haven't met your end, have you? But fear not. Should you perish, I shall annihilate the Tang, Shi, and Zhong celestial aristocratic families to accompany you in death." Chapter 69. The blue-haired evil spirit descends to the lower realm. In the 9 provinces continent, above Tianlong City in Yuzhou, the heavens shifted in hue, and the void quivered as a celestial gate materialized. slowly opening. Instantly, it stirred the cultivators of the entire Tianlong city. They looked up in astonishment, their expressions filled with awe. Was it truly the legendary Celestial Gate? Could it be that a celestial being descended today? Countless cultivators in Tianlong City erupted with excitement, their voices a cacophony of speculation. Amidst the throng, a man donned in a blue robe emerged, an enigmatic smile gracing his features, with one hand behind his back and the other waving a golden fan. He stepped forth from the Celestial Gate. His complexion was pale, with sharp eyes and thin lips, exuding an air of malevolence and formidable authority. A terrifying aura emanated from him, sending ripples of unease through the hearts of the Tianlong City cultivators. With curiosity, he gazed down upon the city, observing. So this is the 9 provinces continent. In response, 3 radiant figures shot forth, bowing deeply before the blue-robed man. We humbly welcome the arrival of the immortal to Tianlong City. These 3 were the most powerful cultivators in Tianlong City, 2 men and 1 woman, each at the nascent soul stage. The presence of the blue-robed man instilled both trepidation and awe within them, and his descent raised questions about his purpose. After all, this was the ghost state, the realm of 10,000 mountains. The blue-robed man cast a casual glance at the trio, his face breaking into a friendly smile as he inquired, "What is this place?" Reporting to the immortal, "This is Yozhou's Tianlong City, not the ghost state's 10,000 mountains. Which direction leads to the ghost state?" The blue-robed man asked again. Reporting to the immortal, "The ghost state is in this direction," a nascent soul cultivator promptly indicated. The blue-robed man smiled even more broadly. "Thank you very much. It is our honor to direct you, immortal." The 3 nascent soul cultivators felt a surge of exhilaration at his words. Should one have the opportunity to serve an immortal, it would not only be an immense honor, but also a fortuitous blessing of celestial fate. If they could seize this rare chance, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for ascension to immortality. Thus, the 3 nascent soul cultivators responded promptly, their words laced with respect and resounding conviction. "We are willing to serve the esteemed immortal, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly until our last breath." Yet, the immortal remarked, "I am hungry. What shall you do about it?" The 3 nascent soul cultivators were momentarily taken aback, then hastily replied, "We shall prepare food for the esteemed immortal at once." "Is there anything else needed?" "There is already food at hand." However, the smile on the face of the man in the blue robe abruptly turned cold and sinister, a chilling aura enveloping the 3 nascent soul cultivators, rendering them icy with dread as they sensed impending doom. Suddenly, the man in the blue robe transformed. Brilliant azure light erupted as he morphed into a fearsome blue-haired specter, his visage terrifying and malevolent. The 3 nascent soul cultivators, along with the onlookers from Heavenly Dragon City, were left paralyzed with fright. Was this truly an immortal? It was evidently a malevolent spirit. The blue-haired specter opened its gaping maw, grotesque and terrifying, and in one swift motion, devoured the 3 cultivators whole. The sound of flesh and bones crunching echoed as blood and fragments splattered from the specter's mouth, with a sinister cackle. It proclaimed, "Ah, the ants of the lower realm are indeed delectable. Today, I shall feast to my heart's content." In Heavenly Dragon City, the witnesses were utterly aghast. The 3 esteemed nascent soul lords of the city had been consumed just like that by the blue-haired specter. As the specter swallowed the bloody remnants, its eyes glowed with crimson malice, surveying the entirety of Heavenly Dragon City. "Not enough, not enough. This immortal requires more to sate my hunger." A suffocating aura of despair and death descended upon Heavenly Dragon City, shrouding it in darkness. The anguished cries of its inhabitants rang out, a relentless cacophony. After a brief incense stick's duration, the screams ceased, and what was once a bustling city was reduced to a desolate graveyard, littered with countless corpses in a state of gruesome demise, resembling a hellish landscape. The blue-haired specter reverted to the man in the blue robe, wearing a calm smile, as he fanned himself with a golden fan and mused, "Having satisfied 2/10 of my hunger, I shall now journey to Ghost State, filling my belly before completing the tasks assigned by the immortal lion, the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains." Before Chen Chang'an lay a blueprint, he furrowed his brow in contemplation when suddenly, the heavens darkened and thunderclouds gathered ominously. From within the 10,000 great mountains, a nascent soul thunder tribulation erupted, boom, boom, boom. With each clap of thunder, bolts of divine lightning rained down from the sky. Ling Bao, wielding the holy immortal sword, transformed into a radiant spirit rainbow, charging into the midst of the nascent soul tribulation. I in the temple, Xiao Wei, startled by the thunderous sounds, scampered out of the immortal's abode and hurried to Chen Chang'an's side, babbling in fright. Chen Chang'an chuckled reassuringly, "Fear not, it is merely Bao undergoing her tribulation." As the bolts of lightning struck, each carried the most formidable destructive power, yet they posed no threat to Ling Bao. She effortlessly deflected the terrifying bolts with her holy immortal sword. Observing her, Chen Chang'an felt no concern for her safety. It seemed she had nearly mastered the Dugu Nine Swords, and her swordsmanship could withstand even the nascent soul tribulation. Truly, her unparalleled talent was formidable. This tribulation was not perilous for her, and it appeared that Bao was on the verge of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Redirecting his gaze, Chen Chang'an resumed his contemplation and continued sketching the blueprint. Xiao Wei fixated on the blueprint before Chen Chang'an, seemingly inquiring about its significance. "Little Wei, this is a blueprint for reconstructing the Immortal's Temple, including the renovation of Flying Immortal Mountain. Previously, Tuoba Yi had undertaken repairs on the Immortal's Temple, yet it remained too modest for one of such extraordinary caliber to reside in after all. The temple appeared rather ordinary, lacking any grandeur. More crucially, it was his home. Should Tuoba Yi, Shizi and Hong Yi visit, alongside Bao and Xiao Wei, the temple would feel quite cramped. Thus, he contemplated the necessity of a complete reconstruction of the Immortal's Temple, and even a revamping of the entire Flying Immortal Mountain. After all, his invincible domain had now expanded by a third of its original size. Xiao Wei blinked, seemingly perplexed. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. "If you do not understand, then play for now and see when you can break through to the nascent soul like Bao." Xiao Wei clenched her tiny fists, seemingly conveying her determination to Chen Chang'an that she would strive earnestly. Logically, transcending from Golden Core to nascent soul was a challenging endeavor. In the Jiuzhou continent, many cultivators remained stagnant at the 9th layer of Golden Core, while nascent soul cultivators were a rare sight, primarily due to the formidable nature of the tribulation. The tribulation was so severe that many cultivators, even powerful demons and monsters, could not withstand the force of the heavenly tribulation during their ascension, leading to their demise. Yet for Ling Bao, none of this posed a challenge. She possessed numerous advantages. The holy immortal sword, a life-bound artifact from the immortal, her unparalleled talent, and the Dugu Nine Swords taught by Chen Chang'an. Moreover, during her time in the immortal realm, Ling Bao had been cultivating diligently, constantly absorbing celestial energy, transforming her mortal body. The physiques of other cultivators, even those of formidable demon kings, likely paled in comparison to hers. As the final bolt of heavenly tribulation struck, Ling Bao successfully transcended. Chapter 70. Ling Bao descends the mountain to rebuild the Immortal's Temple. As the storm clouds dispersed, Ling Bao beamed with joy. "At last, I have broken through to nascent soul." Meanwhile, upon her breakthrough, a notification echoed in her mind. System notification. The disciple of the host, Ling Bao, has broken through to nascent soul, granting the host a reward of 50,000 domain points. Upon hearing this notification, Chen Chang'an was utterly dumbfounded. 50,000 domain points? System, have you made an error? He recalled that he only received 20,000 domain points for slaying an immortal. Yet Ling Bao, merely breaking through to nascent soul, gifted him with 50,000 domain points, an outcome he had never anticipated. He wondered if there was a glitch in the system in his mind. The system responded, "Host need not worry. There is no error." Chen Chang'an, perplexed, asked, "Then why do I receive only 20,000 domain points for slaying an immortal, while Bao's breakthrough grants me 50,000? The system explained, "Immortals hail from the upper realm and are subject to suppression. Based on system evaluation, they can only provide the host with 20,000 domain points." The system continued, "Ling Bao is bound to a master-disciple relationship with the host. After the system upgrade to version 3.0, the host receives a 1x bonus for minor realm breakthroughs and a 100x bonus for major realm breakthroughs." Chen Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Why wasn't this feature mentioned earlier? The system replied, "The host never inquired." Chen Chang'an. No wonder he felt that Ling Bao's recent breakthroughs in the minor realms yielded more domain points than usual. It was due to this reason. A slight smile crept across Chen Chang'an's face. This was excellent news. He had been fretting over how to acquire domain points to expand his invincible domain over the entire flying immortal mountain. After all, expanding the mountain had nearly consumed over 200,000 domain points, and he required approximately 500,000 to cover the entirety of flying immortal mountain. Now it seemed the rewards for slaying immortals paled in comparison to those from accepting disciples. Initially, Chen Chang'an had little interest in taking on disciples, but witnessing the benefits from Bauer's breakthrough sparked his curiosity. If he could recruit a few more disciples and help them break through to nascent soul, the 100-fold reward would yield a staggering 50,000 domain points for each. Master, I have broken through to nascent soul. At that moment, Ling Bao's excited voice resonated as she descended from the heavens, eager to share her good news with Chen Chang'an. Naturally, Chen Chang'an was elated. Well done, Bauer. Your speed in breaking through to nascent soul is beyond my expectations. Ling Bao giggled. It's all thanks to Master for enhancing my talent. Otherwise, my cultivation would not have progressed so smoothly. Beside them, Xiao Wei chimed in, babbling with excitement for Ling Bao. Xiao Wei, your talent is no less than mine. You too shall surely break through to nascent soul. Ling Bao earnestly encouraged her. Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. He had yet to formally accept Xiao Wei as a disciple. By taking her on as a pupil, he could also benefit from her eventual breakthroughs in domain points. However, just then, the system chimed in Chen Chang'an's mind, indicating that it was unnecessary to formally accept her as a disciple. The system's version 3.0 allows for the entire invincible domain to encompass all. This meant that even if Xiao Wei was not his disciple, as long as she cultivated within the invincible domain, he would still receive domain points upon her breakthrough, albeit at a reduced multiplier. The system's update was yet another stroke of good fortune for Chen Chang'an. Although Chen Chang'an harbored the desire to accept disciples, he understood that doing so would entail considerable trouble. It was hardly feasible to take on a disciple upon merely encountering someone. He had not yet reached such a desperate state. Moreover, the prospect of a tenfold enhancement was quite appealing. With this thought in mind, Chen Chang'an's mind began to formulate a plan. Master, what occupies your thoughts? Ling Bao inquired curiously. It was then that she noticed the blueprint before her, her eyes brimming with confusion. Master, what is this? Chen Chang'an snapped back to attention with a smile. I have resolved to undertake the reconstruction of the Immortal Temple, and perhaps even the entirety of Fei Xian Mountain. I intend to transform this place into a realm befitting of immortals. It must possess the very essence of such a land. Would you not agree? My disciple? Indeed, Master, your reasoning is sound. Within a realm of immortality, the wonders are extraordinary, imbued with the essence of the divine. Ling Bao, having already experienced the myriad benefits of cultivating in this ethereal realm, acknowledged the truth in his words. Yet, she felt there was one drawback: its lack of grandeur. At times, it seemed inadequate to reflect Master's transcendent aura. So, it turned out that Master had been preoccupied with this endeavor for the past few days. Chen Chang'an nodded, expressing his sentiments. After several days of labor, we are finally nearing completion. Bao, Chen Chang'an commanded, I have a task for you. What is it that you require of me, Master? You have been at Fei Xian Mountain for nearly a month now, and having achieved a breakthrough to the Yuaning stage, I am assigning you a mission. Please, Master, go on. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, which were mere weeds with little purpose. To properly restore Fei Xian Mountain, it was essential to plant genuine spiritual medicines within the grounds. In due course, these would transform into elixirs of immortality, exuding an aura of prestige. Dear, go forth and procure some seeds of spiritual herbs. Seeds of spiritual herbs? Ling Bao blinked in surprise. Master, there are plenty of such seeds within the sect. Perhaps I should return to the sect and bring some back. Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. Very well. It has been some time since you last visited home. It would be prudent to do so. Once Father sees my advancement, he will surely be astonished. My fellow seniors in the sect will also be equally surprised. Ling Bao was filled with excitement and anticipation, eagerly imagining their expressions upon witnessing her newfound prowess. A proud smile crept upon her lips at the thought. Chen Chang'an playfully flicked her forehead. Master, you strike your disciple again. Once you descend the mountain, behave yourself, act with humility, and return swiftly. Yes, Master, you may rest assured. Upon acquiring the seeds, I shall return post-haste. Then, Ling Bao turned to Little Tail. Little Tail, would you like to accompany me outside for a glimpse of the world? Little Tail looked eagerly at her, yet hesitated, glancing back at Chen Chang'an, reluctant to leave his side. With a smile, Chen Chang'an suggested, join Bao. It is indeed more fitting for you to accompany her while I undertake the reconstruction of Feixian Mountain. Yay? Little Tail nodded enthusiastically. Subsequently, Ling Bao packed her belongings and set off with Little Tail back to the Zhujian sect, leaving Chen Chang'an alone atop Feixian Mountain. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but reflect on the sudden solitude. It felt somewhat unfamiliar, with Bao having broken through to the Yuaning stage and under the protection of the sacred immortal sword. He had little concern for her safety, as few could pose a threat unless they were of a divine level. After their departure, Chen Chang'an dedicated another day to finalizing the blueprint in front of him. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to embark on the reconstruction of the immortal temple. Ascending to the heights, he arrived at the edge of the invincible domain, gazing down upon Feixian Mountain. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding crack echoed through the air. Boom! An unseen force instantaneously caused the entire immortal temple to collapse, reducing it to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The Bodhi tree, bewildered, pondered, what is young master planning? Has he no intention of remaining here? As it contemplated, the entire Feixian Mountain began to tremble violently. The Bodhi tree, acutely aware of the events unfolding, was abruptly uprooted, soaring into the sky. Bodhi? Chapter 71. Transmutation, the true hidden immortal land. Indeed, apart from the towering Bodhi tree, there were also the immortal enhancing trees and the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, as well as all the flora and fauna inhabiting Feixian Mountain. Chen Chang'an had no intention of eradicating them. Although he was only modifying 1/3 of Feixian Mountain, it sufficed. More importantly, these plants and creatures, nurtured by the essence of the invincible domain, had evolved into something entirely different. They were in a constant state of transformation. Observing this magnificent scene, a smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips. Then, with a mere thought, the area enveloped by the invincible domain began to undergo dramatic changes. The true Feixian Mountain was in the midst of reconstruction. Naturally, the restoration of the mountain commenced from its base to its peak. Dust and debris filled the air as everything was obliterated. Once all was reduced to nothingness, the reconstruction began anew. The entire mountain, with its irregular pits and crevices, was meticulously refined. Unsightly hills and mounds were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The majestic peaks, now even more orderly and grand, stood tall and proud. The Bodhi tree was left awestruck by Chen Chang'an's remarkable craftsmanship upon gazing at the newly transformed Feixian Mountain. Although only 1/3 had been reconstructed, it was utterly distinct from its former self. Life flourished anew. Deep abysses and sheer cliffs appeared as if carved by a divine axe, smooth and straight. Chen Chang'an planted ancient, withered pines upon the precipices. The vast chasm was shrouded in mist, with birds soaring gracefully amidst the clouds. Additionally, the interior of the mountain underwent renovation. Ancient forests stood in perfect order, lush and vibrant. Adorned with blooming flowers, stones of jade formed steps leading from the edge of the invincible domain to the mountain peak. Further along, terraced fields were meticulously arranged, suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs or medicines. Everything harmonized with the principles of nature, embodying the essence of the Tao. Feixian Mountain had undergone a complete metamorphosis, now a verdant paradise, suffused with celestial energy, transformed into a true mountain of immortals. In the void, the floating fauna gazed in wonder at the changes wrought upon Feixian Mountain, sensing that it was now grander and more magnificent than ever before. Chen Chang'an smiled once more and snapped his fingers again. All the creatures suspended in the air returned to the transformed mountain. However, he had yet to commence the reconstruction at the peak. Feixian Mountain soared high, a prominent mountain in the realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains. From the summit, the view stretched infinitely into the distance, a sight Chen Chang'an relished. Following the blueprint, he began to reconstruct the immortal temple. First, at the entrance leading to the summit, he conjured 2 stone pillars, within which the essence of immortality coalesced, each measuring 10 feet in width and towering 30 feet high. Moreover, the pillars were adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, vividly brought to life. The density of the immortal essence within these pillars was astonishing, rendering them akin to 2 pillars of immortality. Upon ascending the steps to the mountain peak, The ambience was grand and majestic, exuding an air of solemnity. Next, Chen Chang'an crafted a new plaque. The previous plaque of the Immortal Temple was dilapidated and antiquated. He fashioned a new one, inscribing 3 characters: Chang Shang Miao, Temple of Longevity. Indeed, Chen Chang'an had renamed the Immortal Temple to the Temple of Longevity. Henceforth, there would be no Immortal Temple upon Feixian Mountain, only the Temple of Longevity. Upon completing this task, Chen Chang'an proceeded to reconstruct the entire mountain peak. Countless ordinary stones, infused with the essence of immortality, shimmered with a celestial glow, resembling celestial stones. He paved a 3-foot-wide avenue along the center of the peak. On either side of the avenue, intricately carved railings and pavilions stood proudly. In the heart of the peak, an ethereal pond emerged, almost covering the entire area. Enveloped in mist, the pond's waters were infused with immortal essence, quickly filling the basin. In the future, it could serve as a habitat for various fish or the cultivation of aquatic spiritual herbs, particularly lotus roots. Such a scene would be truly enchanting. In the following moments, the Longxing Temple was being fashioned. Chen Chang'an raised his hand and summoned the vital essence of all beings, a celestial stone that coalesced into magnificent palaces emerging atop the celestial pond. There were 9 palaces in total, spaced apart yet interconnected by clusters of celestial stones, encircling the entire pond. Surrounding the celestial pond, vibrant spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. Naturally, Chen Chang'an retained a quaint courtyard, where a towering Bodhi tree and a resplendent, rejuvenating celestial tree thrived within the confines of the courtyard above the celestial pond. Exiting from the palaces led directly to this courtyard, which seamlessly connected to the entire celestial pond. Compared to the previous Immortal Temple, this represented a truly monumental transformation. Surely, upon their return from Yunzhao, Ling Bao'er, Xiao Weiba, and the trio of demons would be astonished by the scene before them. Within the courtyard, beneath the Bodhi tree, stood a 4-cornered pavilion. At this moment, Chen Chang'an found himself within this pavilion, gazing with satisfaction at the transformed Longxing Temple. As it stood, he was quite pleased with the reconstruction of the temple, although some details might not yet be perfected and could be gradually refined in the future. A smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips as he murmured, "Feixianshan, Longxing Temple, this can truly be considered a genuine sanctuary for hidden cultivation." Chapter 72. Plunder, the fury of the demonic hordes. Simultaneously, as Chen Chang'an rebuilt Feixianshan and reshaped Longxing Temple, it incited tremendous upheaval within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within the Invincible Realm, although it was a realm of celestial essence, the reconstruction of Feixianshan consumed a vast quantity of celestial energy from the Invincible Realm. Even the 2 majestic stone pillars adorned with horizontal plaques atop the mountain peak demanded an immense expenditure of celestial energy. Not to mention the celestial stones used in the reconstruction of Longxing Temple. Including the pond's gathered waters. It could be said that the colossal depletion of celestial energy across the entire Invincible Realm was largely attributed to the celestial pond. One could only wonder how much celestial energy would be required to fill the entire pond. Consequently, the pond now appeared shrouded in clouds and mist, radiating with vibrant colors, enveloped in celestial essence, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Even if Chen Chang'an were to introduce some ordinary fish into the pond, over time, they could naturally acquire spiritual intelligence and transform into celestial fish. However, the extensive consumption of celestial energy from the Invincible Realm would necessitate its replenishment. Generally, such replenishment occurred through the natural birth and nurturing within the celestial realm. Yet, the current situation was different. The amount of celestial energy consumed could not be replenished by the realm's natural processes in a short time. Thus, at this moment within Feixianshan, the Invincible Realm unleashed a terrifying and boundless devouring force, ruthlessly absorbing the spiritual energy of the external world. This could be described not merely as absorption, but as outright plunder. By forcibly converting the spiritual energy taken from the outside world into celestial energy, the spiritual energy of the entire 10,000 Great Mountains was being ruthlessly seized, surging uncontrollably into Feixianshan. This tumultuous event sent shockwaves through the native inhabitants of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Be they demons, monsters, or the various tribes residing deep within the mountains. It is important to note that spiritual energy is the foundation of cultivation, the very essence of the universe. Through the process of cultivation, it is absorbed and transformed into magical power within one's body. Much like the nature of celestial energy from the upper realms, which resonates with the laws of various realms, it holds immense significance. The concentration of spiritual energy varies greatly from place to place. In the cities where cultivators reside, the spiritual energy is relatively sparse, yet they establish spirit-gathering formations to accumulate energy for easier absorption. In contrast, within the mountains and lakes, where rare treasures, spiritual herbs, and precious lands abound, the concentration of spiritual energy is far more potent. This is why many demons and monsters choose to inhabit such locations. And even many sects and schools opt to establish themselves in these bountiful terrains. Similarly, this explains why many accomplished cultivators favor carving out hidden realms within the mountains for seclusion. Now, the 10,000 Great Mountains loomed vast and imposing, replete with numerous precious lands, naturally attracting many demons to cultivate in seclusion, and powerful beings of the demon race were not uncommon. Ordinarily, the consumption of spiritual energy would not alert the formidable demons residing within the mountains, as the energy dissipated would quickly be replenished from other sources. However, the current situation was entirely different. The tyrannical nature of the invincible realm had nearly devoured all of the spiritual energy from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Naturally, this had a profound impact on the various demon tribes deep within the mountains and the powerful demons dwelling therein. In a certain black water pool, which had once been rich in spiritual energy and was a rare treasure within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a black dragon coiled there for cultivation. This black dragon possessed formidable demonic power and was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of the Yuaning realm, poised to ascend to the divine transformation, becoming a demonic emperor within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet, due to the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, its cultivation could no longer proceed. In a fit of rage, the black dragon bellowed, "Where has all the spiritual energy gone? Which damn fool is responsible for this?" With fury etched across its face, it soared into the sky, gazing towards the direction from whence the energy had been plundered, outwards. At that moment, several other demonic figures appeared. These demons were all-powerful kings of their respective domains, having cultivated for thousands of years. Many of these demon kings had remained in their secluded lairs for centuries, some even for millennia. Now, with the sudden depletion of spiritual energy, they were stirred from their slumber. These demon kings, perplexed by the disappearance of the spiritual energy, were filled with indignation. Above the realm of the Tianyao ancient Fox clan, the Tianhu demon emperor and Baiyu stood suspended in the air, gazing towards the distant Fixinchen. The Tianhu demon emperor wore a grave expression, sensing that the spiritual energy had seemingly been plundered and had all drifted towards the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Could this be related to the Elder? The abrupt depletion of the vast spiritual energy within the 10,000 Great Mountains was unprecedented. Apart from the Elder from Fixinchen, she could not fathom who else could accomplish such a feat. Baiyu nodded in agreement with the Tianhu demon emperor's words. "Elder, should we venture to the periphery to investigate?" Just as the Tianhu demon emperor was about to respond, several streaks of demonic light pierced the sky, converging upon the Tianhu demon emperor. "Your Majesty, do you know what is happening?" As the demonic light dissipated, the figures of over a dozen demon cultivators became visible, including the enraged black dragon. These demon cultivators were among the strongest in the 10,000 Great Mountains, second only to the Tianhu demon emperor, with several having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Yuan Ing realm, poised to break through into the divine transformation realm at any moment. These powerful demons had all gathered within the Tianyao ancient Fox clan, their expressions radiating fury, as if they were on the verge of devouring someone. The spiritual energy was the foundation of their cultivation. Without it, how could they continue to progress? The one responsible for the plunder of the energy was akin to a thief robbing them of their wealth. These demons swore to take vengeance upon the one who dared to seize their spiritual energy. Had it not been for the Tianhu demon emperor's prior command to keep a low profile due to the recent arrival of immortals at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, they would have already rushed out to investigate the audacity of the one who dared to plunder the spiritual energy. Of course, the news of the 12 immortals' demise, including that of Chen Chang'an, had not circulated, as the Tianhu demon emperor feared disturbing the elder's seclusion. Thus, the various demon tribes within the 10,000 Great Mountains remained unaware of Chen Chang'an's existence. However, witnessing the furious expressions of these formidable demons, The Tianhu Demon Emperor understood that if she did not clarify the situation, these powerful beings would likely unleash their wrath upon the periphery, seeking to confront the elder. This could easily provoke the elder's ire. Should they anger the elder, none would escape unscathed. Yet, if she withheld the truth, she could not quell the flames of fury raging within them. The Tianhu Demon Emperor had devised a plan and spoke. There is no need for such fury regarding the plunder of spiritual energy. The black dragon growled in response, Your Majesty, do you know which damned fool has plundered our energy? I, Heishui, must slay him. Indeed, indeed. This is akin to severing our spiritual lifeblood, a crime against our very existence. I vow to seek vengeance upon him. A crocodile demon, covered in scales, nodded in agreement, gritting its teeth as it spoke. It must be a human cultivator who has trespassed into the 10,000 great mountains and used some artifact to seize our energy. Your Majesty, we cannot let him escape. A chorus of demon kings voiced their agreement. Their anger palpable as they deliberated on how to dismember the one responsible for the plunder of spiritual energy. It was clear that these demons had lost their rationality. Bai Yu and the Tianhu Demon Emperor exchanged glances, exasperated at the sight of the furious demon kings. If they were to witness the elder's might and learn that the elder had slain 12 immortals, one wondered if they would dare utter such words again. Chapter 73. The Unveiling of Truth, by Yu and Miao. Monsters and malevolent spirits, by their very nature, are inherently brutal and aggressive. This is particularly true for the formidable Yuan-ing demon kings among them. Many of these demon kings possess exceptionally volatile tempers. Were it not for the imposing presence of the celestial fox demon empress, it is likely that daily conflicts would erupt in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. Resulting in numerous casualties, the existence of so many demon kings would be utterly inconceivable. Yet today, these Yuan-ing demon kings have gathered, seething with rage, their eyes glimmering with ferocity, as if they might descend into chaos at any moment due to the depletion of celestial energy. They are even inclined to venture to the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains to confront Qin Chang'an, only to be decisively vanquished by him. As the fury of these demon kings escalated, the celestial fox demon empress let out a cold snort, unleashing her terrifying aura, which instantly subdued all present. Silence. The demon kings, awestruck by the might of the celestial fox demon empress, who is indeed a transcendent being, fell silent, unable to utter a word. In that instant, tranquility enveloped the gathering. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the calm. She then slightly inclined her body and addressed the assembled demon kings. Esteemed ones, the situation beyond the 10,000 great mountains is complex. I implore you all to remain composed. Otherwise, your journey to the outer regions may invite peril. Upon hearing her words, the demon kings exchanged puzzled glances. Failing to grasp her meaning, the black flood dragon, unable to suppress his anger, spoke coldly. What danger could possibly lurk in the periphery? Moreover, the immortals have departed. While we may harbor fear of them, they are no longer present. What is there to fear? His sentiment resonated with the other demon kings, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could the remnants of those immortals intimidate us to the point of avoiding the outskirts? It must be the machinations of human cultivators. Just watch, I shall flay him alive, exclaimed a cat demon, who swiftly appeared behind Bai Yu, wrapping her arms around her. Bai Yu, it has been so long. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Bai Yu's face flushed as she softly protested. Miao, let go. It has been a century since we last met, Bai Yu. I have now broken through to the 5th layer of Yuan-ing. The cat demon, with her golden hair and slender figure clad in beastly attire, sported dainty ears and a sinuous tail that swayed behind her. Yet, her smile quickly faded as she released Bai Yu, her expression morphing into one of fierce determination. With a swift motion, she extended her right hand, and with a sharp sound, 5 glimmering claws erupted from her slender fingers, her short hair standing on end. Resembling an irate kitten, that detestable scoundrel. I was so close to breaking through to the 6th layer of Yuan-ing, and then the spiritual energy in my cave suddenly vanished. Her words resonated with the assembled demon kings, who, once calmed, were once again ignited with fury. They bared their fangs, their demonic energy surging, eager to storm the periphery and devour Qin Chang'an's flesh, drink his blood, and absorb his essence. observing the enraged Amiao. Baiyu offered a gentle smile. Amiao, do not be angry. Allow me to explain the reasons behind this. The celestial fox demon empress, no longer concealing her voice, spoke gravely. The celestial energy of the 10,000 great mountains has been completely drained, likely due to the actions of a senior from Feixian Mountain. Her pronouncement sparked a flurry of discussion among the demon kings. Feixian Mountain, it seemed, was a towering peak on the outskirts. The mention of a senior who could rival the demon emperor's prowess sent shivers down their spines. Could it be that this individual surpasses even the demon emperor? They whispered in disbelief, realizing that such a being would undoubtedly be a powerful figure in their realm. Indeed, could it be that the 10,000 great mountains harbors yet another demon emperor? But what of it? He has drained the celestial energy, leaving us with no means to cultivate, protested a defiant demon king. The celestial fox demon empress continued. Recently, 12 immortals descended to the mortal realm, only to abruptly vanish. Baiyu and I assumed they had departed, but upon investigating the outer regions, we discovered that all 12 had perished at the hands of this senior. At her words, the gathered demons fell silent. Shock etched across their faces. The notion that immortals had met their demise was terrifying. Amiao trembled, retracting her claws in fear and clutching Baiyu tightly. How frightening, she exclaimed. Baiyu, resigned, allowed Amiao to cling to her as the assembled demons processed this revelation. They understood the celestial fox demon empress's reputation for honesty. Thus, her words could be nothing but truth. The realization of facing such a formidable figure left them dumbfounded, their previous bravado evaporating in an instant. The celestial fox demon empress, anticipating their reaction, shook her head slightly and refrained from further commentary. Baiyu then spoke. The senior is gentle and refined, possessing a profound rationale for draining the celestial energy of the 10,000 great mountains. The celestial fox demon empress nodded in agreement with Baiyu's assessment. Now that you are all present, let us pay a visit to this senior. By the way, are you aware that the 3 demon kings, Hong Yi, Shi Zi and I, and Tua Baiyi, are already subordinates of this senior? The revelation startled the gathered demons, for they recognized these 3 as relatively weak among the demon kings. To think they had become subordinates of such a powerful figure was astonishing. However, the celestial fox demon empress's next words left the assembly utterly captivated. With the aid of this senior, Tua Baiyi has ascended to the ranks of a Yuan Ing immortal. Even I am no match for him now. As she spoke, the celestial fox demon empress expressed her deep admiration, wishing to become a subordinate of Chun Chang'an herself. After all, Hong Yi from the ancient celestial fox clan was already a subordinate of this senior. Establishing a connection between them, Baiyu, is this true? Amiao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the claim. A Yuan Ing immortal. She had never even heard of such a being. Yet, being associated with an immortal was undoubtedly extraordinary. The fact that even the celestial fox demon empress could not rival this senior filled her with envy, her tail swaying with excitement. Chapter 74. The Gathering of Demons. A visit to the immortal mountain. A dozen beams of demonic light sliced through the sky, arriving at the foot of Feixian Mountain. As the light dissipated, leading the charge was the celestial fox demon empress, followed closely by Baiyu and Amiao, with all the demon kings from deep within the 10,000 great mountains trailing behind. Having heard of Chun Chang'an's prowess and heeding the advice of the celestial fox demon empress, they resolved to pay their respects to the formidable senior who had slain immortals. According to the demon emperor, this senior was likely an unparalleled force capable of confronting even the immortals. If they could win his favor, it would be immensely beneficial for them. Thus, they entered without harboring any resentment towards Chun Chang'an for draining the celestial energy. In fact, they had each returned to their lairs beforehand to prepare gifts for this momentous encounter. After all, this was a senior, and they aimed to make a favorable impression on their first visit. As they gazed upon the majestic mountain shrouded in mist, the demon kings trembled, their previous arrogance nowhere to be found. "This is Feixian Mountain," one remarked. "It is completely different from the one I had seen before. Indeed, it appears even more magnificent and dignified, truly befitting a place of a senior's hidden cultivation. I feel so nervous and frightened. Although Baiyu spoke of the senior's gentle and accommodating nature, what if he takes a disliking to us and decides to eliminate us?" voiced a demon king with a shifty gaze. Amiao curiously peered at the towering mountain, her eyes blinking in wonder. Baiyu, is the senior within this mountain? Baiyu nodded. Amiao, you all wait at the base of the mountain. I will accompany my grandmother inside first. If the senior permits, I shall bring you up. With that, Baiyu and the celestial fox demon empress ascended the mountain, leaving the anxious demon kings to whisper among themselves. Amiao gazed at Fei Xian Mountain, her tail swaying as she pondered what the senior Baiyu spoke of might look like. At that moment, the black flood dragon approached, asking, Amiao, what gift did you prepare to present to the senior during this visit? Why do you ask? She replied. The black flood dragon, beaming with pride, produced his offering, a radiant lotus seed emanating multicolored celestial light. This is a treasured lotus seed I obtained from the immortal pool 3,000 years ago. It contains immense power and the essence of the Tao. I cultivated to the 6th layer of Yuan Ying using this seed. If I present it to the senior, I too shall become one of his subordinates. Just like Tua Baiyi. Oh, Ami nodded, exclaiming, your gift is truly precious, meow. The black serpent dragon carefully stored away the 5-colored lotus seeds and inquired, Ami, may I see what you have prepared? Ami smiled, her eyes narrowing, as she gestured towards her storage ring, which glimmered momentarily. Inside, a transparent vial contained a plump golden carp that a fish. The black serpent dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it is the dragon carp that Ami adores. I am certain the elder will also relish it, meow. The black serpent dragon, feeling somewhat helpless, expressed concern. Ami, the elder is a formidable celestial being. Do you think presenting merely a dragon carp will please them? Upon hearing this, Ami's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the celestial fox Demonis and Baiyu had entered Flying Immortal Mountain. Although they had come to pay a visit, a sense of unease lingered within them, uncertain if the elder would harbor any grievances against them. However, as the two demons traversed the breathtaking sights of Flying Immortal Mountain, they were deeply moved. The celestial fox Demonis exclaimed in awe, Is this truly a celestial mountain? Within the mountain, clouds and mists intertwined, surrounded by ethereal energy. A 1,000-foot waterfall cascaded down, creating wisps of mist. Verdant waters meandered around the mountains, and birds and beasts roamed freely, making the entire Flying Immortal Mountain resemble a vibrant tapestry of flowers, alive with celestial essence, as if it were a genuine paradise. Baiyu was equally astounded, gazing dreamily at the mountain, contemplating how fortunate it would be to cultivate here. Devoid of regrets, the lush vegetation and misty waters beckoned them. Rather than transforming into ethereal lights to ascend, they exerted their physical strength to walk from the foot of the mountain to its peak. As they passed, the verdant hills and pristine waters seemed to cleanse them of worldly dust. At last, they reached the summit and beheld 2 celestial pillars, with a plaque coming into view, Temple of Eternal Life. The celestial fox Demonis and Baiyu exchanged glances. The celestial fox Demonis did not proceed further into the summit but respectfully announced, the ancient fox clan of celestial demons, Ningsu, has come to pay respects to the elder. Baiyu also bowed respectfully. I, Baiyu of the ancient fox clan, have come alongside my grandmother to pay homage. Come forth, a voice echoed, ethereal and distant, imbued with a celestial aura. The celestial fox Demonis and Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Ascending to the summit and arriving at the Temple of Eternal Life, where they found Chen Chang'an engaged in a game of chess beneath the Bodhi tree. Upon noticing their arrival, he rose and greeted them with a smile. What brings you both to the Temple of Eternal Life? Although Chen Chang'an maintained an air of nonchalance, he felt a sense of pride within. Since the celestial fox Demonis and Baiyu had entered the realm of invincibility, he had been keeping a watchful eye on them. Indeed, after he had reconstructed Flying Immortal Mountain, its grandeur had astonished them. This feeling of having personally rebuilt Flying Immortal Mountain was bittersweet, as Bauer and the others were not present to share in his joy. However, the arrival of the celestial fox Demonis and Baiyu provided an opportunity to share his elation with them. Before either demon could respond, Chen Chang'an remarked, I chose to cultivate in seclusion at Flying Immortal Mountain and undertook a slight reconstruction. It appears quite commendable, does it not? The elder's craftsmanship is unparalleled. This Flying Immortal Mountain resembles a fairyland, leaving us utterly astonished. Being here, we feel as though we are in a dream. The celestial fox Demonis spoke candidly, still reeling from the changes that had unfolded. The richness of the ethereal energy flowing through this realm far surpassed that of ordinary spiritual energy. Remaining here instilled a sense of transcendence, making it difficult for anyone to wish to depart from this celestial domain. Baiyu nodded, echoing the celestial Fox Demonis sentiments. However, it seems that the Temple of Eternal Life is occupied solely by the Elder. What of the red-clad sister and the others? As if divining Baiyu's thoughts, Chen Chang'an chuckled. Hong Yi and the others have gone out for matters. Currently, I am the sole occupant of Flying Immortal Mountain. What brings you both to the Temple of Eternal Life? The celestial Fox Demonis hesitated, uncertain if inquiring about the depletion of spiritual energy in the realm would provoke the Elder's ire. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. There is no need for hesitation. If you have matters to discuss, let us sit and converse at leisure. Chapter 75. Ami, do not be disrespectful to the Elder, within the Temple of Eternal Life. Chen Chang'an conversed with the celestial Fox Demonis, learning of the circumstances outside. Chen Chang'an felt somewhat awkward, not anticipating that the reconstruction of Flying Immortal Mountain would create such a significant stir in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Naturally, while the spiritual energy of the 10,000 Great Mountains would soon replenish, it would require time. Nevertheless, the effect on the demons cultivating within those mountains was not insignificant. Having grasped this, Chen Chang'an had already formulated his own plans, intending to personally address the issue with the celestial Fox Demonis. The celestial Fox Demonis and Baiyu exhaled in relief. The second matter at hand concerned a visit from the Demon King residing within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chen Chang'an was surprised to hear this news, not expecting that a Demon King would seek him out. Currently, the gathered demons awaited his counsel at the foot of Flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chang'an did not refuse their visit. Previously, he had considered eliminating the Demon Kings in the 10,000 Great Mountains to acquire domain value, but now he had different thoughts. Moreover, since the demons had come to visit, extending goodwill, he found no reason to slay them for domain value. Now, Chen Chang'an had devised a superior method for obtaining domain value from these Demon Kings. Let us invite them up the mountain, he announced. The celestial Fox Demonis and Baiyu felt a wave of relief wash over them, conveying Chen Chang'an's consent for their ascent to the gathered demons. The Demon Kings, upon hearing this, were filled with both joy and trepidation, before following the celestial Fox Demonis and Baiyu into Flying Immortal Mountain. Just like the celestial Fox Demonis and Baiyu, the Demon Kings were utterly astonished upon entering Flying Immortal Mountain and stepping into the realm of invincibility, a fairyland of mortal realms. A treasure of unparalleled beauty. Is this truly the Elder's place of seclusion? They had yet to meet Chen Chang'an, yet an overwhelming sense of reverence and admiration arose within them, especially given that some Demon Kings were aware of the previous state of Flying Immortal Mountain, which had been an ordinary mountain. Now, it had transformed into a sacred mountain for cultivation, undoubtedly the Elder's doing. The Elder was indeed a being capable of slaying celestial beings, shrouded in mystery. Soon, they arrived at the Temple of Eternal Life, where they encountered Chen Chang'an, clad in a white robe, exuding an air of tranquility, akin to a celestial being, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the world. His presence commanded immense respect and awe. The Demon Kings approached cautiously, with Ami, the black serpent dragon, the ground snake, dog egg, and iron pillar bowing. We pay our respects to the Elder. Chen Chang'an smiled warmly, finding the demonic king's fierce reputation juxtaposed with their respectful demeanor both amusing and novel. It appeared that the events transpiring in Flying Immortal Mountain had been conveyed to them by the celestial Fox Demonis. Chen Chang'an did not mind. He had not anticipated that so many Demon Kings resided within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Demon Kings wore awkward smiles, feeling a sense of constraint and discomfort. Chen Chang'an reassured them, there is no need for formalities. Please make yourselves comfortable. With a snap of his fingers, the Bodhi tree rustled, dropping several Bodhi fruits. Indeed, under the essence of all living beings, the Bodhi had matured and borne fruit. I have not been in Flying Immortal Mountain for long and lack extravagant offerings, so please accept these Bodhi fruits as a humble gesture. As each demon received a Bodhi fruit, they could not help but marvel at its size, each as large as a fist, shimmering with spiritual brilliance, exuding a fragrant allure that made one's mouth water. How does the taste of this Bodhi fruit fare? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. As the demons sampled the Bodhi fruits, they were astonished by their sweetness and the immense power contained within. Such pure energy. Could it be a celestial fruit? Baiyu exclaimed, "It's incredibly delicious, meow." Ami squinted with pleasure, reclining against Baiyu, her feline tail playfully entwining with Baiyu's foxtail. Baiyu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her tail, murmuring, "Ami, could you act a bit more normally around the elder?" "All right, meow, but the elder's fruits are just too delectable, meow." Chen Chang'an chuckled, enjoying a Bodhi fruit while observing the antics of the demons. A cat demon and a fox demon, these creatures of the mountain were indeed beautiful and charming, fulfilling every otaku's fantasy. Chen Chang'an mused internally, recalling how Baiyu had previously struck him as a serene and ethereal presence, untouched by the mundane world. Yet it appeared her rapport with this cat demon was quite close, differing from his initial impression. After consuming the Bodhi fruits, the demons felt their magical prowess significantly enhance. Consequently, their reverence for Chen Chang'an deepened, for they were demon kings, existing at the nascent soul level, where advancing their cultivation was no simple feat yet. Just by consuming a single Bodhi fruit, they had experienced growth. Glancing at the Bodhi tree, they could hardly suppress their salivation, as it still bore hundreds of Bodhi fruits. If they were to consume them all, breaking through to the transformation stage would pose no difficulty. They envied Tuaba Yi, Hong Yi, and Shi Zi, who surely enjoyed these fruits daily. The Bodhi tree, sensing the demon's gaze, trembled slightly, its branches quivering in trepidation. What were these demons plotting? "I am but a servant of the young master. Do not act recklessly. Next, it is time to discuss serious matters with the assembly of demons." Chen Chang'an's smile faded, and his expression turned solemn. Instantly, the assembly of demons straightened in their seats. "The celestial essence of the 10,000 mountains has indeed been overlooked by me. To compensate you all, I extend an invitation for you to cultivate on Feishan Mountain before the essence is restored." As soon as Chen Chang'an's words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through all the great demons present. Each one widened their eyes, staring at him in disbelief. Feishan Mountain is a legendary treasure land, a paradise on earth. The entire Ghost State, indeed the whole of the 9 provinces, had never heard of such a celestial domain. When they visited the mountain, it had all felt like a daydream. To cultivate within Feishan Mountain would be nothing short of a splendid opportunity. Yet, this was merely a fantasy, a secluded retreat of a venerable elder. How could they dare to hope? They could only dream. But unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an was willing to allow them to cultivate within the mountain. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be moved? "Senior, this? Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, fully aware of what this celestial land meant to these demon kings. Cultivating here would make their breakthroughs into the transformation god realm seem possible. Of course, this would also yield immense benefits for Chen Chang'an. Allowing these demon kings to cultivate on Feishan Mountain was a decision he had made after careful consideration. As long as they trained in the invincible realm of Feishan Mountain, he would accumulate a wealth of domain value. Whether in minor or major realms, the domain value gained would be substantial. In this manner, it would not be long before Chen Chang'an had enough domain value to expand the entire invincible realm. Just like that saying goes, a chicken lays an egg, and the egg hatches a chicken, continuously generating domain value. Otherwise, relying solely on slaying demons and cultivators, how many would he need to kill to cover the entirety of Feishan Mountain? The senior's generosity in allowing the assembly of demons to cultivate in this celestial land would earn him their utmost admiration and excitement. They all understood what this meant for them. A grand opportunity. "We are so delighted to cultivate here. The senior truly is as gentle and easygoing as Baiyu said, refined and elegant. I really like the senior." Beside them, Baiyu was taken aback by Amaya's words and quickly covered her mouth. "Amaya, do not be disrespectful to the senior." The assembly of demon kings felt anxious, some even fearful. How daring of Amaya to speak such words to the senior. It was utterly reckless and lacking in decorum. What if she offended him? Chapter 76. The blue-furred ghost immortal stirs the ghost state. The assembly of demons worriedly feared that Amaya might provoke the senior. After all, his cultivation was profound, and he surely would not appreciate such rudeness from a demon. However, they were unaware that Chen Chang'an was merely an ordinary man with an invincible realm. Amaya's words did not anger him. Rather, he found her somewhat adorable, a bit absent-minded, perfectly embodying the image he held of a cat demon. There was no need for concern. Chen Chang'an remarked, "Amaya, your cat ears are twitching. You seem quite cheerful. When you catch fish in the future, be sure to share the first one with me." the assembly of demons breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the senior, so powerful, was quite amiable and easy to get along with. This only deepened their respect for him, and they felt less fearful than before, their hearts at ease. Then it is settled. You are welcome to cultivate at Feishan Mountain at any time, Chen Chang'an declared. The assembly of demons expressed their gratitude, thanking the senior for his great kindness. Senior, as newcomers, we bring gifts for you. The assembly presented their offerings, which included precious spiritual minerals and spirit-rooted trees, rare treasures collected by the demon kings. These treasures shimmered with brilliance, showcasing an array of colors. Chen Chang'an was somewhat surprised. Fully aware that these treasures were extraordinary, if planted on Feishan Mountain, they might even grow into celestial herbs in the future. However, being a person of stature, he must maintain a semblance of modesty. After clearing his throat twice, he said, "Since you have come, there is no need for such gifts." In the eyes of the assembly, the senior's cultivation was unfathomable. He surely lacked for these treasures. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, they sighed internally, realizing that the gifts they had so carefully prepared were not to his liking. Yet, just then, Chen Chang'an continued, "Since you have brought them, I shall accept your good intentions." With a wave of his hand, he collected the treasures they had brought and planted them near the Hall of Longevity. Even the dragon carp that Amaya presented was directly placed into the celestial pond. The demon kings stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Those treasures that could be planted were sown, while those that could not were stored away by Chen Chang'an. At the Hall of Longevity, the assembly of demons did not linger long. Fearing they might disturb Chen Chang'an, and thus took their leave, and of course, more importantly, they were eager to begin their cultivation on Feishan Mountain. They planned to return home, clean themselves, don fresh garments, and ensure that not a trace of their demonic aura would taint the senior as celestial land. To do otherwise would be a grievous offense. Chen Chang'an smiled, feeling quite pleased. With the assembly of demons cultivating in the invincible realm, he would accumulate a significant amount of domain value. The invincible realm's coverage of Feishan Mountain was now merely a matter of time. Following that, he would extend it over the entire 10,000 mountains. Eventually, he would encompass the Ghost State, the 9 provinces, and even reach into the upper realm. With these thoughts, Chen Chang'an's heart surged with excitement. Unable to quell the exhilaration, and of course, what he anticipated most was the title of Master of Feishan Mountain that would come once the invincible realm enveloped it, allowing him to upgrade to version 4.0 of the invincible realm. Chen Chang'an was quite curious and eager about the features unlocked with each version upgrade. From the Celestial Dragon City in the Yuzhou to the Ghost State, cities both large and small along the way had been transformed into hell on earth. All cultivators, whether in Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or nascent soul realms, had perished, leaving no survivors. News of the blue-furred ghost had spread throughout the Ghost State. This malevolent spirit, causing untold suffering, had naturally drawn the attention of various factions within the Ghost State. However, they were utterly incapable of dealing with the blue-furred ghost. Instead, the forces that attempted to confront it suffered complete annihilation, with none escaping alive. Even the strongest faction, the Fengyun Ancient Sect, dispatched a transformation god expert to slay the blue-furred ghost in a bid to uphold justice, only to meet a tragic end in its jaws. In no time, the infamous name of the blue-furred ghost immortal spread throughout the Ghost State. Various factions took heed but dared not engage the blue-furred ghost, hoping instead that it would satiate its hunger and depart the Ghost State promptly. Eventually, after devouring the lives of 100,000 souls from the 23rd city, the blue-furred ghost had its fill that it slumbered for 3 days and nights in the Ghost City, just as the factions believed it would soon leave. To their shock, the blue-furred ghost then proclaimed a shocking message throughout the Ghost State. The blue-furred ghost had descended from the upper realm Xuanwu immortal domain, with a singular purpose, to establish dominance and exact revenge. In the small Ghost State, a mere mortal had dared to strike down celestial generals under the command of an immortal sovereign, seizing their treasures. Thus, the blue-furred ghost consumed lives to assert its authority, reminding them that the immortal sovereign was a figure of great stature, not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Furthermore, it had come to the Ghost State with one objective: to slay the audacious Chen Chang'an, the celestial who had slain 12 celestial generals and seized the treasures of the immortal sovereign. 3 days hence, it would march to the 10,000 mountains, intent on obliterating Chen Chang'an, making him realize that the celestial beings stood high above. far beyond the reach of mere mortals. When the various factions of the ghost state learned of this news, they were left dumbfounded. After all, no one had known that the 12 celestial generals had fallen to the lower realm. It was assumed they had departed, only to discover they had perished in the 10,000 mountains. This explosive revelation sent shockwaves through every faction within the ghost state. When had such a brazen figure as this blue-furred ghost immortal appeared in the ghost state? The news swept through like a tempest, spreading across the entire ghost state in mere hours, with countless discussions erupting regarding this matter. All factions turned their attention to the 10,000 mountains, eager to discover how the audacious celestial would respond to the blue-furred ghost immortal. Could he contend with the ghost that had descended from the upper realm? As dusk fell, a streak of sword light pierced the void. Heading towards the direction of the Nine-Sword Sect, the sword light bore the figure of Ling Bao descending the mountain, eye in her arms. Little Tail gazed excitedly at the landscapes outside. He, Little Tail, in half a day's time, we shall arrive at the Nine-Sword Sect. I am certain my father and the others will be utterly astonished by my cultivation. Little Tail nodded eagerly. Chirping in delight, as the vicinity of the Nine-Sword Sect drew near, a sudden appearance of several ethereal rainbows encircled Ling Bao and the Little Tail. 5 golden core cultivators, clad in the garb of the Ghost Skull Sect, emerged, among whom one, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of golden core, was an elder of the sect. Their cold, piercing gazes radiated a palpable aura of killing intent as they fixated on Ling Bao. The elder of the Ghost Skull Sect, with a malevolent grin, exclaimed, "Ah, is that not Ling Bao, the daughter of the sect leader of the Nine-Sword Sect? Did you not claim to have found a formidable master in the 10,000 great mountains? What brings you back? Is it not permissible?" Ling Bao, perplexed, donned what she believed to be a fierce expression. Her sparkling eyes widened in defiance. "Is your Ghost Skull Sect so ill-intentioned as to surround me? Do you seek death?" Following her master Chen Chang'an's guidance to remain low-key, Ling Bao currently concealed her true aura, only detectable by those whose cultivation surpassed hers. The 5 golden core cultivators, however, regarded her as merely a foundation establishment or early golden core practitioner. Thus, her words elicited boisterous laughter from them. "You? Is it not permissible?" Ling Bao remained confused. Then, with a swift motion, the sacred immortal sword was drawn, and a flash of sword light ensued. The elder of the Ghost Skull Sect, caught unawares, lost his head in an instant, blood splattering onto the other 4 golden core cultivators. Their expressions froze, aghast, as they stared blankly at Ling Bao. "Isn't this a killing? What is there to laugh about?" She muttered softly. Chapter 77. The delayed shocking news. The elder of the 9th layer of golden core was unexpectedly slain by Ling Bao in a single stroke, leaving the remaining 4 Ghost Skull Sect cultivators utterly dumbfounded. The entire scene felt surreal, as if it were a dream. You Ghost Skull Sect truly have a short memory. Both your sect leader and the Grand Elder have perished at the hands of my master. Why seek trouble again? With that, Ling Bao unleashed 3 more strikes. After her training in the Dugu 9 swords, her swordsmanship had reached terrifying heights. Even some sword masters who had cultivated for millennia would likely pale in comparison to her prowess. The 3 strikes were executed with lightning speed, and before the 3 golden core cultivators could react, they were reduced to a mist of blood. Such power was utterly astonishing. The heavy scent of blood filled the air. While the remaining golden core cultivator was rendered senseless, his eyes rolling back as he fainted, plummeting from the heavens. "Why are they all so weak?" Ling Bao murmured, then broke into a grin. Little Tail, "It is not that I am weak. It is undoubtedly that I am far too strong." The Little Tail nodded vigorously. The fallen golden core cultivator crashed to the ground in a disheveled heap. Jolted awake from his stupor, casting a glance at Ling Bao above, he fled with his tail tucked between his legs. Such a powerful Ling Bao! They still dared to seek her for retribution. It is truly a path to self-destruction. Whoosh! An ethereal rainbow sliced through the void as Ling Bao intercepted the last golden core cultivator. "Were you not intent on killing me? Why flee? Please, esteemed lady, spare my life," the golden core cultivator pleaded, collapsing to the ground, pale and trembling, bowing and begging for forgiveness. Though still young, Ling Bao understood the treachery of the world. Had she not broken through to the nascent soul stage, she might have met a dire fate today. Logically, Her master had eliminated the sect leader and grand elder of the Ghost Skull sect, sacrificing their lives for a glimmer of hope for them. Hence, her master had refrained from pursuing the Ghost Skull sect further. Ling Bao pondered why the Ghost Skull sect, emboldened, dared to trouble her once more. Did they not fear her master would annihilate their entire sect? It truly resonated with the saying, "When the rain ceases and the skies clear, I feel empowered once more." Ling Bao inquired of the Golden Core cultivator. Why? Not having killed him was because she believed the Ghost Skull sect would not act against her without a reason. The Golden Core cultivator, sensing no option but to divulge, quickly confessed, "It is because of the green-haired ghost immortal, which emboldened us to act against you." Esteemed lady. Green-haired ghost immortal? Ling Bao asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Golden Core cultivator soon divulged everything he knew. The matter of the green-haired ghost immortal had become common knowledge throughout the ghost state, requiring no concealment. Upon hearing this, Ling Bao realized the truth. The green-haired ghost immortal from the upper realm sought to confront her master. A fact that had stirred the entire ghost state. With the backing of the green-haired ghost immortal, the Ghost Skull sect, originally intent on remaining low-key, had suddenly taken action, stationed near the Nine Sword sect in hopes of capturing Ling Bao upon her return. They intended to present her to the green-haired ghost immortal, believing that her status as Chen Chang'an's disciple would bring them favor. Little did they expect her strength to be so formidable. Swiftly obliterating them all, having understood the entirety of the situation, Ling Bao did not spare the Golden Core cultivator's life, regardless of his pleas for mercy, and with a single strike, she ended him. Just like my master, who boldly faced the immortals, he has slain so many in the ghost state and sought to kill my master. Humph, he is certainly no match for my master, Ling Bao declared. The little tail nodded in agreement with her words. Then, Ling Bao addressed the little tail. Let us hasten back to the sect to retrieve the medicinal seeds my master desires, and once we have them, we shall swiftly return to Flying Immortal Mountain to inform my master of the news regarding the green-haired ghost immortal. Flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chang'an stood upon a pavilion, observing a tender sprout emerging from the immortal pond. The sprout glimmered with 5-colored celestial light, and it would not be long before lotus leaves unfurled, blooming into flowers in the pond. Dozens of exquisite, plump dragon carps swam gracefully. He recalled that these were gifts from Amiao, who initially intended to present him with only one dragon carp. However, after hearing the words of the black dragon, she felt that one alone might not suffice to please him. Thus, she resolved to part with all the dragon carps she had, resulting in the 10 now residing within the immortal pond. Since the visit from the myriad of demons yesterday, Chen Chang'an had opened the gates of Flying Immortal Mountain. From now on, the mountain was alive with a multitude of demons. The mystical aura of the immortal land enchanted the myriad of demons, who expressed their gratitude to Chen Chang'an abundantly. They eagerly began their cultivation, cherishing the opportunity to refine themselves in the realm of immortals. Reluctant to waste a moment, striving to enhance their cultivation as swiftly as possible. The celestial energy within the immortal realm was vastly superior to that of the earthly essence. These demons, having stagnated in their cultivation for hundreds of years amidst the earthly essence of the 9 provinces, with some powerful demons remaining stagnant for over a millennium, suddenly found themselves in the environment of Flying Immortal Mountain, absorbing the celestial energy into their beings, leading to breakthroughs. With each breakthrough of a powerful demon, a significant influx of realm value was bestowed upon Chen Chang'an. Senior, are you home? Suddenly, Amiao's voice echoed outside the Longevity Temple. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly upon hearing her voice. Come in an instant, he vanished from the pavilion and materialized before Amiao. Amiao was startled by Chen Chang'an's sudden appearance. What brings you here? Chen Chang'an inquired. Senior, why did you suddenly appear? Amiao exhaled, patting her chest in relief. Even Chen Chang'an could not help but gaze at her in admiration. Her figure was extraordinarily appealing, far beyond mere words could describe. Observing that Amiao appeared somewhat thinner, he wondered if this was exhausting for her. Despite having only cultivated for a day at Flying Immortal Mountain, the transformation in her demonic energy and magical power was substantial. It would not be long before she broke through to the 6th layer of nascent soul at Amiao. What brings you to the Longevity Temple? Chen Chang'an asked again. Amiao replied, Senior, I went out to fish in the 10,000 Great Mountains today and learned of a shocking piece of news, so I hurried to inform you. Then speak. Recently, a formidable immortal-slaying being has emerged in the ghost state, known as the green-haired ghost immortal. He has laid waste to over 20 cities, devouring countless people, and claims to hail from the upper realm. He intends to come to the 10,000 Great Mountains in 3 days to settle scores with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. After waiting for so long, he had thought the upper realm would remain inactive. Yet now, there was finally movement. Chapter 78. The lazy Amiao enjoying fish. After all, whether it is the Qingmao Guixian or the formidable Chen Chang'an, who has slain 12 celestial beings, both possess immense combat prowess. Yet, there lies a significant distinction. The Qingmao Guixian hails from the upper realm, while Chen Chang'an is a denizen of the lower realm. Though both are capable of striking down celestial beings, a considerable gap in strength undoubtedly exists. In fact, many in Guizhou harbor doubts about Chen Chang'an, believing he is no match for the Qingmao Guixian. It won't be long before the myriad demons in the 10,000 mountains come to learn of the external circumstances. As for Amiao, being the first demon king to grasp the situation beyond, she promptly returned to the 10,000 mountains to inform Chen Chang'an upon receiving the news. Amiao harbors deep concern for Chen Chang'an's safety, for she holds him in high regard. The elder is generous, open-hearted, and possesses a character that is rare in this world, exuding grace and refinement. Even with profound cultivation, the elder does not exhibit the arrogance often associated with other practitioners, who regard themselves as superior. Thus, Amiao fervently hopes that no harm befalls Chen Chang'an and that he does not fall victim to the Qingmao Guixian. Although worried, she observes Chen Chang'an smiling serenely, displaying no signs of distress. Amiao cannot help but inquire, "Elder, are you not afraid? Why should I fear? If he dares to provoke me, I shall eliminate him," he replies with a natural confidence that compels belief. Relieved, Amiao smiles, reassured in her faith in the elder. Subsequently, a radiant light flickers in Amiao's hand, revealing 3 dragon carps. "Elder, these 3 dragon carps are a gift for you. Did you not already gift me 10 dragon carps yesterday?" Amiao licks her lips, puzzled. "Could it be that you have not finished the 10 from yesterday? These dragon carps are exquisite and delectable. I consume many each day," with a sensuous tongue licking her equally sensuous lips. The scene is undeniably captivating. Chen Chang'an inwardly marvels at the cat demon's nature. Watching the swaying tail of the cat demon, he is tempted to reach out and touch it, though it remains merely a thought. Chen Chang'an chuckles and responds, "The dragon carps are currently being raised in the celestial pond. I have no immediate plans to consume them. Elder, do enjoy these 3 dragon carps today. They dwell in the immortal Yaoqi, and I exerted considerable effort to catch them," Amiao insists. "Very well, let us sample the flavor of the dragon carp." Chen Chang'an nods. "Elder, I shall take my leave," Amiao states. "Since you claim these dragon carps are delectable, do not rush off. Stay and dine with me," he offers. Amiao's cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Will this not upset the elder?" Chen Chang'an smiles gently. "How could sharing a meal displease me? Remain here. It has been quite some time since I have savored fish. And today, I shall let you experience my culinary skills." Amiao's cat ears perk up. "Elder, can you truly cook fish? A trivial matter. Be it steamed, braised, or spicy, there is nothing I cannot prepare," he assures her. Amiao gazes at him with admiration. In the Chongqing Temple, Chen Chang'an reveals his exceptional culinary prowess, diligently preparing the 3 dragon carps. As for the news of the Qingmao Guixian from the outside world, it swiftly fades from his mind. Completely unbothered. While the world perceives him as a celestial being capable of striking down others, he knows he is merely an ordinary individual endowed with an invincible domain. Regardless of who they are, be it celestial beings or those capable of striking down celestial beings, should they dare to tread within his invincible domain and provoke him, they shall meet their demise. In the Chongqing Temple, as the tantalizing aroma of fish wafts through the air, Amiao cannot help but salivate, looking at him with adoration. "How delightful! I never imagined dragon carp could be prepared this way. Elder, you are truly remarkable." Observing the vibrant broth bubbling in the pot, Amiao's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Elder, may I have a taste?" she asks, wagging her tail in anticipation. "Of course," Chen Chang'an replies, having not cooked fish in quite some time. He is uncertain of the flavor. With his consent, Amiao eagerly dips her fingertip into the broth, tasting a bit before licking it clean. Her eyes widen in delight as she sucks her finger with a lazy, contented smile, her tail swaying with joy. What a delicious flavor! Chen Chang'an watches Amiao's reaction, tempted to jest. Amiao, I suspect you have ulterior motives. Clearing his throat, he inquires, how does it taste? Elder, it is exquisite. I have never experienced such a delectable broth. The dragon carp must be delightful. Is that so? Chen Chang'an samples a bit himself, offering his assessment. Though many seasonings are lacking, it is still acceptable, albeit slightly bland. After adding a pinch of salt, he presents the braised dragon carp. Here is the braised dragon carp. Do give it a try. Thank you, Elder. They proceed to dine together. Amiao takes her first bite of fish. Tears well up in her eyes, and her body trembles as she bows her head. Chen Chang'an, puzzled, asks, what is wrong? Wiping away her tears, Amiao replies, Elder, after so many years of living and consuming countless fish, I have never tasted one so delicious. It fills me with happiness. Chen Chang'an smiles, if it is so delightful. Indulge further. Should you wish for fish, feel free to come to the Changxing Temple. I will gladly prepare more for you. Amiao's eyes widen in astonishment. Elder, is this truly your word? Chen Chang'an nods lightly. However, you must provide the ingredients. Woo-woo, Elder. You are too kind. Amiao relishes the fish and rice voraciously. Before long, she finds herself stuffed, lazily reclining nearby. Elder, I am so full. I wish to lie down. Go ahead, he replies, observing the empty plates from their meal and the 3 complete dragon carp skeletons. Chen Chang'an is deeply impressed by Amiao's impressive eating prowess. Indeed, she can fully assemble 3 skeletons from her feast. Clearly, her clean plate initiative indicates that his culinary skills are well received. If he were not endowed with an immortal body, surely he would thrive as a restaurateur in the 9 provinces. Just then, Amiao unexpectedly begins to snore, drifting off to sleep. Chen Chang'an looks over to see her curled up comfortably, exuding an air of lazy contentment. Her cat ears twitch occasionally, and her long cat tail sways gently. Suddenly, the swaying tail brushes against Chen Chang'an. Elder, I think I shall take my leave. Amiao stammers, her face flushed, her tail hidden behind her. Her head bowed in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. If you ever desire fish again, you may come to the Changxing Temple at any time. Chen Chang'an maintains his composure, speaking calmly. All right, Amiao replies, her face still reddening as she hastily departs the Changxing Temple. After Amiao leaves, Chen Chang'an finally exhales in relief. I truly did not intend for any of this as for what transpired during their time together. Chen Chang'an swears he merely removed Amiao's tail from atop him. There was nothing inappropriate about it. Amiao, if you doubt me, let the esteemed observers bear witness. Shaking his head, he dismisses further thoughts and checks his current domain value. Presently, Chen Chang'an's domain value has approached a staggering 100,000. Indeed, this is merely the first day. Many demons, having long been trapped at a plateau in their cultivation, have found breakthroughs upon entering Feiqianshan for training. The influx of celestial energy has empowered numerous demons, allowing Chen Chang'an to amass a considerable amount of domain value swiftly. It is worth noting that every day at Feiqianshan, numerous demons come to train. They need not be mighty demon kings at the nascent soul stage. They may even be at the golden core or foundation establishment stages. Chen Chang'an has not limited training solely to demon kings at Feiqianshan. After all, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Hence, within just 1 day's time, he has garnered a wealth of domain value. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Chen Chang'an cannot help but admire the wisdom of his decision. Before long, his invincible domain will envelop the entirety of Fei 11 Anshan. At that moment, he will reign as the master of Feiqianshan. Standing atop the mountain, Chen Chang'an gazes into the distance, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Qingmao Guixian, come swiftly to Feiqianshan to meet your demise. Upon departing from the Changxing Temple, Amiao felt as though her heart was a flurry of startled fawns. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze cast downward, embodying the demeanor of a thief caught in the act. Within the mountains, she encountered numerous formidable demons, some of whom recognized her and greeted her warmly. Yet, to their bewilderment, Amiao offered no response. These great demons were expressions of perplexity, sensing that Amiao was markedly different from her usual self. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious voice resonated through the air.